Imagine your own father selling you off like a piece of property. A poor heroine is being marched toward a marriage she never even asked for. She finally arrives at the prince's palace, and the vibe is definitely not happily ever after. She's ushered inside, probably wondering how her life became such a chaotic mess. Night falls, but there's no Prince Charming in sight, just cold, icy silence. Forget the romance, this little nugget is absolutely starving. She decides to take matters into her own hands because a girl's gotta eat. She finds the wedding offerings and starts devouring them like a total savage. Suddenly, the door creaks open and her heart nearly stops. She's caught red-handed with a mouthful of food and zero dignity. She frantically throws the veil back on, praying he didn't see her snacking. But the icy atmosphere in the room says he's definitely not here to play nice. Without a word, he lunges forward and grabs her like she's a criminal. This jerk looks her in the eye and tells her he already loves another woman. He calls our girl a pathetic pawn used by her own father for power. The reality crashes down. She was sacrificed just to ensure her sister's happiness. She's all alone in a den of wolves with a husband who hates her guts. Our poor heroine can't even hold back the tears as her new life begins at a nightmare. Our girl is absolutely ecstatic with how things are turning out. She's literally dancing with joy because escaping that toxic prime minister's mansion was the ultimate goal. But after 2 hours of chaotic celebrating, the exhaustion finally hits her like a truck, and she's ready to call it a night. She passes out immediately, snoring away while the moon watches over her first night of freedom. Morning comes way too fast as the sun begins to peek through the clouds. Suddenly, a persistent knocking on the door ruins her beauty sleep. She groggily wonders who could possibly be bothering her this early in the morning. A maid named Surong enters, claiming she's here to help her freshen up and move to her permanent quarters. After a quick glow-up, our heroine is looking like a total pink blossom dream. She follows the maid through the palace grounds, swooning over the clear water and the cute little fish, convinced this new life is going to be a permanent vacation. But as they keep walking, the scenery starts looking suspiciously sketchy and desolate. They finally arrive at the Serenity Boudoir, which is actually a total dump filled with literal trash and broken wood. Our girl is absolutely fuming because the prince dumped her in a dump of a chamber and even her helper vanished into thin air. But Qian Yunxi isn't some delicate flower. She was raised on Spirit Cloud Mountain and decides to handle this mess herself. Cleaning a literal palace is harder than it looks, and after struggling with a massive log, she decides it's time to call in some backup. She pulls out a mysterious sealed box and peels off the charm like she's opening a cursed snack. A massive pillar of light erupts as her secret weapon finally makes an appearance. She tries to play it cool and apologizes for leaving him in the box, but someone is definitely holding a grudge. This spirit is not happy about being ghosted, literally, and he lets her know with some serious dark energy vibes. Meet Ghosty, the sassiest little spirit you've ever seen, who is currently throwing a fit for being ignored. Our heroine tries to explain herself, but Ghosty is way too busy being a dramatic king. He goes on a full rant about how her life has gone downhill since leaving the mountain, calling her straight-up cursed. But Yunxi just shrugs it off with a savage level of optimism, telling him to just enjoy the ride. Ghosty is physically pained by her lack of concern, sighing like he's the one carrying all the weight. She tries to hype him up for a cleaning montage, but he's not about that manual labor life. Eventually, her aggressive positivity is so nauseating that he finally snaps and agrees to help just to make her stop talking. Our girl smirks because she knew her trump card would work exactly as planned. And just like that, the courtyard is swarming with spirit-powered clones getting the job done in record time. By the time dusk rolls around, the transformation is actually insane. The once dilapidated courtyard is looking brand new and fit for a mistress. Inside is finally spick and span, but the manual labor has left our poor heroine completely drained. She barely makes it to the bed, collapsing into the sheets with her last bit of strength. Ghosty is still grumbling about the prince, but Yunxi is too tired to plot her revenge just yet. She tells him that fortune favors the bold, closing her eyes on a job well done. As she drifts off, she whispers that everything is going to be just fine, showing that classic live-in-the-moment spirit. But the peace doesn't last long as a pair of glowing green eyes watches from the shadows, hungry for new prey. Under the pale moonlight, something sinister is definitely brewing in the prince's palace. Meanwhile, at Prince Yaoming's study, the air is thick with manipulation. His favorite concubine is busy pouring honey in his ear, complaining that our poor heroine isn't even worthy of the title of princess. The prince looks like he'd rather be literally anywhere else, but he tells her she can do whatever she wants to the newcomer. She keeps whining for more dates and rafting trips, acting like she's the only girl in the world. He plays along, giving her just enough attention to keep the drama brewing. Back at the Serenity Boudoir, our girl is busy having a very unladylike nap. But her ghosty companion isn't exactly a fan of her snoring and decides to start a fight. Things get chaotic real fast as they tumble around the room like a pair of possessed toddlers. Ghosty takes a massive L and crashes right into the furniture. He tries to get his revenge by scaring her while she's still half asleep. He even goes for the throat, but our girl isn't having any of it. She literally chucks the spirit across the room like a piece of trash. They spend the morning bickering like an old married couple until the scene shifts to the palace garden. The palace gossip mill is already running at full speed. The other concubines are having a field day, laughing about how the prince ditched his bride on their wedding night. They're convinced our heroine is doomed because she's been sent to the cursed boudoir. These girls are savage, claiming that the princess is nothing more than a political pawn who deserves to be discarded. They're practically placing bets on how long she'll last before she loses her mind. It's a full-on mean girl convention under the gazebo. Oblivious to the haters, our girl is busy apologizing to Ghosty for the morning brawl. She sweet-talks the little spirit until he finally gives in and stops being a drama queen. Suddenly, she spots a swing and her inner child takes over. She forces Ghosty to push her, laughing like she hasn't a care in the world. Ghosty demands a turn, but our girl quickly points out that ghosts can literally fly and don't need swings. He's absolutely offended that she conned him again. Their chaotic bickering is interrupted when a mysterious stranger appears from the shadows. Our girl realizes she's being watched and tries to act normal, which for her is impossible. She looks up and oh no, he's hot. Like glowing background and sparkles hot. She has to literally slap herself to stay focused because her master warned her about pretty faces. Ghosty is in the back being a total hater about the whole situation. She tries to play it cool, telling the stranger she was just talking to herself. Remembering her identity is a secret, she pulls the classic "I'm just a lowly maid" card. Before he can ask any more questions, she makes a break for it, hoping she hasn't blown her cover. But this mysterious guy is clearly intrigued, watching her run off with a smirk. He's not just a pretty face though, he moves with the speed of a top-tier martial artist. In the blink of an eye, he's closing the gap, proving that our girl's quiet life is about to get way more complicated. She doesn't even see him coming as he looms over her. Our girl is absolutely not having it, telling this persistent stranger that she has zero interest in sharing her name. But this guy is a total boundary crosser, reaching out to stop her. He pins her down, insisting that every maid has a name and he wants hers. He plays the "it's only polite" card since he already introduced himself, but our heroine isn't falling for his charms. She snaps back that she never asked for his name in the first place. She points out his rough handling, showing off a nasty bruise on her wrist and calling out his toxic behavior. The guy actually looks regretful, offering a pathetic apology. Our girl tries to make a break for it, but he just can't take a hint and reaches for her again. He grabs her shoulder to stop her, but he's about to find out she's not a damsel in distress. With a savage move, she literally flips him over her shoulder. He hits the grass with a thud, his soul practically leaving his body. Our girl doesn't stick around to check his pulse, calling her little ghost friend to make a quick exit. She leaves him eating her dust, running as fast as her legs can carry her. Instead of being mad, the guy looks like he's caught feelings for the girl who just body slammed him. He watches her go with a look that says he's definitely obsessed with this interesting woman. Meanwhile, our heroine is just hoping she lost him for good. She catches her breath, praying that no one saw that chaotic encounter. Back at the palace, Princey is dealing with a clingy concubine who's forgotten her place. He's cold as ice, threatening to send her back to the brothel the second she talks back. She immediately cowers, realizing she pushed her luck too far. He dismisses her without a second thought, his eyes full of nothing but cold calculation. Just then, the body-slammed Prince Yu barges in. He flops into a chair, complaining that his body is aching after being tossed like a sack of potatoes. He tells the prince that there's a maid in the palace who's actually a secret martial arts master. He's totally swooning over the girl who threw him. He practically begs to have her transferred to his mansion. Prince Yi, looking totally done, agrees to send her over once she's freshened up. But there's a catch, he needs a name to find her. Prince Yu has a total meltdown when he realizes he forgot to ask for it. He's worried he'll never find his violent crush. Princey casually offers to just send every single new maid to solve the problem. When Yu tries to go in for a hug, the prince threatens to execute the girls just to keep him away. The conversation turns to the prince's new marriage, but he's as savage as ever. He calls our girl a mere puppet, not even worth mentioning. He shifts the focus to business, asking about the investigation into the Western tribes. The old fox is finally losing his patience. Prince Yu can't help but smirk, noting that the poor princess isn't going to survive the coming storm. Our girl is enjoying the beautiful scenery, feeling light as a feather among the cherry blossoms. She finds herself at a massive ranch filled with some of the finest stallions in the kingdom. Yunxi starts off small, petting the gentler horses who seem to love her touch. But then, a majestic black horse with a mane like dark flames catches her eye. She introduces herself, but this beast isn't looking for a chat and lets out a wild neigh. It rears up, showing off its power and clearly trying to intimidate our poor heroine. Undeterred, she uses her savage charm to calm the beast, asking it to be her friend. It actually works, and she decides those dark eyes look just like grapes, naming him on the spot. With the horse totally won over, it's time to see what this beautiful boy can really do. She hops on with zero hesitation, ready for a chaotic ride. They take off like a literal bolt of lightning across the fields. Our girl is a natural, handling the speed like a total pro. But the peace is short-lived when a loud voice demands she stop immediately. Some random guy on a white horse starts chasing her down, looking absolutely livid. He screams that she has no right to be riding Meisha and tells her to get off right now. He's got a major attitude problem, calling her a brat and acting like he owns the place. But internally, he's spiraling because this legendary horse never lets anyone near him, let alone on his back. He realizes this isn't just any girl if she managed to get the horse's approval. Yunxi isn't about to be bullied though and snaps back that he's the one being a rude little kid. She tells him to get off his own high horse because she's perfectly happy where she is. The boy literally starts biting his reins in frustration while our girl just gives him a smug, unbothered glance. He loses his cool completely, jumping off his horse to try and force her down. He reveals his name is Qian Yunxi and threatens to cut her tongue out for being improper. But the horse has heard enough of this guy's nonsense. Before Yipo can even touch the reins, the horse gives him a massive shove. He goes flying backwards, landing right on his royal backside. It's a total wipeout and honestly, he deserved it. He starts throwing a literal temper tantrum on the grass like a toddler. Yunxi just sighs, thinking this kid's behavior reminds her of someone else's annoying antics. Feeling a bit of pity, she offers the reins back, telling him he can ride grape now. The boy is stunned into silence by her sudden kindness. She warns him to take the opportunity while the horse is actually calm. He's left speechless, watching her with a look of utter confusion and awe. She tells the two of them to try and get along before making her graceful exit. As she walks away through the blossoms, she looks like a literal goddess. And just like that, the angry brat is left blushing like a tomato, clearly catching some unexpected feelings. Our girl is sulking over her tea, complaining about the absolute trash luck she's had today. Her ghostly companion tries to play mom and scold her for not dressing warmer, but she just brushes it off with a casual "my bad." Suddenly, her stomach starts growling loud enough to wake the dead. She slams the table in a fit of hangry rage, deciding that tea just won't cut it. It's time for a midnight snack raid. She gears up in her stealthiest ninja fit and zips across the rooftops with her spectral sidekick in tow. They peek inside a room hoping for a buffet, but instead, they just find someone enjoying a very dramatic pedal bath. Our girl tells the ghost to pipe down so they can keep hunting for food in this massive, confusing palace. But the ghost suddenly gets the creeps, sensing an ominous power ahead that's dampening its mojo. They approach a grand, silent building under the starlight, unaware of the danger lurking. Before she can even blink, a mysterious figure appears right in her personal space. It's a total jump scare as she realizes she's been caught red-handed by a very handsome, very shirtless man. This guy looks absolutely lethal and is clearly not a fan of uninvited guests on his roof. He looms over her, radiating a terrifying aura that screams boss fight. Our heroine tries to act tough, telling him to back off, but he just scoffs at her audacity. She launches a savage kick to create some distance. But the guy is way too fast, dodging her every move like he's playing on easy mode. Realizing she's completely outclassed, she decides it's time for a tactical retreat. She turns tail and runs for her life, knowing she can't win this one. He's not letting her escape that easily and reaches out with a lightning-fast grab. He catches her arm in a death grip, and she desperately screams for her ghost friend to do something. But that little traitor has completely vanished, leaving her to face the music alone. Thinking fast, she unleashes a cloud of illusion smoke to blind him and make her getaway. The mysterious man is left coughing in the mist, wondering if this chaotic girl is working for his enemies. Back at her own place, our girl kicks the door open, absolutely fuming at her abandonment. She screams into the void, cursing out the ghost for ditching her when she almost became a permanent resident of the afterlife. She tries to calm her nerves with some tea, still waiting for that pig of a ghost to show its face. The door creaks open, and she immediately starts demanding an apology without even looking up. She turns around to give him a piece of her mind, but the room is completely empty. She thinks the ghost is just playing a stupid game of hide and seek to avoid her wrath. She checks the hallway, wondering if it was just the wind messing with her head. She goes back to her tea, but another creak makes her spit her drink out in pure frustration. She points an angry finger at the empty doorway, telling the ghost to stop playing around right now. When there's still no answer, she slams the doors shut in a fit of petty rage. But the creaking starts again, and our girl gets a devious, savage idea for revenge. She starts hauling heavy barrels to the door, determined to block it completely. She barricades the entrance with everything she's got, making sure no one, ghost or human, is getting in. Tucked safely into bed, she smugly decides she won't let the traitor back in until he begs for mercy. Outside, the ghost and its little friends are left shivering and totally confused by her sudden mood swing. Poor Ghosty is outside, frantically knocking to get back in. He's screaming for Yunxi to open the door immediately. He keeps hammering away, desperate for some attention. Meanwhile, our girl is in dreamland, completely dead to the world. Ghosty is starting to lose his mind, wondering what on earth she's doing in there. He lets out a massive roar, shouting her name loud enough to wake the dead. To make matters worse, his ghostly stomach is doing the most dramatic rumbles because he's starving. Morning finally rolls around. Our heroine wakes up with a giant yawn and finally decides to see what the fuss is about. She's genuinely shocked by how ragged Ghosty looks. He is absolutely livid, calling her a jerk for locking him out all night. But Yunxi isn't having it and snarkily points out that he's a ghost. Can't he just walk through walls? Ghosty claims that even powerful spirits have their weak moments, but she's busy being salty that he abandoned her in the first place. The drama reaches a fever pitch as he claims she's insulting his professional honor. Since neither of them will back down or apologize, Ghosty declares their partnership is officially over. Our girl just laughs it off with a savage grin. They both give each other the ultimate petty humph and turn their backs. Elsewhere, things are getting serious as a guard begs the prince for forgiveness for his failures. The prince isn't interested in apologies and demands to know if there's any movement at the prime minister's mansion. The guard reports that everything seems quiet for now. The prince knows better though, signaling that the real game is finally about to begin. Back at the mansion, night falls once again. Yunxi is trying to enjoy a snack in peace, but the windows start creaking suspiciously. Suddenly, the doors start banging like there's a poltergeist on the loose. She thinks Ghosty is back and warns him not to push his luck. The noise just gets louder and more annoying. She's about 2 seconds away from committing ghost homicide if the racket doesn't stop. The windows keep slamming, and suddenly the lights go out with an eerie puff. She slams her hand down, ready for a fight, just as a weird green flame zips through the air. A massive, terrifying green face manifests in the darkness. But instead of screaming, our girl just looks incredibly annoyed by the provocation. The spirit realizes he might have picked the wrong person to haunt and starts sweating bullets. It tries to maintain its scary form, but Yunxi just delivers a savage slap right to its face. The poor spirit is sent spinning with stars in its eyes. She lights a lamp and prepares to finish the job, only to realize this isn't her usual ghost friend at all. It's actually a tiny, pathetic little skull spirit. It wakes up and lets out a high-pitched scream, earning it another swift punch from our heroine. She yells at it for being so loud and startling her. Just then, her original ghost returns, looking like a total boss and ready to teach this intruder a lesson. They both corner the tiny spirit, looking absolutely chaotic and menacing. But the bullying is cut short by a round of hungry stomach rumbles. Yunxi's soft side finally comes out, and she decides to officially adopt the little guy into the squad. In the blink of an eye, she whips up a massive, mouth-watering feast for her 2 spirit companions. The new little skull spirit is absolutely swooning, realizing it's now an honor to serve such a savage but generous master. Our girl is bored out of her mind, sighing away while stuck in the garden. She decides she can't stand this stifling peace for one more second and needs some excitement. With her ghostly sidekicks cheering her on, she prepares for a secret escape from the mansion. She ditches the ladylike dress for a heroic new outfit that's totally valiant and savage. She hits the capital streets ready for action, looking like a complete boss. But she quickly notices the local fanboys are busy swooning over a different beauty in the market. Our girl spots a stunning lady and her maid being mobbed by a crowd of heart-tied admirers. The maid is doing her absolute best to keep the thirsty pigs away from her mistress. A shady thief sees his chance to strike while everyone is distracted by the pretty face. He bumps into the lady and slickly snatches her purse in broad daylight. The maid is absolutely fuming at the sheer lawlessness of the crime. Our girl steps in to ask what the chaos is about and gets the lowdown on the thief. She decides to play hero and take care of the problem herself, sending her spirit friend to scout. Our girl is in hot pursuit, making the thief wonder why some random girl is sticking her nose in his business. The chase leads them straight across the scenic bridge as they weave through the city. The thief is nimble, hopping over pillars to make a quick getaway. But our girl corners him, telling the brat that there's absolutely nowhere left to run. He tries to act tough and warn her off, but she just tells him to bring it on. He lunges at her with a desperate scream, thinking he can take her down. But she's way too fast, zipping right past him like a total pro. Meanwhile, on a nearby luxury boat, the vibe is looking much more serious. The high-stakes meeting inside is getting pretty heated as the men argue. Mr. Yu is looking incredibly annoyed with the current direction of the conversation. They're bickering about a mysterious maid who seems to have been hidden away from them. One of them is convinced she was hidden because she was too extraordinarily beautiful. The younger guy starts throwing a total tantrum because he wants his entertainment back. He's obsessed with the girl who had the audacity to throw him over her shoulder like a sack of potatoes. He even begs for a judge to step in because he feels like a promise was broken. But it turns out the girl they're looking for has completely vanished from the mansion. They pivot to discuss politics, mentioning a prime minister dealing with riots out west. Someone wonders why they don't just expose the cunning old man right now since they have proof. But the boss wants him to lose his power slowly, suffering piece by piece until he has nothing left. Suddenly, their serious talk is interrupted when they spot a chaotic chase happening on the bridge right outside. Our girl isn't playing around today, delivering a flying kick that would make a pro martial artist weep. The thief goes flying, and she demands he hand over the stolen goods immediately. But this guy has a death wish and refuses to admit he's been totally outclassed. Fine then, if his parents didn't teach him manners, our heroine is more than happy to step in as a guest lecturer. She delivers a savage slap that resets his entire worldview. Suddenly, he's all please forgive me as he pathetically offers up the purse. She snatches it back, telling this loser to get lost before she really loses her temper. But the coward tries a sneaky parting shot, throwing a hidden needle at her back. Thankfully, her little ghost companion is on the lookout and blocks the attack with a rock. Our girl catches her spectral friend, making sure the little guy is okay after that close call. Now she's beyond livid. You can mess with her, but don't you dare touch her friends. The thief realizes he messed up big time as she pulls out a bottle of her special medicine. She unleashes a cloud of punishment smoke, showing him what real poison looks like. Nearby, a mysterious man with a sharp gaze notices the commotion from his balcony. He sets down his tea with a clink, clearly intrigued by the chaotic energy unfolding below. Without a second thought, he leaps into the air like a total show-off. He glides toward the bridge as our heroine senses someone powerful approaching. Meanwhile, the thief tries to crawl away like a literal bug while no one is looking. She warns him not to even think about escaping, but a new hand reaches out from the shadows. Before she can react, the mysterious man slams into her, pinning her down. He pulls off a perfect landing that's honestly way too dramatic for a public bridge. He's got that I'm the main character aura as he squares up against her. Our girl doesn't care who he is. She throws a punch because nobody puts her in a corner. He catches her arm with ease, demanding to know where she got that poison smoke. He twists her wrist, and for a second, our heroine actually looks a little rattled. But she recovers instantly and slaps the taste out of his mouth. Talk about a savage comeback. The air between them is thick enough to cut with a knife as he glares at her through his hair. He's clearly not used to being treated like a common thug. In a blur of motion, he lunges at her again, faster than her eyes can follow. He pins her down once more, accusing her of being the assassin who broke into his palace. Our girl finally recognizes that handsome face, but she's a little busy being choked to death right now. He threatens to snap her neck if she doesn't start talking, while her ghost friend panics in the background. The poor ghost is literally turning green, just as some witnesses arrive to vouch for her innocence. He spots a girl named Qingwen in the crowd and finally starts to dial back the intensity. He releases his grip, leaving our poor heroine on the ground hacking and coughing for her life. More friends arrive to join the party, asking if the great mister, he actually just got slapped in public. Qingwen looks absolutely stunned to see this level of drama unfolding in broad daylight. Another handsome face appears to greet her, but the tension on this bridge is still through the roof. Our heroine is left picking up the pieces while the elite social circle has a mini reunion right over her head. Qingwen thanks Zemo for his care, feeling much better after taking his medicine. He's more than happy to give her a refill, clearly smitten with our sweet girl. He even insists on being her personal escort next time she leaves the mansion so no more bad guys can get near her. She giggles at his overprotectiveness, but the mood shifts when the prince asks about her mother. It turns out her mom is suffering from constant nightmares ever since General Nan died saving the prince's life. He feels the weight of that sacrifice and vows to find the villain responsible and get bloody revenge. To lighten the heavy atmosphere, Zemo suggests they all head to Tanian Temple together. He's ready to play the hero and keep her safe from any potential threats. On the way, they spot something on the ground. It's the purse the thief dropped. The prince is fuming that the culprit slipped through his fingers again. He's certain it's the same assassin from a month ago, especially since they used that signature psychedelic smoke. Zemo explains it's a secret weapon from the Western tribes, but he points out the thief actually helped Qingwen get her belongings back. Our girl nervously checks inside the bag, praying nothing is missing. She lets out a huge sigh of relief when she finds her father's jade pendant is still safe and sound. The prince leads the way to the temple, his cape fluttering majestically as he keeps his guard up. The guys continue their petty bickering over who gets to hang out with her later. He just wants to see her keep that beautiful smile on her face forever. Meanwhile, our heroine Yunxi is absolutely drained and collapses under a tree. She gives her little ghost buddies a few pats to wake them up. She asks the little skull if he's finally sobered up after that chaotic chase. The little guy finally wakes up looking a bit dazed. Yunxi is frustrated because her spiritual powers was somehow dampened back there. The ghost tries to explain but gets a bit of a shock instead. Our girl is annoyed because her master told her humans shouldn't be able to suppress a specter's power. But the little ghost reveals there is one major exception to that rule. Apparently, the person with that kind of terrifying power lives right inside Prince's palace. They wonder if it's a servant or the mysterious prince himself who has this ability. Yunxi scoffs, saying it doesn't matter since he didn't even see her face anyway. The ghosts quickly change the subject to their empty stomachs, demanding a feast. They head straight for Zuixian restaurant to satisfy their cravings. The ghost brags about how this place is the top spot for high-ranking officials and noble lords. Yunxi doesn't care about the status. She's too busy devouring chicken legs like a savage. The little ghost is just happy to finally have friends to eat with after being lonely for so many years. He spent way too much time watching the seasons change all by his lonesome. The restaurant is packed and noisy as usual. Suddenly, a gorgeous long-haired man enters and asks for spare room. The landlady, Ryan, welcomes him back, but things get weird when he suddenly lunges at her. He gets super clingy, whining about how much he misses her and how he can't even eat without her around. Ryan is clearly over his drama and calls him gross as she tries to shove him off. He won't take the hint, sticking to her like a bandage and begging her not to be so cold. Back in the dining room, Yunxi tells her ghost pals to wait while she runs to the bathroom. On her way, she hears a woman screaming for help and calling someone a pervert. She peeks into the room and sees the long-haired guy basically tackle-hugging Ryan. Our heroine's justice radar goes off immediately. She slams the door open and demands he let go of the girl in broad daylight. The guy is stunned and Ryan uses the distraction to shove him away. Yunxi grabs Ryan's hand to protect her and tells the pervert to get lost while he cries about being hated. Our girl is absolutely shook as she realizes she's been caught in a total misunderstanding. This bratty girl is fuming that she's being ignored for some toy boy. She's so unhinged, she literally flings a rosewood table across the room like it's nothing. Our heroine isn't taking that disrespect lying down, but the argument quickly turns into a death threat. The supposed toy boy is just standing there confused, while this crazy lady promises to make him die quietly. But plot twist, our girl delivers a savage kick right to her face mid-sentence. The villainess starts wailing like a literal toddler because her precious face got touched. She screams at the top of her lungs, hating on anyone who dares to defend a sissy. But our heroine is a straight-up warrior, dodging attacks with the grace of a pro. Suddenly, a projectile slices through the air, drawing actual blood. A new challenger appears, demanding her head for the crime of hurting his master. Our girl touches the cut on her cheek, finally losing her patience. She calls him a literal rat and challenges him to a face-to-face brawl. The two clash in a flurry of martial arts, and honestly, the vibes are chaotic. Every kick is met with a solid block as the tension hits an all-time high. They trade blows back and forth, but this guy is clearly playing for keeps. Our heroine realizes she might have bitten off more than she can chew because this dude is way too strong. She tries to make a tactical retreat, but he's not letting her escape that easily. He tells her to get lost while delivering a heavy strike. She leaps over the balcony to escape, but another hidden weapon is launched her way. She barely manages to deflect it, calling out his dirty tricks. The force is so strong it snaps her hair tie, sending her tumbling toward the ground. Downstairs, a group of high society men are just trying to enjoy their dinner. One of them looks up in pure shock as he spots something falling from the sky. Our poor girl is plummeting, certain that this is the end. He moves like a shadow, cutting through the air to reach her. The onlookers can only gasp as the drama unfolds above them. In the ultimate romance trope move, he catches her in a perfect bridal care. Their eyes meet, and for a second, the world just stops turning. It's a full-on flower petal shoujo moment that has us all swooning. He just stares at her with those intense, dreamy eyes. But the romance ends fast when she realizes who he is and starts struggling to get away. She's wiggling like a cat in a bath, but his grip is absolute iron. Once she's finally on her feet, she tries to play it cool and fix her clothes. Too bad the other guys recognize her as the stable maid immediately. This girl Yuzimo is low-key obsessed and recognizes her instantly. She's basically a fangirl at this point, begging our girl not to leave. She even pounces on her, offering a high-paying job just to keep her around. But the tall, dark, and brooding mister, he isn't having it and grabs her arm with a not so fast. He insists she's coming back with him, and the possessive energy is off the charts. The two men start bickering over who she belongs to like she's a piece of property. Our heroine finally snaps, reminding these jerks that she belongs to herself and no one else. That doesn't stop them from starting a literal tug-of-war with her arms. They're both refusing to let go, and honestly, our girl looks like she's about to explode. Being pulled back and forth is the final straw for her sanity. She tells them both to get lost, defying the big boss right to his face. Yuzimo thinks he's won and goes in for another hug, but he's celebrating way too early. She delivers a savage slap and tells them both to stay the heck away. She's having a total meltdown over all these men constantly trying to hug her. The angry bodyguard tries to step in again, but the lady of the house tries to keep the peace. The pervert tries to apologize with a fake sweet gesture, but she's already swinging. Everyone is just standing around watching the most chaotic love square in history. He tries to pull the palace rules card to get his way. He claims she needs to be interrogated for using secret smoke and being a spy. The other guy calls out his excuses, but our heroine is just done with the madness. Finally, the elegant Kingwin steps in, begging them to stop the fighting. Her friend points out that they're being super rude by ignoring their actual guest for a maid. He realizes he's acting like a total idiot and finally caves, letting the other guy take her. He walks away with Kingwins, leaving our girl behind without another word. The other guy is thrilled, but our heroine is still putting up a fight. He literally has to drag her away while she's kicking and screaming. Kingwin looks back with a complicated expression as the palace party heads home. The bodyguard follows close behind, but the drama is far from over. Back at the scene, the two comedic relief characters are left in a dizzy, crumpled heap on the floor. Someone is screaming for mercy as the petals fall, but the drama is just getting started. While the palace looks peaceful on the outside, a storm is brewing within these golden walls. Prince Yi is on a total warpath, demanding updates on the mysterious girl he's been hunting down. His subordinate finally drops a bombshell. The girl in the portrait looks exactly like the princess consort living in the Serenity Boudoir. The prince is momentarily speechless before a devious, savage smile creeps across his face. It looks like it's time for him to pay a little visit to Prince Yu's palace to reclaim what he thinks is his. Meanwhile, Prince Yu is busy listening to our girl's chaotic shouting from behind closed doors. He thinks he's being a total heartthrob as he pushes the door open to see his guest. Our heroine has been forced into a total makeover, looking like a literal floral goddess in the mirror. But she's not swooning. She's absolutely fuming and demands to be taken to the prince immediately so she can escape this prison. She doesn't have a single second to waste on these palace games. The maids are shaking in their boots, begging her not to cause a scene that will get them all executed. Our girl doesn't care and storms through the curtains, only to find the man himself waiting for her. She's ready to make a run for it, leaving the panicked servants in her dust. But she comes to a dead halt when she realizes she's walked straight into Prince Yu's trap. He dismisses the maids with a cold look, leaving the two of them alone. The doors are slammed shut, locking our poor heroine in with a man who has a very clear agenda. Outside, the staff is busy gossiping about how lucky she is to have the prince's favor, but inside, she's telling him to get lost and stop pestering her. Suddenly, his playful vibe shifts as he grabs her arm with lightning speed. He pulls her into a dramatic embrace that belongs on a romance novel cover. He leans in close, whispering that she smells amazing, which honestly just creeps our girl out. He tells her to stop being so cold because he actually has a proposal. He wants her to be his princess. Our heroine's reaction is legendary, asking if he suffered a brain injury because there is zero chance she's saying yes to this madness. He won't take no for an answer, gripping her tighter as she struggles to break free from his grasp. Their toxic little moment is interrupted by a servant announcing that Eunuch Jai has arrived with an urgent message. The prince is annoyed beyond belief, but the servant insists this cannot wait. He promises our girl that he'll be back soon to finish their marriage talk, acting like it's already a done deal. She responds the only way she knows how, by physically trying to beat him out of the room. He leaves with the most dramatic, lovesick expression, looking back at her like a kicked puppy. Our heroine is left standing there, calling out the absolute madness of this entire situation. Once the door is shut, she finally breathes a sigh of relief that the jerk is gone. But he pops his head back in one last time like a total creep, asking if she wants to join him. After a vase is thrown his way, she realizes she needs to use this distraction to make her grand escape. She rushes to the exit and pushes against the wood. Her heart sinks when she realizes the door has been locked from the outside. She starts thumping on the panels, screaming for that idiot Yu Zemo to let her out. Outside, the urgent matter turns out to be a delivery of steamed buns from Princess Lanchuang. Prince Yu is losing his mind over the fact that his romantic moment was ruined by a snack. But while he's distracted by the buns, shadow figures are zipping across the palace rooftops. Our girl is pacing inside, realizing the palace guards are too thick for a frontal escape. Suddenly, a small hole is poked through the door and mysterious smoke begins to fill the room. Her vision starts to blur as the sedative takes hold. She tries to fight the dizziness, but her eyelids feel like lead. Our poor heroine collapses onto the floor, completely defenseless. A dark, gloved hand pushes the door open to claim the prize. A crow caws in the distance as the kidnappers make their move under the cover of silence. When Prince Yu finally returns, he immediately senses that something is horribly wrong. He finds his elite guards slumped over and unconscious on the ground. He bursts into the room only to find it completely empty and deserted. As he looks around, his eyes land on a specific pendant left behind on the floor. He picks it up, his face contorting with pure rage as he recognizes the owner. He realizes Princey has pulled a fast one and stolen his girl right from under his nose, and someone is definitely going to pay. Princey isn't playing games as he storms the palace, ignoring every guard in his path. He corners the other prince immediately, looking like he's ready to commit a crime. "You're bold," he spits out, but he's not looking for a fight, he's looking for his woman. He demands to know where she is, accusing the guy of playing dumb after snatching her away. But the other guy looks genuinely confused, asking if he wasn't the one supposed to be guarding her. The two start bickering like children, neither one wanting to take the blame for the disappearing act. To prove his point, the prince pulls out a jade pendant he found in her room, claiming it's the smoking gun. He takes one look at the trinket and realizes it does look suspiciously like his own. But wait, it's a fake. He tosses it back, realizing someone is trying to frame him. He knows exactly who would pull such a bottom-tier, brainless stunt. He's not the only one in the kingdom with a pendant like that, and the pieces are finally starting to click. It's Jun Yiking, the crown prince, who's been nursing a grudge ever since the throne was on the line. Even the distraction with the buns makes sense now. It was all a ruse to lure them away. He tells the other prince to stay out of his business and stay in his own palace while he goes to fix this mess. Meanwhile, our poor heroine finally wakes up, only to realize she's in a total nightmare scenario. She's tied to a bed and the resident pervert, the crown prince himself, is hovering over her with a creepy smile. She tells him to get lost and untie her, but he's clearly lost his mind. He claims he likes her boisterous nature and has no intention of letting her go. When he tries to get handsy, our girl goes full savage, threatening to bite his fingers off. He's actually getting turned on by her struggle, promising to make her his most cherished concubine. The creep reaches out again, completely ignoring her warnings. He starts tearing at her clothes, and for a second, it looks like our girl is in real trouble. He leans in to cherish her, thinking he's finally won. But our heroine isn't a damsel in distress, she's a fighter. Wham, she delivers a precision strike that would make any man wince. She knees him in the family jewels over and over again until he's seeing stars. The mighty crown prince is reduced to a huffing, puffing mess on the floor. He's literally crying about the damage to his lower half while she looks on with pure disgust. She promises him an ugly death if he even thinks about coming near her again. But the guy is persistent and starts stripping off his outer robes, determined to have his way. Our girl desperately tries to wrench her hands free, but the bonds are just too tight. She's pulling with everything she's got, praying for a miracle. The creep is down to his inner layer now, looking way too smug for someone who just got kneed in the crotch. In a last-ditch effort, she screams that she's already married to Prince E. That actually gives him pause, realizing he's currently trying to assault his own sister-in-law. But he quickly brushes it off, laughing that you wouldn't care about a gift and calling her a liar. He tells her to just move on and be with the future king instead, like it's some kind of promotion. She tries to kick his face in, but he's learned his lesson and narrowly dodges the blow. Annoyed, he decides he's going to tie her legs up too so she can't fight back. But our girl is fast. She lands a solid kick right to his jaw, sending him reeling. She laughs in his face, asking how he likes the taste of her kicks. The crown prince finally loses his temper and calls in the cavalry to hold her down. 3 maids pile on top of her, pinning her to the bed while she screams at him for being a shameless coward. She goes into a frenzy, kicking and thrashing until the maids are flying in every direction. The prince is actually scared now, screaming for more people to help restrain one single girl. They eventually manage to wrap her up in so much cloth she looks like a golden silk cocoon. The creep slams his hand down, thinking he finally has her trapped. Our heroine's eyes go wide as he looms over her again. He puckers up for a kiss, looking absolutely ridiculous and terrifying at the same time. But suddenly, a hand reaches out and yanks him back by his hair with a violent wrench. It's his wife. The princess has arrived and she looks absolutely done with his nonsense. She drags him away by his ponytail while he whimpers like a kicked puppy. Meanwhile, the guards outside are trying to maintain order, but they have no idea what's coming. Prince E arrives like a literal god of destruction, his aura alone enough to make the guards tremble. He doesn't even slow down, charging through the blockade with a single-minded focus. It's a total bloodbath as he whacks anyone who dares to stand in his way. He kicks the palace doors wide open, looking for blood. Inside, the princess is busy reminding her husband about their deal. No concubines until he gives her a child. The prince tries to play it off as a drunken mistake, but she's not buying a single word of it. Before they can finish their argument, Yi's voice thunders through the hall, demanding his girl back. The crown prince breaks out in a cold sweat as the 2 princes burst into the room. He tosses the evidence right at the crown prince, accusing him of planting it to frame the innocent. Our prince catches it with a suspicious amount of grace, but he's already sweating bullets. He tries to play it cool, pulling out his own matching pendant to prove it's all just a big misunderstanding. But the accuser isn't buying the act, demanding a full confession before things get physical. Seeing he's cornered, the prince cracks and admits the girl is actually hidden in his chambers. His own princess is so done with his nonsense that she serves him a savage slap right across the face. The accuser doesn't waste a second, charging into the room like a man on a mission. The princess tries to hold the prince back, but the chaos is already in full swing. They burst into the room only to find the bed completely empty. The man starts flipping furniture and checking under tables like a frantic detective. He turns back to the prince, screaming about where the girl could have vanished to. Even our prince is shook, genuinely baffled that his captive pulled a disappearing act. He starts looking around in a panic, wondering if she actually broke her chains and ran for it. He tries to brush it off, telling the man to go look somewhere else and stop wasting his time. But the serious guy has had enough of the games and reaches out with lightning speed. He grabs the prince by the throat and the vibe turns absolutely lethal. The prince stares back, almost daring him to finish the job. He claims he wouldn't tell him the truth even if he knew it. He's got a total death wish, laughing in the face of danger just to escape his royal crown. The princess finally steps in, assuring everyone that the girl definitely escaped on her own. Surprisingly, the accuser actually believes her, knowing the girl is strong enough to pull it off. Our prince is still being a total drama queen, begging to be choked so he can finally be free of his responsibilities. The serious guy just ignores the tantrum and orders a full-scale search of the palace. The prince starts ranting about how his life is a nightmare filled with boring books and zero martial arts. He's literally crying about his senile teachers and how his royal status has ruined his fun. The serious guy just gives him a get-a-grip look, telling him studying is better than being a lazy bum. Meanwhile, the princess and the accuser are just standing there gossiping about palace scandals while the prince suffers. He demands that if they find the girl, she has to be his concubine as payment for his trauma. Both guys shut that down instantly with a synchronized no. They start bickering like children over who she belongs to. That's when the serious guy drops the ultimate bomb: would you give away your own wife? The silence that follows is deafening as the realization hits everyone like a freight train. He explains that the girl is actually his wife, gifted to him by the king himself. The accuser is losing his mind, wondering why he didn't mention this minor detail earlier. The husband admits he'd never even seen her face until this chaotic encounter. He marks his territory, declaring that he's the only master she'll ever have. The prince can't stop laughing at the irony of a husband who didn't recognize his own bride. They almost go at it again, the tension between them reaching a breaking point. The accuser is left sobbing over his broken heart while the others just watch in silence. The prince is still cackling, which is definitely not helping the mood. He tries to blackmail the husband, threatening to tell the king about this whole mess. He thinks he's so clever, imagining the king's fury over the secret being kept. But the husband is unfazed, planning to just say he was too busy with work to notice his personal life. Our prince realizes his plan is a total bust and immediately switches back to being the good brother. He promises to do his best to find his sister-in-law, though he's still whining internally. We cut to a different location where the air is filled with the sound of a beatdown. A massive thud echoes through the sky. Our girl is busy pummeling her ghost companions for taking too long to save her. She's absolutely livid, screaming about how she almost lost her chastity to that royal pervert. The ghosts suddenly freeze, staring at her in total shock. They quickly cover their eyes, realizing her clothes are in a scandalous state of disrepair. She catches on and hurriedly covers up, cursing the prince for the mess he made. Instead of heading back to the palace, she decides to sneak into the prime minister's mansion. She's determined to see her friends, even if she's technically banned from the premises. They arrive at the mansion, but security is tighter than a drum. Guards are patrolling every inch of the grounds, making a frontal entry impossible. Ghosty spots a small hole in the wall that's their only ticket inside. He uses his powers to lift a heavy rock out of the way. With a loud bang, the secret entrance is ready. He tells her she has to crawl through if she wants to stay undetected. She's hesitant, but the ghost reminds her that the place is crawling with guards. For the sake of her friends, our girl swallows her pride and gets ready to get dirty. She starts squeezing through the narrow hole, praying she doesn't get stuck. But a maid nearby hears the rustling in the bushes and stops in her tracks. The poor girl starts trembling, wondering what kind of monster is hiding in the garden. Our heroine is stuck halfway through, realizing she's in a seriously tight spot. Ghosty turns on his savage mode, ready to do whatever it takes to get her inside. Poor Quev is just trying to exist when a tiny snake decides her skirt looks like a snack. Our girl's maid absolutely loses her mind, screaming like she's seeing a drac. She trips over her own feet in a total panic, trembling on the grass. Honestly, the snake looks more confused by her overreaction than anything else. But don't underestimate her because she starts fumbling for a weapon. With one lucky shot, she nails the poor reptile right in the head with a rock. Then she goes full savage mode, raining down a literal meteor shower of stones to make sure it's dead. Yunxi is watching from the bushes, terrified her favorite pigtail-wearing maid has finally snapped. Que senses someone watching and starts looking around nervously. Even the spirit companion is judging the chaos from above. Yunxi finally reveals herself with a big smile. Que's so shocked she thinks she's seeing a misty-eyed illusion and starts aggressively rubbing her eyes. Once she realizes it's real, she lunges in for a massive reunion hug. But the questions start immediately. Why isn't Yunxi at the prince's palace where she belongs? Our heroine just gives a side-eye because explaining this mess is way too complicated. She gives her the Spark Notes version of her recent trauma. Quest starts sobbing, feeling absolutely terrible for everything our girl has been through. Yunxi tries to play it cool, acting like being kicked out is actually a vacation. Que warns her to hide in the Yia chamber since the house is crawling with guests, but not before bragging about the snake she slayed. Seriously, look at this poor thing, it didn't stand a chance against a panic maid. Even the spirits are sweating at the sheer brutality of the pigtail-wearing assassin. Meanwhile, over at the Crown Prince's palace, the mood is much heavier. The guards report that Princessy has vanished into thin air. The soldier is dismissed while the prince stays eerily calm. He suggests she probably just ran back home. But our dark-haired prince isn't buying the act for a second. He calls the crown prince a shameless jerk for causing this entire mess. He's done playing games and abruptly stands up to leave. The others are shocked by his sudden exit. He makes it clear that if she's not there, he has zero reason to stick around. He knows exactly who she really is now, and he's not falling for any more lies. He storms out to continue the search on his own terms. The crown prince is left fuming at the total lack of respect, but he's got a dark look in his eyes, vowing to make Yunxi pay for making a fool out of him. Back at the mansion, Quen notices Yunxi's dress is a total wreck. Yunxi tells a little white lie about it getting snagged, trying to keep the mood light. They plan to sneak off for some desserts from Zhu, but the vibe shifts instantly. Kwe freezes up like she's seen a monster. Her fists clench as she starts trembling with pure rage and sorrow. Through tears, she reveals that Zhu was kicked out of the mansion after catching malaria. Yunxi is absolutely floored because the woman was perfectly fine when she left. Kwe explains that the family has been treating the servants like trash ever since Yunxi got married. She's terrified that poor Zhu might already be dead. Yunxi's heart breaks and she grabs Kwe's shoulders to ground her. She promises she'll find her and use her skills to cure whatever is wrong. Suddenly, a loud thudding hits the door. It's the resident bully, Deng, and she sounds like she's out for blood. Kwe panics and tells Yunxi to stay hidden no matter what happens. She takes one last look to make sure our girl is safe. Yunxi can only wait and listen as the tension rises. Deng is a total nightmare, trying to force her way inside to see what's being hidden. She immediately gets physical, grabbing Kwe by the ear. She drags the poor girl away, threatening to starve her if she doesn't finish the weeding. Yunxi and her spirit friends are absolutely livid at the cruelty. Our girl decides the gloves are coming off. She's taking Kwe with her and settling the score. Elsewhere in the mansion, the party prep is in full swing. A certain lady is getting pampered to the extreme. She spent a whole month preparing for this one night. She's convinced her beauty will be enough to snare the man she wants. She's obsessed and ready to use anyone, even her own sister, to get what she wants. 3 months ago at the Prime Minister's mansion, Yunshang was busy throwing a massive fit because she didn't want to marry Prince Yi. Her parents are stressed to the max because there's bad blood between them, but they can't exactly tell the emperor no. Yunsheng claims she'd literally rather die than marry him, while her mother desperately looks for a loophole. But her father shuts it down immediately, insisting that His Majesty's word is final. He demands she stop being so capricious, while our girl Yunsheng continues to sob her heart out. She collapses to the floor, begging her father not to sacrifice her life for the family. Her father tries to comfort his only daughter, but his wife has a much more devious plan in mind. She reminds him about the daughter they have stashed away on Spirit Cloud Mountain. Since the emperor only specified the eldest daughter, they realize they can just swap Yunxi into the marriage instead. The prime minister decides this identity switch is the perfect permanent solution to their problem. Yunsheng is thrilled to find out she has a sacrificial lamb of a sister she never knew about. Back in the present, the sky is clear, but the vibes are definitely chaotic. Someone is getting silenced in the woods, and it's definitely not a peaceful meeting. A poor maid has been tied up and gagged, looking absolutely terrified of what's coming next. She struggles against her bonds, but it's no use against our heroine's schemes. As a crow flies overhead, the stage is set for a little bit of infiltration. Yunxi carefully ties up her hair with a red ribbon, finalizing her disguise. She looks surprisingly good in a maid's outfit, even if her ghost companions think she's being a bit of a show-off. She tells her spirits to take the bound maid to the gazebo and wait for her there. Just then, she spots a line of actual maids approaching the mansion. She smoothly slides into the formation, thinking this little mission is going to be a lot of fun. Her ghost buddies are worried, but they can't follow her past the mansion's spiritual barriers anyway. The maids line up outside the banquet halls, waiting for their cue to enter. The stewardess warns them to be extra careful because a very distinguished guest is in attendance today. Yunxi tries to peek inside on her tiptoes, but she can't see a thing from the back of the line. She taps the maid in front of her to try and get some juicy gossip on who they're serving. The maid mentions the name Lai and asks if Yunxi is new since she doesn't recognize her face. Our girl quickly lies through her teeth, claiming she's just some temporary help for the day. Inside, the dancers are putting on an elaborate performance to keep the guests entertained. As the show comes to an end, the atmosphere in the room remains incredibly tense. The stewardess gives the signal for the maids to start filing in one by one. They walk in perfect formation, carrying trays of food for the high-ranking officials. Yunxi finally gets a good look around the room, searching for the mystery guest. She spots him, a man who looks far too noble and dangerous to be an ordinary visitor. Disaster strikes when the maid in front of her trips, nearly sending her tray flying. But Yunxi's savage reflexes kick in and she catches the girl before she hits the floor. The other maid is breathless with relief, but Yunxi knows she has to stay low-key. Unfortunately, the distinguished guest is already staring her down with piercing eyes. He realizes that no simple maid would have the kung fu skills to pull off a save like that. The prime minister is furious at the clumsiness and orders the poor girl to be given 60 lashes. The maid is clearly injured with a sprained ankle and can barely stand, let alone survive a beating. She begs for mercy, but Yunxi knows 60 lashes is essentially a death sentence. Our heroine can't just sit back and watch an innocent person die for a mistake. She steps forward and claims she was the one who stepped on the maid's dress, offering to take the punishment. The prime minister is stunned by her insolence, while Yunxi challenges him to be fair in front of his guest. He slams the table in a rage, ordering his guards to take her out and behead her immediately. But the guest just smirks, finding this stupid little maid to be the most interesting thing in the room. Lai nonchalantly tells the prime minister that executing a mere maid would totally kill the vibe of the party. He suggests that bloodshed would only spoil the taste of the wine, and he's not about to let his dinner be ruined. Our girl starts thinking he might actually be a decent guy for stepping in to save her neck. The Prime Minister's wife whispers that showing mercy now is a great way to look generous in front of their high-profile guest. The old man finally agrees to spare her life, though he makes sure to keep his grumpy face on so they know he's still the boss. Suddenly, the real Miss Yunshang makes her grand entrance and the atmosphere shifts instantly. She floats in looking like a literal flower petal, soaking up every bit of attention in the room. Her parents are absolutely thrilled to see her and immediately try to introduce her to the mysterious and powerful Lai. Yunshang offers a sweet, practiced apology for her late arrival, playing the part of the perfect daughter. She puts on her best innocent lady act as she greets the guest, hoping to spark a little romance. But Lai isn't even looking at her. He's busy realizing that our girl is way too composed and sharp to be a normal servant. Yunshang notices his intense focus and mistakenly thinks she's the one winning him over with her charms. She tries to play it cool, but the awkward silence is starting to get loud. Yunxi is just standing there feeling secondhand embarrassment for how hard Yunshang is failing to get his attention. Then it hits her, Lai isn't looking at the noble lady at all, he's staring directly at her. Our girl starts sweating bullets, wondering if her disguise is already falling apart. Even Yunshang realizes Lai's eyes are wandering toward the help instead of her beautiful face. Lai finally snaps out of his trance when the Prime Minister's wife speaks up to break the tension. He offers a half-hearted apology for his sudden spacing out, but he doesn't look sorry at all. The second he's done being polite, he goes right back to burning a hole through Yunxi with his intense gaze. Our heroine is internally screaming because this level of attention is basically a death sentence in this house. Yunshang is fuming, unable to believe a couple of lowly maids are stealing her big spotlight. She clenches her dress in a jealous rage and asks why these servants are even standing there. The Prime Minister explains they're just some troublemakers he was about to punish for being disrespectful. Yunshang decides to play the saint and suggests just docking their pay and kicking them out to show how kind she is. The Prime Minister barks at them to get lost before he changes his mind and reaches for a sword. The girls don't need to be told twice and bolt out of the hall as fast as their legs can carry them. Safe for now, they retreat to a quiet gazebo hidden away in the garden. They've managed to snag a mountain of stolen desserts to celebrate the fact that they still have heads. The little ghost spirits are absolutely losing their minds over the sweet treats. They dive into the food like they haven't eaten in a literal century. Yunxi joins in the chaos, stuffing her face while the adrenaline finally starts to wear off. 15 minutes later, the feast is over and the entire crew is in a massive food coma. The ghosts are completely satisfied, but Yunxi reminds them that there is danger lurking around every corner. One ghost gets worried she might have actually gotten hurt during the earlier drama. But the other one just mocks her, saying our girl is too resilient and stubborn to ever stay down. They start bickering like an old married couple while Yunxi tries to catch her breath. She laughs it off, claiming a lucky girl like her always lands on her feet no matter the situation. She starts musing about the people who helped her today, totally unaware a dark shadow is looming right behind her. She feels a sudden icy chill and her heart skips a beat as the air grows heavy. She whips around, her eyes widening in pure terror as she realizes they aren't alone. It's Lai, and he's been standing there in the shadows watching her this whole time. He looks smug and way too handsome for someone who's about to ruin her day. He reminds her that he's the only reason she isn't currently in a dungeon. Yunxi tries to make a break for it, but the ghosts sense that this man is on a whole different level. Before she can take a single step, Lai's hand shoots out like a viper and catches her. One of the ghosts tries to defend her by taking a literal bite out of his arm. Lai doesn't even flinch at the spirit's attack and roughly wrenches her back toward him. He shoves her against the pillar with zero hesitation, pinning her in place. Our girl is trapped, and the dangerous look in his eyes says he's done playing nice. He looms over her, his presence completely overwhelming her as she trembles. He starts lecturing her about how a maid's most fundamental quality is absolute obedience. As he reaches out to touch her face, Yunxi is certain her secret is finally out. She screams for help, but her ghost companion is literally too full of cake to do anything. The poor spirit is struggling to even breathe, let alone fight off a powerful noble. It tries to force itself to move, but the food coma is winning the battle. Yunxi is left all alone to deal with this savage man who refuses to let her go. But instead of a blow, Lai's expression softens ever so slightly as he looks at her. He tells her to stay still and take it easy because she's got embarrassing dessert crumbs all over her face. The Duke gently wipes the crumbs from our girl's face, looking at her with a gaze that's way too soft for a stranger as he asks if she's someone named Dear. Our heroine isn't falling for the charm, getting immediately gloomy and insisting he's got the wrong person. She gives him a hard shove to get some personal space and makes a run for it while he calls out for her to wait. Frustrated and fleeing, she takes it out on the poor little spirit, grabbing its face and shaking it so hard that the cakes it was hiding start flying everywhere. The ghost literally spurts out its stolen stash, while the Duke is forced to use his sleeve to block the incoming dessert rain. As she vanishes into the trees, the spirit begs her to wait. leaving the Duke to watch her retreat with a smirk, calling her an interesting woman. Yunxi thinks she's finally in the clear, but her luck runs out when she slams right into someone. Of course, it's her trashy sister and her annoying maid. Our girl is nursing a bruised ego and a sore behind, but the sister's maid is already barking orders at her. Yunxi tries to play it off as a mutual accident to call it even, but the sister's eyes widen as she recognizes the maid in front of her. The realization hits that this is the sister who was sent to marry the prince in her stead. She immediately drops the act and starts mocking Yunxi, ordering her guards to seize her for a private interrogation. They drag her into a room where the sister demands a bow, but Yunxi isn't having it, calling her out for having zero class. When the sister brings up her illegitimate status, Yunxi shuts her down, reminding her that she's still the big sister. Outraged, the sister orders the guards to force her on her knees, but Yunxi dares them to even try touching her. Just as the tension reaches a breaking point, the prime minister and his wife stroll in to see what all the noise is about. Meanwhile, back in the garden, the ghosts are having a total meltdown because their precious cakes are gone. Back in the main hall, the sister turns on the waterworks, running to her parents and acting like she's the one being abused. Yunxi can only roll her eyes at this Oscar-worthy performance. The sister lies through her teeth, claiming Yunxi used her status to bully her. Dad finally realizes who's standing there, and his first thought isn't welcome home, but is the prince with you? When Yunxi admits she sneaked out alone, the stepmother jumps in to call her a disgrace to the family. Dad tells her to go back to the palace and hide, but Yunxi has demands. She wants her maid back and help for her sick friend. They just mock her, claiming the old woman is probably already dead. Yunxi hits back with a threat to switch places again and expose their treason, sending the sister and stepmom into a panic. The stepmother starts insulting Yunxi's mother, and that is the final straw. Yunxi lunges forward and delivers a savage slap that echoes through the room. She warns them to keep her mother's name out of their mouths, but Dad loses it and orders 80 lashes as punishment. The guards pin her down, and Dad demands she admit she was wrong. Our girl has a spine of steel and refuses to back down. Dad gives the signal to start the beating. The guard raises the rod and swings it down with full force, but a voice booms through the courtyard to halt the execution. Princey has arrived, and he looks like he's ready to burn the mansion down. Yunxi is stunned to see him, while her father scrambles to greet him with a fake smile. The prince doesn't care for pleasantries, coldly stating he's only there to pick up his wife. He looks absolutely majestic, framed by cherry blossoms, but Yunxi is sweating bullets. He locks eyes with her, and our girl realizes she is in so much trouble, while the evil sister is busy swooning over Princey's looks and plotting how to steal him. Her father is sweating bullets, trying to apologize for the chaotic mess. Princey isn't having it, demanding to know exactly what his wife did to deserve being beaten like a common criminal. The prime minister quickly switches gears, ordering the servants to help our girl up while acting like he's the victim. Yunxi plays along for now, offering a clumsy apology for leaving without permission. Her dad scolds her for her lack of grace, but she's just trying to hide her face so the prince doesn't realize who she really is. Princey tells her to drop the formalities, clearly done with the drama. The prime minister tries to play nice by inviting him for tea, but the prince shuts him down instantly. He's only here to collect his wife and leave. Yunxi realizes this is her chance to make a move. She reminds her father about the favors she asked for, basically blackmailing him into compliance. He clenches his fist in pure rage, regretting the day he ever sent her to the palace. He warns her to act like a proper princess consort from now on, and Yunxi gives him a fake sweet promise to stay out of trouble. Suddenly, the prince grabs her arm with a grip of steel. "If that's all, we're leaving," he commands. Our poor heroine is dragged away, looking back at her family one last time. The evil sister is absolutely livid, complaining that Yunxi got away after slapping her. But her father knows they can't touch a princess. High above, a mysterious man named Beidang Lai watches the whole scene from the roof with a smirk. The prince catches a glimpse of him, and the tension is high. As they walk away, Yunxi complains that he's walking way too fast and asks him to let go. Instead, he clutches her arm even tighter, warning her not to try any of her little tricks. His cold gaze is enough to make her hair stand on end. Back in the capital, the carriage arrives to pick them up. Yunxi peeks out and sees a familiar face. It's her loyal maid. The girl is waving like a maniac, thrilled to see her mistress. Yunxi finally feels a bit of relief, realizing her new title actually has some perks. She can't wait to cause some chaos with her bestie, but then she notices the prince staring at her like she's a specimen in a lab. She clears her throat and tries to thank him for the backup earlier, but he just turns away and ignores her completely. The silence in the carriage is deafening. He even has the audacity to close his eyes and take a nap. Our girl is beyond offended, huffing in her corner. They finally pull up to the prince's palace. Quer is right there to help her down, and the two of them share a heartwarming hug. The head guard Moying greets them with a bow, and Yunxi is ready to head inside and relax. But the peace doesn't last long as they approach the entrance. A woman is waiting there greeting the prince with a suspiciously sweet voice. She claims she's missed him terribly, but the prince looks like he's about to lose it. He notes that she seems very well acquainted with his wife's activities. Without blinking, he orders the woman to give herself 10 lashes as punishment. Yunxi is stunned. This girl didn't even do anything yet. She tries to protest, but the prince just tells Moying to get Yunxi some proper clothes. Our girl is left standing there, wondering what on earth is wrong with the clothes she's wearing. She snaps at Moying, demanding to know who they're talking about. But the palace rules are strict, and Quer nervously reminds her that things are different now that she's a princess. Our girl is getting the royal treatment today, with her maid Que gushing over how her hair is basically spun gold. But the princess remains humble, acting like it's just a normal Tuesday. Que isn't having it, insisting her mistress is the most beautiful woman in the world. After a final touch of jewelry and a bit of lip tints, she's ready to face the day while a group of maids waits outside. A sudden knock at the door signals it's time to move. The messenger says it's time for her to head to the cottage of learning. As the doors creak open, the maids outside are absolutely stunned by her glow-up. Our heroine apologies for the wait, looking like a total ethereal queen. She tells them there's no need to bow, keeping that humble energy as they head out. As they walk, she wonders why the prince is summoning her to a place of study. They arrive at the cottage of learning, but the maids inform her that she has to enter this lion's den alone. Que's worried, but the princess gives her the okay to head back. Inside the palace, things are much less peaceful, with someone screaming for the servants to hurry up. The atmosphere is chaotic as maids dart in and out with supplies. It turns out Jayor is nursing some serious wounds on her back. She's in total agony, clutching the sheets and cursing under her breath. In a savage fit of rage, she flips her tray and screams at the useless idiots to get out. She even orders her head maid to beat the others until they bleed just for being in her sight. The servants scramble away in terror just as some uninvited guests arrive. A trio of concubines struts in, pretending to be concerned about Jayor losing her temper. Jayor is not in the mood for their fake advice. She has her maid cover her wounds as she lays there seething. She knows these snakes are only here because they heard she got punished. They play the worried sisters card, but Jayor tells them to see themselves out. One of the girls drops a bombshell, asking if Jayor saw the two maids the prince brought back. She mentions how the prince took his anger out on Jayor because of them. She asks Jayor if one of those maids looked familiar. Jayor snaps, telling them to get to the point already. The reveal hits like a truck. One of those maids was actually the princess consort in disguise. The ladies start chirping about how cunning our girl is for sneaking out. Jayor clenches the bedsheets so hard they might rip. They keep fueling the fire, saying the princess did it all just to grab the prince's attention. They sigh about how unfair it is that Jayor took the fall. They claim they couldn't bear to see her left in the dark. But Jayor is done with the games. She's officially out for blood. Back at the cottage, the sky is clear and the cherry blossoms are in full bloom. Petals drift through the air. As our girl waits patiently, she's been sitting there so long she's starting to lose her mind. She stands up and shakes off the petals, looking totally annoyed. She huffs, wondering how much longer the prince is going to keep her waiting. In her cute chibi form, she decides she's had enough of the outdoor waiting room. As she turns toward the building and decides to just walk right in, the door creaks open, and she peeks inside, finding the room suspiciously quiet. She enters quietly, glancing around to see if anyone is actually home. Then she spots him. The prince is buried in paperwork at his desk. Seeing him so focused gives her a mini heart attack. She decides to tiptoe back out before he notices her. She reaches for the door to make a clean escape, but slam, a hand shuts the door right in front of her. The prince is suddenly looming over her, trapping her against the wood. She stammers, trying to explain that she just wanted to talk. But he's not interested in talking. He leans in and claims his first kiss right then and there. The prince wastes no time in making his move, catching our girl completely off guard with a sudden, forceful kiss. She tries to push him away, but his grip is like iron as he catches her wrists midair. He pins her against the wall, his eyes burning with a mix of rage and something far more dangerous. Our heroine isn't about to take his insults lying down, firing back that his groundless accusations are nothing but trash. The tension is thick enough to cut with a blade as they exchange verbal daggers, each daring the other to cross the line. He taunts her, claiming she's been living too freely lately, and his shadow looms large over her trembling frame. She demands to know what he thinks he's doing, her heart hammering against her ribs. But he just laughs coldly, grabbing her wrist once more as she struggles to break free. He pulls her into another suffocating embrace, determined to prove that he's the one in control here. She's left breathless and reeling, gasping for him to get lost as her world spins out of focus. The struggle turns chaotic as she shoves him with all her might, but he just catches her again with savage precision. He yanks her arm back, refusing to let his prey escape so easily. Her eyes go wide with pure shock when he suddenly scoops her up like she weighs nothing at all. With a rough move, he tosses her onto the bed, the impact knocking the wind right out of her. She sprawls across the silk sheets, looking up at him with a mixture of fear and pure defiance. He towers over her, declaring that she's bold for talking back when her life is in his hands. Our girl isn't sticking around for this drama and tries to bolt for the door. But he's faster, blocking her path with a look that says he's just getting started. She snaps at him to move, her temper finally reaching its boiling point. He makes it clear that she doesn't go anywhere without his royal permission. When she tries to dodge him, he catches her in a backhand grab that sends her spinning. He pulls her back toward him, showing zero mercy for her attempts at freedom. She lets out a frustrated cry, cursing his very existence as she fights against his hold. She tries to hit him back, but he's a seasoned warrior and shuts down her rebellion instantly. He pins her arms behind her back, whispering that she's no match for him and should just behave. With one final shove, he sends her tumbling back onto the mattress. She literally flies through the air, landing with a heavy thud that leaves her seeing stars. She screams at him, calling him out for his addiction to throwing people around like rag dolls. He ignores her protests, looming over her once more with a predatory glint in his eyes. He grabs her clothes, declaring that since he owns her, he can do whatever he wants. The struggle gets intense as she muffles her cries, feeling completely trapped under his weight. She kicks and thrashes, her mind racing for any way to stop this nightmare. Sensing her chance, our heroine moves with lightning speed to get away. He looks annoyed and tells her to get out, clearly unable to look at her anymore. She doesn't need to be told twice, rushing off the bed before he changes his mind. She flees the room as he curses her under his breath, his ego thoroughly bruised. She pauses for a second to pull herself together, her heart still racing from the close call. Behind her, the prince looks extremely annoyed with himself for letting her get under his skin. She sprints through the palace grounds, desperate to put as much distance between them as possible. Suddenly, her loyal maid Quest spots her, looking absolutely horrified at the state of her mistress. Our girl looks like she's been through a war, her hair messy and her clothes in disarray. Quest rushes over, immediately noticing the torn fabric and the look of trauma on her face. She tries to play it off, adjusting her robes and insisting they find a more private place to talk. Quest is worried sick but helps support her as they head back to their quarters. The sky is clear but the storm inside our girl is far from over. As they reach safety, a familiar pigtail ghost pops up, thrilled to see her back. Our girl greets the little spirit, happy to have a friendly face after that royal disaster. But Master Ghosty isn't far behind, grumbling about how the prince came to collect her in person. The ghosts start bickering immediately, providing some much-needed chaotic comedy. Master Ghosty is still salty about earlier, while our girl just gives him a savage side-eye. The spirits are practically fighting in the air, but our girl is used to their nonsense by now. Qua just stands there looking confused, wondering why her mistress is talking to thin air. Our heroine introduces Qua to her new spectral friend, Pigtail. Pigtail is all smiles and bows, even though Qua can't see a single thing. Qua waves awkwardly at the empty space, trying her best to be supportive of her mistress's gifts. They head inside where our girl promises to show Quest something truly amazing. She pulls out a small red bundle, her hands finally steady after the morning's trauma. They sit down at the table, the ghost still hovering and making snarky comments. Our girl bickers back at them, her spirit finally returning as she prepares her secret project. She unfurls the cloth to reveal a tiny hand-sewn doll. It's a bit of a rough job, and the ghosts don't hesitate to tell her how ugly it is. But Pigtail is ready for his new home, promising it'll only take a second to jump in. A brilliant flash of light fills the room as the ghost prepares to possess the doll. Quest watches in awe as the little doll begins to glow with spiritual energy. Suddenly, the tiny figure starts to move, rising up on its own 2 feet. It blinks its stitched eyes, coming to life right before their eyes. Pigtail starts cheering, thrilled that he can finally move around in the physical world. He climbs right into Quest's hands, looking like the most adorable little voodoo doll ever. Quest is absolutely swooning, officially meeting Pigtail face-to-face for the first time. She giggles as the little doll nuzzles her, finding the whole thing incredibly precious. Master Ghosty watches from the side, still acting like a total hater about the whole situation. But our girl has plans for him too, and she's going to force him into a doll whether he likes it or not. Master Ghosty panics and bolts, realizing his peaceful ghost days are officially over. 1 month has passed and the peaceful vibes are at an all-time high, while the resident ghost is busy catching some Z's in the garden. Our girl Yunxi and her loyal maid Quest are getting their hands dirty in the fields. Even the adorable little pigtail ghost is putting in the work, helping out with the harvest. He's being a total overachiever, making sure every plant is perfectly watered. But wait, a wild new specter appears. Meet Buddy, the tiny seed guardian who's been peeking from the shadows. Caught red-handed, the little guy tries to make a break for it. But he's not exactly a track star and ends up tripping over a rock. He face-plants hard into the dirt, but manages to pull himself back up with a pout. He tries to act tough, demanding to know why they're sneaking around his turf. Yunxi and Quest suddenly loom over him like giants. Our girl is curious about what kind of suspicious specter Pigtail found. They realize he's just a harmless seed guardian, and honestly, he's too cute to be a threat. Buddy is absolutely shook that these humans can actually see him. Since they're all about those good vibes, Yunxi invites him to join them for break. The little guy is so hyped he literally jumps for joy. Meanwhile, the lazy Master Ghosty is still snoring away on the table. Yunxi decides he's had enough beauty sleep and picks up a wake-up call in the form of a rock. She ignores Que's pleas for mercy and takes aim with savage precision. The little ghosts watch in horror as the projectile is prepared. She launches it with a powerful throw, and thud, it's a direct hit to the back of his head. The ghost wakes up in a total panic, demanding to know who dared to assault him. Our heroine isn't backing down, telling him he deserves it for slacking while they work. She calls him utterly shameless and useless, which really strikes a nerve. He gets all fired up, threatening to punch her for the insult. But Yunxi just smirks because she knows he's all talk. He tries to trap her in a swirl of dark energy. But our girl is a pro. She grabs him by his own attack and yanks him down. He face plants into the grass once again. He's officially triggered now, swearing to fight her to the death. The two of them descend into a chaotic, cartoonish dust cloud brawl. From Que's perspective, it just looks like Yunxi is shadow boxing and having a mental breakdown. Pigtail decides it's time for a tactical retreat and leads Que away from the madness. She returns a moment later with the ultimate peace offering, a giant roast chicken. The delicious scent hits the battlefield, instantly putting an end to the hostilities. Que plays the peacemaker, telling them both to sit down and eat. Food really does taste better after a hard day of work, or in this case, a ghostly wrestling match. They settle in for a nice meal under the cherry blossoms. But the peace doesn't last long because the plot is moving to the prince's palace. Lady Chu is finally out of bed and she is absolutely fuming. She spent a month stewing in her own bitterness because the prince hasn't visited her once. Her maid tries to gaslight her into feeling better, reminding her that she's still the favorite since the prince brought her home on his wedding night. Lady Chu tries to stay positive, convincing herself that as long as he still cares, she can win. They head toward the lake to check out some rare koi fish. But as they approach, they hear the sound of happy laughter nearby. Lady Chu's villain sense starts tingling immediately. They creep through the bushes like total creeps to investigate. They find Yunxi being way too wholesome, pinning a flower into Que's hair. Que is worried about breaking the rules for maids, but Yunxi just wants her to look pretty. They head over to the bridge to admire the fish. Seeing Yunxi wandering around freely and looking happy makes Lady Chu's blood boil. She decides it's time to go over and have a very friendly chat. She stalks toward them with pure malice in her eyes. Down at the water, the koi are swimming peacefully, totally unaware of the drama about to explode. Yunxi and Que are having the time of their lives. Yunxi drags her maid to a better vantage point, and they sit down to enjoy the view. Que is amazed, thinking these fish are even better than the ones back home. Yunxi starts reminiscing about the delicious fish back at Spirit Cloud Mountain. She reaches down to stir the water, looking totally carefree. She even talks about digging a pond of their own so they can have fish whenever they want. Feeling playful, she splashes a bit of water at Que. Que tries to dodge and warns her to stop. But our girl is in full chaos mode and goes for a second splash. But oh no, the water misses Que and flies off the bridge. It lands directly on Lady Chu, soaking her beautiful face and hair. The villainess is left speechless and dripping wet. Que realizes they are in deep trouble and looks up in pure horror. Lady Chu doesn't even hesitate and delivers a savage kick to poor Que. Que tumbles to the ground as Yunxi rushes over, shouting her name. Our girl is ready to throw hands, demanding to know who thinks they can just attack her maid. The maid reveals that her mistress is Lady Chu, the woman they just accidentally turned into a drowned rat. Yunxi recognizes her as the girl from the rod incident and tries to play it cool with an apology. But Lady Chu is having none of it, slapping the drying cloth away and screaming at them. She demands to know how they dare frolic in the palace after what they did. Que instantly drops to her knees, begging for punishment to save Yunxi. But our heroine isn't letting her maid take the fall, telling her to get up because this isn't over yet. Poor Que is practically begging to take the fall for our girl. Lady Chu smirks, acting like she's doing them a massive favor by accepting the sacrifice. Yunxi tries to be nice, but her maid is already on the ground, thanking this snake for her mercy. But of course, the villainess can't leave well enough alone and spots a flower in the maid's hair. She claims maids aren't allowed to wear flowers and orders her own servant to deliver a savage slap. Que is trembling, terrified that she's caused even more drama for her mistress. Our heroine has had enough and steps in, telling her maid to stand her ground. This basic servant tries to lecture a princess on the palace rules. Lady Chu insists the crime of wearing a flower is unforgivable, but Yunxi isn't backing down one bit. The mean girl claims she's the boss of the palace while the prince is away. She tries to play it off like she's teaching Yunxi how to act like a proper royal. But our girl gets savage, reminding this lady that if she loves rules so much, she should start by obeying her princess. Lady Chu laughs it off, calling her an unwanted princess, but Yunxi just smiles through the disrespect. She leaves the duo absolutely speechless with her sharp tongue. Up in the air, her spirit companions realize that Yunxi isn't the one being bullied here. They swoop in to see what kind of chaos our girl is cooking up. Yunxi gives them the signal to get ready for a little supernatural cooperation. Que's still trying to be the martyr, begging to just take the hit. Lady Chu loves seeing the maid submit, but she's falling right into a trap. Yunxi suddenly acts submissive, saying they'll take the punishment just to keep the peace. The spirits know exactly where this is going, while Lady Chu gets a bit suspicious of the change. She ignores her gut and orders the maid to start slapping. The rival maid starts warming up, ready to ruin Que's face. A massive slap echoes through the garden as the first blow lands. But wait, Que doesn't feel a thing, even though the slapping sounds are getting louder. The rival maid is swinging like a maniac, convinced she's teaching them a lesson. Suddenly, Lady Chu screams for her to stop immediately. The maid freezes in horror as she finally looks at her mistress's face. Lady Chu is the one clutching her bright red cheeks in absolute agony. Furious and humiliated, the villainess turns around and slaps her own maid for the blunder. Que is stunned that she's unharmed, while Yunxi and her spirit squad share a smug look. Our girl casually tries to make her exit, leaving Lady Chu screaming about witchcraft. The mean girl isn't letting them go that easily and calls for backup. A literal wall of maids blocks their path, refusing to let the princess pass. Yunxi just stares them down, asking if they really think a few servants can stop her. Lady Chu is starting to realize our heroine is way more dangerous than she looks. But the tension is broken when a cold, familiar voice asks what all the noise is about. It's the man himself, arriving with a full squad to see this chaotic mess. Meanwhile, the poor spirits are completely drained after pulling off that trick. The cold-hearted prince orders the punishment to begin, demanding they slap poor Que right now. This snake of a concubine pretends to be merciful, telling her maid to go easy because Que belongs to the princess. Que braces herself, looking like a total sacrificial lamb, while our girl Yunxi watches in horror. The maid raises her hand, ready to deliver a blow that's definitely meant to sting. Yunxi is fuming internally, swearing that if they hurt her girl again, she's going to make them regret it. At first, it's just a light tap, a pathetic little show for the audience. Yunxi realizes Que isn't even flinching, but the mean girl's maid isn't satisfied with that lack of reaction. She gets that villainous glint in her eye, deciding it's time to stop playing around. Suddenly, the slaps turn brutal, and our poor Que has to take the hits while trying not to make a sound. Yunxi is being held back by the prince's iron grip, her whole body trembling with pure rage. She's had enough of this garbage and shoves the prince away with everything she's got. The prince is actually shocked that this reckless woman would dare lay a hand on him. Our girl doesn't care about royal titles right now. She spins around and shoves the attacker away from her maid. She pulls Que into a protective hug, blaming herself for letting her loyal maid suffer in her place. But the mean girl isn't done. She orders the guards to move the princess aside and keep the violence going. The maids close in like vultures, telling the princess to get up so they can finish the job. Yunxi glares at them, asking just how far they're planning to take this cruelty. In a total boss move, she spreads her arms wide and tells them to hit her instead if they want blood so badly. The concubine is absolutely loving this drama, thinking things are finally going her way. The prince looks on with those judging eyes, wondering why the prime minister's daughter is so desperate for beating. Yunxi remains unyielding, her gaze burning with a fire that even the prince can't ignore. The snake girl decides to double down, faking a plea for mercy to actually make the prince even angrier. She plays the humble concubine card, begging for the princess to be spared just to look like the better person. But wait, General Xuan starts clapping and the vibe of the whole scene shifts instantly. He starts showering the mean girl with praise, calling her virtuous for being so generous to her rival. She tries to act humble, claiming she's just doing her duty to keep the peace in the mansion. Yunxi is internally gagging, thinking that calling this woman virtuous is an insult to every woman on the planet. Qian uses the girl's own kindness against her, suggesting they should just drop the whole thing since she's so forgiving. The mean girl is completely blindsided. She wanted blood, not a peaceful resolution. She's forced to play along with the act while cursing the general for ruining her master plan. Qian declares the matter settled, effectively shutting down any further slap. The prince looks at his concubine and she has no choice but to awkwardly agree to let it go. He finally tells Yunxi she can stand up, sparing her only because the general intervened. He turns his back and walks away like the cold fish he is, leaving our girl fuming. Poor Que is just relieved it's over, bowing down and thanking them for their kindness. Yunxi helps her up, her heart breaking for her friend while she swears a silent oath of revenge. The prince catches her glare and just thinks she's being an uppity woman who doesn't know her place. Our duo tries to make a quick exit, but the prince's voice suddenly booms out, ordering them to hold it right there. He demands to know where she thinks she's going, accusing her of having zero manners. He sentences her to 3 days in the woodshed with absolutely no food, much to the mean girl's delight. The guards immediately surround Yunxi to haul her off to her new prison. They grab her arm roughly, showing zero respect for her royal status. Que whispers for her to just bear with it for now, knowing that fighting back will only make things worse. Yunxi walks with her head held high, while the general notes how courageous she looks even in defeat. The prince just scoffs, thinking 3 days of starving will teach her a lesson. They arrive at the lonely woodshed, which looks exactly as depressing as you'd imagine. The guards shove them inside and make sure to take every last scrap of food with them. The moment they are alone, Yunxi rushes to check on Que's bruised face. Que tries to smile through the pain, joking that the shed is actually cleaner than their old room. They sit down in the dust, trying to find some comfort in the middle of this disaster. Yunxi holds Que's hands, her eyes filling with tears as she apologizes for the suffering she caused. But Que is a total sweetheart, telling her mistress that she just wants her to be happy and safe. She warns Yunxi that the rules in the capital are different and that she needs to learn to play the game. Yunxi finally agrees, promising her loyal friend that she'll try to be more careful. But the emotional moment is interrupted by a massive rumble from our girl's stomach. She looks at Que with a sheepish grin, trying to pretend everything is totally fine. She hilariously tries to claim it's not hunger, but maybe just a sudden case of diarrhea. Finally, she face splints on the table, complaining that the prince could have at least been more creative with his punishments than starving them for 3 days. Under the cover of night, the palace is anything but peaceful. Lady Chu is busy being a total nightmare, forcing her maid to slap herself until she's literally useless. The maid begs for mercy, and the lady finally relents, telling her to stop the annoying noise and help her freshen up instead. While her hair is being done, Lady Chu makes sure to remind her servant exactly who's responsible for this humiliation. She brags about being the prince's absolute favorite, laughing because our poor heroine Yunxi is currently rotting away in a woodshed. But the lady is paranoid, suspecting Yunxi of using sorcery and planning to get her divorced once and for all. She orders her maid to find the most powerful Taoist in the morning to expose our girl's secrets. Meanwhile, in the cold woodshed, Yunxi is trying to make the best of a bad situation with her loyal maid, Que. Suddenly, she hears a strange sound coming from the wall. It's her little spirit friends, Ghosty and Pigtail, phasing right through the door to check on her. Our girl is relieved to see some friendly faces in this dump. They're worried she's been hurt by that wicked woman, but Yunxi has a much bigger problem. Her stomach is screaming. She's so hungry she can barely think, but Ghosty has some major tea to spill first. He tells her to hold her horses because he's discovered something critical. Ghosty confirms that the one blocking his powers is none other than her dear husband, the prince. He instructs Yunxi to get close to him and check for a specific gold ring with a dragon pattern. Yunxi is not having it, complaining that the prince is the reason she's in this mess in the first place. After some savage bickering, she finally agrees to keep an eye out for the ring just to get them to shut up. She sends Pigtail off to find her some actual food before she passes out from hunger. Fast forward 3 days later, and the sun rises on another miserable morning. The two girls are still huddled together on a pile of hay, exhausted. A sharp knock on the door startles Que awake. She frantically shakes Yunxi, telling her that someone is finally here. A group of stern attendants enters, demanding the princess follow them immediately. They are in a massive rush, acting like the world is ending if they're a second late. Yunxi is totally confused, wondering what the heck is going on now. Suddenly, one of the women grabs Que, separating the two of them. Yunxi demands to know where they're taking her maid, but they claim they're just following orders. Realizing she has no choice if she wants to keep Que safe, our girl reluctantly agrees to go with them. But instead of an execution, they force her into a fancy dress that leaves her feeling way too exposed. She tries to protest, but these women are on a mission and won't take no for an answer. Once she's dressed, they lead her outside, and Yunxi demands to know their destination. She shouts at them, but it's like she's talking to a brick wall. The attendants remain perfectly silent, completely ignoring her outburst. Our girl is fuming, absolutely hating how everyone is treating her like a ghost. They lead her toward a waiting carriage parked in the courtyard. Yunxi is stunned. Is she actually leaving the palace? She asks again where she's going, but the head attendant just gives a vague, "You'll find out." Fine, Yunxi decides to just give up and see where this chaotic ride takes her. She marches toward the carriage with her silent entourage trailing behind. The attendant helps her step up, acting all polite now after treating her like a prisoner. Yunxi climbs inside, sighing about how weird everyone in this place is. She draws back the curtain, expecting a lonely ride. But her heart nearly stops when she sees who's waiting inside. It's the prince himself, looking cool and collected while she's a nervous wreck. Yunxi's first instinct, absolute flight. She tries to back out immediately. She spins around to make a break for it, but she's not fast enough. A strong hand grabs her arm, stopping her in her tracks. He coldly asks where she thinks she's going. Yunxi snaps at him to let go, but he's not budging. With one swift motion, he pulls her back into the carriage. She loses her balance and falls right onto him, and the tension is through the roof. He stares her down, telling her to stay put. Yunxi is blushing like crazy, frantically trying to shake him off and get some personal space. She demands he put her down this instant, but the prince just smirks. He threatens that if she doesn't learn compliance, he'll lock her maid back in the woodshed. Yunxi is speechless, cursing this manipulative man in her head. Knowing she can't let Que suffer, she gives in, but she's still mortified to be sitting on his lap. The prince leans in, whispering that they are a couple, so intimacy is perfectly normal. Suddenly, he lifts her up, catching her completely off guard. She reflexively hangs onto his neck, her heart doing backflips. It's a total romance novel moment, and our girl is struggling to keep her cool. She stammers, asking what he's doing while trying to push against his chest. She screams for him to let go, her face turning a bright shade of red. And just like that, the romantic vibe is murdered when he throws her onto the seat. She rubs her poor backside, yelling that he actually hurt her. The prince just scoffs, calling her heavy and acting like she's the one being difficult. He closes his eyes to rest, ignoring her fury while they sit in a thick, awkward silence. Neither of them says a word as the carriage continues its mysterious journey. The carriage rolls through the city as the tension inside reaches a breaking point. Our girl is literally stiff as a board, trying to maintain her dignity while her neck screams for mercy. She's been holding this elegant pose for so long she's about to snap. Meanwhile, the prince is just sitting there thinking she's a total weirdo. But our heroine is stubborn. She'd rather die of a cramp than lose this silent battle of wills. Finally, the horses come to a halt. They've arrived at the princess's palace, and not a moment too soon. The prince wasted no time stepping out, leaving her behind to fend for herself. Our girl finally lets out a sigh of relief, frantically rubbing her aching neck. Ah, sweet freedom from that ridiculous posture. But the prince hasn't left yet, mockingly asking if she needs him to carry her down. She tries to play it cool, insisting she can handle it herself. Suddenly, the mood shifts as he unexpectedly reaches out a hand. What is this? Why is the cold-hearted prince acting like a total gentleman all of a sudden? He demands her hand with an intensity that leaves her speechless. She can't help but stare, wondering what his game is. An irresistible feeling washes over her as she reaches out. Their hands meet, and for a second, the world actually feels soft. He helps her down with surprising grace. It's a total swoon moment that neither of them expected. Our girl quickly pulls away, blushing like crazy while stammering out a thank you. She's clearly rattled by this sudden spark. They're immediately greeted by the palace staff, bowing low in respect. A commotion breaks out the moment the crowd realizes Princey has arrived. Everyone is in absolute awe of him, and honestly, can we blame them? They walk through the gates like the ultimate power couple. The servants continue to line the path, offering their deepest respects. Our girl realizes that despite his temper, he really does command the room like a true royal. She can't stop staring at him, trying to figure out which version of him is real. He catches her red-handed and asks why she's looking at him with such fire in her eyes. She immediately gets defensive, claiming he's totally flattering himself. He just gives her a smug little smile, clearly enjoying how easy it is to fluster her. Transitioning to the garden, the princess is lounging around, complaining that her brother is taking way too long. Her companion assures her that since it's her birthday, there's no way he'd miss it. He pours a fresh cup of tea to calm her nerves. It's her special day, and he promises the prince will be there regardless of how busy he is. The princess finally relaxes, knowing he's probably right. But then he asks her something that's been on his mind. He wants to know where she got the idea for that sihai fulu bun she sent him. The princess has to think back to that fateful day. She was bored out of her mind, kicking stones in the garden. Suddenly, a delicious aroma wafted through the air. She followed her nose straight to the kitchen where the cooks were busy making buns. Being the chaotic royal she is, she decided to join them and learn the craft. She was determined to make the perfect bun to surprise Yi with. But reality hit hard. Her buns looked like sad little blobs compared to the professionals. That's when she had a brilliant idea. Why make many small buns when you can just make one massive one? And thus, the giant, bouncy bun was born. Everyone cheered for the Sihai Fulu bun, a name that sounded way more official than it was. Just then, the crown prince showed up with a pile of shiny new toys for her. She was so excited that she immediately offered him a taste of her masterpiece. He was impressed by the size of it, but then suggested it was too much for just them. He claimed he knew a glutton who loved buns and suggested sending it to Zemo instead. Back in the present, the princess finishes her story with a smirk. But Zemo is absolutely fuming, clenching his fists in rage. He realizes the crown prince used her to distract him and steal his woman. His companion reminds him that she isn't his woman, but Princey's wife. The princess is confused, wondering why they're fighting over a girl she hasn't even met yet. Zemo goes on a full-blown rant about how he liked her first and he treated her like trash. But the truth is a bitter pill to swallow. She's legally married to his brother. Zemo is so shocked by the realization that he literally turns into stone. He's completely petrified by the unfairness of it all. His heart literally shatters into pieces right there on the spot. He's a broken man, crumbling under the weight of reality. But then he hears the most shocking news. The heroine was locked up and hadn't eaten for 3 days. That's all it takes for him to snap back to life, reforming his body in an instant. He explodes in a savage fury, ready to punch anyone who would dare abuse her like that. The princess watches the chaos, realizing this girl must be someone truly special to make Zemo care this much. Now she's more curious than ever and can't wait to finally meet our heroine face to face. Our girl spots Yi in the distance and her heart practically stops. Yi notices her too, rising from his seat as the tension in the air thickens. But the romantic moment is immediately nuked when Zemo comes flying in, screaming his head off. He crashes into the scene like a chaotic mess, leaving our heroine wondering why she even knows this guy. She recognizes that annoying voice anywhere, and Zemo is already waving like a total fanboy with hearts in his eyes. Honestly, she's over it, labeling him a complete nutcase on the spot. He doesn't care about the distraction and reaches out with a look that could melt stone. He pulls her into a firm hold, claiming his territory right in front of everyone. Our girl is absolutely stunned by the audacity. She tries to play it cool, telling him to get his hands off her immediately. But he isn't taking orders today. He grabs her hands, locking her in place. The physical contact has her shuddering, and not necessarily in a good way. He leans in, whispering that he misses her every single minute. She's not falling for the charm offensive and whips her hands away with a glare. She tries to play the I don't know you card, leaving poor Zemo absolutely devastated that he's been forgotten. But Zemo's heartbreak turns into pure shock when he realizes his hand is still lingering on her shoulder. His brain goes into overdrive, imagining the absolute worst-case scenarios for what these two have been up to. He just looks at the kid with pure disgust, while Zemo begrudgingly admits they look way too natural together. Zemo's world is officially shattered, but the drama is just getting started as a new player enters. Our heroine notes that the newcomer, Princess Lanchuang, is undeniably gorgeous. The princess stands there like she owns the place. She gives our girl a sharp glance, and immediately dismisses her as just another dumb, big-boobed woman. The princess's vibe is ice cold, and our heroine can feel the hatred radiating off her. Suddenly, the princess pounces on Yi, acting like his long-lost bestie and calling our girl a skank. She drags Yi away arm in arm, leaving our heroine standing in the dust. Our girl is left blinking, wondering what on earth just happened. A guy in red chimes in, explaining that the princess is the closest person to Yi. She recognizes him from their little stable adventure. He's got a burning question for her. He wants to know the secret trick she used to tame that legendary horse, Meisha. He leans in, begging her to whisper the secret. Our girl gives him a sweet smile and whispers the most underwhelming secret he's ever heard. He looks at her like she's grown a second head, asking if she's actually kidding. He thinks she's just gatekeeping the truth, but she insists she's being dead serious. She even offers to give him a live demonstration if he doesn't believe her. He stares into her eyes, searching for a lie but finding only sincerity. Fine, he'll take her up on that offer the next time he visits the palace. Our girl is thrilled to have a new student. He finds her absolutely fascinating and can't help but laugh. He's officially charmed, telling her he's counting on her. Meanwhile, he is watching this little interaction from afar, and he is not a fan. His eyes narrow into a lethal glare as he watches them get cozy. Seeing our girl laughing and having a blast with another man is the final straw. She looks genuinely happy, which causes Yi to come to a dead halt. He's in a total fury, cursing her under his breath. The princess asks what's wrong, but Yi just coldly orders his group to move faster. The guy in red realizes the boss is mad and scurries to follow. Even the princess is left wondering why Yi is suddenly in such a foul mood. They ditch the garden for the front hall. But wait, we've still got a Zemo problem. Someone stamps their foot, but Zemo is still frozen in shock. He's entered a deep state of gloom that he might never return from. The guy in red tries to snap him out of it, telling him to get up. But Zemo is totally unresponsive, his soul having basically left his body. It's incredibly annoying to deal with. The guy walks back to the human statue. Zemo is still stuck in his own personal void of despair. A hand waves in front of his face, but there's nobody home. Finally, the guy resorts to some aggressive cheek slapping to wake him up. It doesn't work, and he eventually just gives up. Our girl asks if they can just leave the poor guy there. They decide he'll wake up eventually and leave a guard to make sure he doesn't get left behind. It seems like a dream of growing old together, but the reality for our girl is a lot more chaotic. Under the bright blue sky, the red ribbons of fate are fluttering in the wind. The maids are busy decorating every inch of the garden with vibrant flowers. The prince and princess arrive to inspect the progress, looking like royalty is a full-time job. The head maid bows deeply, confirming that everything has been set according to instructions. Our girl dismisses the staff with a casual wave, telling them to check on the cooks next. She points toward the seating area, ready to get this dinner party started. But wait, it's not just any dinner. It's Lanchuang's birthday, and she's finally reached marriageable age. Our heroine's eyes go wide. Marriageable age? That usually means one thing: drama. They settle in at a table tucked away under the cherry blossoms. Lanchuang proudly shows off her palace, fishing for some high-tier compliments. Her friend asks why they aren't at the main palace, but Lanchuang wanted to do something different this year. The red-haired girl teases her for being headstrong and not looking like a marriageable lady at all. Lanchuang just laughs it off and turns to Yi, asking for his expert opinion. He plays it cool, telling her that as long as she follows her heart, he has no problems. She immediately swoons and nuzzles into him, declaring that she likes him the most. Our girl and the red-haired girl share a look of "Are you seeing this?" while Lanchuang clings on. Lanchuang suddenly shoots a smug glance at our girl, who is just trying to mind her business. The princess finally deigns to notice her, asking who she even is. Without missing a beat, she assumes our girl is just Yi's favorite concubine. Our poor heroine is stunned into silence by the sheer audacity of this mistake. He just takes a sip of his tea, giving a side eye that could cut glass. He challenges her, asking what exactly makes her think this girl is a concubine. Lan Shuang doubles down, saying she has the perfect temperament for a side piece. Savage. He actually looks impressed by the insight, which is definitely not helping. He lets out a small mysterious smile while our girl fumes internally. Lan Shuang thinks she's won, celebrating her correct guess with a giggle. That's when the red-haired girl drops the bomb. She's not a concubine, she's the actual princess. Lan Shuang does a total 180, pretending to be shocked and apologizing for her aimless guessing. Our girl keeps it savage, telling her the title doesn't matter, while he looks ready to explode with fury. Our heroine wonders why he's so mad, while Lan Shuang realizes she didn't get the rise out of her she wanted. The red-haired girl isn't letting it go, reminding Lan Shuang she specifically asked Yi to bring his princess. Lan Shuang starts sweating bullets, trying to laugh off her obvious lie. But the badgering continues, and it's clear she's been caught in a web of her own making. She tries to argue that he could have brought anyone, but everyone knows he's a man of his word. Realizing she's cornered, the princess starts thumping the table and wailing like a toddler. She goes full berserk mode, screaming that no one is infallible while our girl watches in absolute stun. Our girl is low-key impressed by the level of chaos this royal can produce. Meanwhile, away from the screaming, things are getting a little supernatural in the garden. A mysterious guy is sitting peacefully when the wind starts picking up speed. Suddenly, whack, a rogue leaf flies right into his face. He looks completely dazed as the leaf just floats there, mocking his dignity. The wind isn't finished yet, sending more leaves swirling through the air. It's like a leaf tornado is specifically targeting this one guy. He's getting absolutely pelted, hacking and spitting as they fly into his mouth. He wipes his face, wondering what on earth is going on with the weather. He starts looking around frantically for the girl he was searching for. He grabs a nearby servant, demanding to know where she disappeared to. He's not taking "I don't know" for an answer, gripping the poor guy's arm like a vice. The servant is literally in tears, stammering that they went to the front hall with the princess. Without another word, he takes off running, leaving the poor servant to rub his bruises. Back at the table, the atmosphere is still thick enough to cut with a sword. Lan Shuang is still complaining about being picked on during her big birthday. He tries to settle the debt with a tea apology, but Lan Shuang is being a total brat. Our girl is feeling the awkwardness, and he catches her looking a little overwhelmed. He leans in, asking if something is wrong because she doesn't look well. Our girl drops a truth bomb. She's had way too much tea and needs the toilet. The entire table goes silent, stunned by her complete lack of royal filter. Lan Shuang is mentally judging her for not being ladylike, but our girl just doesn't care. She asks if there's even a bathroom in this place, forcing the princess to call for a servant. As she makes her exit, the clouds roll by, signaling a shift in the mood. Our girl follows the maid down the garden paths, finally escaping that toxic table. Lan Shuang is still suspicious, questioning if she's really a high-ranking official's daughter. But the red-haired girl finds our heroine's frank nature totally refreshing and interesting. He places his cup down, his mind clearly racing with new information. He asks how she knows so much, and she reveals they met at the stables when she was riding Meisha. Yi's eyes widen, riding Meisha. That horse doesn't let anyone near him. Lan Shuang is in total shock, because even as his sister, she can't get that horse to accept her. The red-haired girl calls her a righteousness heroine, realizing there's more to her than meets the eye. He stares off, processing the fact that his untamable horse actually liked her. While they gossip, our girl is wandering further away from the party. She decides that going back to listen to them chat more is way too boring. She tells the maid she wants to walk alone in the garden for a bit. The maid is terrified she'll get blamed, but our girl promises she won't go far. With a final wave, she sends the maid away, finally getting some much-needed peace. In the middle of this stunning imperial garden, our girl is just trying to enjoy the vibes and the scent of the fresh blooms. She remembers a time back on the mountain when her master presented her with a gorgeous gift for reaching a marriageable age. It was a rare phantom orchid, something she'd never even seen before. He gently placed the crown on her head, telling her how important this milestone is for a girl. Now she's stressing out about what kind of gift to get for the princess. While she's deep in thought, the flowers suddenly start to sway and wobble. She wonders if someone is spying on her, but when she pushes the petals aside, she finds a tiny, adorable flower fairy. They share a long, awkward stare down, but the fairy is not in the mood for visitors and just wants to go back to sleep. Our heroine tries to be polite and apologizes for the intrusion. She decides to shoot her shot and asks the little spirit for a favor. The fairy is absolutely stunned by the audacity. She quickly catches herself and gets super sassy, asking why on earth she should help a random mortal. Our girl realizes she's getting nowhere and decides to just walk away before things get weirder. She sighs to herself, wishing her friend Ling Qigu was here to help. But the second she says his name, the fairy's ears perk up. Suddenly, the little spirit is all smiles and demands to know if she's actually friends with the legendary Sir Ling. Our heroine confirms they're tight, and the fairy practically swoons with envy. Our girl can't help but roll her eyes, thinking about what a total playboy that guy really is. with a literal snap of her fingers. The fairy's attitude pulls a total 180. Since our girl is a friend of her idol, she's suddenly more than happy to help make a garland. Our heroine asks for a crown made of phantom orchids, but the fairy laughs, explaining those only bloom once every 1,000 years. They grow in the coldest, most dangerous places guarded by beasts. Our girl finally realizes just how precious her master's gift really was. The fairy offers a jizzy orchid instead, knowing exactly who the gift is for. It turns out this little spirit has been around the palace long enough to know all the tea. She starts channeling her magic, and a glowing blue light begins to swirl between her hands. In a flash of light, a breathtaking blue garland appears. It's a jizzy orchid crown that only blooms every 300 years, and it's perfect. Our girl is beyond grateful for the help, and the fairy gives her a cute little wave goodbye. But the peaceful moment is ruined when she hears voices approaching. A group of high society ladies wanders into the garden, gossiping about beauty and talent. Leading the pack is the Prime Minister's daughter, acting like she owns the place. Our heroine immediately recognizes her as that horrible woman from before. She tries to make a quiet exit, but the mean girl spots her silhouette. The clique surrounds our poor heroine, demanding to know who she is and why she's lurking alone. Our girl is internally screaming about her rotten luck. When she stays silent, the ladies start getting loud and aggressive. She tries to politely excuse herself, saying she has an errand to run. But that one voice triggers a memory for the Prime Minister's daughter. As she rushes forward and grabs our girl's arm, spinning her around. Her eyes go wide as she realizes exactly who she's caught. The green-eyed snake sneers at our girl, holding on with a grip like a vice. Our heroine isn't having any of it and tears her hand away immediately. Of course, this drama queen takes the opportunity to stage a tragic fall. Our girl is just standing there thinking the acting is even slower than a dial-up connection. Naturally, the peanut gallery jumps in to defend the victim. The snake puts on her best poor-me face, acting like she's just a misunderstood sister. Once the crowd realizes our girl is the princess consort, they get even more savage. The garden is suddenly abuzz with everyone questioning her education and manners. Our poor heroine tries to explain, but these ladies are already convinced she's the villain. The snake fake pleads for her sister, making herself look like a saint. She even throws a smug look back, clearly enjoying the chaos she's brewed. She then twists the knife by mentioning how Princey is probably avoiding our girl. The gossip mill goes into overdrives, laughing at her being given the cold shoulder. Inside, that snake is cackling about how easy it is to ruin our heroine's reputation. Our girl is just left standing there, genuinely baffled by this level of commitment to a bit. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the noise, warning the ladies that the prince might not like them talking trash. Everyone turns to see who dared to speak up. This bold newcomer steps forward with absolute authority. She calls them all out for being a disgrace to their respectable families. The crowd is stunned, realizing they might have overstepped. They immediately fold, bowing down and begging the princess consort for a pardon. Our girl is chill and tells them they can all just scram. They don't need to be told twice and beat a hasty retreat. The green-eyed snake is absolutely fuming as she stalks away. Meanwhile, the remaining ladies are suddenly fans, praising our heroine for being so magnanimous. But karma is a fast worker because the snake trips over a vine mid-exit. She goes down hard, face-planting right into the dirt. Turns out a cheeky little spirit was the one who triggered that fall. The little fairy is already planning her next move toward Princey's palace. Speaking of the prince, he's currently chilling in the garden with his crew. Lanxuang is busy complaining about our girl wandering around alone. But the guy with her isn't buying the hate, suggesting she's just avoiding Lanxuang's hostility. Lanxuang gets triggered, bringing up our girl's father like it's a valid argument. The guy reminds her that you can't blame a daughter for her father's sins. He stands his ground, insisting our girl is nothing like that man. Lanxuang is so annoyed she literally turns her back on the conversation. Princey has heard enough and abruptly stands up for a walk. Over on the other side of the garden, Prince Yu is sprinting like he is in the Olympics. He nearly runs into Prince Yi and demands to know where our girl is. He just gives him the coldest shoulder in history and keeps walking. He barely acknowledges him, just muttering that she's out for a walk. Yu is low-key thrilled that he might finally get some alone time with her. He zooms off in a cloud of dust, leaving everyone behind. He makes it back to the table, looking like a total mess. He frantically asks Lanxuang where the girl went. She casually informs him that he's too late and she's already gone. Yu's soul basically leaves his body at the news. He's convinced he has the absolute worst luck in the world. When he hears he also went for a walk, he realizes the competition is still on. He starts ranting about how clingy and annoying Princey is. He even calls him a rotten fish for getting in his way. Lanxuang finally snaps, telling them both to shut up already. She storms off in a huff, leaving the boys behind. Yu is just confused by her sudden mood swing. But he doesn't have time for drama, he's off to the garden to find our girl. Meanwhile, our heroine is strolling peacefully with her new savior. She stops to thank the girl for speaking up for her back there. The newcomer is super sweet about it, saying it was the least she could do. But then she drops a bombshell. She's actually the one who owes our girl a debt. She pulls out a familiar yellow purse. Our girl realizes this is the same girl she helped back when she was in disguise. She's shocked that she was recognized despite her previous man-mode outfit. They reminisce about the chaos at the restaurant. The girl explains she's been searching for an opportunity to say thank you. She reveals that the jade pendant inside is a precious memento from her father. She pulls it out to show our girl. But as soon as our heroine sees it, she senses something incredibly wrong. She asks to take a closer look at the jade. The moment she touches it, a massive demonic aura flares up. Our girl realizes there's a literal demon attached to the pendant. A terrifying purple spirit emerges, roaring in her face. She doesn't flinch and demands the demon leave the girl alone immediately. The demon just laughs, telling her to mind her own business. It mocks her, saying that if it leaves, the pendant will shatter into pieces. It admits it loves breaking everything it touches just for the fun of it. Our heroine is horrified by how cruel this spirit is. She has to find a way to save the pendant without letting the demon destroy it. Qingwen is worried, but our girl is busy dealing with a literal demon inside that jade pendant. She's trying to figure out how to exorcise this trash without breaking the jewelry. Sensing a threat, the demon suddenly hides its presence. Our heroine is left confused as the jade goes cold in her palm. Suddenly, a hand snatching her arm catches her completely off guard. Yi Yaoming appears like a vengeful ghost, sending our poor heroine stumbling back. She ends up flat on her butt, and trust me, she is not happy about it. Qingwen tries to rush to her side, but the Duke blocks her with a cold command to stay back. Our girl snaps, asking him what his problem is for making her fall. He demands to know what she's plotting with the jade pendant. She fires back that she was just looking at it, and Qingwen quickly backs her up. But the Duke isn't buying it, claiming he saw pure malice in her eyes just now. Qingwen tries to play peacemaker, insisting the princess consort is a saint who once saved the pendant from a thief. But he just thinks she's being far too naive. Meanwhile, Princess Lanshuang and her crew are hiding in the bushes like the chaotic gossips they are. One of the guys tries to jump scare the princess while she's spying. She nearly jumps out of her skin before realizing it's just her annoying friends playing around. They start bickering in the shrubbery until she tells them to shut up so they don't miss the show. They realize things are getting heated between the main trio. Suddenly, Zemo disappears from the bush and swoops in to help our girl up. She's shocked to see him appearing out of nowhere. He asks if she's hurt with a look that would make anyone swoon. She stammers out a thank you while he looks like he's about to explode from jealousy. The Duke stomps over and grabs her hand aggressively. Zemo isn't having it and grabs her other arm to pull her back. It's a literal tug-of-war with our poor heroine in the middle. Yi steps forward, ready for a fight. Zemo blocks him, telling him to let her go. Yi demands to know why Zemo keeps sticking his nose in his family business. Zemo savagely replies that he'll keep interfering as long as he keeps abusing her. He even calls him out for starving her for 3 days. Qingwen is worried sick, while the Bush Squad finally emerges to watch the show from the sidelines. The drama is cut short when the king's massive procession arrives. Everyone hits the floor to pay their respects. The king greets his daughter Lanshuang, noting it's her big day. She immediately pounces on her grandmother, the Empress Dowager, in a rare moment of cuteness. The crown prince watches the trio from a distance, amused by the chaos. He walks over with a smug grin. Instead of helping, he scolds them for not bowing to the king immediately. He starts acting like a total snob, demanding respect. Our girl has finally reached her limit with these rotten men and tells them all to get lost. She starts flailing in a chaotic rage, telling them they are all annoying. She screams at them to scram, done with the royal headache. The king finally notices the racket and demands to know what's going on. They all rise as he approaches. He fixes a stern gaze on our heroine. The crown prince immediately starts snitching, saying they were fighting over a woman. He gleefully identifies her as the princess consort, waiting for the king to blow up. The king looks absolutely dismayed, but instead of yelling at the couple, he turns his fury on the crown prince. The prince is stunned as his dad calls him a screw-up for not standing up for his brothers. His punishment, copying text 10,000 times. Yi and Zemo can't help but laugh at the backfire. Lanshuang drags her crying brother away by the ear for being such a bother. The king then turns to Yi, asking for the real story. When he gives a vague answer, the king gets genuinely angry, thinking his son resents him. The tension goes through the roof as they stand face to face. The king even swings a fist, which he catches with ease. The king demands the truth, but then his mood shifts into something way weirder. Zemo confesses he fell for her at first sight and asks the king to let him marry her since he doesn't like her. The king, being a total chaotic old man, suggests they just share her 1 year with each. Our girl is horrified by this perverted suggestion. Luckily, the Empress Dowager slams her staff down. She roasts the king for being a disgrace to the royal family. The king immediately folds like a lawn chair, apologizing to his mom. He tries to play it off as a joke to save face. He quickly changes the subject to the birthday party preparations. Lanshuang confirms everything is ready to go. The group heads off, leaving the drama behind for now, though Grandma is still giving the king the side-eye. The high-stakes gift-giving ceremony is in full swing. with officials presenting everything from nephrite jade to golden silk incense holders. The banquet hall is a sea of luxury, with the elite showing off their wealth under the cherry blossoms. Attendants parade in with trays of shimmering jewels, including exquisite white jade hairpins that would make anyone swoon. Our girl Lan Shuang looks absolutely bored out of her mind until General Xuan steps up with a pair of brightly colored koi fish. The fish are brought forward in a crystal clear bowl, and one even does a dramatic leap to show off its vibrant scales. The crowd is losing it, whispering that these fish are worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Lan Shuang finally cracks a smile, and even Princey can't help but watch her reaction. Not to be outdone, Prince Yu presents a sewing set inlaid with emeralds, wishing her luck in finding a husband, which is basically a slap in the face. Lan Shuang is ready to snap her chopsticks in half, absolutely fuming at the audacity. But then Princey steps up with the ultimate flex, the luminous pearl of 9 colors. The entire room gasps as the priceless treasure glows with an otherworldly light. It's so bright that the attendants can barely keep their eyes on it. Our girl is suddenly ecstatic, realizing she can save a fortune on candles and have all the late-night fun she wants. While she's dreaming of her electricity-free future, the king is having a total meltdown because his son didn't give the pearl to him instead. The queen mother immediately puts him in his place, calling him a shameless king for wanting to steal from a girl. The king sulks like a giant toddler, already plotting how to borrow it later. Just as the official announces that the gifts are over and it's time to eat, our heroine Yunxi speaks up, shocking everyone by announcing she has a gift too. The royal family is stunned, and her trash dad, the prime minister, looks like he's about to have a heart attack from the embarrassment. Lan Shuang is confused, but the king finds this sudden outburst quite interesting. Yunxi steps forward with confidence, reaching into her robes to pull out her secret weapon. She reveals a delicate wreath made of blue flowers, catching Princey's eye immediately. It's a wreath of jizzy orchids, and Princey is secretly swooning, thinking she's the perfect wife. But then his logic kicks in. How did she get these rare flowers while being locked in a shed? Yunxi isn't taking his attitude, snapping back that she definitely didn't steal them. Princey acts like a total tsundere, claiming a noble prince like him doesn't need gifts from a self-righteous woman. They both huff and turn away while the official presents the wreath to the court. The attendant carries it forward, but the snobbish crowd starts whispering that it's a cheap and casual gift compared to the others. Lan Shuang is baffled by the choice, but the queen mother's eyes go wide and she demands to see it up close. She confirms that these are indeed legendary jizzy orchids. The king is surprised his mother even knows this flower. She explains that it's been in her family for generations, but it's notoriously impossible to grow. It only blossoms once every 800 years, and it requires the purest of hearts to tend to it. The queen mother is moved to tears, realizing that seeing this bloom has fulfilled a lifelong wish. The haters are instantly silenced as they realize our girl just presented the most valuable gift of all. The queen mother decides the orchid belongs on her grand, and she personally places the wreath on Lan Shuang's head. Suddenly, the queen mother freezes in total shock. Lan Shuang asks if she looks pretty, but the queen mother is staring at the sky where a massive swarm of butterflies is appearing. Lan Shuang turns around in awe, as thousands of brilliant blue butterflies fill the air. It's a magnificent sight that leaves the entire court breathless. The butterflies fly straight toward Lan Shuang, surrounding the banquet hall in a magical blue cloud. Lan Shuang stands in the center like a goddess of nature. Everyone assumes the butterflies were attracted by the legendary scent of the orchids. But our heroine Yunxi realizes that the mysterious blue banshee must be in the capital. Princey watches silently, a secret smile playing on his lips as he sees the chaos he's caused. The king is so overjoyed by the spectacle that he rewards Yunxi on the spot. Meanwhile, the sky begins to shift. Back at the palace, the maid is pacing back and forth in a panic. She's worried sick about her mistress, and even the little spirit blobs are copying her stress. Ghosty is over the drama, telling them to stop sighing and pacing. The maid begs Ghosty to go check on the banquet. Ghosty tries to be the voice of reason, saying the prince is there so nothing will happen. But the maid is still trembling with worry. Ghosty reminds her that they are forbidden from leaving the palace, which sends the maid into a full-blown crying fit. Seeing her boohoo like a child, Ghosty finally gives in and agrees to take a look. The maid's mood flips instantly to pure joy, leaving Ghosty questioning her life choices. The tiny spirit blob buddy wants to join the mission too. Ghosty tells them they can come as long as they don't slow him down. Before leaving, Ghosty warns the maid to stay inside because it's about to rain. The maid looks up at the perfectly blue sky, wondering if the ghost has finally lost his mind. Back at the princess's palace, the celebration is reaching its peak with a dramatic flower petal dance. The king is in high spirits, praising the performance as the perfect start to spring. He rewards the dancers and turns to Lan Shuang, proud of how much she's grown up. He's beaming with fatherly pride. Lan Shuang smiles back as the feast is finally served. But just as they go to eat, a drop hits the table. Lan Shuang looks up in confusion as the clouds roll in. It's a sudden downpour, and the officials scramble to get the royal family back inside before they get soaked. The weather takes a turn for the worse as a sudden downpour begins to drench the palace. The guests scramble for cover, leaving the outdoor festivities in total chaos. Princess Lan is absolutely devastated, her big day seemingly ruined by the uncooperative sky. Her grandmother tries to usher her inside, but the poor girl is desperate to wait it out. Her mother isn't having any of it, scolding her for being so headstrong and stubborn. Our girl Lan goes full chibai mode, pouting with a fury that could rival the storm. She's actually on the verge of tears, feeling like all her hard work over the past month has become a total joke. Everyone looks on with pity as she wails that God has abandoned her. But our heroine isn't about to let the vibe stay tragic for long. She notices the rain is finally starting to slow down just a tiny bit. She spots the red silk wrapped around the trees and immediately starts hatching a plan. The servants confirm there are plenty of new rolls left in the storeroom. Prince Yi, being his typical suspicious self, demands to know what kind of chaos she's cooking up now. She just gives him a look, challenging him to keep up if he's so curious. She refuses to give him a straight answer, which clearly hits a nerve. He suddenly reaches out and grabs her hand with zero warning. He pulls her in close, making the air between them thick with tension. His grip is firm as he presses his advantage, looking down at her with those intense eyes. Our girl is blushing like a tomato because, hello, there are people everywhere watching this drama. He demands to know if she thinks she can just disobey him in front of a crowd. Then he grabs her waist, completely ignoring her personal space. She tries to shove him off, threatening to scream her head off if he doesn't let go. He just smirks, telling her to go ahead and let her father enjoy the view. She calls him absolutely shameless, and honestly, we love that for her. Just then, the servants arrive with the silk, and the surrounding guests are beyond confused. Everyone is whispering, wondering why on earth she's redecorating in the middle of a rainstorm. Finally, the prince releases his hold on her. She pushes him away immediately, trying to act cool while her heart is doing backflips. She makes up a pathetic excuse about being scared of a worm to explain her red face. Her friend is clearly skeptical, asking if she needs a doctor for that fever. Zemo jumps into the fray, determined to see what's actually going on. He takes one look at her flushed face and autumn water eyes and decides she's definitely in love. She snaps at him to stop staring, but the damage is done. Zemo's ego goes into overdrive as he assumes she was just peeking at his handsome face. Look at him being a total narcissist while she just dies of pure cringe. The silk is ready and our girl is back in boss mode. She confirms they have enough fabric to pull off her miracle. But then she realizes she's still missing one key ingredient. Prince Yi, acting like he can read her mind, suggests she needs cobblestones. She's low-key annoyed that he's actually being helpful for once. She tells him to mind his own business while pouting like a pro. The stones are brought out and she gets straight to work. She unrolls the vibrant fabric with practiced ease. She bundles a stone into the end to give it the weight she needs. With a focused gaze, she eyes her target through the rain. She takes careful aim and launches the silk into the sky. It soars through the air with a satisfying whoosh. It wraps perfectly around the high golden pillar. She pulls it taut, making sure the anchor is secure. Then she takes a flying leap that would make a martial arts master jealous. The onlookers are losing their minds because since when did the consort have moves like this? Princey doesn't stay on the sidelines, joining her in the air with effortless grace. They are literally flying through the rain together. They're creating a makeshift roof over the entire walkway. It's pure poetry in motion as they work in perfect sync. Zemo is still standing there like a confused puppy until someone yells at him to get more rollers. He finally catches on, realizing what a genius plan this is. They start kicking the rollers across the pillars with insane precision. The fabric unfurls across the sky. It forms a beautiful red canopy that blocks out the rain entirely. The Empress and the rest of the court are absolutely stunned by her ingenuity. Even the skeptics have to admit these two have a terrifyingly perfect understanding of each other, though the old officials are definitely sweating about a girl having this much power. Her father is basically having a midlife crisis watching her show off. She doesn't care, landing gracefully to finish the last section. Both our leads are soaked to the bone, but the tension is still simmering. He finally realizes she did all this just to save the princess's party. She smiles at him, calling him a kind-hearted jerk for helping her out. She's just genuinely happy the celebration can go on as planned. The result is a success, a red canopied tunnel safe from the storm. Zemo is swooning over how clever she is. He rushes over to congratulate her, all smiles. But Princey is not about to let another man near his girl. He blocks Zemo's path with a cold, possessive stare. Zemo is furious, ready to throw hands for being cut off. The prince ignores the noise, looking at our heroine who is totally caught off guard. Before she can even blink, he scoops her up and vanishes into the sky. The guards have to hold Zemo back as the prince makes his dramatic, chaotic exit with his consort in tow. The rain is pouring down, but the drama is just heating up as Princey refuses to let our girl go. He carries her like a sack of potatoes while the local staff can only bow in total confusion. Our heroine is absolutely mortified, turning a bright shade of red as the rumors probably start flying instantly. She demands to be put down this instant, but the prince has that intense, "I'm not listening" look in his eyes. He marches her through the halls while she struggles for her life. The maids watch them disappear into the room, probably already planning the wedding feast. Inside, the tension is thick enough to cut with a sword. He keeps moving forward, ignoring her protests entirely. She tries to break free but is like fighting a brick wall. Desperate, our girl grabs onto the door frame for dear life. She's practically screaming that she doesn't want to go in, but the prince just gives her a warning look that says he's reached his limit. He tells her to stop wasting her energy because he's not budging an inch. Her grip starts to fail as he continues his relentless pace. She calls him a wretched guy, teeth clenched in total frustration. He just scoffs, telling her she's overestimating her own strength. With one final slip, her hand loses its hold on the wood. And just like that, the door slams shut, locking them in together. Outside, the maids are swooning, thinking this is some peak romantic passion, while our girl is literally fighting for her dignity. She's still trying to push him away, but he's holding her tight and tells her to stop making a scene. Then he drops the ultimate bombshell, take off your clothes. Our girl goes completely dark, her brain short-circuiting at the sheer audacity. Slap, she delivers a savage hit right to his royal face. She yells that he totally deserved it for being such a jerk. He's stunned, a visible red mark blooming on his cheek as he stares her down. In a fit of petty revenge, he throws her right onto the floor. She's fuming, asking him just how many times he plans on tossing her around like a toy. But then he points out the obvious. Her wet clothes are practically see-through, and he was actually trying to be decent for once. Oh, wait, what? She looks down and finally realizes she's been putting on a free show this whole time. Mortified, she scrambles to cover herself, wishing the floor would just swallow her whole. Princey decides he's had enough of the chaos and heads back out into the rain. The door slams behind him, leaving our poor heroine to stew in her own embarrassment. He orders the maids to get her cleaned up and changed before bringing her back to the banquet. Meanwhile, the rain continues to lash against the mansion. Her little spirit guardians, Matcha and Sesame Bean, are sensing that their mistress is finally close by. Yunzai, now looking fresh and elegant in a new outfit, follows the maid through the corridors. The spirits spot her and do a little happy dance in the air. They're so relieved she's safe, though Sesame Bean knew she'd be fine all along. Our girl thinks she hears their tiny voices and turns around to investigate. They pop up to greet her, ecstatic to see their favorite human again. She gives them a cheeky wink, happy to see her little squad is okay. She asks how Kwe is doing and if anyone at the mansion gave her trouble. The spirits explain that Kwe is just beating herself up for not being there to protect her. The maid notices Yunzai talking to thin air and gets a bit creeped out. Our girl quickly fakes a laugh, claiming she just has a habit of talking to herself. The maid buys the lie and offers an umbrella for the walk ahead. She still thinks the princess consort is acting a little strange, though. Yunzai whispers to the spirits, telling them to head back and let Kwe know everything is fine. Sesame Bean is getting all emotional, not wanting to part with her mistress. She gives the little guy a sweet pat, promising they'll be reunited soon. She even tells them to bring back some good food when they return. With a grumpy stop dilly-dallying, the spirits take off into the stormy sky. Back at the banquet, the rain is still falling over the lotus pond. The nobles are admiring the view, totally unaware of the drama that just went down. The hall is grand, but the atmosphere is incredibly tense. The emperor is playing detective, asking the prime minister how his delicate daughter suddenly knows martial arts. Her dad is sweating bullets, thinking his daughter is going to be the death of him. He quickly spins a lie, claiming she was so sickly he hired a teacher just so she could live a long life. The emperor seems to accept the elegant solution, much to the dad's massive relief. Just then, the guard announces that the star of the show has finally arrived. Yunzai makes her grand entrance, looking like a total queen. Her dad can only pray that she doesn't cause another international incident before the night is over. Our girl is absolutely serving looks, standing there like the main character she is. Even the local heartthrobs can't look away, claiming she's an angel dropped straight from heaven. She keeps it cool, scanning the room while everyone swoons over her aesthetic. Honestly, she's feeling pretty good about how this banquet is turning out. But then she spots her father, who's looking way too stressed for a party. They both bow before the emperor, doing the whole long live the king routine. Our heroine speaks her mind a little too freely, and her father is literally sweating bullets, thinking she's going to get them all executed. Surprisingly, the emperor loves her savage honesty and offers her any reward she wants. The crowd is totally obsessed with her now, and she gracefully accepts the royal praise. As they're dismissed to return to their seats, she whispers a quick question to her dad about the missing MS. Zoo. The old man snaps back with a threat, telling her to play nice if she wants her friend to stay alive. She's relieved to know her girl is still breathing, even if she has to deal with this chaotic family drama. As evening falls over the palace gardens, the scenery is peaceful, but you know the tea is about to boil over. A eunuch stops the couple, saying Princess Lan Xiang wants a private meeting at the pavilion. Princey isn't having it, looking completely bored by the royal summons. He tells the messenger they'll be waiting at the carriage instead because he has urgent business. As they head out, they wonder what kind of scheme the princess is cooking up now. Suddenly, they spot Sister King Wan trying to make a quiet exit. She looks back, caught red-handed trying to sneak away. Prince Yi's eyes soften just a bit when he sees her. He catches up to her, asking why she's leaving so early. She tries to be polite, apologizing for not saying a proper goodbye. But then she starts coughing her lungs out, and everyone goes into full panic mode. Her maid explains she's been feeling terrible but didn't want to be a burden. Our heroine realizes that the evil spirit from earlier did some serious damage to her health. The prince asks if she's been taking her meds, but King Wan tries to play it off like she's fine. Our girl steps up, offering to use her hidden medical skills to check her pulse. King Wan is shocked that the princess consort even knows how to do that. Prince Yi, however, is being a total skeptic and lets out a heavy frown. Our heroine tells her to just trust the process, and King Wan eventually agrees. But just as she reaches for her hand, the prince suddenly grabs her arm and stops her cold. Our girl is fuming, demanding to know why he's being such a buzzkill when she's just trying to help. He warns her to stay away, but King Wan begs him not to start a fight. Even General Qian steps in, saying our girl might actually be the only one who could help. She snaps at him to let go, but he insists he'll find his own doctor and she shouldn't waste her energy. Another coughing fit hits, proving they don't have time for this petty bickering. She finally yanks her hand away with a savage let go. The prince is left speechless as she demands King Wan give her her hand. She finally gets to work, pressing down on the pulse point. She realizes the jade amulet actually saved her life, absorbing the worst of the dark energy. She tells them she'll be fine, but she needs a specific set of Buddhist beads for protection. The maid is confused because there's no actual medicine involved, but our girl tells her to just come by the mansion later for a full checkup. King Wan is beyond grateful for the help. Just then, Princess Lan Xiang shows up, looking like she's about to cause trouble. She asks how King Wan is doing, acting all concerned. King Wan tells her she's feeling much better thanks to our heroine's advice. General Qian cuts to the chase, asking the princess what was so urgent that they had to wait. She starts rambling about the fresh air after the rain, looking incredibly suspicious. Qian isn't buying it, especially when he sees her hiding something behind her back. He calls her out for being weird, and the tension is palpable. She tries to play it off, claiming she just brought a toy for herself to play with. The prince is ready to leave, but Lan Xiang looks like she's regretting her life choices. At the last second, she stops them, shouting that she actually has something to say. She slowly pulls out a mysterious red gift box. She walks right past the guys, ignoring them completely. She stops right in front of our girl and tells her to accept the gift. Our heroine is genuinely confused. Why is the resident mean girl giving her a present? Lan Xiang gets all serious, thanking her for making the banquet such a beautiful memory. She blushes, admitting it's her favorite thing, and she hopes our girl likes it. Our heroine takes the box while the princess stands there looking totally awkward. She gives her a dazzling smile and promises to cherish the gift. General Qian can't help but tease the princess for actually being cute for once. She turns bright red, telling him to shut up and go away. On the court, Yu Mo is absolutely dominating the game, making every heart in the stands skip a beat. The girls are practically swooning, unable to take their eyes off the school's golden boy. Suddenly, Mo catches our girl's eye with a lingering glance. He flashes a smirk that could melt lead, knowing exactly the effect he has. With a smooth motion, he sinks a perfect three-pointer, sending the crowd into a total frenzy. The cheers are deafening as the girls scream their lungs out for him. After the game, his eyes immediately seek her out among the masses. Our poor heroine is frozen in place, her heart thumping against her ribs. When he gives her a personal wave, she can barely handle the chaos in her chest. The jealousy from the other fans is palpable, so she decides it's time to make a quick exit before she gets trampled. But even as she walks away, his gaze follows her like a predator. Later, she's searching everywhere for the elusive Yu Mo. She finally spots him surrounded by his usual pack of admirers. He notices her and walks over with a look of pure delight. She tells him she's been looking for him all day, which definitely boosts his ego. She pulls out a pink love letter and hands it over, making the onlookers lose their minds. He's absolutely beaming, thinking he's finally won her over. He starts gushing about how he'll cherish it forever, but our girl is just trying to stay calm. She looks at him with a get-a-grip expression while he continues his dramatic monologue. He gets so excited he tries to initiate a vigorous love life right then and there. She has to physically hold him back, clarifying that the letter isn't even from her, she was just the messenger. As evening falls over the school, the atmosphere shifts to something much more intense. Yunzai is left alone to clean the classroom, complaining about her friends ditching her. She struggles on her tiptoes to reach the top of the chalkboard. Suddenly, a hand reaches out and takes the eraser from her. It's him, and he's way too close for comfort. She panics and tries to bounce away, but there's nowhere to run. He looks at her with those piercing eyes, asking if she finds him that scary. Then he drops the bombshell, asking her to be his girl. She tries to give him the classic, "I need to focus on my studies" rejection. But he won't take no for an answer, declaring she's the only one he wants. She's completely stunned by his boldness. When she suggests waiting until graduation, his grip tightens. He's losing his patience. He confronts her about the love letter he saw her give to Zaimo. She's confused, but he's already convinced she's just a girl who can't stand being alone. That savage comment lights a fire in her, and she snaps back that it's none of his business. She tries to walk past him, done with this drama. But he grabs her arm with a force that actually hurts. He pins her against the board, his anger boiling over. Before she can even protest, he leans in and silences her with a sudden, forceful kiss. She tries to push him away, her mind racing. But the kiss only gets deeper, leaving her gasping for air. She pleads with him to stop since they are still at school. He whispers that he won't stop until she finally agrees to be his. In that moment, a strange sense of familiarity washes over her. It feels like they've known each other for lifetimes. He claims that in any era, it could only ever be him. Under the orange glow of the sunset, she finally gives in to the inevitable. The scene shifts back to the carriage where the real drama is brewing. Her stepmother is playing the blame game, acting like Yunzai is a loose cannon. Her father is fuming, worried that if her true identity is exposed, they're all finished. He plans to use MS, Zhu's safety, to keep our girl under their thumb. Then he asks about his other daughter, Shang-er. The mother starts spinning a web of lies, claiming Yunzai pushed her and scarred her face. She starts sobbing crocodile tears, calling our heroine evil-hearted. The father vows to find a doctor for the scar and to put Yunzai in her place. They decide to watch anyone close to her, treating her like a dangerous spirit. The stepmother's eyes gleam with malice as she wishes for Yunzai to suffer. Meanwhile, the gentle King Wan is traveling in another carriage. Her maid warns her to stay away from Yunzai because of her father's dark past. But King Wan remembers her as a man of integrity and appreciates Yunzai's help. The maid insists that being close to her will only bring sadness. King Wan sighs, leaving it all to fate. She actually envies how carefree and genuine our girl is. Even the picky Princess Lan seems to have taken a liking to her. As the sun sets, the tension inside the royal carriage reaches a breaking point. Yunzai stares at a mysterious box, wondering what secrets it holds. Suddenly, the prince snaps at her, demanding to know her motive. He coldly orders her to stay in the manor and stay away from King Wan. He leans in, his presence suffocatingly close. They lock eyes in a silent battle of wills. She observes him closely, trying to read the man behind the mask. The intensity between them is electric. Finally, he asks if she's seen enough. She doesn't back down and asks why he's always so guarded around her. He scoffs and reveals the ugly truth. Her father is a corrupt official who ruined lives. She's paralyzed with shock, unable to believe the accusations. He vows to find the evidence and make her father pay for his crimes. He warns her that her title is the only thing keeping her alive. But our girl isn't a coward. She looks him right in the eye and declares she will still help those in need. Her resolve is firm, and even the prince is taken aback by her unwavering spirit. The carriage finally rolls to a stop at the Yi mansion. Prince Yi immediately demands the presence of General Zhuo Keo in his study. Our girl watches him walk away, wondering where her faithful maid has disappeared to. But the mood shifts instantly when he coldly orders her to be confined to the quiet court. She can't believe what a total jerk he's being. The servants insist on escorting her back, giving her zero room to breathe. Meanwhile, word of the prince's return reaches the ears of his rival mistress. She's absolutely ecstatic and demands to know his every move. She tries to rush off to see him immediately, but her maid warns her that he's busy with official business and can't be disturbed. The rival demands a better reason, her patience wearing thin. She realizes she has to wait, which only fuels her inner fire. She sits back, fuming over the fact that the prince dared to bring our heroine to the celebration. She clenches her fists in a jealous rage. When her maid tries to calm her down by mentioning the heroine's status, the mistress snaps. She delivers a savage slap that echoes through the room. She screams that the maid is mocking her. She even tells the girl to go suck up to the heroine since she's so high status. The terrified maid begs for forgiveness, revealing that the heroine was sent straight back to her lonely court. This news finally brings a twisted smile to the rival's face. Back in his study, the prince is burning the midnight oil. But no matter how hard he tries to focus on his scrolls, he can't stop thinking about our girl's defiant words. He closes his eyes, trying to block her out. He picks up his pen to get back to work. He spreads the ink, determined to be productive. But instead of characters, all he sees on the paper is her beautiful face. He's getting incredibly irritated with his own heart. He finally gives up and storms out. He slams the door behind him, leaving his work unfinished and his mind in chaos. The moon hangs high over the silent mansion. Kwe-er is finally back and promises to never let our heroine out of her sight again. She is still shaking from the day's events. Our girl laughs it off and promises to bring her along from now on. She decides it's the perfect time to open the princess's gift. A little spirit watches from the cherry blossoms as she reveals the contents. They both lean in, dying of curiosity. Inside the box is a magnificent high-grade whip. Our heroine is obsessed. It's exactly what she needed. Guer realizes the princess actually has great taste. Even the little ghost is impressed, though it would have preferred snacks. Our girl decides to give it a test run immediately. She takes a stance, looking like a total warrior. With a single swing, the air screams as the whip cracks. The spirits and maids are left completely speechless. The little ghost realizes she's not just playing, she's practicing high-level martial arts. She's a savage with that weapon, and everyone is swooning. The sound of the whip carries over the walls. The prince, who happened to be wandering nearby, stops in his tracks. He hears her laughter and the sound of her training. He stands in the shadows, looking more conflicted than ever. He clenches his fist, still trying to fight the pull she has on him. He realizes he's unconsciously walked all the way to her court. He's genuinely surprised by his own feat. He stares at the entrance to the quiet court, lost in thought. Inside, our girl finishes her session, looking refreshed and powerful. Guer brings over some tea and snacks to reward her hard work. She gulps it down, feeling the adrenaline fades. She admits that a good practice session is exactly what she needed to clear her head. She looks at her new whip again, unable to put it down. She realizes the princess might actually be a friend after all. Outside, the prince finally snaps out of his daze. He turns to walk away, trying to regain his composure. But he can't help but pause one last time. His gaze lingers on her court, proving that our heroine is living rent-free in his head. Guer is worried, but our girl is over here spitting straight facts about her perverted husband. She's got it all figured out. He has his side pieces, he hates her guts, and as long as they stay in their own lanes, everything is Gucci. Too bad someone is lurking in the shadows like a total creep, catching every single insult she throws his way. Prince He is literally right there, and he does not look amused. He repeats her words with a look that says he's definitely going to make her regret that later. The next morning, Yunzai wakes up feeling like she was hit by a truck because of her chaotic sleeping positions. Even Machai is struggling to function this early, sneezing its little soul out. But the mood lifts the second breakfast arrives, and honestly, relatable. Machai turns into a literal vacuum the moment the Bayazi hits the table, wolfing them down like it's its last meal. Their peaceful meal is cut short by a knock that radiates, "I'm about to ruin your day" energy. A servant drops the news that Princey wants our girl to report to Changde Hall immediately. Wait, she has to manage the daily tasks there? Is this mansion short-staffed, or is he just being a petty king? Yunzai is ready to throw hands, calling him out for being a total nightmare. The servant warns her that nobody says no to the prince unless they want a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Machai whispers that this might actually be the perfect chance to find that secret item they need to escape this place forever. Fine, a deal is a deal, and our heroine is officially on the clock. She arrives ready to give him a piece of her mind, but of course the prince is too busy to even see her. Instead, he's left her a lovely to-do list that includes filling a giant water tank and chopping wood. Guer tries to take the hit for her, but Yunzai isn't about to let her poor maid do all the heavy lifting. She decides to use her big brain to find a shortcut that would make an engineer weep with joy. She eyes the bamboo grove and grabs an axe like she's about to star in a survival movie. She starts hacking away, channeling all her rage into every single swing. Look at this DIY queen building a whole irrigation system just to avoid carrying buckets. While she's out here being productive, the local gossip squad is gathered to talk major smack. They're all salty because the prince actually showed our girl some attention recently. The head concubine tries to act like she's still the favorite, but her inner monologue is absolutely screaming. She hears a bit of juicy tea from her maid and decides it's time to lead the girls to go watch a spectacle, which we all know means bullying. Back at the chores, the water is flowing perfectly, but the wood still needs to be dealt with. Yunzai goes full beast mode, hacking through the logs like she's picturing the prince's head on the chopping block. She's showing off a secret trick she learned back on Spirit Cloud Mountain to save time and energy. The maids are all ears, ready to see how a princess consort actually handles business. She demonstrates the perfect swing, making wood chopping look like a high-tier martial art. But of course, the neighborhood mean girls show up to ruin the vibe with their petty commentary. Yunzai looks at them like they're a different species while her maid helps her dust off. Lady Chu pretends to be horrified that a lady is doing servant work, dripping with fake concern. Our heroine isn't having it and straight up asks who this random woman even is. Lady Chu is absolutely triggered that she was forgotten after only a few days. Yunzai plays along, pretending the light bulb finally went off in her head. Then she drops the ultimate burn, identifying her as the lady who always gets beaten up. The burn is so savage the other girls can't even hide their laughter. Yunzai doubles down, warning her to stay hidden so the prince doesn't give her another round of discipline. When Lady Chu calls her presumptuous, Yunzai just blinks and claims she's just being a helpful sister. Looking for a comeback, Lady Chu spots a strange bamboo contraption in the garden. She points it out to her squad, sensing a chance to finally get our girl in trouble. They start picking up the evidence of the crime scattered across the grass. It turns out our girl chopped up Lady Chu's incredibly expensive, specially imported bamboo. The cronies act like it's a national tragedy, mourning the loss of the pricey plants. When confronted, Yunzai casually admits she used it to build a better water system. Lady Chu is nearly in tears over the money she wasted on those precious stalks, but Yunzai just shrugs it off, saying the bamboo is actually being useful for once. She offers to pay for it, which is basically like slapping Lady Chu in the face with a wallet. Lady Chu screams that she's the one in charge of the mansion's rules and greenery. Yunzai scoffs at her management skills, but a sudden round of applause stops the fight cold. Enter the big boss himself, Prince Yi, looking like he heard every single word. He towers over the drama, radiating that "I'm about to ruin someone's day" energy. The ladies immediately switch into damsel mode, swarming him with their grievances. Lady Chu waves the broken bamboo like a murder weapon, begging for justice. She tells the prince that Yunzai even insulted his judgment in picking a manager. Our girl just rolls her eyes at the blatant exaggeration of the whole situation. The prince decides to take her advice and announces that Yunzai will manage the mansion starting tomorrow. The entire courtyard goes silent as the reality of the power shift sinks in. Now Lady Chu is the one panicking, trying to backtrack and keep her job. But the prince is firm, wanting to see if his judgment can be proven wrong. Later, Yunzai vents to her spirit companion, who is clearly getting a kick out of her misery. An announcement rings through the palace grounds, signaling a change in the air. Our girl finds herself standing outside the prince's personal chambers, feeling the dread. He demands to know who gave anyone the right to question his new orders. While Lady Chu begs for mercy, Yunzai tries to opt out of the management gig entirely. The prince brings up her little comment about his bad taste to keep her cornered. He asks if she truly hates the idea of being the one in control. She admits it's way too much work, so he lets Lady Chu keep the stressful job. Lady Chu is overjoyed, thinking she's won her position back through hard work. But there's a catch. The prince demands that Yunzai wait on him personally from now on. Our girl explodes, telling him to use his reward money to hire actual servants instead. He counters that he doesn't tolerate lazy people living for free in his house. It turns into a full-blown shouting match about duty and twisted logic. The other ladies watch the chaos, thinking they look like two toddlers having a tantrum. He threatens to use the family law if she skips her shift and walks away like a king. Yunzai is absolutely fuming, plotting her escape the moment her mission is done. Meanwhile, the mean girls are just glad they didn't lose their status in the mess. But Lady Chu's hand is shaking so hard she might snap that bamboo stalk. Her friends ask if she's okay, but the vibe is definitely shifting to danger. She finally loses it, going absolutely feral with a scream that shakes the garden. She declares Yunzai her eternal enemy as the rest of the squad backs away slowly. The tension in the mansion is reaching a breaking point. Back in her room, Yunzai is taking her anger out on the furniture. Her spirit friend tells her she should be happy to finally get some quality time. He explains that most women would kill for this kind of attention from the prince. Yunzai is disgusted by the comparison, insisting she's nothing like the others. The spirit quickly changes his tune to avoid getting blasted into the afterlife. He offers to share a plan that might get her out of the maid duty. But first, he needs to know if she's found the mysterious item he asked for. His master plan be such a disaster that the prince can't stand to be near her. Our girl loves the idea of being a total wreck just to spite him. Her maid gives her one last warning to stay calm and not start a war. Taking a deep breath, Yunzai steps into the lion's den for her first shift. She scans the room, looking for anything she can accidentally destroy. She spots a shelf full of priceless vases that are just begging to be shattered. Every corner of the room is packed with fragile treasures she can't wait to break. She decides to find the thumb ring first before turning this place into a demolition zone. She's even got a secret weapon ready in case the prince tries anything funny. She cautiously pulls back the curtain to the inner chamber, expecting a fight. But instead, she gets a full view of the prince looking very undressed. Our girl is paralyzed, her brain short-circuiting at the unexpected fan service. He turns around and catches her staring, and the air in the room suddenly gets very heavy. Our girl is clearly losing her cool, her hands trembling as she prepares for chaotic confrontation. She whips out her weapon with a deadly glare, ready to show this man exactly who he's dealing with. She lashes out with a savage swing, determined to teach him a lesson he won't forget. But the guy is way too smooth, dodging every strike like he's just out for a morning stroll. Damn, our heroine yells, her frustration reaching a boiling point as she swings again. In one swift motion, he catches the whip, completely neutralizing her attack. But as the dust settles, she's hit with a sight she wasn't prepared for: his wide-open robe and bare chest. She freezes, her eyes locking onto a jagged scar running across his skin. He doesn't even look embarrassed, teasing her for being late while he's in such untidy attire. Our girl turns beet red, screaming at him to cover up, but he just gives her that knowing, savage smile. Before she can react, he yanks on the cord. She loses her balance and goes flying straight toward him. Asterisk smack, asterisk, she face-blunts right into his muscular chest. The impact leaves her seeing stars, her brain completely short-circuiting. Ouch, that hurts, she whines, clutching her head in total embarrassment. But then she realizes her hand is resting directly on his bare skin. She hears a rapid asterisk thump-thump asterisk and realizes his heart is racing just as fast as hers. They lock eyes in a moment of pure chaotic tension. Panic sets in and she snaps her hand back like she's been burned. He leans in, voice low and dangerous, asking if touching him made her nervous. Our poor heroine tries to regain her dignity, lecturing him about how men and women should never touch so casually. He doesn't care about the rules, stepping forward and forcing her to retreat. He smirks at her, clearly enjoying how flustered she's getting. She tries to back away with some grace, but her own dress betrays her. She trips over her hem, gasping as gravity takes over. But he's right there, catching her by the waist in a classic swoon-worthy move. He whispers that the rules of no touching don't apply to them because she's his woman. She immediately starts flailing, trying to push this untidy rascal away. He easily catches her wrists, shutting down her tiny rebellion. He demands she help him change since his clothes are a mess, and she's the one who caused the chaos. When she refuses, he hits her with some light blackmail, suggesting they get to know each other even better in this innocent situation. Trapped, our girl realizes she has no choice but to agree. She hides behind a screen, trying to maintain some shred of modesty. She gingerly picks up the new robes, acting like they're made of toxic waste. "I'll do this as fast as humanly possible," she vows to herself. She turns her head away, refusing to look at his distracting physique. It turns into a chaotic comedy routine as she tries to grope around blindly to find where the clothes go. Suddenly, his hand grabs hers, stopping her clumsy fumbling. She ends up pressed against him again, her face practically on fire. "What are you doing?" she shrieks, demanding he let go. He's losing his patience, asking how long she plans to dilly-dally over a simple robe. "I'm working on it," she snaps back, aggressively pulling the fabric into place. She focuses entirely on the belt, determined to finish this nightmare. 2 hours later, yes, 2 whole hours, and the sun is high in the sky. She's sweating bullets, muttering that she's almost done. She ties the final knot with a few of relief, thinking she's finally free. She tries to make a run for it, but he commands her to stop right there. She turns around, shocked by his tone. And then she sees the disaster she's created. He looks like a total mess in his lopsided robes. She can't help it, a snicker escapes her as she trembles with suppressed laughter. He's absolutely livid, pointing to the door and yelling at her to get out. He stares down at the horrific knot she tied, wondering what kind of woman he's dealing with. Outside, she's feeling victorious, laughing at how hilarious he looked. But an hour later, the sky is clear and she's summoned back because he literally can't get the clothes off. She's forced to kneel before him, struggling to undo her own handiwork. "Why won't this damn thing unravel?" she cries out in frustration. He looms over her, complaining about how long she's taking. She snaps that she's trying her best and he should stop whining. Even the belt seems to be against her today, and she's starting to lose her mind. She's practically growling at the fabric, her face contorted in rage. This is completely unacceptable to her pride. She looks left and right, searching for any way to end this struggle. Her eyes land on a sword hanging on the wall. She grabs the hilt with a dangerous glint in her eyes. She draws the blade, ready to cut through the problem once and for all. Our girl is absolutely fed up and decides to take matters into her own hands, swinging a blade with zero hesitation. But the prince is too quick, dodging her reckless strike like it's nothing more than a fly buzzing around. He calmly tells her to back off and wait outside, but our heroine isn't about to let a simple knot defeat her. She insists that her sword skills are top tier and she's going to finish what she started whether he likes it or not. He's had enough of her games and easily catches her wrist in midair. In a total power move, he pins her down, looming over her with a look that says he's really not playing anymore. He asks if she's ready for the punishment that comes with drawing a weapon on royalty. Holding her tight, he mocks her confidence, telling her that if she's so capable, she should just do it herself. Our girl is fuming at his arrogance. She tries to stomp on his foot to get some space, but he just stands there looking gloomy while she reaches for the hilt again. With a sudden burst of speed, she grabs the sword and cleanly slices through the stubborn knot, leaving the prince completely stunned by her actual competence. She can't help but brag about her skills while he just stares at her, wondering how she's so chaotic. Finally, he kicks her out of the room so he can change in peace. Our poor heroine stuck waiting outside, bored out of her mind and complaining about how long men take to get ready. She decides to ditch him and find some real fun. But before she can make her escape, a voice commands her to stop right there. She freezes, caught red-handed. The prince emerges looking absolutely regal in his new robes. Our girl is momentarily stunned. He actually looks like a proper human being for once. She tries to play it cool, lying about needing some fresh air. But he's not letting her off the hook that easily. He demands she stay and comb his hair before she's allowed to leave. With incense burning in the background, she starts working on his long, silky locks with surprising care. As she ties it up, she admits that while she's bad at changing clothes, she's a pro at hairstyling. She even mentions that her master used to praise her skills, which immediately piques his interest. She carefully places the ornament. While he watches her reflection, his gaze softening just a little. She thinks she's done a decent job, and he has to admit the result in the mirror is flawless. After finishing the final pin, she's ready to bolt. But of course, this man is a menace and tells her she can't go yet. He starts walking away without another word, only to drop a bombshell. She has to clean the entire garden before her day is done. He claims his word is law and he doesn't need her agreement for anything. Our girl is absolutely savage, calling him a liar and a disgrace to men everywhere. But he just keeps piling on the chores, telling her to water the plants too. She's left fuming in the room, looking like she's about to explode from the sheer injustice. Meanwhile, the prince prepares to head out. As he mounts his horse, his mind is still on her mysterious master. He gives a secret order to his guard and rides off, demanding a full report on whether this master is a man or a woman. His guard is left wondering why on earth the prince is suddenly so obsessed with her past. Back at the manor, our girl is stuck on sweeping duty. She's aggressively cleaning while cursing that jerk under her breath. Her maid tries to cheer her up, but our heroine is busy daydreaming about all the hair she should have pulled out when she had the chance. She claims she's not scared of him at all. Little does she know, a mysterious spirit is watching her from the trees. This little guy is looking for trouble, using his powers to blow leaves around. He aims a leaf right at her, and it lands perfectly on the spot she just finished sweeping. She pauses, confused, but then more leaves start falling out of nowhere. She catches one and realizes it's fresh. There's no wind, so this isn't natural. She looks up suspiciously and spots the little troublemaker hiding in the branches. She calls him out immediately, and the spirit is genuinely shocked that a mere mortal can actually see him. He sits there looking grumpy, and when she tells him to take his leaves back, he gives her a flat-out refusal. But this little green pest thinks he's untouchable just because he's a spirit. That is, until the flower fairy Xiaomei shows up and delivers a savage smackdown. The little guy, Muking, finally realizes who just clocked him. He tries to go in for a hug, but Xiaomei is absolutely not having it. She sends him flying into the dirt while our heroine and her servant watch in total shock. Xiaomei calls him a total pest, and honestly, we stan a queen who knows her worth. The servant is confused, but Xiaomei says to just ignore the trash on the ground. Our girl greets her sweet fairy friend with a smile. She's still so grateful for the help Xiaomei gave her before. Poor Quer is standing there wondering who on earth her mistress is talking to. Our girl explains she's chatting with the legendary flower fairy. Quer is vibrating with excitement, making Xiaomei blush from the unexpected compliments. The sweet servant introduces herself even if she can't see the tiny guest. Xiaomei is touched and offers a polite greeting in return. Meanwhile, the green guy finally starts to stir. Muking wakes up and sees our girl still clutching her broom. He asks why she's doing manual labor. She explains she's just tidying up the garden. Xiaomei offers to be her tour guide once the chores are finished. She even tries to take over the cleaning duties herself. But then Muking strikes again, tackling Xiaomei with an unwanted hug. He gets immediately punted into the stratosphere. Xiaomei threatens him with a permanent restraining order if he comes any closer. He begs for mercy, promising to do anything just to stay by her side. He wonders if she's still salty about some past drama. Xiaomei tells him to get lost, and our girl finally asks if these two are actually okay. Muking realizes this must be Xiaomei's new bestie. He immediately drops the ego and bows down in a formal apology. He's so dramatic that he even asks to be punished for his past tricks. Our heroine is reeling from the whiplash of his sudden personality shift. Xiaomei says to just kick him out, but he keeps begging for a chance to repent. Our girl is stuck in the middle of this chaotic fairy divorce. She finally caves to his puppy dog eyes and lets him stay. Overjoyed, he promises to clean the entire mansion in a heartbeat. He puts his little leaf minions to work, making sure every corner is spotless. The garden is suddenly looking like a floral paradise. The girls start watering the plants, enjoying the peaceful atmosphere of the estate. Our girl finds so much peace among the greenery, but she stops when she notices something is wrong. A few of the flowers are withered and dying. Our poor heroine feels her heart break for the little things. Xiaomei steps up, promising to fix them with a flick of her wrist. She sprinkles some fairy dust and works her magic. The flowers bloom back to life instantly. Xiaomei stays humble, saying it's the least she can do for a plant lover. Suddenly, Muking zooms back into the frame. He's eager to prove his worth to his Xiaomei. She tells him to back off before he causes more trouble. He brags about finishing the garden and begs for more chores. She coldly tells him his services are no longer required. He looks absolutely crushed, and our girl can't help but feel a tiny bit bad. He stares at her for a long moment. Our girl is weirded out by his intense gaze. He repeats that the garden is done, looking for some praise. She gives him a polite thank you. He acts like he's exhausted but willing to sacrifice everything for her. Our girl realizes he's basically begging for a free meal. She invites them both back for some snacks, and Muking is suddenly full of energy. They all settle down at the table for a little garden party. Looking at the gate, the mood shifts. Xiaomei comments on the state of the princess consort's living quarters. Muking can't help but comment on how dingy the place looks. To shut him up, Xiaomei lobs a cherry straight at his face. He catches it in his mouth, looking completely baffled. Then he decides it's a precious gift and starts swooning over it. Our girl just stares at the chaos, wondering how her life became a fairy sitcom. The summer sun is absolutely brutal today, and our girl is definitely feeling the heat. Luckily, she's got a secret weapon, a colorful ice-cold popsicle to save the day. Little does she know, a certain handsome man is lurking in the trees, watching her every move with a sharp gaze. She's completely lost in her own world, admiring the vibrant colors of her treat. She takes a slow, satisfying lick, trying to cool down. And then another, completely oblivious to the fact that her audience is getting a bit flustered. The guy literally has to turn his head away, blushing like crazy while cursing her existence. But he can't stay away for long, watching her bite into the ice with pure joy. She's in absolute bliss, savoring the flavor and feeling like the luckiest girl alive. Suddenly, a shadow looms over her as he finally makes his move. He walks past with an air of total indifference, acting like he wasn't just staring. Just as she's about to enjoy the very last, most precious bite of her snack, a hand suddenly reaches out from the side. And just like that, her popsicle is snatched right out of her hands. She turns around, ready to throw hands, only to see him standing there looking way too cool. Before she can even process the theft or yell at him, he leans in with a devastatingly handsome smile that catches her off guard and captures her lips in a sudden, breathtaking kiss. It's deep, it's intense, and it leaves our heroine completely short-circuited. Her face turns a shade of red that puts her popsicle to shame as she trembles in shock. He pulls back, looking far too satisfied with himself while she tries to hide her embarrassment. He just turns on his heel and starts walking away like he didn't just commit daylight robbery. He casually bans her from eating popsicles from now on, which is a total crime. To make matters worse, he finished the last bite himself, leaving her absolutely fuming. She screams after him, swearing he's ruined her entire summer and demanding he pays her back. Back at the palace, the little spirits are judging the situation, calling her an unwelcome princess consort in a worn-out place. The little red-haired spirit is trying to be nice, but the honesty in this garden is absolutely savage. Our girl sighs, complaining about how stingy Princey is for making her stay in such a rundown area. But she's resilient and claims the atmosphere doesn't even bother her anymore. Machai thinks she's lost her progressive edge, but she's already on to the next big project. She's planning to build a swing, and her spirit squad is already on the hunt for the perfect materials. They come flying back with a sturdy board and some heavy-duty rope, looking proud of their haul. Everyone is hyped to get started on the construction. Even some new faces join the party, looking a bit confused by the chaotic energy of the group. After a quick round of introductions under the beautiful cherry blossoms, the whole squad is ready to pitch in and build the ultimate relaxation spot. They follow her lead, ready to transform the garden into something magical. She stops in front of a massive, gnarled tree that has definitely seen better days. This is the exact spot she's chosen to tie the swing. The spirits are skeptical, wondering why on earth she'd pick a withered tree that looks half dead. She admits it looks lonely, and she wants to give it some company to brighten its days. She asks the little spirit for his expert opinion on the structural integrity. He gives it a thorough inspection, looking very professional as he gazes up at the branches. But he just shakes his head in disappointment. He claims the tree didn't just die naturally. Its life force was actually sealed away by a powerful force. Regardless of the spooky lore, our heroine is determined and calls for the tools to get started. She gets straight to work, marking the wood with precision. She's a total DIY queen, hammering away without a single care in the world. Once the board is ready, she prepares the thick ropes. The spirits are genuinely impressed by her skills and jump in to help with the heavy lifting. The flying spirits take the ropes high into the air. They loop them around the thick, withered branch with ease. And finally, the masterpiece is complete. She's beaming with pride and can't wait to test it out for herself. She hops on and asks her maid, Quer, to give her a good push. The first swing is a massive success. She shouts for her to go higher, wanting to touch the sky and feel the wind. They spend the afternoon laughing and swinging, finally bringing some joy back to the lonely old tree. Our Chibai friend is feeling a bit confused as he looks around the lush forest. He asks his buddy to watch over this little round blob for a bit while he gets to work. He gathers his spiritual energy and blasts it straight at the withered tree. Our little pink-haired heroine Zio may watch as the beam hit its mark with wide eyes. The branch looks totally dead, but the magic is just getting started. As our girl swings back and forth, the tree suddenly bursts with new life. She and her maid are absolutely losing it because this is pure magic. In an instant, the one-stead tree is covered in thick green leaves. Xiaomi isn't about to be outdone and decides to add her own flair to the garden. She focuses her power, ready to show off what she can really do. With a sudden burst of energy, the ground begins to transform. Our heroine is completely swooning as she sees the garden bloom into a paradise. The entire area is now covered in a sea of vibrant, beautiful flowers. The Chibai guy tries to flirt, but Xiaomi hits him with that savage tsundere energy. She flies off in a huff while our girl can't help but laugh at their chaotic dynamic. She thanks them for the beautiful view, but the little spirits are just happy she's happy. Suddenly, a grumpy voice echoes out, demanding to know who's making all that noise. Everyone freezes and starts looking around for the source of the mysterious voice. They spot a strange, glowing light pulsating right on the trunk of the tree. Out pops a tiny old spirit man who looks like he just woke up from a century-long nap. Our girl is a bit startled and asks the little guy who on earth he is. He claims to be the spirit of the ginkgo tree and asks if they were the ones who woke him. He starts rambling about a long story, but nobody has the patience for that. Machai, the little ghost blob, gives him a suspicious side-eye that's honestly iconic. The old man stares back with widening eyes, making poor Machai feel super uncomfortable. Machai isn't dealing with this creepiness and vanishes into thin air with a plink. The old man starts sniffing the air like a bloodhound, desperate to find the little ghost. He realizes he knows that vicious aura and demands to know if the ghost wants to die. Our girl is confused and asks if the old man actually knows Machai. She tells him to ignore the round little guy since he's always in a bad mood. The old man is stunned because that definitely isn't the ghost's real name. Our heroine leans in, dying to know the truth about Machai's mysterious past. The old man insists that even if the appearance changed, that unique body odor is unmistakable. Machai is absolutely offended that his presence is being reduced to a smell. The spirit explains that in the third dimension, everyone has a scent he'd never forget. He begs the old man to tell him about his past life, hoping for a breakthrough. But the old fool has already fallen fast asleep, leaving Machai absolutely fuming. Our girl has to step in and tell Machai to show some respect to his elders. She shushes him before he can cause a scene in the middle of the garden. The old man wakes up again but is now completely disoriented and confused. He starts panicking about why he's floating in midair like a common ghost. Our girl's sweat drops while reminding him that he's supposed to be a tree spirit. Machai isn't buying it and thinks the old man is just pretending to be senile to avoid questions. The old man sees Machai's angry face and starts screaming for help like he's seen a monster. The heroine wonders if he's just suffering from some serious magical side effects. The Chibai guy suggests that the old spirit probably just needs some time to recover. Our girl finds it super strange that someone would bother sealing a random tree. It turns out her playing on the swing was the key to breaking the ancient seal. The spirits try to calm the old man down, but he's still terrified of his own kind. As night falls over the palace, the mood shifts from chaotic to serious. Prince is back and his guard is reporting some very interesting findings. The guard admits he couldn't find a single trace of our heroine's supposed master. The prince is surprisingly calm, noting that if his best spy can't find him, no one can. The guard reveals that the second daughter only reappeared 3 months ago. She was apparently exiled for bad luck and lived on Spirit Cloud Mountain until recently. Princey finds this sudden change in her behavior incredibly suspicious and interesting. He's clearly planning his next move to get closer to the prime minister through her. By the next morning, the entire palace is buzzing with some wild new rumors. The maids are whispering about the withered tree that miraculously bloomed overnight. They're convinced that demons or spirits must be haunting the quiet court. One sneaky maid decides she needs to report this weirdness to her own mistress immediately. While the gossip spreads, our girl is busy dealing with the fallout of her fame. She's told that Princey is coming over and she needs to look busy cleaning. She starts dusting the vases, but her mind is clearly elsewhere. She wonders when the prince is actually going to show his face. The second he's gone, our girl starts rummaging through his private drawers. She's on a mission, searching every nook and cranny for something hidden. When she can't find it in the main room, she realizes it must be deeper inside. She turns her eyes toward his private sleeping quarters, ready to risk it all. If it weren't for her precious Machai, she'd never dream of scavenging through this man's private quarters. She starts by tossing the pillows aside, desperate for a clue. But there's absolutely nothing there, leading her to wonder if it's hidden deep under the covers. She fully commits to the chaos, climbing right onto the mattress. She crawls forward, patting down every inch of the silk. But the bed is as empty as her bank account after a shopping spree. Suddenly, a shadow looms over her and she realizes she's not alone. She freezes in shock as the prince himself catches her red-handed, asking if she's really that desperate to get into his bed. Our poor heroine slowly turns around, her face heating up faster than a microwave. She tries to push him away, but the man is a total savage, mocking her for loosening the reins to get a better grip on him. She's absolutely fuming, telling him to back off so she can get down. But he's feeling bold today and refuses to move an inch. Thinking she's a martial arts master, she launches a flying kick right at his face. Big mistake, he catches her foot with the grace of a pro athlete. Now she's stuck in the most awkward position imaginable, calling him a rogue and demanding her leg back. She glares at him, her eyes practically shooting lasers of annoyance. The prince just smirks, telling her he'll only let go if she begs for his forgiveness. He's clearly enjoying this way too much. Left with no choice, our girl threatens to spit right on him if he doesn't release her. Turns out the mighty prince is a total germaphobe with major OCD, and he starts trembling at the thought of a stray droplet. He releases her like she's a hot potato, and she takes the win with a smug grin. He retreats to a safe distance, calling her a vicious woman. She quickly tidies her clothes, trying to regain some dignity. She attempts to make a break for it, but he stops her, demanding to know what she was actually looking for. Panicked, she lies through her teeth, claiming she just couldn't stand how messy his bed was. The prince sees an opportunity and traps her instantly, declaring that from now on, she's officially responsible for tidying his bed every day. She realizes she just played herself and fell right into a rut. She stammers out excuses, saying she shouldn't steal work from the other servants. He ignores her protests and starts walking toward her with that dangerous glint in his eyes. She keeps babbling, but he stops right in her personal space. His hand reaches out, and he lifts her chin, forcing her to look at him. He reminds her that as his wife, no one is better suited for the job of serving him. She tells him to get his hands off her, but she's clearly flustered. He just gives her this devastatingly handsome smile that should be illegal. She clenches her sleeve, her heart doing backflips. She raises her hand to slap that smug look off his face, but he catches her wrist in midair. He's got her pinned and blushing like a tomato. But just as the tension hits its peak, a knock at the door ruins the vibe. A servant announces that breakfast is served, saving our girl from a total meltdown. The prince lets her go for now, but he's definitely not finished. He casually tells her it's time to eat, leaving her standing there in a daze. She follows him out, still trying to process the emotional roller coaster she just survived. They arrive to a massive breakfast spread that looks like a five-star feast. Our girl's eyes practically turn into hearts at the sight of the food. Everything looks incredibly delicious. He gives her the go-ahead, and she immediately grabs a steamed bun. She takes one bite and is instantly transported to heaven. He asks what's wrong, and she has to admit the food is incredible. Suddenly, her manners fly out the window as she starts inhaling everything in sight. The prince watches her, totally judging her chaotic eating habits. He acts like it's just basic food, wondering why she's so obsessed. She insists it's perfectly prepared, and he uses her stomach against her, inviting her to eat with him every single day. She's so excited about the free food that she agrees instantly. He's genuinely surprised she gave in so easily for a few buns. He hides a small smile, realizing he's finally found her weakness. He points out that she's usually so stubborn, so this sudden agreement is a shock. Our girl freezes, realizing she just got bribed by breakfast and totally lost the upper hand. Later, she heads back to her own courtyard to clear her head. Her maids are there to greet her, surprised she's back so soon. She explains the prince had business elsewhere, so she escaped early. They excitedly show her the new flowers they've been planting. The entire garden has been transformed into a floral paradise. Our heroine is genuinely touched by how beautiful and neat everything looks. The maid explains that Zio Mei was the one who helped them set everything up. The little spirit pops up, acting all humble and saying it's just a small return for her hospitality. Our girl Yunzai is just happy everyone finally made it to the party. But of course, Keek the ghost has to humble her, reminding everyone that her mountain home is basically a fairy palace. Enough talk though, it's time to feast on some top-tier snacks. Yunzai reveals a basket of matcha that looks absolutely divine. The little spirits are losing their minds over how pretty the dim sum is. It's a full-on picnic, and everyone is invited to the snack table. The vibes are immaculate as they stuff their faces with the sweet treats. Suddenly, Yunzai notices the Jinko old man has pulled a vanishing act. Apparently, he just wanted a little stroll after his long nap. But Keek is way more concerned about protecting the food than finding the old guy. He tries to swipe the last of the matcha for himself before anyone else can grab it. He's ready to inhale everything in sight like a tiny white vacuum. "It's all mine," he yells, practically glowing with greed. But wait, the old man appears out of thin air and he's already got the goods. Keek is fuming, demanding the stinky old man hand over his snacks. The old man just smirks, daring the little ghost to come and get it if he can. Keek launches an all-out assault, zooming through the air. But the old man is too fast, dodging and weaving like a pro. Keek thinks he's finally won when he snatches the matcha back, only for the old man to pull another disappearing trick. He pops up right behind him, making Keek jump out of his skin. The old man acts all sweet, offering the food back with a smile. Keek is skeptical but way too hungry to be smart. As soon as he reaches for it, the old man gives him a savage smack. Yunzai and the crew are just watching this chaotic slapstick comedy unfold from the sidelines. The old man reminds him that there's no such thing as a free meal in this world. Meanwhile, our little green spirit friend is smiling like a total villain. He's actually remembering why he hates Keek so much. Flashback time, he once asked Keek for a cherry he was guarding. He was so excited to get his special treat back. Keek dug around in his mouth like it was a junk drawer. And instead of a cherry, he spat out a gross, half-eaten pit. Keek just flew off to take a nap like it was no big deal, leaving our poor boy traumatized and crying. Keek is dodging for his life, talking smack the whole time. But the old man has an ace up his sleeve. Keek catches something, but it smells like a literal dumpster fire. It's a Jinko smelly bomb, and it's 100 times worse than normal trash. The smell is so toxic that everyone has to cover their noses. But don't worry, the old man made it so only the target actually suffers the full blast. Keek is officially down for the count, falling out of the sky. Elsewhere in the mansion, news of the miracle is spreading fast. A maid confirms the impossible, that dead withered tree has actually bloomed. The resident mean girl is shook. She knows that tree shouldn't be alive. She's already planning to bring in a Tao priest to deal with this anomaly. She's convinced Yunzai is behind this and is determined to kick her out. She's got that I'm the villainous energy, but we know she's just looking for trouble. She gives the final order to make sure our girl is gone for good. Night falls over the estate, but the drama is just simmering under the surface. Yunzai is relaxing under the stars, looking totally unbothered by the palace plots. She misses the stars back home, saying they were so close she could touch them. Kwe notices our girl is feeling a bit homesick for her mountain. Yunzai admits it's been 3 months since she's seen her master. Kwe is curious, what kind of man is this mysterious master? She even asks if he's more handsome than Prince Yi. Yunzai is offended by the comparison, saying Prince Yi can't even compete. She's a total master stan and she's not hiding it. No one in the world is more handsome than my master, she declares. Kwe just nods along to keep the peace and make her happy. But Keek interrupts the girl talk to ask about the mission. Yunzai searched everywhere, even the prince's bed, but found nothing. Keek calls her a dummy, pointing out that a thumb ring is usually on a hand. Yunzai realizes she might have missed the most obvious place. She starts visualizing the fight from earlier to remember the ring's details. She recalls the old man's victory and that terrible smell that knocked Keek out. She asks Keek to draw it out so she knows exactly what to look for next time. Keek gets to work as the night deepens. The ghost spirit is busy working on a masterpiece. It claims this motif keeps appearing in its head and might hold the key to its identity. The master wonders if this is some kind of dark magic, but honestly, he's just offended by how bad the drawing is. When the girls see the final result, they realize it's supposed to be a dragon, but it looks more like a confused catfish. Our girl can't even breathe because she's laughing so hard. The poor ghost is absolutely fuming, while everyone else has a total meltdown over its lack of talent. Under the starry sky of Spirit Cloud Mountain, a mysterious figure is moving through the trees with insane speed. It's a young girl leaping through the forest like it's a playground. She finally arrives at a secluded cabin hidden deep in the woods. She lands gracefully on the wooden porch, looking around at the quiet sanctuary. As she reaches out and pushes aside the curtain to see who's inside, she finds a white-haired man gazing out at the night sky. He asks if something is wrong, but she just claims she's bored and wants some company. She plops down right next to him, asking what's so interesting about the view. To her, the stars look exactly the same every single night. She's actually here to complain because she doesn't understand why he let little Yunzai get married off. He calmly explains that Yunzai has her own life to live. In his eyes, this is simply her destiny. The girl lies back, missing her friend and wondering if they're both looking at the same stars right now. He can only hope that she is. Meanwhile, back at the palace, our girl is pretending to be a diligent worker while plotting her next move. She's determined to find a way to check the prince's hands for a specific mark. Prince Yi is busy reading, completely unaware that he's being hunted by a chaotic heroine. She thinks she's found the perfect opening. He notices her hovering and wonders what on earth she's planning this time. He's genuinely confused by her sudden shifty behavior. She carries it over with a suspicious amount of grace. Prince Yi is so startled by the attention that he nearly fumbles his book. She approaches his desk and offers the tea with a sweet smile. He's genuinely surprised that she's being so thoughtful. He just stares at her for a long moment, making her wonder if she's already been caught. She keeps up the act. As he reaches out to take the cup, she watches his hand like a hawk, but her heart sinks when she realizes the mark isn't there. She wonders if it's on the other hand, but he's using that one to support his face, blocking her view. He looks at her, trying to figure out what's going on in that chaotic head of hers. He hands the cup back and asks for another, mostly because he wants to see what she does next. She thinks this is the perfect chance and prepares to get messy. She walks back over to him, acting like the most obedient maid in the world. Suddenly, she slips and sends the tea flying right at him. He has lightning-fast reflexes and catches the cup, but he still gets splashed and looks absolutely done with her. She immediately jumps on the table to help him dry up. She grabs his hand to check for the mark, but there's absolutely nothing there. Realizing her plan failed, she tries to make a run for it, claiming she doesn't want to disturb his reading. She thinks she has successfully escaped, but she ends up running face first into his chest. He stands over her, looking totally unimpressed. He demands to know if she's playing him for a fool. Our girl tries to play the clumsy me card, but her guilty conscience is screaming. He just stares her down, and she desperately tries to invent a new chore to get away. She tries to bolt, but he grabs her arm before she can even take a step. He demands to know what she's really doing. She can only beg him to let go so she can get back to her work. He isn't having it and pulls her right back into his orbit. Before she can even process the grab, she's pinned against him. They lock eyes in a moment so intense it's actually chaotic. He looks down at her with that smug, handsome face while she desperately demands her freedom. But instead of letting go, he wraps his arms around her in a full-on embrace. He starts closing the gap, making her heart pull a complete disappearing act as she blushes furiously. She tries to push him away with everything she's got, but he's like a brick wall. He flat out tells her he's not letting go, leaving her totally speechless. She warns him he'll be sorry, but he just scoffs that she's no match for him. Our girl is so fed up she threatens to literally spit on him. He's actually amused by her savage threats, looking at her with a total try-me expression. She thinks she's being clever by coming up with a technique to deal with him later. He looks annoyed by her smug face and holds her even tighter. She's confused by his reaction, but he looks like he's about to do something crazy. Suddenly, he leans in for a surprise kiss. It's a deep, passionate moment with cherry blossoms practically appearing out of thin air. She's in total shock and tries to push him off. He doesn't stop, holding her even tighter as she hits his chest in a panic. The kiss continues for quite a while, leaving the entire hall in a stunned silence. He finally pulls back to observe her face. She manages to push him away and her eyes are welling up with tears. He's taken aback because he's never seen her cry before and looks guilty as heck. She's crying silently and he realizes he's messed up big time. He pulls her into a gentle, apologetic hug, begging her not to cry. She's still sobbing against his chest as he promises never to do it again. Time passes and the mood remains heavy while he continues to hold her tightly. But the moment he lets his guard down, she delivers a solid punch. He's in pain while she pushes him away with every ounce of strength she has left. She bolts out of there, leaving him alone in the hall. Our girl runs as fast as her legs can carry her, not looking back. Meanwhile, Princey is actually left smiling about the whole encounter. Outside, our heroine is gasping for air, trying to calm her racing heart. Her heart is thumping so loud she's sure the whole palace can hear it. She clutches her chest, wondering why she's feeling so rattled. They bring an order for the princess consort to come to the hall. Her maid quickly makes up an excuse, saying she's not feeling well and won't be coming. The messenger is surprised and asks if they need to call a doctor. The maid insists she just needs rest and sends the messenger away. Our girl is hiding nearby, letting out a huge sigh of relief when they finally leave. She talks to her little ghost spirit, who asks if she's sure the thumb ring isn't on the prince. She insists she searched his whole body and it's definitely not there. The spirit looks skeptical, but she's adamant it's not on his hands. Her maid returns and warns her that playing sick isn't a long-term plan. The maid is confused because our girl usually loves going there for the good food. She awkwardly claims she only liked the food for a moment and prefers her maid's cooking. We see a flashback to her returning the day before, looking completely dazed and red-faced. She had told her maid she was fine but needed a nap immediately. Back at the hall, Princey is informed that his princess consort is sick. He pauses his riding, looking suspicious of her sudden illness. The servant confirms that she refused to see a doctor. He looks thoughtful, clearly sensing that she's just avoiding him after their kiss. Instead of being angry, he orders high-end nutritional supplements and snacks to be sent to her. The servant agrees to follow the order as the prince continues to plot his next move. He's definitely not letting her off the hook that easily. After all, he knows exactly why she's hiding. She can stay in her room all she wants, but he's already won this round. The supplements are just a little reminder that he's still thinking of her. Our girl is in for a long week of recovery. Her maid is going to have her hands full keeping up the act. But knowing Prince Yi, he might just show up at her door himself. And she is definitely not prepared for a round two. The drama in the palace is only just getting started. She can try to hide, but the prince is always one step ahead. It's only a matter of time before she has to face him again. And next time, a punch might not be enough to save her. He watches the servant leave, a faint smirk playing on his lips. This game of cat and mouse is just getting interesting. Rain is pouring down, and while most people would be tucked away inside, our girl Yan Zai is absolutely losing her mind from boredom. She sighs, wondering why the rain won't let up and where everyone has disappeared to. Her loyal maid, Kwe tries to save the day by suggesting some needlework to pass the time. But Yan Zai isn't having it, calling the hobby even more boring than staring at the walls. Kwe insists it's relaxing, but Yan Zai has a much more chaotic plan in mind. She remembers hunting for treasures on Spirit Cloud Mountain during the rain and decides it's time for an adventure. Even the little spirit familiars are ready to join the hunt, though one of them tries to act like they're too cool for treasure before immediately folding. The rain doesn't slow them down one bit as the storm clouds roll in. Dressed in men's clothes to keep things practical, Yan Zai leads the way through the garden. Kwe is sweating bullets, worried they'll get caught. But Yan Zai is confident that the rain is the perfect cover. She points out their target, a massive tree. Kwe is confused, but Yan Zai insists the treasure is right there. They reach the base of the giant trunk, and Yan Zai is ready to scale it. She tells Kwe to get ready to catch the loots. Despite the maid's protest that it's way too dangerous, Yan Zai refuses to let the spirits do the work for her. She needs to feel the thrill of the hunt herself. With the grace of a professional thief, she starts her ascent. She makes it look easy, perching on the branches while Kwe watches with her heart in her throat. She's totally in her element. And what is this legendary treasure? Edible wood fungus. The little spirits help out, and she starts tossing the treasure down to her maid. Kwe does her best to catch them all in her skirt. But wait, someone is lurking in the shadows. Kwe is so focused on the mushrooms that she doesn't notice a pair of boots appearing right in her path. She looks up and her soul nearly leaves her body when she sees Princey standing there. He looks absolutely miserable and completely drenched. Kwe is frozen in terror, while Yunzai is still up in the tree, completely oblivious and worrying about her dizzy spirits. Finally, our girl looks down and realizes the man of the hour has arrived. The dramatic tension is off the charts as they lock eyes. Mushrooms are scattered everywhere in the mud. Kwe tries to offer a shaky greeting, and Yunzai decides the best way to handle this is to just jump down. She lands with a splash and tells her maid to stop worrying about the umbrella. In a total power move, she tells Kwe to just ignore him entirely. Kwe is trembling so hard she can barely stand. But when Yunzai looks at the prince again, she notices he's a literal drowned rat. The sight is so ridiculous that our heroine can't even maintain her savage attitude. She starts shaking with laughter, completely losing it at the sight of the mighty prince looking so pathetic in the rain. The rain continues to pour outside the temple. An umbrella rests against the pillar, a silent witness to the chaos brewing inside. Our girl has tucked the little spirits into bed, finally giving them some peace. They look so comfy, but the peace is short-lived as the door swings open. Our heroine steps in, looking absolutely confused by the sight before her. There sits the man of the hour, looking like a drowned rat and feeling incredibly awkward. He's surrounded by worn-out curtains and a gloomy atmosphere. He glances around the old, run-down room, probably wondering how he ended up here. Our girl isn't about to let him suffer in silence, though. She tosses a white cloth right at his head. It lands with a satisfying splat, completely covering his face. She can't help but giggle at his misfortune, it's just too savage. He tries to dry himself off, looking grumpy as ever while she explains there are only women's clothes available. She tells him she's got things to do and tries to make a break for it. But he's not letting her off that easy, demanding she stay and help him dry up. Our girl gives him the ultimate "are you for reals" look. He tries to hand her the cloth, but she flat out refuses to be his maid. He claims it's her fault he's wet, but she claps back that he's the one who chose to stand under a tree in a storm. He narrows his eyes, demanding to know what she was doing out there in the first place. She tries to play it cool, claiming she was just picking fungus. He doesn't buy it for a second, accusing her of lying about being sick to avoid him. He smugly tells her that since she's recovered, she can start serving him again. Our girl tries to fake a cough, suddenly feeling sick again to escape. She puts on a whole performance, claiming she's caught the flu. But he's one step ahead, offering to call a doctor for some painful acupuncture. The mere mention of needles has her freezing in her tracks. Suddenly, she's cured and feeling better than ever. She agrees to help him, but says she needs to grab a special tool first. Outside, the storm rages as she prepares her secret weapon. She returns with a cloth tied to a long stick, rubbing his face from a safe distance. She's putting her whole back into it, determined not to get too close. He's absolutely done with her games and shoves the stick away. He calls her preposterous, but she insists she's just doing what he asked. He demands she use her actual hands, his patience wearing thin. Our girl clenches her fist, her temper finally hitting the boiling point. She throws the cloth at him and screams that she quits. She tells him to go find someone else to bother and storms out. But when she turns back, the table is empty. She looks around cautiously, only to find him standing right behind her. She's trapped and he is looking seriously dangerous. She tries to act tough, but he scolds her for being the one giving orders. They start bickering again, with him hating the stick and her hatings, well, him. She calls him hateful to his face, not holding back at all. A gloomy aura surrounds him, but she doesn't care, telling him to just leave. He looks genuinely annoyed as she tries to walk away. Suddenly, his hand shoots out and grabs her wrist. There's a sharp clang as the tension snaps. He pulls her in close, and our girl can only gasp in shock. He brings up her marriage, but before she can even process his words, he lunges in for a sudden kiss. It's a full-on, aggressive lip lock that leaves her dazed. She tries to push him away, her face turning a bright shade of red. But he's not finished, reaching out to grab her again. He holds her tight, declaring that he won't be pardoning her today. He pulls her back into his space, his eyes filled with a mix of anger and desire. He kisses her again, even more passionately this time. She tries to push against his chest, but he holds the back of her head, making sure she can't escape. The kiss deepens and the atmosphere in the room gets heavy. He gently rubs her cheek, the anger momentarily turning into something else. But then he starts pulling at her collar and her eyes go wide with fear. She looks completely terrified as things escalate. He buries his face in her shoulder, but our girl has had enough. She beats her fists against him, desperate to break free. With a loud smack, she lands a savage slap right across his face. Tears well up in her eyes as she demands to know why he keeps provoking her. He's stunned, the red mark on his cheek glowing as she tells him they should never interact again. He's left standing there, wondering why on earth he cares so much about this woman. Their eyes meet one last time, filled with unspoken pain. She tells him to go back and never show his face again. He clenches his fist in silent rage, the gap between them feeling wider than ever. He coldly warns her that they should stick to their deal and not interfere in each other's lives. With a final icy glare, he tells her not to even think about crossing him again. Outside, a massive storm rolls in, matching the chaotic energy in the room. As the rain pours, Kwe heads toward the pavilion with an umbrella. She's nearly knocked over when the prince storms past her in a total rage. Confused, she watches him leave, wondering what on earth happened to make him this angry. Fearing the worst, she rushes toward the room to find her lady. Our poor heroine is curled up on the floor, looking absolutely defeated and hiding her face. Kwe frantically asks if she's all right. Yunzai finally looks up, her eyes filled with exhaustion. She's had enough of this drama and tells Kwe she wants to leave the mansion forever and head back to Spirit Cloud Mountain. Kwe, the ultimate bestie, promises she'll follow her no matter where they go. Meanwhile, out in the deluge, the prince's guard catches up to him. The prince is soaking wet and ignores everyone as he heads inside. He refuses any help to change and starts stripping off his drenched robes. While he throws his wet clothes aside, his guard drops a massive bombshell about the princess's true identity. He explains that the girl he married isn't the second daughter he expected, but the unlucky eldest daughter, Qian Yunxi. The prince pauses, letting the name sink in. A smirk starts to form as he realizes the girl he's been clashing with has a name to match her fire. The next morning, the sun is out, but Yunzai is still a mental wreck. She's blushing like crazy, unable to stop thinking about that kiss from the night before. She tries to literally hit the memories out of her head. She's spiraling, wondering what on earth is wrong with her thoughts. Clenching her arms in frustration, she even tries to slap some sense back into herself to stop the overthinking. Kwe checks in on her, hoping to distract her with some food. She suggests cooking up the wood fungus they picked yesterday. Yunzai jumps at the chance for a distraction and offers to help prepare a cold salad. They head outside to start the prep work. Even the little spirits join in, though Master Machai is being his usual grumpy self and just wants to sleep. Yunzai asks the spirit sesame bean for some horseradish to add a kick to the dish. The spirit magically produces a massive, spicy root for her. While our girl is busy in the kitchen, Prince Yu shows up at the mansion. He informs the staff he isn't there to see the prince. He's specifically looking for the princess consort. He's surprised to hear she's been living in the quiet court and heads there immediately. He brushes off the servants, insisting he knows exactly where to go and doesn't need a guide. Back at the stove, the water is boiling and Yunzai tosses in the fungus. She warns Kwe that this horseradish is going to be incredibly spicy. Kwe is skeptical since she's never tried it, but Yunzai promises it's a flavor she'll never forget. Suddenly, a voice from the courtyard shouts out for her. Kwe turns around to see a stranger standing there. It's Prince Yu looking for that girl. And Yunzai steps out of the kitchen to see who's crashing her cooking session. She turns around only to realize it's that annoying guy from before. He's way too excited to see her, but our heroine isn't having it and tells him to stay back. A chaotic chase breaks out as she tries to dodge his unwanted affection. He tells her not to be shy, but she's literally running for her life. Finally, our savage queen loses her patience and gives him a quick reality check. She demands to know what he's even doing here. He claims he just wants to have some fun, but she asks what kind of fun they could possibly have together. She tries to shoo him away so she can eat in peace. But this guy is a professional leech and claims his stomach is growling. Our girl is completely done with his nonsense. Next thing we know, they're actually sitting down for a meal together. He starts complimenting the courtyard, acting like he's on a fancy vacation. He asks if these are the dishes she always eats, looking totally impressed. After taking a bite, he swoons over how exceptional the food is. She tells him to shut up and leave as soon as he's finished. But since he's not listening, she decides to spice things up and calls her servant. She whispers a secret plan into the girl's ear. The servant returns with a very special dish. Our girl puts on her best acting face, claiming she handpicked these fungi in the rain just for him. She's definitely up to something devious. He's so touched by her kindness that he stuffs his face with a massive portion. She smirks, waiting for the trap to spring. Suddenly, his entire face turns blue as the flavor hits him like a truck. She can barely contain her laughter watching him struggle. The poor servant is low-key panicking in the background. Our heroine finally loses it and laughs out loud at her successful prank. Meanwhile, back at the main palace, someone is looking for Prince Yu. The guards report that the Duke has returned in a massive hurry. He's walking with a purpose and he does not look happy. He dismisses everyone, clearly having somewhere more important to be. His expression is purely gloomy as he thinks about Yu Zaimo being with his woman. The atmosphere is getting heavy. Back in the garden, our girl notices there's only one piece of the special food left. He claims the feeling is stimulating. This guy is actually a weirdo. She's genuinely shocked that his level of acceptance is this high. They actually end up bonding over the insane flavor. But the piece is shattered when the Duke arrives on the scene. He immediately sends the guard who failed to stop the intruder to the punishment room. The Duke is absolutely seething with jealousy. Unaware of the impending doom, Yu Zaimo thanks our girl for her hospitality. He explains that he came here straight from helping disaster victims. He goes on about the flood relief and the food supplies he managed. Our heroine is actually moved by his kind heart. She admits she shouldn't have looked down on him since he's actually doing good work. But footsteps are approaching fast. The gate creaks open, signaling the arrival of the big boss. Yuzaimo asks why she's staying in such a haunted, unlucky place. She sassily replies that only evil people need to be scared of ghosts. To her, this place is peaceful and serene. Yuzaimo gets all emotional, thinking she's just putting on a brave face while suffering. He literally starts sobbing for her, feeling terrible for her struggles. Our girl is just confused, wondering why he's suddenly having a breakdown. She asks if he's even okay. He slams the table in a rage, cursing the Duke for being a jerk. He can't believe his precious girl is being treated like this. He vows to have a serious talk with the Duke about his behavior. He even suggests that she should leave with him to escape this place. Suddenly, a slow clap echoes through the air. They both freeze in pure shock. The Duke appears, asking if this important matter involves kidnapping his princess. Yuzaimo tries to act tough, saying he was just looking for him. The Duke isn't buying it and tells him he's the one being inappropriate. Yuzaimo stands his ground, refusing to let her be mistreated. The Duke warns him he's being way too nosy, but Yuzaimo insists on intervening. The Duke's eyes go cold as he asks if the guy even realizes who she is. He literally manifests a sister-in-law sign to mark his territory. He tells the intruder to stay out of their business, leaving Yuzaimo completely defeated and spitting out blood. Our girl's brother is throwing a whole tantrum, insisting he has to protect his sister-in-law at all costs. He warns the prince that if he even thinks about bullying her, he's going to regret it. But the prince just threatens him with some special love from the emperor, which shuts him up real quick. The prince is feeling pretty smug about his little restaurant scheme, leaving our poor guy totally defeated. He can only pout and call the prince cruel as he sulks away. Back in the garden, Qian Yunxi is trying to enjoy some tea, but she can feel a heavy gaze burning into her back. It's Prince Yi, and he's observing her like a hawk watching its prey. Our girl starts sweating bullets, wondering why on earth he's staring so intensely. Seriously, look at those eyes. He's definitely plotting something chaotic. She tries to keep it together, but her heart is doing gymnastics. Finally, she can't take the pressure anymore and decides it's time to make a run for it. She tries to use the hug-the-wall technique to sneak past him unnoticed. In her head, she's a master of stealth, moving like a tiny ninja. In reality, the prince is just watching her ridiculous display with a "what is this woman doing" face. He lets out a smirk and calls her out by name, ending her career as a secret agent. She freezes in her tracks, looking like a deer in headlights. He just gives her a cool humph as she tries to convince herself she's just hearing things. She keeps walking, hoping that if she ignores him hard enough, he'll disappear. No luck, he gets right in her face and drops the ultimate truth bomb. He knows exactly who she is, the Prime Minister's daughter who was supposed to be a total outcast. He even calls her a star of calamity, which is just plain rude if you ask me. Our heroine clenches her fists, her blood boiling at the disrespect. She's dying to know how he figured it out, but she's not about to admit a thing. He leans in close, whispering her name like a villain in a romance novel. She's practically vibrating with shock as he corners her. She spins around, desperate to put some distance between them. She pulls the classic "I don't know what you're talking about" card, but her acting is a 0 out of 10. He's not buying the innocent act for a second, so she tells him to get lost so she can rest. She tries to make a grand exit, but the drama is only just beginning. He stops her cold, mentioning that he has all the proof he needs to ruin her family. If he takes that evidence to the palace, it's game over for the Prime Minister's mansion. She turns back, looking absolutely savage as she realizes she's being blackmailed. She demands to know his price, and he tells her she needs to serve him every single day. He confirms it's just that simple, but we all know there's a catch. That smile of his is way too charming to be anything but trouble. She agrees to the deal, but she's got one very specific condition. She warns him never to do that sort of thing to her ever again. She's blushing like a tomato, clearly traumatized by their previous encounter. The prince plays totally dumb, asking what thing she could possibly mean. He demands she say it out loud, enjoying her embarrassment way too much. Our poor girl is stuttering, barely able to get the words out. She finally blurts out that he can't just simply kiss her whenever he wants. And what does this absolute savage do? He pulls her in and kisses her right then and there. Our heroine's brain has officially short-circuited. He pulls away with a smug grin, telling her like this is how it's done. He strolls away like he didn't just cause a romantic earthquake. He promises not to simply kiss her next time, which is basically a threat to her sanity. She's left fuming in the garden, wondering what kind of mess she's gotten into. Suddenly, we hear the sound of something expensive shattering into a million pieces. Yep, our girl just broke a vase, and from the look of it, it was a fancy one. The maid rushes in, looking worried that the princess consort might be hurt. Our girl tries to play it cool with her feather duster, but the panic is real. Turns out that was the prince's favorite vase, and the maid is terrified. Thinking fast, she decides to hide from her problems by doing some laundry at the river. She's putting all her frustration into smacking those clothes against the rocks. It's hard work, but at least she's away from the prince's teasing for 5 minutes. She finally takes a breather, thinking she's finally caught a break. but then she hears voices and realizes someone is coming. She panics and looks at the clothes, trying to figure out where to go. But in her rush, she loses her grip and the laundry goes flying. Splash right into the river. This girl just cannot win. The other maids arrive just in time to see the disaster unfold. She tries to kick the evidence away, but it's far too late. She's having a total meltdown, wondering how she's going to explain this. She tells the maids the clothes fell in and their faces say it all. The laundry tray drops in horror as they realize the gravity of the situation. Because those weren't just any clothes, they were Princey's favorite outfits and they're gone. Suddenly, smoke starts billowing from the kitchen as someone screams that it's caught fire. The smoke is thick and chaotic, filling the entire area. Our poor heroine is caught red-handed as the servants cough and sputter in the haze she created. She tries to play the oops, my bad card with a sheepish, apologetic look. The servants can only stare in disbelief at the absolute destruction she's caused. But she's not giving up and insists she's actually a wood-chopping expert to make up for it. She goes full savage mode, hacking away at the logs with terrifying speed. The head servant is actually impressed for a split second by her intensity. But of course her hand slips, sending the heavy axe flying through the air. The poor woman nearly has a heart attack as the blade swooshes past her head. She collapses in shock, wondering how she's still alive after that near-death experience. Word of the chaos reaches Princey, who's busy working at his desk. He listens to the report of her latest disaster with a calm expression. Instead of getting angry, he tells them to just replace whatever she breaks and rebuild the kitchen. The servant is absolutely stunned by his lack of a reaction to the mayhem. He literally tells them to let her do whatever she wants because the mansion has plenty of stuff to spare. He taps his desk thoughtfully, lost in his own world. He starts tracing her name into the wood with his finger. He whispers Yunzai with a smile that says he's totally whipped for our chaotic queen. Meanwhile, our girl is pouting alone in the hallway, feeling like a failure at being a villainess. She twirls a blade of grass, feeling bored and confused by everyone's kindness. She remembers how sweet the servants have been despite her mess. She's genuinely baffled why no one is punishing her for being a total menace. She decides she needs a new plan to make him finally sick of her. Suddenly, she feels a strange presence watching her from the bamboo. Something is definitely lurking in the shadows nearby. She hears footsteps approaching through the garden. A servant appears to invite her for lunch with the prince. She agrees, hoping for a decent feast to distract her. But a mysterious figure continues to watch her from the bushes as she leaves. Inside the dining hall, our girl is busy stuffing her face like there's no tomorrow. Princey just watches her with a soft, amused smile. He hasn't even touched his own bowl of rice yet. She stops and asks why he isn't eating any of the delicious food. Our heroine blushes a deep crimson under his intense, romantic gaze. Suddenly, he stands up and leans over the table. He gets uncomfortably close, making her heart skip a beat. He reaches out toward her face, and she braces for something dramatic. But he's actually just picking a stray grain of rice off her face. He holds it up to show her, looking totally smug about it. She's so embarrassed she can barely look at him. While he talks, she accidentally lets out a loud sneeze from the tension. He tells her he's replaced the expensive items with even better ones specifically for her to destroy. Her jaw literally drops at this level of wealth and audacity. She thinks he's being way too extra for no reason. She tries to make a quick exit before she dies of embarrassment. But he stops her in her tracks, demanding she stay and grind ink for him. She is absolutely fuming at being treated like a servant again. She's stuck standing there while he works, looking bored to tears. She glares at the back of his head, imagining his demise. She seriously considers dumping the whole inkstone right over his hair. But then she realizes he'd probably just make her wash him up afterward. She lets out a massive yawn as the exhaustion of being a menace hits. He glances back at her with a hidden smirk. She yawns again and her hand slips, splashing ink all over the desk. The ink spills across the table in a giant, messy stain. She freezes, realizing she's ruined his work. She gives him a forced, nervous smile, hoping he's still in a forgiving mood. The ink stains are everywhere, ruining the aesthetic. To her surprise, he tells her she did a good job and should take a break. She asks if that means she can finally go back to her room. But he tells her to just take a seat and watch him work instead. She's sweating bullets, wondering why he's being so clingy today. After sitting for a whole hour, she's reached peak boredom. She looks around the room for anything to entertain herself. She spots a mysterious book on a nearby table and reaches for it. She picks it up, wondering what secrets are hidden inside those pages. Yao Ming can't seem to take his eyes off her. Our girl is completely lost in her book, oblivious to the intense gaze fixed on her. Seeing her so focused makes his heart do backflips, and he can't help the blush creeping up. He's literally dying of cuteness overload and has to hide his face. But he can't help peeking through his fingers for just one more look. Our cold Duke is officially malfunctioning. Yunxi starts nodding off and a soft smile finally breaks across his face. He quietly approaches her like she's a rare sleeping kitten. He stops just to admire the view of her peaceful face. She's out like a light, totally unaware of the drama she's causing in his heart. He takes a seat right beside her, watching her every breath. He steals another peek, completely whipped for our heroine. His heart starts thumping again, louder than a drum. He leans in closer, mesmerized by her. He wonders what on earth is happening to him and why he can't look away. Suddenly, her head starts to tilt as she loses the battle with gravity. He panics as the book slips, reaching out to catch her. They freeze in a moment of pure chaos as she blinks open her eyes. He snaps his hand back instantly while she kicks the book away in a daze. But instead of waking up, she just slumps over and decides to sleep right there on the table. He's left staring at her, stunned by her total lack of elegance. Honestly, he finds her crude behavior more charming than any noble ladies. As the sun begins to set, the mood turns surprisingly soft. He decides she can't sleep on the table and sweeps her up into his arms. He carries her through the hall, treating her like the most precious treasure. He carefully lays her down on the bed, making sure she's comfortable. Our girl looks like an angel, finally getting some proper rest. But as he watches, she starts to frown, caught in a bad dream. He hesitates for a second, his hand hovering over her. Then he gently strokes her hair, trying to soothe her worries away. Just as he tries to pull back and leave, she grabs his hand with a death grip, refusing to let go. His brain short-circuits as he stares down at their joined hands. She's holding on tight and he's officially trapped. With one savage tug, she pulls him toward her. He loses his balance and ends up face to face with her on the pillows. She nuzzles into him, muttering about delicious matcha in her sleep. He sighs, calling her a little glutton, but he doesn't move an inch. And so they spend the night side by side in a rare moment of peace. The morning light creeps in, signaling the end of the truce. They wake up tangled together like a pair of newlyweds. Yunxi opens her eyes and realizes she's literally using his chest as a pillow. The realization hits her like a freight train. She lets out a blood-curdling scream and springs away from him. He wakes up groggily, wondering why the room is suddenly spinning. Our girl is a blushing mess, stammering and demanding to know what happened. She points an accusing finger, convinced he's up to no good. He just groans, his arm completely numb after being her head dressed all night. He gives her a look that says really, while she continues her frantic questioning. Embarrassed, she hides under the covers and starts kicking him like a wild animal. Poor Yi Yaoming is just trying to survive her morning mood. She kept screaming and kicking, making a total scene. Enough is enough, he reaches out and grabs her. She's stunned into silence for a split second. He pulls her back into a firm, protective embrace. He holds her head gently, telling her to just be quiet and be good. Her heart starts racing so fast it's practically audible. For a moment, the world stops and it's just the two of them. But the romantic tension doesn't last long. She snaps back to reality and demands he let her go this instant. When he refuses, she starts struggling with everything she's got. He can't believe how rough this woman is being. She lands a well-placed kick that leaves him seeing stars. She pauses, realizing she might have actually hurt him. Taking the chance, she makes a break for it and escapes the bed. He shouts at her to stand still, but our girl is already halfway out the door. She yells back that only an idiot would stand still for him. He's left fuming, but you can tell he's more intrigued than ever. She's got unfinished business with that annoying fellow, but her gut is telling her something is very wrong. Suddenly, a suspicious black mist starts rustling in the nearby bushes. Yunzai freezes as the air turns cold, sensing a presence that definitely shouldn't be there. She demands the intruder show themselves immediately. Out of the shadows pops a literal demon, mocking her for even being able to see its hidden form. It's incredibly boastful, laughing at our heroine like she's just a snack. Yunzai warns the creature to back off if it doesn't want to get hurt. But the demon just scoffs, calling her a mere human before launching a psychic attack. Massive boulders suddenly fly through the air, aimed straight for her head. She narrowly dodges the first wave, but the situation is getting chaotic fast. The demon is actually impressed by her reflexes and decides to dial up the intensity. The rocks pick up terrifying speed, trapping our girl in a deadly whirlwind. Just as she's about to get crushed, a strong pair of arms sweeps her off her feet. It's Prince Yi to the rescue, and the demon is absolutely fuming that someone spoiled its fun. The creature stares him down, wondering who this mortal thinks he is. But instead of a romantic moment, the prince starts scolding her for standing there like a statue while rocks were flying. Yunzai is totally dazed, still trying to process the fact that she's being held. The prince keeps a sharp eye on the perimeter, sensing the danger even if he can't see the culprit. He demands the hidden attacker reveal themselves, unaware he's fighting a literal shadow. The demon realizes the prince has no idea about its true identity and decides this is the perfect chance for a big achievement. Another volley of stones comes crashing down, and the prince has to move like lightning to avoid them. He scoops Yunzai up again, carrying her through the garden. He retreats to a safer spot, completely baffled as to where these invisible projectiles are coming from. Yunzai immediately pushes him away, trying to regain her composure. He's not having it, telling her to stay by his side because it's far too dangerous. Our girl snaps back, telling him to leave because this demon is way out of his league. They start bickering like an old married couple, calling each other stupid while literally under fire. The prince looks intense, refusing to back down from an invisible enemy. Suddenly, he spots a rock coming for her blind spot and screams for her to watch out. She spins around just in time to see the danger. He pulls her into a tight embrace, using his own body as a human shield. Boulders shatter against the nearby pillars as he protects her with everything he's got. He turns to face the source of the attack, determined to end it. Yunzai is absolutely horrified when she sees the crimson stain on his clothes. She realizes he's actually hurt and her heart drops. He tries to act tough, telling her he's fine as long as she's safe. Our poor heroine is distraught, asking why he would ever block such a blow for her. He gives her a cheeky smirk, reminding her that she still needs to serve him, so she can't go getting injured. The demon just laughs at the hero, saving the damsel trope, preparing an even bigger attack. Rocks start hovering everywhere, and the prince struggles to find the source of the magic. Yunzai is fuming at the demon now, while the prince tells her to just hold on tight. She demands he stay put because of his injury, but he's too stubborn to listen. He's shocked when she suddenly pulls away and turns around. A savage queen steps in front of him, spreading her arms to protect him for a change. The demon cackles at the loving couple, but Yunzai tells it to shut its mouth and leave. The prince is totally lost, wondering who on earth she's even talking to in the empty garden. Another wave of rocks flies in, and she shoves him out of the way to keep him safe. She insists she's the only one who can handle this, leaving the prince frustrated that he can't see the threat. The demon finds the whole situation hilarious, while Yunzai tells the prince she can't explain right now. She begs him to trust her and get to safety, but another impact sends a shockwave through the area. The prince is clearly struggling, his wound bleeding out as he tries to stay standing. Yunzai looks back, her eyes filled with worry for her stubborn man. Suddenly, a massive blast of energy hits the ground. Blood spatters across the garden in a gruesome display. The prince is coughing up blood now, his condition turning critical. Yunzai rushes to him, panicking as she asks if he's okay. He looks her in the eye and says he did it because she's his princess consort. She's left speechless, watching him grow paler by the second. He's coughing uncontrollably, and she realizes he's lost way too much blood. The demon decides it's time to end the fun and charges up a massive orb of dark energy. They brace themselves as the dark power looms over them. A massive explosion rocks the garden, sending debris flying everywhere. The demon mocks them for surviving, preparing to finish the job. Yunzai tells the prince to stay still while she tries to lure the monster away. He refuses to let her go, even while he's literally coughing up blood. But she's done playing games, telling him to stop arguing before she turns to face the demon head-on. But our poor guy is already coughing up blood, looking like he's one hit away from the afterlife. Our heroine isn't having any of it and steps up with zero fear. The monster fires a lethal blast, but she starts a divine chant. A massive wave of light slams into the shadow, proving she's not just a pretty face. Scram, she shouts, deflecting his attacks like it's a light workout. She summons a complex magic circle that would make any archmage jealous. The monster is shook that his dark energy is just disappearing. She draws a final seal in the air with savage precision. With a massive zing, her power cuts through his defenses. The monster starts burning away, losing his physical form. He's absolutely seething as his evil energy evaporates. He tries to smash her, but she dodges with the grace of a pro athlete. Our guy can only watch from the sidelines, wondering what kind of powerhouse he just met. The monster is glowing red with rage, ready to go all out. Our heroine tries to be reasonable, offering him a chance to walk away if he promises to be good. But the shadow just laughs, finding the idea of not hurting people boring. He lunges again, but she's way ahead of him. "You're no match for me," she declares, shutting down his attack. She mocks his weakness, standing her ground. Realizing he can't win against her, the coward targets the injured guy instead. Our girl's eyes go wide as she realizes the trap. She screams for him to watch out. He's too weak to move as the energy closes in. She throws herself into the line of fire without a second thought. As she rushes toward him, time seems to slow down. For a split second, a vision of the past flashes through the air. In a dreamlike memory, he stands beneath a blooming cherry blossom tree. A version of our girl runs toward him, laughing and full of life. They share a beautiful, tender embrace that feels like a lifetime of longing. Their smiles are so soft it actually hurts. They share a moment so sweet it could give you cavities. But reality comes crashing back as she reaches out for him in the present. He smiles weakly, reaching out his hand to meet hers. She grabs him, pulling him close. As they hold each other, a mysterious thumb ring suddenly appears on his hand. A blinding purple light erupts from the contact. The monster realizes he messed with the wrong couple and screams as he's deleted from existence. He vanishes into thin air, leaving nothing but silence. They both look down, stunned by the glowing jade ring that just materialized. Our girl realizes this is exactly what Machai was looking for. Speaking of the little guy, Machai is busy delivering snacks when he senses something. He ditches the buns and zooms off at Mach speed. He finds the local sage, who's just vibing and eating. The old man acts all mysterious, claiming he can't reveal heaven's secrets. Back at the bridge, things are getting weird. The thumb ring starts fading away right before their eyes. And just like that, it's gone, leaving our girl super confused. She grabs his hand, trying to find where it went. She's inspecting his fingers like she's looking for a lost contact lens. He just stares at her, his expression unreadable. He asks if she's okay, but he's the one looking like a zombie. He tries to push her away to protect her, but blood starts gushing from his wound. She panics as he begins to sway. He tries to act tough, saying he's fine as long as she's safe. But his body finally gives out. He tips forward, completely losing consciousness. He collapses onto her, dead to the world. Our poor heroine is left holding him up, desperate for him to wake up. She tries to catch him, but he's total dead weight. She's on the ground with him, begging him not to die on her. "Hey, wake up," she screams. Machai finally arrives and sees the disaster zone. She begs the little spirit to help. Machai looks at the guy and realizes he looks strangely familiar. They get him inside and she starts prepping the medical supplies. He's sweating and bleeding out fast. Machai pulls out a glowing inner capsule, his own life force. Our girl is shocked because this is a huge sacrifice for the little spirit. But Machai is determined to save him. She carefully feeds the glowing pearl to the unconscious man. Immediately, his pale complexion starts to return to normal. The bleeding finally stops and our girl can finally breathe again. Outside, the old sage finds a mysterious purple orb in the grass. He looks at it with a knowing expression. Back inside the palace, our heroine picks up a pair of scissors, her hands shaking. She knows she has to cut his clothes to treat the rest of the wound, but the awkwardness is real. Our girl gets serious, leaning over her patient with a look of pure determination. She carefully uses scissors to cut away his blood-stained robes to get a better look at the damage. She finally manages to clear the fabric, but that wooden stake is still buried deep in his chest. Machai senses the evil energy has finally dispersed and gives her the green light to pull the staff out. She takes a deep breath and focuses every ounce of her energy on the task. But just as she reaches for the stake, a voice booms out telling her to stop right there. Our poor heroine jumps out of her skin, looking absolutely terrified by the sudden interruption. It's just the old man appearing out of thin air like a total jump scare, making everyone's heart skip a beat. She demands to know what the problem is, but he just wants to inspect the wound himself. He casually hops right onto the guy's chest to get a front row seat to the action. He realizes the situation is worse than it looks and pulls out a glowing purple gem as evil energy begins to rise. With a flick of his wrist, he begins a magical ritual to cleanse the area. The gem acts like a vacuum, sucking the dark, swirling aura straight out of the man's body. Our girl watches in awe as the corruption completely vanishes before her eyes. The old man takes his gem back, satisfied that now they only have to deal with a regular physical wound. He hands her a special medical balm he made himself, promising it won't even leave a scar. She immediately gets to work cleaning and bandaging him up while the others supervise. Finally, the man looks stable and much more peaceful than before. She beams a bright smile at the old man, thanking him for being such a legendary helper. He explains that the guy's internal spirit capsule is incredibly strong, which is the only reason he survived. Machai is shocked that someone so selfish would voluntarily give his spirit capsule to a total stranger. Our girl turns the tables and starts teasing Machai about having feelings for him, making the little ghost blush like crazy. She then remembers something crucial and mentions the thumb ring she saw during the chaos. She explains exactly how the demon was attacking them when she spotted it. Machai is skeptical because he didn't see a single ring on the guy. She insists that the moment the demon vanished, the ring on his hand also slowly faded out. She swears it's true, but the old man seems to know exactly what's going on. He asks her if she knows the true nature of that mysterious thumb ring. He explains that the ring only appears in moments of extreme danger and hides itself once the mission is over. Our girl wonders why Machai can get close to him now when he was blocked by a barrier before. The old man reveals that the enchantment preventing monsters from approaching was destroyed by a magic domain crystal. That means the protective barrier is officially a thing of the past. Machai realizes the terrifying truth. Now every demon in the world can get close to him. Our heroine is confused. Who gave him that protection in the first place, and why are demons so obsessed with him? She looks the old man in the eye and asks the ultimate question, who is this guy really? The old man strokes his beard and tries to think, but it looks like his brain is buffering. He struggles to find the answer, looking like he's about to burst from the mental effort. He claims the answer is right on the side of his brain, but he just can't reach it. The old man shakes his head so hard it becomes a blur, complaining that his head hurts from all the thinking. He eventually gives up and suggests they just stop asking for now. Suddenly, his eyes light up as if he's remembered something massive. But then he hits them with the classic "who am I, why am I here?" routine, acting like he's got total amnesia. Machai decides to play along and tells the old man that he is the master, and the old man must obey. He commands the old man to slap himself as a test of loyalty. The old man actually does it, getting smacked right across the face with a loud thud. Our girl can't help but giggle at the absolute savage chaos unfolding in front of her. Suddenly, a faint sound from the bed cuts through the laughter. She rushes over, asking if he's finally awake. He's barely conscious, whispering something under his breath. All he wants is a simple drink of water. She gently helps him sit up, making sure not to agitate his fresh bandages. Our heroine carefully feeds him the water, watching him like a hawk. He seems much better now, and she feels a massive weight lift off her shoulders. She tucks him back into bed, thinking he needs more rest to fully recover. She tells Matcha it's time to head out and give him some peace and quiet. She starts to turn away, ready to leave the room. But out of nowhere, a hand shoots out and grabs her sleeve. She stops, stunned by the sudden move from someone who was just unconscious. He's holding on tight, pulling her back toward him with what little strength he has left. Machai starts teasing her immediately, saying it looks like he really doesn't want her to leave. The old man joins in, swooning over how good their relationship is. Our girl turns a bright shade of red, telling the ginkgo tree old man to stop saying such embarrassing things. Machai suggests that since he's so clingy, she should just stay right by his side. He pulls the guilt card, reminding her that he's only in this mess because of her. Our girl tries to protest, but she knows deep down she can't just walk away from him now. But she's not having any of it, refusing to be lectured on how to be a proper wife by a floating spirit. Fed up with the sass, she points straight to the exit, threatening to smack him if he doesn't beat it. The ghost decides to take his chaotic energy elsewhere, dragging the poor old doctor along for a forced chat. Left alone, our heroine fumes, wondering why that little fellow is so obsessed with her marriage. She sighs, staring at the man who refuses to give her a break even while he's unconscious. He looks so peaceful while sleeping, a far cry from his usual intense self. But wait, she catches a sudden movement. His eyes snap open, catching her staring right at him. Our girl freezes like a deer in headlights as he gives her a look that proves he's been awake this whole time. She awkwardly asks exactly when he woke up. His response is a total mood killer. He's been watching her for a while now. Flustered, she pivots to his health, asking if his wound is still hurting. Seeing him okay brings a genuine smile to her face, relieved that the old man's medical bomb actually worked. He teases her, noting that she seems to really care for him. When she claims it's just guilt because he got hurt for her sake, he doesn't seem satisfied at all. He looks away with a dramatic huff, clearly expecting a more romantic answer. Is this powerful man actually sulking right now? Confused by his sudden mood swing, she tries to reach out. But the moment she mentions calling the practitioner back to check on him, he shuts it down. She gives him a sweet smile, just glad he's feeling better. But then he grabs her arm with surprising strength, refusing to let go. She struggles to pull away, but he's holding on like his life depends on it. Our girl is starting to lose her patience with this stubborn man. It's getting awkward, and she knows she needs a way out of his grip. Suddenly, a devious idea pops into her head. She tries to pry his fingers off, but the man is like a statue. She pinches and pulls, but his grip is absolute. She explodes, yelling about how his skin is unfairly smooth and slippery while he just lies there sweating. He tells her to just give up and stay by his side. She is fuming now. Suddenly, he pulls her down with a literal slam, pinning her against the bed in a heart-stopping moment. He looks her dead in the eye, completely unfazed by her warnings. He reminds her that since they are husband and wife, she can do whatever she likes to him. Our girl isn't swooning, she's plotting. If he wants to play, she's got just the thing to break his composure. She goes straight for the ribs, launching a relentless tickle attack. It works like a charm. He immediately recoils, proving he's actually vulnerable to a bit of tickling. He begs her to stop, his cool exterior completely shattered. She smirks, feeling like a total boss for finally getting the upper hand. But as he looks at her laughing face, the image of his mother overlaps with hers. He whispers mother under his breath, lost in a sudden vivid memory. We see a beautiful scene from his past under a blooming cherry blossom tree. A young, happy version of him is being tickled by his mother. She teases him about being mischievous, while he tries to explain himself with adorable childhood logic. She realizes she was wrong and offers a sweet apology. He tells her not to be so hard on herself, showing what a sweet kid he was. She calls him closer, giving him a tender kiss on the forehead. It was a time when he felt truly blessed and loved. The memory fades as he hears a voice calling his name. He snaps back to reality to find our girl waving a hand in front of his face. She's worried, asking what on earth is wrong. Seeing her genuine concern, he realizes he gave her quite a fright when his eyes glazed over. He just stares at her, his gaze intense and unreadable. Flustered by the heavy atmosphere, our heroine blushes and turns away, unable to handle the sudden tension. Our girl tells Princey to rest while she heads out for a moment, but he stops her cold, asking about the two things that were just chatting with her. Yunzai freezes, wondering if he's finally lost his mind. He describes an old man in a raggedy white cloth, and her jaw practically hits the floor. She realizes he can actually see the supernatural squad. The prince admits this spirit-seeing business is a brand new development that only started today. Our heroine is shook, wondering how immortals suddenly gained the third eye. He explains the change happened the moment that shadowy thing attacked and his thumb ring activated. Yunzai realizes the old Jinko man's enchantment must have triggered something deep within him. He asks if she's been seeing these freaky entities her whole life. She nonchalantly confirms it's just a typical Tuesday for her. She quickly vouches for her ghostly pals, explaining they actually helped patch up his wound. Princey isn't convinced and asks why that evil presence went for his throat. She sighs, explaining the spirit was a squatter that refused to leave his mansion peacefully. She's honestly more surprised that he isn't screaming in terror right now. He claims to be surprised, but look at that face. He's as cool as a cucumber. Then he turns the tables, asking if she's the one who's secretly terrified. Our girl just laughs it off with peak savage energy. Why would she be scared when her spirit friends are kinder than most humans? He wonders if this strange gift is the real reason she was exiled to Spirit Cloud Mountain. He falls into a deep silence, clearly reevaluating everything he knew about her. She gets all huffy and tsundere, demanding to know why she's even spilling her secrets to him. As the sun sets over the estate, a mysterious new player decides to make a dramatic entrance through the window. This long-haired stranger floats into the room like a literal nightmare, holding a glowing orb of energy. The stranger whispers that they've finally tracked her down. The energy vanishes into thin air, leaving an ominous chill behind. The next morning, Yunzai is busy playing chef in the garden. Her little spirit buddy floats over, acting like it just won the lottery. It reveals a massive haul of wild game it hunted for the prince's recovery. The ghost demands she cook up a massive meat feast to fix his wounds. Our girl is horrified and tells the spirit to release the poor animals immediately. She argues that the Jinko man already handled the healing process. The spirit calls her ungrateful, and the two start bickering like an old married couple. Yunzai calls it out for being lazy, but the spirit insists it's just trying to be helpful for once. She gives it the ultimate "I don't believe you" side-eye. The spirit starts sweating bullets, swearing she's its most precious person. It finally breathes a sigh of relief when she stops the interrogation. She tells the ghost to let the animals go. She's sticking to a light porridge diet for the patient. Back in the prince's quarters, he decides to take matters into his own hands. He peels back the bandages to inspect the damage. He's stunned to find his skin perfectly smooth without a single scar in sight. A knock at the door interrupts his thoughts. Hearing it's his favorite girl, he tells her to come in with a rare, genuine smile. Yunzai enters, looking like a total angel with his medicine and food. She fusses over him, insisting he eats while it's still hot. But the prince just stares at her with an intensity that could melt steel. She gets nervous and tries to rush him into eating. The man pulls the oldest trick in the book, claiming his arm is too weak to lift a spoon. Our girl falls for it hook, line, and sinker. She actually starts feeding him like a pampered toddler. He's momentarily stunned by her kindness before leaning in for the drink. The atmosphere turns impossibly romantic as the petals fall around them. Yunzai's face turns bright red as she realizes how intimate this has become. The prince doesn't take his eyes off her for a single second. She tries to stay focused, carefully blowing on the porridge to keep him from burning his tongue. Suddenly, he reaches out and gently cups her face. The spoon drops as time stands still. Yunzai lets out a tiny gasp, her heart doing backflips. The prince gives her a look that says everything, leaving her completely chaotic and flustered. But the romantic vibe is shattered by an aggressive knock at the door. It's the annoying Lady Chu, and she's currently throwing a tantrum because the maid won't let her in. The maid stands her ground, citing the prince's direct orders. Yunzai opens the door and tells the intruders to get lost with zero hesitation. Lady Chu is absolutely fuming that our girl is acting like she owns the place. She shoves Yunzai aside in a fit of rage, and the drama is officially back on. Yunzai assures everyone she's totally fine. But inside, Princey is already in a mood, demanding to know who dared to enter his room without an invite. Lady Beauty Chu tries to play the worried lover card, claiming she only broke the rules because she heard he was hurt. She even tries to hide behind the old empress's name to avoid punishment. She offers him some porridge, but the prince isn't buying her fake kindness and tells her to just leave the food and get out. Chu thinks she's being clever by using the empress as a shield, but then she spots two other bowls already on the table. She realizes another woman beat her to it, and her jealousy immediately goes from 0 to 100. In a desperate move, she tries to shove her own porridge to the front of the line. The prince catches her red-handed and demands to know what on earth she's doing. She stammers out a pathetic lie about the other food being too cold for him. He tells her cold food is just fine, but she keeps nagging like her life depends on it. Finally, he loses his patience and barks at her to just put it down. He tells her to leave right this second. She begs for one more chance to serve him, looking like a kicked puppy. But he shuts her down hard, stating that having the princess consort around is more than enough. The maid rushes in, sensing the awkward tension. The prince immediately asks where his wife has disappeared to. Chu seizes the chance to lie, claiming Yunzai just went off to take a nap. She tries to slide into Yunzai's spot, but the prince is absolutely radiating stay away energy. He is beyond furious that his wife would just leave him. He orders them to go find that woman and drag her back immediately. Chu is terrified but secretly glad she's staying behind while the other girl is in the doghouse. She tries to calm her nerves with a cup of tea back in her own quarters. She's still shaking from that encounter. Her maid asks if the porridge plan worked. Chu rants that even using the empress didn't stop the prince from being cold. She's convinced Yunzai is using some kind of dark sorcery to keep him hooked. She decides our girl must have been the one who caused his injuries in the first place. That's when the maid mentions the Taoist priest they've been looking for is finally back. Chu gets a wicked idea to have him perform a ritual. She's ready to pay any price to stir up some serious chaos in the mansion. Meanwhile, back at the hall, the guards report that the princess is nowhere to be found. Princey looks like he's about to explode from pure frustration. The poor maid is trembling, wondering if she should go look for her lady again. Suddenly, a loud voice echoes through the hall. It's our girl, and she is literally being dragged back by the collar by Machai. Machai isn't taking any of her stomachache excuses today. Our heroine tries to be stubborn, digging her heels into the floor. Machai is genuinely confused by this sudden burst of resistance. She gets a smug look on her face, daring the little spirit to try and pull her now. She's feeling pretty arrogant about her anchor-like weight. Machai gets a vein popping on its head and decides to get serious. The spirit suddenly lets go, and our poor girl goes flying backwards. She's tumbling through the air like a discarded rag doll. But before she hits the ground, Machai swoops back in to catch her midair. She's left panting and exhausted, telling the spirit to chill out. Machai is just as done with her dramatic nonsense. With one final pull, the spirit sends her flying forward again. She face-plants right onto the floor in a heap of defeat. But our savage queen isn't giving up and demands a rematch. That's when she looks up and realizes the prince is standing right there, watching the whole circus. She quickly switches to sweet and innocent mode, apologizing to the maid for the chaos. The maid tells her the prince has been hunting for her for hours. Even Machai looks a bit worried now. Yunzai tries to play it cool, asking if his wound is feeling any better. He just gives her the ultimate silent treatment, staring deep into her soul. He finally commands her to get inside the room. When she hesitates, he barks the order again, making her jump. She wonders if he's blind because he's completely ignoring the floating spirit right next to her. They walk back in total, awkward silence. He stops dead in his tracks, and she runs right into his back with a loud thud. He turns around with a terrifying look, asking where she's been all this time. She stammers out a lie about just needing a quick nap. She tries to deflect, saying she saw Lady Chu and didn't want to crowd him. He hits her with some heavy sarcasm, thanking her for being so thoughtful. She realizes she's in deep trouble because he is visibly seething. She tries to change the subject back to the other woman, hoping to escape the heat. He coldly informs her that he kicked that lady out ages ago. Our girl starts mumbling to herself about how he's always such a headache. Suddenly, he admits that his injury is actually still hurting. She's confused because she thought the magical ginkgo medicine was a one-hit cure. Feeling bad, she offers to reapply the medicine for him one more time. He tries to act like a tough guy and refuse, but she isn't taking no for an answer. She moves in close, insisting on seeing the wound herself. Machai is hovering in the background, absolutely judging the romantic tension. The spirit screams at her to just listen to the man for once and stop forcing him. Sesame Bean is throwing a total tantrum because he thinks she's siding with the prince way too much. Our girl just wants to make sure the prince's wounds are healing properly, but this floating marshmallow is not having it. He literally turns his back on her in a huff. The prince just stands there, completely bewildered by the chaotic energy in the room. Our girl vents that the ghost is lazy and only cares about eating. Sesame Bean immediately tries to defend his honor to the prince, acting like he's the victim here. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes through the hall. The prince is clearly struggling to process a name like Sesame Bean. Right on cue, little buddy floats in, glowing with a special delivery. It's a 1,000-year-old ginseng, and our girl is absolutely swooning over the rare gift. She gives the little round cutie a huge thank you. Time for introductions. She proudly presents her supernatural squad to the prince. Little Buddy is a polite king and gives a formal greeting. The prince is stunned into silence before he can't help but reach out and grab the little guy. He starts turning the spirit around like a curious child with a new toy. He's even checking out the little guy's tiny tail. Our girl watches in shock as the cold prince starts poking and prodding the squishy spirit. He actually admits how soft it is, leaving our heroine completely speechless. She asks what on earth he's doing, and he just plays it cool like he's doing an inspection. He finally lets go, but the vibe in the room has definitely shifted. While they head for tea, Sesame Bean is in the corner crying a river of salty tears. He feels totally replaced and tells them to just ignore his suffering. Later, the prince is back to work, looking all serious and handsome. Little Buddy is watching every stroke of the brush with intense fascination. He decides he wants to be a little helper and get in on the action. He waits for the perfect moment. Then he starts tugging on the paper, nearly ruining the whole document. He even tries to make off with one of the massive brushes. It's a struggle, but he's a determined little blob. He's putting his entire weight into moving this thing. He successfully lifts it up. But when he tries to dip it in the ink, things go south fast. Ink splatters everywhere in a chaotic mess. He freezes, looking back to see if the prince noticed the disaster. The prince turns around, and Little Buddy tries to act like he's just a decoration. He lets out a huge sigh of relief when he thinks he's in the clear, but then he goes right back to it, dragging the brush across the page. He's really feeling himself, creating a literal masterpiece of ink blobs. He's so excited about his art, but he slips on his own mess and goes flying. Luckily, the prince has cat-like reflexes and catches him just in time. He turns the little culprit around and the jig is officially up. He gently takes the brush away from his tiny assistant. Then he starts tickling the spirit, making the little guy chirp with joy. Seeing him look so peaceful and happy is a rare treat. A girl arrives with the tea and hears the adorable laughter. She peeks inside and is hit with the most wholesome sight of the century. She can't believe her eyes, the cold prince is actually playing. He immediately reverts to his blank stare the second he sees her. She realizes he's actually a total softie for spirits. He puts the spirit down and pretends he's just been waiting for his tea this whole time. Little Buddy is obsessed now and gives the prince a big smooch on the cheek. Sesame Bean is watching from the sidelines, absolutely fuming with jealousy. They finally sit down to relax. Sesame Bean starts yelling at Little Buddy to get off the prince's shoulder since he's still injured. But the little guy just ignores the hater and stays cozy. Sesame Bean is literally on fire with rage. He keeps pestering them, but Little Buddy isn't moving an inch. The prince actually comforts the little spirit, telling him it's okay to stay. Our girl can't help but giggle at the chaotic dynamics. The prince gets all defensive, asking what's so funny. She tells him she never realized how gentle and tender he could be. He tries to act tough, but we all know the truth. He asks if she has many other spirit friends. She agrees and starts spilling all the tea about her life at Spirit Cloud Mountain. They have a long, cozy chat. Sesame Bean starts crying again because she called him her main keeper. The prince realizes he only thought the mansion wasn't haunted because of his magic ring. Little Buddy jumps down to join the tea party. Our girl smiles, glad everything is finally out in the open. The prince looks at her with a soft, thoughtful expression. He picks up Little Buddy again while he sips his tea. Then he gives her the most beautiful, genuine smile. Our girl is absolutely floored. Look at that face. She panics and looks away before she totally loses her cool. Her face is as red as a tomato. Little Buddy is just living his best life. She's just so relieved he doesn't hate her supernatural friends. He asks why she's suddenly so quiet. Then he brings up the tree she saved in the garden. She admits a wood spirit helped her finish her chores. She swears it was a one-time thing, but the prince just keeps staring at her with those intense eyes. The tension is getting thick enough to cut with a knife. Our poor girl finally cracks and asks why on earth he's looking at her like that. Yunzai can only cough awkwardly, reminding him that he was way weirder back in the day. She goes full savage mode, complaining that he never makes sense and just loves causing her trouble. But then the prince drops the ultimate question: does she like how he is right now? Our poor heroine's brain short-circuits as she mumbles that she doesn't hate him as much as she used to. He gives her that smoldering look, teasing her for only hating him not so much. She desperately tries to change the subject to the old man who helped heal his wounds. Princey gets curious, wondering about the mysterious master who taught her magic. He demands to know who this master is, but Yunzai knows she's supposed to keep that identity on lock. She plays it cool, claiming her master is just some random guy from Spirit Cloud Mountain. He's not buying the vague answers and asks her to tell him more about her life there. Why? Because he wants to get to know her better. Sir, please, my heart can only take so much. Yunzai tells him to stop saying such weird, heart-fluttering things. But he doubles down, asking what's so strange about wanting to know more about his woman. The romantic vibes are instantly killed when a massive wave of evil spirit energy starts swirling through the room. Our girl's internal alarm bells go off as she realizes something nasty is approaching. The energy is suffocating, twisting into a chaotic vortex around them. Suddenly, literal demons start popping out of the shadows with some seriously bad intentions. Princey doesn't even flinch, his gaze sharpening as he prepares for a fight. One of the monsters lunges forward, but it gets smacked back with a satisfying crunch. Our little spirit buddy, Sesame Bean, steps up to the plate, telling Yunzai to get the prince to safety. She nods, knowing she needs to move fast if they want to survive this ambush. She grabs his hand, telling him they need to move now. He looks a bit stunned to be the one being rescued for once. She calls for her spirit companions to follow her as they make a break for it. The little guy is ready for action, giving a tiny but determined yes. They sprint through the halls, the atmosphere getting more tense by the second. Even in the middle of a demon attack, she isn't letting go of his hand. They reach a defensive position, but the evil energy is still clawing at the doors. Yunzai starts chanting a high-level spell, her body glowing with divine power. She throws up a massive protection barrier to keep those creeps outside. The demons are relentless, pounding against the shield with everything they've got. Sesame Bean isn't just a mascot. He's a beast, shredding through the intruders like they're nothing. It's a total bloodbath of spirit energy as he slashes his way through the horde. One by one, the monsters are being sliced apart by his lightning-fast movements. He releases a massive burst of light, clearing the immediate area. The explosion of energy is blinding, pushing the darkness back for a brief moment. Meanwhile, the mysterious old man is chilling in a tree nearby, sensing the massive spirit energy. He vanishes in a puff of smoke, likely heading toward the chaos. Back at the palace, the evil energy is accumulating even faster, threatening to swallow the whole building. Inside, the fight is getting messy as Sesame Bean struggles against the sheer number of enemies. It's like an endless stream of monsters. For everyone they kill, two more appear. The little guy shouts a warning to Yunzai as a monster tries to sneak up on her. She doesn't panic, telling him to leave the defense to her while she focuses her power. She pours every ounce of her magic into a spell chant. The enchantment flares up, burning any demon that dares to touch it. They screech in pain as their dark forms begin to disperse into nothingness. Our girl gives a confident smile, thinking she finally has things under control. But Sesame Bean realizes something is very wrong. The monsters aren't staying dead. High above the palace, the clouds turn even darker as the true mastermind watches. This creepy guy with the face markings is gathering even more energy to crush them. Suddenly, the monsters regenerate and launch a coordinated attack on the barrier. It's horrifying to watch as their wounds heal instantly, making them practically invincible. Even Sesame Bean is shook by this unexpected development. The monsters violently slam against the shield, cracking the foundation of Yunzai's magic. She's reaching her limit, her face pale as she tries to hold the line. The demons just keep healing and coming back for more. Another wave hits and the barrier starts to shatter like glass. With a final deafening crash, the protection breaks, sending Yunzai flying back. She braces for impact, but Sesame Bean can only watch in horror. Suddenly, a pair of strong arms wrap around her, catching her before she hits the ground. It's Prince Yi. He's finally stepping in, and the look in his eyes is pure murder. He gives her a soft, reassuring smile, but the atmosphere around him is freezing cold. He turns his attention to the monsters, and you can tell they've officially messed up. He activates the power of his mysterious ring, and a terrifying aura begins to blaze. A pillar of light erupts from his hand, vaporizing everything in its path. The blast is so powerful it lights up the entire room, forcing the shadows back. The demons don't even have time to scream before they are erased. Yunzai is floored by the scale of his power, but she notices something concerning. Strange, dark veins are creeping up his hand as he forces the ring's magic. She begs him to stop, realizing that this power is literally eating him alive. The marks spread to his face, and he looks like he's on the verge of collapsing. Thankfully, the old man arrives just in time, diving in to stabilize the situation. He uses his own magic to seal the runaway energy before it kills the prince. The dark veins slowly recede, but Prince Yi is completely drained. He falls forward, resting his head on Yunzai's shoulder as his strength fails. She holds him tightly, her heart racing as she checks if he's still breathing. The ring on her finger suddenly cracks, signaling that the danger is far from over. Far away, the villain scoffs at the busybody old man, but decides he's seen enough for today. The palace finally falls silent, though the scars of the battle remain. Back inside, the old man continues to work his healing magic on the unconscious prince. The dark energy finally leaves his body, allowing him to rest peacefully. Yunzai and her spirit buddy share a relieved look, thankful that they made it through the night. The old man explains that the thumb ring's energy is simply too overwhelming for a mortal body to handle. Even Machai is fuming, complaining that a sudden surge of power kept him from finishing off those pesky demons. Yunzai realizes that the enchantment broke because of that massive energy leak. Thankfully, the prince finally begins to stir. Our heroine is right there by his side, desperately asking how he's feeling. He looks a bit dazed, but says he's hanging in there. The old man chuckles, noting that the prince's constitution is actually surprisingly resilient. Yunzai quickly introduces the tree spirit as the one who saved his skin. The prince offers a polite thanks, but the old man warns him that he absolutely cannot use that power again. It turns out the thumb ring is a double-edged sword that his physical body just can't withstand. The prince looks down only to realize the ring has vanished once more. He's frustrated because he has zero control over when this mysterious power shows up or leaves him high and dry. The old man admits it's a complicated mess, but Yunzai has a classic lightbulb moment. If the ring only reacts to spirits, then they just need to make sure no spirits get anywhere near him. Machai is all in, promising to guard him day and night so nothing can creep up. He even asks the prince if it's okay for their little spirit squad to stay and protect him. The prince gives Yunzai a look that makes her heart skip a beat. He smirks and agrees to the arrangement. While Machai is celebrating, our girl is getting major villain vibes from that smile. Seriously, why is he looking at her like she's a snack? Night falls over the palace, but the peace doesn't last long because someone is banging on the door like a maniac. It's Yunzai, and she's demanding to be let in right this second. The other spirits watch awkwardly while Machai decides to be a total savage and ignore her. Our girl is losing her mind, screaming for him to open up. Machai is officially on strike, telling her she's being way too noisy and needs to go away. Yunzai is fuming, her temper reaching a boiling point outside the room. Machai tells her to just go get some sleep, but he's underestimating how stubborn she is. A dark aura surrounds our heroine as she prepares to get physical. She reaches out and grabs Machai like a bag of trash, telling him to be a good boy and open the door. Machai argues that they agreed to protect the prince, and she didn't object earlier. Yunzai points out the obvious scandal of a man and woman being alone together late at night. But Ma-chai hits her with the ultimate comeback. She's the princess consort, so it's literally her job. Our girl is absolutely triggered by his logic. She starts pulling on the poor ghost with everything she's got. Ma-chai tries to make a break for it, but she refuses to let go. It's a full-on chaotic tug-of-war. Ma-chai gets smacked around in the process, and Yunzai looks like a literal demon as she demands he open that door. She's putting her whole weight into the pull, looking completely unhinged. Suddenly, the prince appears in the doorway, looking very confused at the scene. Yunzai is caught in the most awkward position imaginable. In her shock, she lets go of Ma-chai. The poor little spirit goes flying through the air, crashing straight into a pillar. The prince raises an eyebrow, asking what she meant by that princess consort comment he overheard. Yunzai starts coughing nervously, trying to pretend she wasn't doing anything weird. She gives him a fake sweet smile and asks him to just open the door so she can leave. He agrees and she makes a break for it, sighing in massive relief once she's safely away. Later that night, under a full moon, Yunzai is sitting at a table, yawning her head off. She figures the prince must be fast asleep by now. She decides to sneak back in to see if he's actually resting. But when she checks the bed, it's empty. She wonders if he's working late in the study, but he's not there either. She starts searching the room, getting more curious by the second. She finally spots him lounging on a dabe. He looks surprisingly peaceful when he's not being a menace. Our girl creeps closer, wanting to confirm he's actually out. She leans right over him, staring into his face. She even reaches out a hand to see if he reacts, waving it right in front of his eyes. Once she's sure he's asleep, her chaotic side takes over. She starts mock-slapping the air and making faces at him. She even sticks her tongue out, enjoying the rare chance to roast him without consequences. But then she stops to actually look at him. Up close, she can't help but notice how long his lashes are. His eyes are shut tight, and his face is honestly flawless. Our girl has to admit he is dangerously good-looking. She muses that he'd be the perfect man if his personality wasn't so completely trash. Suddenly, the prince asks if she's looked enough. He opens one eye with a devious smirk. Yunzai is so terrified she nearly jumps out of her skin. She falls backward, hitting the floor with a painful thud. The prince just smiles at her, looking totally amused. He claims he wasn't even sleeping, just resting his eyes. Yunzai is left fuming at his sheer audacity. Our girl is caught red-handed and she's desperately trying to play it cool. She stammers through a weak excuse about his health, but she's sweating bullets. The cold duke isn't buying it, claiming he was waiting specifically for her. Why? Because he needs her help getting changed. Naturally, our poor heroine panics and tries to make a break for the teapot. But he's faster, grabbing her before she can even take a step. She's stunned, especially when he sweeps her off her feet in a sudden bridal carry. He sets her down, looming over her with an intensity that has her heart racing. She tries to play tough, but her face is a total beet red. She demands he let her go, but he just stares her down. He pins her to the bed, making it very clear who's in charge here. He threatens to show her exactly what he'll do if she keeps struggling. She's absolutely scandalized. He just shushes her with a single finger. She swats him away, finally caving in to help him change. "Fine, I'll do it," she yells. He gives her a smug look while she fumes in chibai mode. She's so confused by his mood swings. He tells her to go get his fresh clothes ready. She stomps off into the night. Returning with the laundry, she plans to drop it and run. "Here, take it," she says, keeping her distance. But he just stands there staring at her. He asks if she really expects him to dress himself. She remembers the last time she helped and nearly sliced him with a sword. For his own safety, she insists he handles it. She's feeling pretty smug about her logic, until he starts stripping right in front of her. Suddenly, it's an absolute abspocalypse and our girl is losing her mind. She is screaming internally. "You're hateful," she cries. She spins around, refusing to look. He tosses his robe aside without a care in the world. Then he starts walking toward her. She's shouting for him to hurry up. She asks if he's finally decent. He leans in close, whispering right into her ear for his clothes. She blindly grabs the fabric and shoves it at him. "Just change already," she barks. He finally finishes and tells her she can turn around. She peeks through her fingers, making sure he's actually covered. He looks perfectly composed while she's a nervous wreck. She starts lecturing him about modesty like a frustrated mom. She demands a warning next time so she can look away. He just gives her a flat nope. Fed up, she tries to make her exit. But he's not done with her yet. He scoops her up again, catching her completely off guard. He declares that she's sleeping right here tonight. He hauls her over to the bed while she protests. He pins her down once more. She's trapped and she knows it. He tells her to be quiet and just listen. He promises not to do anything as long as she stays still. But then he drops a savage threat to silence her. She's totally stunned by his audacity. "Try me," he challenges. Our girl starts nodding like her life depends on it. He finally lets her go, looking way too satisfied with himself. He flashes a smug little smile. They settle in, but the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. She tries to convince herself it's just sleeping, but her mind is racing. She's wide awake, staring at the ceiling. She peeks over to see if he's finally out. He looks like an angel when he's sleeping, which is totally unfair. She decides to scoot as far away as possible for safety. She's blaming everyone but herself for this mess. A yawn finally catches up to her, and slowly she drifts off. Later that night, the Duke opens his eyes. He turns to look at the girl who's been driving him crazy. Her hair is a mess across the pillow. He can't help himself and reaches out. He gently takes a lock of her hair, admiring her scent. Suddenly, she shifts in her sleep, nearly giving him a heart attack. He freezes, staring at her cute sleeping face. He softens, a real smile touching his lips. He reaches out to touch her cheek. It's a rare, tender moment for our chaotic couple. But then she moves again. She lunges forward in her sleep and wraps him in a massive hug. Now it's the Duke's turn to be absolutely stunned. Princey watches her sleep with a rare, gentle smile, clearly losing the battle against his own heart. Outside, the night is still long and filled with secrets. Our poor heroine is a chaotic sleeper, tossing and turning until her foot flops right out of the covers. She slides closer and closer in her sleep, making the prince break into a cold sweat as he tries to keep his composure. He pushes her away, trying to maintain some dignity. But he can't stop staring at her peaceful face. He's definitely questioning his life choices right now. Finally, he gives up on sleep and gets out of bed, looking back at her one last time with a mix of longing and frustration. Our girl is out cold while he's looking totally irritated by his own feelings. He stands by the bed, a brooding mess. Before wandering out into the dark room, he walks past the furniture like a ghost and tries to drown his feelings in some late-night tea. He gulps it down, but the thirst for answers remains. He sits there in the silence, brooding like the dramatic male lead he is. Time passes in the quiet palace, and soon he's at his desk, looking absolutely gloomy. He's actually staring at a drawing of her which is both sweet and a little savage. He can't even focus on his work because she's living rent-free in his head. He puts the scroll down with a heavy sigh, looking completely drained by this emotional roller coaster. He glances back toward the bed and decides to return to her side. He stands over her, watching her sleep, as she remains blissfully unaware of his inner turmoil. Suddenly, she kicks the blanket away with a violent whump, nearly giving him a heart attack. She makes the most ridiculous sleeping faces, even drooling while dreaming about a feast. The prince can't help but crack a smile at her antics and gently covers her back up. He finally lies back down beside her, but the peace lasts all of 2 seconds before she kicks the blanket off again. This time, she basically tackles him in her sleep. She hugs him tight and even starts caressing his face, making him completely melt. He finally gives in to the chaos, hugging her back and placing a soft kiss on her. Morning arrives with the birds chirping, and our girl finally wakes up to an empty bed. She looks around the blurry room confused. She sits up, wondering where her roommate disappeared to. She takes a breath, thinking it's probably for the best that he's gone. But then a sudden thought hits her and she starts to panic. She pushes the doors open in a rush and runs right into Ms. Su. Ms. Su is startled by her frantic appearance. Our girl demands to know where Princey is, only to find out he left for the palace early this morning. He even left instructions for her to get ready, which is a total power move. She's left standing there completely stunned. Meanwhile, at another part of the estate, Lady Beauty Chu is looking way too smug. She's ready to head over to Quiet Court to stir up some serious trouble. Outside the gates, a violent banging starts on the doors. The maid inside is startled, thinking her mistress is back. She leaves her embroidery behind and rushes to open the gate. But it's not her mistress, it's Lady Chu, and she is absolutely fuming that it took so long to open the door. She's brought a whole squad of petty ladies with her. They march into the courtyard like they own the place. Lady Chu immediately orders the poor servant to be dragged away. The maid is handled roughly and is totally helpless. She's left trembling in total shock. Back with our heroine, she's getting a fancy makeover. Ms. Su finishes her hair, and our girl immediately asks when the prince is coming back. Ms. Su has no idea, and our girl starts worrying about where Matchai is. She decides she needs to head back to Quiet Court to have a look. Ms. Su offers to come along, but our girl insists on going alone to finish her work. She heads back to the Quiet Court gates. Inside, the mean girl squad is waiting for the priest. Lady Chu is throwing a fit because the priest prioritized a government minister's mansion over the Yi mansion. The other ladies chime in, fueling her rage about the rules. She demands the master priest be brought right now or she'll punish everyone. Suddenly, a massive gust of wind sweeps through, nearly blowing the ladies off their feet. A figure descends with a dramatic swoosh, catching Lady Chu's attention. It's Taoist priest Meihai, making the most extra entrance possible. The ladies are immediately heart-tied, thinking he looks like a literal god. They're convinced he's the only one who can get rid of the curse. He acts all humble, claiming he's just a simple priest who chases spirits. But Lady Chu isn't having it, showering him with more praise. He agrees to start the ritual to get rid of the evil spirit. As the ritual begins, he claims to feel a heavy presence of spirit energy in the area. The priest, looking way too smug for his own good, claims he'll perform a cleansing that no spirit can escape alive. Our poor heroine's servant tries to speak some sense, insisting there are no spirits here, but she's immediately shut down. This temple follower has the audacity to scold her, acting like the priest's word is gospel. The girl begs Lady Chu to stop this nonsense, but she's talking to a brick wall of pure malice. Lady Chu is offended that a mere servant would dare to question her authority. She decides the girl needs to be silenced and orders her maids to give her a good slapping. A savage blow lands right on the poor girl's face, and these bullies clearly aren't done yet. While the humans are being toxic, our little plant spirits are just floating around thinking about their next meal. They're lured in by the promise of yummy food, totally unaware of the chaos waiting for them. They float toward the courtyard, probably expecting a snack and not a spiritual execution. But they stop dead in their tracks when they hear the sound of another slap echoing through the air. Looking down, they see the courtyard packed with people and a whole lot of bad vibes. Seeing the stinking women bullying the innocent servant makes our little spirit buddy go absolutely feral. He zooms in like a tiny white rocket, delivering a flurry of slaps that leaves the maids spinning. It's total pandemonium as the maids scream about evil spirits while getting their faces rearranged. Lady Chu and her squad are losing their minds, terrified by the invisible force hitting them. Desperate, they cry out for the priest to do something before they are slapped into the next dynasty. The priest starts his chant, weaving a spell to trap the little guy. A massive burst of spiritual energy explodes, knocking the little spirit right out of the sky. He tries to warn his little buddy to run, but a much darker presence is closing in. The priest mocks him, calling him a crummy spirit, which is honestly just rude. Our little fighter tries to launch one more attack, but he's intercepted midair. The priest summons a creepy, grinning spirit minion to finish the job. A heavy blow sends our poor little guy crashing toward the earth. The evil spirit cackles with glee, enjoying the one-sided beatdown way too much. The priest tells his minion to handle the spirits while he prepares the final ritual for the area. The little plant buddy is struggling to even stand as the attacker zooms back in for more. He's getting blasted by lightning, and it's honestly heartbreaking to watch. Our little buddy gets tangled in spiritual vines, trapped and completely helpless. He's being dragged away like a trophy, crying out for his friend. This creepy spirit actually wants to eat him to steal his power. Talk about a nightmare scenario. Even while being dragged toward a literal mouth, our brave little guy tells his friend to save himself. But the little buddy isn't leaving. He taps into a hidden reserve of power, lighting up the sky. He focuses every ounce of his energy to break the hold on his friend. With a massive effort, he manages to separate them, but it costs him everything. He gently puts his friend down, but the evil spirit is still standing, and he's not happy about the resistance. Our little hero is panting, barely holding on as the attacker prepares to get rid of him first. A massive punch lands, sending shockwaves through his tiny body. The evil spirit screams for him to die, launching a final, devastating strike. A massive explosion rocks the field, and our little guy is left broken in the grass. The villainous spirit floats down, ready to claim his prize from the unconscious plant. He tells him to become part of him, and honestly, we need a miracle right about now. But wait, the little guy isn't done. He pulls a surprise move, headbutting the evil spirit with the last of his strength. He grabs onto the villain, releasing a desperate burst of electricity that shocks them both. He's gasping for breath, refusing to let go of the one who hurt his friend. But the evil spirit just laughs it off, throwing him aside like trash. Meanwhile, our girl Yunxi is strolling back to the palace, totally oblivious to the war zone in her backyard. She's even humming a little tune, excited to share some yummy food with her friends. She walks up the stairs, probably thinking about what a peaceful day it's been. Suddenly, a massive crash echoes from inside, and she knows something is horribly wrong. The sound of something breaking makes her heart drop, and she drops her basket in shock. She stands there frozen for a second, wide-eyed and terrified of what she's about to find. She throws the doors open with enough force to wake the dead. She looks out and sees her quiet courtyard has been turned into a chaotic circus. Her eyes go wide as she takes in the crowd of people who definitely don't belong here. Then she sees her loyal servant, Qian, bruised and bleeding on the floor. The priest recognizes her immediately, but Yunxi is too busy seeing red to care who he is. Lady Chu has the nerve to act all sweet, welcoming her back like she didn't just authorize a beating. Yunxi isn't playing. She demands to know why Lady Beauty Chu is making trouble again. Lady Chu claims she's just performing a necessary ritual, but Yunxi tells her to pack it up and leave. Lady Chu tries to pull rank, insisting that since she's in charge of the mansion, she has to take action. Yunxi is about to explode, but then she notices something even worse near her feet. It's her little plant spirit, Sesame Bean, lying motionless and cracked on the ground. Seeing the tiny creature she loves so much in this state is the final straw. She falls to her knees, her hands trembling as she reaches out for him. The little guy is barely conscious, whimpering her name with the last of his strength. Yunxi looks around, her voice shaking as she asks where his little buddy is. She looks over at Qian, whose face is swollen and bloody, and the realization hits her like a freight train. She turns around, her eyes searching the area for the rest of her family. She finds the other spirit buddy lying discarded in the grass, looking like he's been through a blender. Yunxi starts shaking with a rage so intense the air itself seems to turn cold. She slowly stands up, her shadow looming over the courtyard as she prepares for war. Even Lady Chu is starting to look a little nervous, wondering what the hell is about to happen. Yunzai looks her straight in the eye and asks with terrifying calmness if this was all her doing. Before Lady Chu can even finish her fake excuse, Yunzai delivers a slap so legendary it was probably heard across the whole city. The entire audience is stunned into silence, unable to believe our girl actually went there. Lady Chu clutches her face in shock, her eyes wide as she realizes she messed with the wrong heroine today. The surrounding ladies can only watch in utter shock, realizing the hierarchy has just been violently reset. Before the concubine can even blink, Yunzai moves with blinding speed. She unleashes a relentless flurry of slaps, teaching this girl exactly what happens when you mess with the wrong heroine. The poor concubine is left clutching her burning cheeks, trembling in pure terror. But Yunzai isn't finished and looks ready to deliver another round of justice. She coldly reminds her that as the princess consort, she doesn't need anyone's permission to clean up her own court. The concubine is left speechless, her pride shattered in front of everyone. Suddenly, a chaotic little spirit figure appears in the sky, giggling at the drama. Yunzai's eyes narrow as she realizes this is the brat who hurt her friends. The little guy looks way too smug for someone about to get wrecked. Our girl doesn't hesitate, launching a powerful talisman straight at him. In an instant, the spirit is paralyzed midair, realizing he's completely outmatched. Yunzai prepares to finish the job, her expression terrifyingly calm. The concubine begs for mercy, but the thud of her hitting the ground says otherwise. The spirit is sent crashing into the flowers, totally defeated. Yunzai casually claps the dust off her hands, looking as savage as ever. Watching from the shadows, a mysterious man finds the whole display incredibly outstanding. Yunzai isn't in the mood for guests and tells the stinking priest to get lost immediately. He just chuckles, claiming he's traveled a long way just to find her. With a smooth motion, he pulls off his fake mustache, revealing his true face. The other ladies immediately swoon, completely forgetting the violence they just witnessed because he's just that handsome. He calls out to his little Yunzai, but our girl isn't falling for the charm. She turns her back on him and starts walking away without a single word. He panics and chases after her, begging her not to be so cold. But Yunzai is fuming, reminding him that she'll never join a priest who hurts her friends. He tries to play it off, claiming he's changed and was only trying to help. She snaps back that she already has a master and he needs to scram. He looks genuinely hurt that she's given up on their past connection. He sighs in regret, lamenting that she wasted her talent by getting married. The concubines are still frozen in place, unable to process this sudden romantic tension. He reaches out, desperate to stop her from leaving. He begs her to abandon this life and escape with him right now. But his eyes widen in shock as a cold presence fills the air. A gleaming sword suddenly cuts through the space between them. Prince arrives in a flash of fury, pulling Yunzai into his protective embrace. He points his blade directly at the priest's throat, demanding to know who thinks they can touch his wife. The priest stares down the cold steel, realizing this man is no ordinary husband. He wonders if this possessive prince is the real reason Yunzai stayed behind. Prince is absolutely seething, his patience at zero. A servant trembles as he tries to explain that the priest was invited for a ritual. The prince's gaze shifts to the concubine, and his look alone is enough to make her heart stop. Lady Beauty Chu stammers out an apology, realizing her plan to cause trouble has backfired spectacularly. The prince ignores her, keeping his arm wrapped tightly around our heroine. He looks down at her, his voice low and dangerous as he asks if she knows this man. He demands to know the exact nature of their relationship, and his jealousy is radiating off him in waves. He grips her arm with a force that shows just how much he's spiraling. Yunzai winces, crying out that he's hurting her. His expression turns gloomy, his possessive streak completely taking over his rational mind. Our poor girl is stunned, she's never seen him this unhinged before. His eyes glow with a murderous intent that promises blood. He lunges forward, determined to erase the priest from existence. Even while fighting, he refuses to let go of Yunzai, keeping her tucked against him. She watches the chaos in horror, wondering why he's going this far. He growls at her, asking if she's distressed because he's hurting her old friend. She manages to break away slightly to check if the priest is still breathing. The priest tries to play it cool, though he's clearly been grazed. This only makes the prince's grip on his sword tighten until his knuckles turn white. He declares that any other man she knows must die. He charges forward for a killing blow. Yunzai throws herself in front of him, desperately trying to hold his arm back. He commands her to let go, but she refuses to move. She screams at the priest to leave before the prince actually carries out his threat. The priest hesitates, wanting to stay by her side. But the prince's face is a mask of pure, murderous rage. Yunzai pushes the priest away, begging him to just run for his life. Princey warns him that there is no escape from his wrath. The priest finally realizes that the prince has completely lost it. He signals to his followers that it's time to make a tactical retreat. The disciple follows close behind as they vanish, leaving our girl to deal with her very angry, very jealous husband. The audacity of this man to just order everyone around like he owns the place. But that little creep isn't finished yet, letting out a wicked laugh as his spirit energy flares. Before anyone can react, he's pulled into the void, vanishing into thin air. Prince Yi can only watch in shock as his target literally deletes himself from the scene. He swings his sword in a fit of rage, but he's just cutting through mist at this point. Meanwhile, the runaway creep is already plotting his next move to steal our girl away. Yunzai is sweating bullets, knowing she's the one who's going to have to deal with the fallout. The local gossip squad is already working overtime, wondering just how deep this scandal goes. Our girl finally breathes a sigh of relief as the tension breaks, while Lady Chu is back there probably plotting her downfall. Yunzai's first priority is getting medical help for her loyal maid. Princey finally tells the peanut gallery to get lost. Kue'er tries to play it cool despite her injuries, but our girl isn't buying it. Lady Chu tries to pull the innocent mistake card, acting like she didn't know the two were acquainted. Yunzai ignores the drama to check on her poor little spirit companion. The other ladies start white knighting for Lady Chu, acting like she's the victim here. Our girl just wants to make sure the little bean is still breathing. The gaslighting continues as the girls tell Lady Chu it wasn't her fault. They practically beg the prince to show mercy to the poor thing. Lady Chu is internally smirking, thinking she's won this round. But Princey has reached his limit and roars for them to get the hell out. The shock on their faces is priceless. He even draws his sword just to make sure they get the message. Lady Chu realizes her beauty isn't going to save her this time. They scatter like rats leaving a sinking ship. Now it's just the three of them in the courtyard and the air is thick with resentment. Kue'er is terrified, wondering if they're about to be the next targets of his wrath. Yunzai gently tends to the little spirit, her heart breaking for her furry friend. The prince's mood is darker than a coal mine as he tells the maid to leave. Kue'er reluctantly starts to head out, but the second she turns her back, he grabs Yunzai with zero warning. Our girl lets out a gasp as she's suddenly restrained. Kue'er tries to beg for her mistress, but one look from the prince sends her running. He's got her in a vice grip now, and he is not letting go. Yunzai tells her maid to go on ahead while she deals with this chaotic man. She gives quick instructions to get the little spirit to safety. Kue'er nods, knowing she's useless against the prince's temper. Once they are alone, he demands to know exactly what her relationship is with that other man. Yunzai is done with the interrogation and tells him to get over it. She screams that there is absolutely nothing between them. But he's in full-blown jealous mode, demanding she speak the truth. He accuses her of sneaking around behind his back. She manages to pull away, calling him out on his absolute nonsense. She's officially irritated and tells him to get out of her sight. She turns to walk away, thinking the conversation is over. Big mistake, he moves faster than a jump scare. Before she can even blink, he scoops her up over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. She starts pummeling his back, calling him a total jerk. She's struggling with everything she's got. Kicking and screaming, she demands to be put down this instant. But the prince is wearing his most savage face. To her absolute shock, he gives her a sharp slap on the behind to shut her up. He threatens that if she doesn't quiet down, there's more where that came from. Our girl is mortified, her face turning a shade of red that matches the sunset. He carries his prize back toward the mansion. He kicks the bedroom door open with enough force to wake the dead. He marches straight inside with zero hesitation. He tosses her onto the bed like she's a piece of laundry. He looms over her, looking like he's about to explode. Yunzai complains that he's actually hurting her, but he's radiating enough heat to start a forest fire. She shoots him a look that says, "Stay down if you know what's good for you." He finally retreats, grumbling about how troublesome she is. Outside, the poor servant is trembling, thinking the prince sounds like he's about to commit a crime. She finally bursts in, finding our heroine standing there alone and trying to look natural. The servant is frantic, checking if her mistress is even alive after hearing those shouts. Our girl plays it cool, claiming everything is totally fine despite the obvious tension in the air. She lies through her teeth, saying the prince just needs some very quiet rest. To change the subject, she asks about their little spirit companions. The servant explains she left them by the tree and rushed back because she was so worried. Our heroine is ready to bolt, but the servant is still confused about where the prince went. She tells her not to even mention him. She's officially done with his drama for the day. They make their escape, leaving the room behind. Meanwhile, the prince is left nursing his pride and his bruises on the floor. He vows that he won't let her off easy next time. The ladies arrive at the garden to check on the little ones. The eccentric old master is already there waiting for them. Our heroine breathes a sigh of relief. Seeing the tiny creatures sleeping peacefully warms her heart. The old man explains they just need time to purge the nasty spirit energy they absorbed. The servant starts blaming herself for the mess, but our girl won't have it. She notices the servant's face is still looking pretty rough from the encounter. It's still bleeding, and our heroine is not about to let her loyal friend suffer. The old master realizes he can help. He pulls out a special hibiscus concentrate that works like magic. Our girl is super grateful, knowing how important a lady's face is in this world. She gently applies the cooling cream to the wound. And just like that, the injury vanishes without leaving a single scar. The servant is absolutely shook, feeling her skin and finding it soft as a peach. She's over the moon and thanks the old man profusely. But then something even weirder happens when she rubs her eyes. She screams in shock because suddenly she can see the ghost-like old man clearly. Our girl is just as surprised that the servant has suddenly gained the sight. The master explains it's a mix of the medicine and her own pure intentions. Now the servant can finally see the adorable little spirits she's been protecting. Our girl is so happy that her friend's wish finally came true. But while they're having a moment, the mean girls of the mansion are lurking. One of the concubines looks like she's about to explode from pure saltiness. They start gossiping, laughing about how the former favorite got threatened by the prince. They act all sympathetic, but their words are dripping with poison. They remember how she used to show off and are clearly loving her downfall. Word has spread that our heroine is now the undisputed favorite of the mansion, and the haters are absolutely living for the drama of it all. They walk away, already planning to watch the next big showdown. Back in her quarters, the rejected concubine is losing her mind. She slams her fist down, cursing everyone who's making her look bad. Her maid tries to soothe her, noting that the prince is currently in a foul mood. The villainess is furious that he's taking his anger out on her instead of the witch. She's convinced our girl has cast some kind of spell on him. Then she gets a wicked idea. It's time to write a letter to the old man. If she can't handle our girl, she'll bring in the heavy hitters to do the dirty work. Meanwhile, Princey is still stewing, clearly unable to get that damn woman out of his head. But before he can investigate, he's stopped dead in his tracks. A messenger arrives with an urgent request from Deputy Y. Princey tries to brush it off for tomorrow, but duty calls. Apparently, there's trouble brewing with the tribes on the west side. Grudgingly, he heads to the study to deal with the headache. Deputy Y Ming is already waiting to deliver the tip. The spies report that a major player is moving toward the city. The prince demands to know the motive behind this sudden visit. It's rumored he's after something that could help him seize control of everything. He orders a total lockdown and constant surveillance. But even as he plans for war, his mind keeps wandering back to her. Meanwhile, our heroine is having a much more peaceful afternoon. Her maid Quer is absolutely swooning over how cute everything is. She just thrilled to finally see the world through her mistress's eyes. But the catch is, this magical effect only lasts for a single day. They need to find Ma Chai before the clock runs out. The conversation shifts to that mysterious Taoist priest from before. Our girl huffs, thinking if he were here, things would be way less chaotic. Quer is curious about how they even know each other. She warns our girl that she better have a good explanation ready for Prince Yi. Our heroine thinks it's no big deal. But Quer drops a truth bomb. The prince is definitely going to get jealous. Our girl is completely clueless, wondering why on earth he'd be jealous. Quer explains that according to the gossip mill, when a man gets angry like that, it's always jealousy. Our poor heroine is left buffering, trying to process this new information. On the table, the little blob buddy is finally stirring. Quer can't get over how adorable this little guy is. But the little spirit looks absolutely heartbroken. Our girl reassures him that Sesame Bean is just taking a much-needed nap. The little guy is still pouting, but at least he's safe. She promises him everything will be okay. Cut to the borders where the tension is rising. A hawk screeches across the sky, signaling that the players are in position. The local king looks ready for a fight. He's not in the mood for games. She presents him with a protection amulet from the wizard master. He examines the gift, his expression unreadable. He sends his thanks, but he's already focused on the journey ahead. The lady looks devastated, practically begging him to stay. She asks the million-dollar question, must he really go? His answer is a cold, hard yes. She pleads with him to reconsider because it's just too dangerous. She doesn't trust the prime minister, calling him a total snake. Since she can't stop him, she demands to go along. He finally relents, but only if her brother gives the green light. She's already one step ahead and the deal is sealed. Back at the palace, Princey is waiting for his lady to show up. But the servant returns with the ultimate rejection. She doesn't want to come. The prince is stunned, his ego taking a massive hit. He tells the servant to just forget it and leave. But then he has a change of heart. He issues a savage new decree. From now on, Lady Beauty Chu is stripped of her power, and our heroine is the new boss of the mansion. The servants are absolutely reeling from the news. MS Su is practically shaking, realizing the hierarchy just got flipped upside down. They head off to break the news to the former favorite. The maids are gossiping, wondering if the new management will be a nightmare. They can't believe Lady Chu got kicked to the curb. They're terrified of what's coming next. It's a mess that's hard to put into words. Meanwhile, our girl is blissfully unaware of the drama she's about to inherit. Quer is still worried, but our girl is keeping it cool. Suddenly, footsteps echo in the hallway. Someone is making a grand entrance. And of course, it's Prince Yi, looking like he's ready to demand some answers. The room goes silent as everyone drops to pay their respects to the big boss. Princey is taking over, ordering a full-scale renovation of her court before sunset. A literal army of servants marches in like they own the place. Our heroine tries to put her foot down, insisting she doesn't need any help cleaning her space. But the staff treat her like she's invisible, pushing right past her. Talk about a savage lack of respect, she's fuming. She marches up to the prince, demanding he call off his minions immediately. Does he listen? Nope, he just gives her that smug, handsome look. In fact, he drops a bombshell, he's moving in permanently. Our girl is absolutely not having it, but her objections fall on deaf ears. He reminds her that he doesn't exactly need her permission for anything. Since he owns the entire mansion, he'll stay wherever he pleases. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife as they engage in a legendary stare-down. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the mansion, things are getting messy. Lady Beauty Chu is having a total meltdown, smashing everything in sight because she's losing her grip on power. Her maid frantically begs her to stop, especially since she's about to wreck a precious jade vase rewarded by the prince. The jealousy is real, and this villainess is radiating pure chaos. She holds onto that vase like it's her only lifeline to his heart. Her maid tries to calm her down, insisting she's still the one the prince truly cares for. But Chu isn't buying it. She's been stripped of her authority, and she knows exactly who to blame. They start gossiping about spells and haunted courts, convinced our girl has the prince under some kind of dark magic. But don't worry, the maid has a secret weapon. She sent a letter to the old madam to bring the hammer down. Suddenly feeling smug again, Chu is just glad she didn't actually break her precious face. While they plot, we head over to another part of the capital. This serious-looking official is caught up in some shady business of his own. His wife wants to know what's in the secret letter that's got him so stressed out. She's offended that people are still ordering him around like a common servant. He sighs, trapped in a web of duty he simply can't escape. The mission, he needs to find a specific thumb ring hidden inside the mansion. His wife tells him to work smarter, not harder. They don't need to do it themselves. They decide to use Yunzai as their pawn, convinced they can force our girl to cooperate with their scheme. Back at the court, our poor heroine is sulking outside on the steps. She feels like a stranger in her own home, with the prince taking over every room. Her maid watches on, feeling terrible for her mistress's sudden displacement. But wait, a heavenly scent wafts through the air, instantly breaking her moody trance. A parade of servants arrives, carrying trays piled high with gourmet treats. Our girl's stomach is doing backflips because every single one of her favorites is on the menu. She tries to play it cool while the feast is laid out before her. She peeks inside, her resolve crumbling at the sight of all that deliciousness. It's a literal 5-star spread, and it's all for her. The prince invites her to join him, knowing exactly how to handle her cravings. Chibai Yunzai is already doing a happy dance in her head, but then she catches him smiling and worries he's just laughing at her hunger. She tries to act tough and says she isn't hungry, but her stomach betrays her with a loud growl. She tries to make a dramatic exit, but the prince isn't letting her go that easily. He practically begs her to stay and eat, making her wonder why he's being so persistent. They sit in a heavy silence, the air thick with unspoken words and delicious aromas. Finally, she gives in and takes a seat, which earns her a rare, genuine smile from the prince. While they bond over dinner, a dark meeting is happening in the woods. A creepy Taoist priest is reporting his progress to a mysterious cloaked figure. The villain is pleased that the king is following their lead. The priest asks why they don't just use demon spirits to snatch the thumb ring. But it turns out that ring has a power that keeps evil spirits from getting anywhere near it. This mystery villain clearly has a personal grudge and big plans for the Yi family. Meanwhile, our heroine's maid is tucking in for the night with her little buddy. She's busy shipping the prince and her miss, hoping things are finally getting romantic. Back at the dinner table, the atmosphere is much quieter as the meal ends. Yunzai asks when the prince plans on leaving, but he's looking very comfortably settled. She tries to argue that her place is far too small and uncomfortable for his royal ego. He shuts that down immediately, declaring he isn't going anywhere tonight. His excuse, he needs to stay to protect the house from thieves. Specifically, he's on high alert for a certain Taoist thief who's been lurking in the shadows. But Princey is doubling down, declaring that he's staying right here from now on. Yunxi isn't buying this sudden change of heart for a second. She leans in with a savage smirk, asking if the big bad prince is actually just jealous. The silence that follows is so thick you could cut it with a spirit sword. Yunxi starts to wonder if she actually hit the nail on the head. Of course, he tries to play it cool, telling her not to get a big head. He claims he's just keeping outsiders away from his property, but we all know that's a total lie. She gives him a dry okay, clearly exhausted by his mood swings. Princey huffs, deciding he needs a nap to recover from his bruised ego. He stops at the door, lingering for a dramatic beat. Then he drops the bombshell. She needs to come help him get changed. As night falls over the mansion, things get even more awkward. Yunxi is fuming in bed, gritting her teeth because she just can't seem to win against this man. Meanwhile, the prince is sleeping like a baby with a smug little smile on his face. But as the hours pass, someone starts getting a bit too comfortable. Our girl ends up completely sprawled over him like a human-weighted blanket in her sleep. He wakes up and just watches her, his expression softening into something actually sweet. Suddenly, the vibe shifts into a trippy, glowing dreamscape. He sees a vision of a woman in the moonlight. She claims she's there to trade her very soul for a friend. She warns that while he can have her soul, he'll never have her heart. The dream turns into a nightmare as she screams for him not to leave. Princey bolts upright, drenched in a cold sweat. He looks down to find Yunxi still clinging to him like glue. She slowly blinks awake, coming face to face with his intense gaze. Reality hits her like a freight train and she screams, lunging away from him. She retreats to the corner of the bed, trying to maintain some dignity. She demands to know what he's doing, but he points out she was the one doing the midnight hugging. She tries to call him out for talking nonsense, but he's stunned into silence because she looks exactly like the woman from his dream. He's about to say something meaningful when a loud knock ruins the moment. He asks who's daring to interrupt. A guard reports that someone from the Prime Minister's mansion has arrived on urgent business. Yunxi's internal alarm bells start ringing immediately. They head out to meet the messenger. The servant bows low, looking distressed. She explains that she has a message from the master. Apparently, the madam is sick and desperately needs to see her daughter. Yunxi is immediately suspicious, knowing her stepmother wouldn't miss her if she was on fire. The messenger adds that Zhu is the one looking after her, which only makes things fishier. She begs Yunxi to come back and check for herself. Sensing a trap but needing answers, Yunxi agrees to the visit. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a table gets slammed in a fit of rage. An old madam is absolutely fuming about Yunxi's alleged witchcraft and dealings with priests. She's convinced the Qian family is nothing but trouble. Her servant tries to calm her down before she has a stroke, but the old woman demands to return to the city to handle this mess personally. Back at the palace, the horses are prepped and ready to go. Yunxi finds herself sharing a carriage with the prince in a very awkward silence. She tells him he didn't have to tag along. He gives the classic "I was just bored" excuse while looking incredibly annoyed. They finally arrive at the Prime Minister's mansion. Yunxi wastes no time, immediately demanding to know where Zhu is being kept. Her father tries to play the "let's have tea" card to distract everyone, but Yunzai isn't falling for the delay tactics as she storms past him. The minister and the prince are left in an awkward standoff, pretending like everything is totally normal over a cup of tea. Our heroine finally reaches the inner chambers, finding her stepmother putting on a world-class performance of dying of a cough. Yunzai doesn't have time for the drama and demands to know exactly where Zhu is hidden. The stepmother tries to play the victim, whining about how hurt she is that Yunzai doesn't care about her health. But our girl is savage and points out that her complexion looks way too rosy for someone on their deathbed. Meanwhile, Princey is busy tearing the minister's soul apart with a friendly chat. The minister tries to act like a loyal official, but the sweat on his brow says otherwise. The prince drops the bomb about the illegal iron ore trade, following it up with the truth about the stolen army provisions. He even mentions a certain suicide note that names the real mastermind. The minister is absolutely cornered and can only stammer out a pathetic "I don't know." Back with the ladies, the stepmother finally reveals her hand. She wants Yunzai to steal a thumb ring. Yunzai is disgusted by the request, but the stepmother reminds her that Zhu's life is literally in her hands. Our girl realizes this ring is way more dangerous than it looks, dealing with spirits mortals shouldn't touch. With no choice left, she agrees to the heist, but she has one non-negotiable condition. Zhu must be returned completely unharmed. The deal is struck with a sinister smirk from the stepmother. The minister is barely holding it together under the prince's gaze, praying for a miracle to escape this interrogation. Right on cue, his other daughter Yunshang pops her head. The minister introduces her, desperate for a distraction. She gives a polite greeting, trying her best to look like a delicate flower for the prince. The minister finally breathes a sigh of relief. She knows saving Zhu is the only priority no matter the cost. Inside, the prince is already suspicious, asking if the girl's name is really Yunshang. She confirms it, while her father panics internally because he accidentally called her by the wrong name. He tries to play it off as a simple slip of the tongue because the sisters are just so close. Yunshang joins the lie, but the prince asks for her official name. She claims to be Qian Yunxi, hating that she has to use her sister's unlucky name. The prince leans in, telling her the name is way too simple for her beauty. He suggests that Shang fits her much better. The minister is sweating bullets, wondering if the prince already knows the truth. The prince even suggests she just change it permanently. Yunshang thinks she's being flirted with, but the tension in the room is thick enough to cut. Yunzai finally returns to the scene, only to find her sister trying to steal her man. She's instantly triggered, especially seeing they have the exact same hairstyle. Yunshang puts on her fake good sister mask and lunges for a hug. She clings to Yunzai, gushing about how much she missed her. Our heroine is physically repulsed by the two-faced mother-daughter duo. Suddenly, the prince pulls Yunzai to his side, claiming his territory. Yunshang tries to point out their special connection through their matching hair, but the prince shuts her down instantly, saying the look doesn't suit her at all. The prince checks in on the stepmother's health one last time. and Yunzai confirms she's recovering just fine. With that, they finally take their leaves. Left behind, Yunshang is absolutely fuming, gripping her robes in a jealous rage. As the carriage speeds away, Yunzai can't help but grill the prince on why he was being so complimentary to her sister. He explains that he just thought the name suited her personality and not in a good way. Yunzai senses the shade and starts teasing him about his hidden meanings. She even does a hilarious impression of his serious face. He just stares at her, probably wondering why he married such a chaotic woman. He calls her a stupid woman under his breath, and she laughs, saying it's a pity he didn't marry her beautiful sister instead. But then he gets serious. He looks her in the eye and tells her he's actually glad she's the one who's his princess consort. Our girl is completely caught off guard, her heart doing backflips as she blushes like crazy. Our girl is absolutely dying of embarrassment, wondering why she even opened her mouth to say something so bold. Meanwhile, back at the manor, a poor servant is catching hands for no reason. This jealous noblewoman is throwing a full-on tantrum because her hair isn't perfect, and she's taking it out on everyone. She's not just yelling, she's actually kicking the poor girl while she's down. Talk about a savage villainess in the making, look at that pure malice in her eyes. She screams for the servant to scram, totally losing her cool. She's shaking with rage, convinced that she was the one destined to be the prince's consort. Back in the carriage, the silence is deafening as our girl sits awkwardly next to the prince. She finally can't take the tension anymore and peeks toward the window to see what's happening. She lifts the curtain and the bustling sound of the market floods in. Her eyes light up at the sight of the city, and the prince can't help but watch her reaction. She leans into the breeze, enjoying the simple feeling of the wind on her face. And just like that, the cold prince starts to feel a little thump-thump in his chest. Our girl turns to him with puppy dog eyes, asking if they can go for a little stroll. He plays it cool, pretending he has errands to run just so he can say yes. The market is filled with treasures, and she is swooning over every little cute thing she sees. The prince notices her interest and immediately eyes the stall with a plan. With a subtle look, he gives his bodyguard the signal. Poor Mo Ying has no choice but to start buying up everything she glances at. Our girl is having the time of her life, while the bodyguard realizes the prince has gone completely soft. Next up is a fancy umbrella, because why not buy the whole store? She stops to smell the roses, and you already know the prince is making sure she gets every petal. Then she spots an absolutely massive vase and starts gushing over it. Mo Ying is literally turning into a pack mule at this point, lugging that giant vase through the street. Our girl is radiating pure happiness, completely oblivious to the bodyguard's struggle. The prince then decides they are going to a special court and tells his bodyguard to take the loot home alone. Mo Ying is buried under a mountain of gifts, wondering if this is actually his life now. The poor guy is on the verge of tears as he tries to balance the porcelain and the flowers. He takes off like a rocket, zooming through the city to finish his task. He's basically a blur of silk and shopping bags. Meanwhile, in a high tower, a mysterious king is being told that everything is ready for his move. He looks down at the city, plotting something that definitely sounds like trouble for our leads. His companion comments on how bustling the place is, but there's a dark undertone to her voice. He's determined to reclaim this city for his tribe, no matter what it takes. They stand there like dramatic shadows overlooking the peaceful crowds below. But then his gaze locks onto a certain couple walking through the market. He recognizes the prince immediately, and the mood turns ice cold. Unaware they're being watched, our girl teases the prince about how popular he is with the ladies despite his weird personality. He's not amused, giving her that classic "who are you calling weird" look. She tries to backpedal, telling him he's actually super dashing to save her skin. Then she starts comparing the feeling to being with her master, which is a total mood killer. The prince's jealousy meter just hit the red zone at the mention of another man. Before she can finish, he suddenly pulls her into a tight embrace right in the middle of the street. She's totally caught off guard, blushing like a tomato. Every woman in the vicinity is staring at them with pure envy. She tells him to let go because everyone is watching, but he's doing it on purpose. He looks her dead in the eye, asserting his dominance in the most chaotic way possible. He suggests they leave if she's that embarrassed, but he's clearly winning this round. They walk away, leaving a trail of broken hearts and gossip behind them. Up on the balcony, the mysterious king is still watching their every move with a sharp eye. Suddenly, the prince stops dead in his tracks, sensing a gaze on his back. He whips around with a sharp look, ready to confront whoever is spying. But the balcony is empty, the mystery man vanished into thin air. He brushes it off as nothing, though you know he's still on high alert. They finally arrive at Linglong Court, where the shopkeeper greets them with a deep bow. A sophisticated woman appears, looking like she knows exactly who she's dealing with. Our girl looks curious while the prince remains his usual stoic self. The lady at the shop seems very intrigued by the prince's choice of companion today. Qian Yunxi offers a polite greeting, but she's clearly curious about this mysterious woman. Fei Wei isn't empty-handed though, presenting a special gift to mark the occasion. Inside the box lies an exquisite cloud-pattern bracelet that catches the light perfectly. Prince Yi watches her reaction closely, asking if the piece is actually to her liking. Our heroine is absolutely smitten, swooning over how cute and beautiful the jewelry is. Even the shopkeeper is stunned, noting that she's never seen the cold Princey wear such a tender smile before. Fei Wai offers to help put it on, moving in with a surprisingly friendly aura. She pulls Yun Zai closer, making sure the fit is just right for her small wrist. With a soft click, the bracelet is finally clasped into place. The prince looks on with pure satisfaction, his usual icy exterior totally melting for once. Meanwhile, on a nearby roof, trouble is brewing as a mysterious woman spots the couple from afar. She wonders if she should strike while the prince is seemingly unprotected. Her companion quickly shuts that idea down, warning her that she's nowhere near his level. He reminds her of the prince's savage history on the battlefield, where he took down 4 generals single-handedly. Instead of a direct attack, he suggests they simply stole him for the time being. The woman is confused, wondering why they're playing it so safe. But the man has a hidden agenda, claiming he has something far more important to take care of in the city. Back at the shop, our girl is having a minor panic attack over how expensive the gift looks. She tries to take it off, but her clumsy protests only make things more chaotic. Princey isn't having any of it, insisting that since it suits her, she's required to wear it. Yun Zai trembles at the thought of the price tag, worried she might accidentally break such a treasure. Fei Wai watches the bickering couple, realizing the prince is trying way too hard to get on his consort's good side. Yun Zai keeps insisting it's a waste on her, begging him to give it to someone more important. Finally losing his patience, the prince snaps at her to stop acting like a child. He claims her lack of jewelry is damaging the mansion's reputation, which is a total lie but a great excuse. They end up in a hilarious chibai standoff, staring each other down with narrowed eyes. Fei Wai decides to play matchmaker, adding that the prince chose this design specifically for her. The prince lets out an awkward cough, clearly embarrassed that his secret effort was exposed. He abruptly announces it's time to head back, trying to escape the growing awkwardness. As they leave, Fei Wai whispers the final truth. He didn't just buy it, he asked her to make it specifically for Yun Zai. The prince turns into a total tsundere, yelling that she talks way too much. Fei Wai waves them off with a polite, lingering smile. But as they disappear into the distance, her expression turns heartbreakingly desolate. Her maid asks why she didn't just confess her true feelings to the prince. Fei Wai sadly admits she knows he has no room in his heart for her, and she's satisfied just seeing him happy. Under the clear blue sky, the bittersweet moment lingers as she accepts her fate. On the walk home, the prince asks for her honest opinion on Fei Wai. Yun Zai gushes about how gentle and adorable the lady is. To her absolute shock, he tells her she can visit the shop for fun whenever she likes. She can hardly believe her ears, staring at him like he's grown a second head. He just sighs, noting that she never bothered to ask him for permission before. Yun Zai gives him a playful look, sticking her tongue out at his grumpiness. For a second, their eyes lock in a moment of pure, unexpected tension. They both immediately turn away, faces flushing bright red. They continue their walk through the city, the air between them feeling totally changed. Yun Zai finally thanks him properly, realizing the cloud design matches her name perfectly. She promises to treasure it forever, her heart skipping a beat. The prince gives her a rare, genuine smile that makes her pulse race. It's the first time they've ever experienced such a harmonious mood together. Feeling bold, she tells him she wants to give him a gift in return very soon. He looks intrigued, asking what she could possibly have in mind for him. She insists she wants to return the favor because he was so thoughtful. He says he can't wait to see it, but his gaze suddenly sharpens. In a split second, he grabs her and pulls her close to his chest. He demands to know who's lurking in the shadows nearby. A dark figure appears, watching them with lethal intent. It's a masked assassin, and he's definitely not alone. Suddenly, a dozen more drop from the sky, surrounding the couple completely. The prince stands his ground, demanding to know who sent them to their deaths. He tells her to stay behind him, but our girl isn't a damsel. She tells him they're taking these guys down together. But our girl Yun Zai is actually thriving, admitting it's been way too long since she's had a decent scrap. While a smirk plays on the handsome stranger's lips, his elite squad of shadow assassins is ready to pounce on his command. They launch into the fray with blinding speed, leaving nothing but blurs in their wake. The two allies share a quick moment of concern before the garden is filled with the sound of incoming trouble. Swoosh, the assassins move like ghosts, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Before she can even blink, Yun Zai finds herself completely surrounded by a wall of black robes. Her companion isn't just for show, though, effortlessly dodging a lethal strike with the grace of a dancer. He catches the blade and counters with a savage slash that sends the attackers reeling. Our heroine can't help but be impressed, realizing exactly why she always ends up losing to this powerhouse. High above, the masked leader watches the chaos unfold, forced to admit that their target is truly outstanding. He's not backing down, though, ordering his men to keep the pressure on until they break. Yun Zai is absolutely fuming, offended that these guys think they can just look down on her skills. Her protector is relieved that he's the main target of their aggression, but he's about to be proven wrong. Suddenly, his gut instinct screams that something is horribly off. A shadow streaks across the sky, and he desperately screams for Yun Zai to get back to his side. Our poor heroine barely has time to say huh before the trap is sprung. With a terrified scream, she's snatched up and whisked away across the rooftops like a sack of potatoes. The guy is absolutely losing it, watching his girl get abducted right from under his nose. The assassins don't care about his feelings though, moving in to stall him while the boss makes his escape. He's completely blocked, surrounded by swords that are determined to keep him from giving chase. But you don't mess with a man's lady. His aura explodes into a terrifying red haze of pure rage. With one massive swing, he unleashes a wave of power that threatens to level the entire courtyard. He carves a path through the fodder, desperate to close the gap before she's gone for good. Meanwhile, Yunzai is struggling in the arms of her kidnapper, demanding to know who the heck he thinks he is. The masked king just gives her a cryptic look, insisting that he absolutely cannot let her go. She responds the only way she knows how, by giving him a savage chibai slap right across the face. His loyal subordinates are worried about the pursuer, offering to stay behind and buy their king some time. Yunzai tries to signal for help, but she's being dragged further and further into the unknown. Her protector's eyes are burning with a cold fire as he refuses to let them get away. He leaps into the air, determined to hunt them down to the ends of the earth. The female assassin is caught off guard by his sheer intensity as he closes. Realizing they're outmatched, she pulls out a secret weapon to cover their tracks. He realizes too late that she's about to pull a fast one. A series of smoke bombs go off, turning the battlefield into a cloudy mess of confusion. He's left cursing in the mist, completely blinded while his prize slips through his fingers. Deep in the forest, the king continues his escape, carrying a very unhappy Yunzai through the trees. She's kicking and screaming the whole way, making this abduction as difficult as possible. Another slap, she demands to be set down this instant, and surprisingly, he actually listens. His poor subordinate is shaking in her boots, unable to believe someone actually dared to hit their king. He gently places her down in a beautiful meadow, but the romantic vibes are definitely one-sided. Yunzai immediately backs away, keeping a safe distance from this chaotic stranger. She demands an explanation for this kidnapping, looking ready to throw hands again. He finally drops the hood, revealing a face he claims she shouldn't have forgotten so easily. Yunzai is completely floored as the realization finally hits her. The memories come rushing back. It's the same man she crossed paths with before. He's pleased that she finally recognizes him, sporting a smug little grin. He claims he has something very important to discuss with her. Our girl is skeptical, pointing out they've only met once, so what could he possibly want? He drops a total bombshell, casually asking her to become his woman while she stares in pure horror. Apparently, he's been head over heels since the moment he saw her at the mansion. She tries to talk sense into him, reminding him she's already a princess consort, but he doesn't give a damn. Our chibai heroine is a hard no, making it very clear she's not willing to play along. He's genuinely baffled, but she insists there's no reason, she just isn't interested. He starts begging, promising her the world if she'll just reconsider his offer. Yunzai is losing her patience, telling him to stop pulling her and get lost. She tells him to just give up already because there is zero chance of this happening. He gets jealous, asking if she really loves that cold-blooded prince, and her blush totally gives her away. He's not discouraged though, vowing that he'll make her fall wildly in love with him eventually. He promises to pamper her like a queen, but Yunzai is just done with this entire conversation. She gives him one final, firm rejection, but he's clearly not taking no for an answer. His gaze turns intense as he pulls her closer, proving that this obsessed king is just getting started. A figure blurs past with insane speed, and a blade is drawn in the blink of an eye. Qian Yunxi's face lights up because her man has finally arrived to save the day. Princey checks if she's all right, totally ignoring the masked enemies surrounding them. The tension in this flowery field is thick enough to cut with a knife. The masked king recognizes him instantly. It's the legendary god of war, Yu Ming. But then this guy has the absolute audacity to say it was love at first sight and asks to keep Yunzai for himself. Our girl is sweating bullets, wondering what kind of crazy situation she stumbled into now. You can practically see the murderous aura radiating off the prince. The king even offers a 10-year peace treaty just to have her, which is a total villain move. Princey's eyes turn cold enough to freeze hell over. He launches a strike so fast it leaves everyone in shock. He makes it clear that whether they attack or not, he's going to wipe out their entire tribe for even suggesting such a thing. The king just smirks, claiming if the prince won't give her up, he'll just have to snatch her. Swords are drawn as the standoff reaches a breaking point. The prince calls out to Yunzai and tosses a sword her way. She catches it like a total pro, ready to fight by his side. He tells her to stay within his sight, and honestly, the protectiveness is top tier. They're completely surrounded by the tribe's assassins. The king orders his men to kill the prince, but make sure not a single hair on his future consort's head is touched. Shadows move through the grass as the fight begins. Yunzai grips her sword, her expression hardening. She shouts at the top of her lungs that she is Princey's consort and will never belong to anyone else. She vows to protect her husband, and the look on her face is pure savage energy. Even the prince is stunned into silence by her fierce loyalty. The masked girl in the back thinks Yunzai is way too confident for her own good. The king notes that our girl clearly loves her husband a lot. The prince looks at her with a gaze that's getting a little too intense for the middle of a battlefield. Yunzai tells him to stop talking because she's starting to get embarrassed. The king keeps pushing his luck, promising she'll love him even more if she gives him a chance. His subordinate can only watch in silence, probably wondering why her king is such a simp. Chibai Yunzai is about 2 seconds away from whacking him into next Tuesday. Prince Yi is done listening to this nonsense. He reaches out and pulls her into a deep, possessive hug. The king looks on, clearly annoyed that his flirting failed miserably. The guards in the back are basically us, gossiping about the spicy drama unfolding. The prince tilts her chin up and seals the deal with a massive kiss right in front of everyone. Yunzai is completely short-circuited, her face turning a bright shade of tomato red. He looks at her with those dreamy eyes, proving he's the only one who matters. The enemy guards are absolutely losing it, dying from the second-hand embarrassment. The masked girl is literally chanting to herself to ignore this indecent assault. It's a direct eye-to-eye challenge between the two powerful men. Princey asks if that was clear enough for him. He doubles down, holding her close and declaring she is his woman. The king finally snaps and orders everyone to kill the prince immediately. But Yi Ming just smirks because he knows he's already won. Suddenly, his elite reinforcements drop from the sky like an absolute boss squad. The masked assassins realize they are in deep trouble now. The general arrives with a clear mission: protect the royal couple at all costs. The two armies face each other in a classic showdown. The prince's men charge forward and the real battle begins. It's a chaotic blur of steel and shadows. The god of war's soldiers are making quick work of the tribesmen. The masked assassins realize their numbers are dwindling fast. The king realizes the tide has turned and orders a full retreat. They use a smoke screen to cover their escape. The prince's men notice they're trying to run and prepare to give chase. They surge forward into the clearing. A massive explosion of smoke rocks the area as the enemy vanishes into thin air. The mysterious cloaked man watches from the shadows, eyes locked onto his target. He warns that if anything happens to his future princess consort, there will be hell to pay. But his intensity is cut short by a sudden thick fog. Everyone is left hacking and coughing as the enemies vanish into thin air. Security Mo isn't about to let them get away that easily and orders a full-scale pursuit. Meanwhile, the carriage rumbles back toward the palace, the atmosphere inside thick enough to cut with a knife. Our girl is practically vibrating with nerves while Princey sits there like a statue. The silence is deafening and she's convinced she's in the doghouse. She sneaks a glance at him, wondering if he's plotting her demise or just really moody. Finally, she can't take it anymore and asks if he's actually angry. He gives a cold, one-word answer that definitely doesn't help her anxiety. The awkwardness returns tenfold, making our heroine want to phase through the floor. She tries to explain that she barely knows the guy who took her, but she's just babbling at this point. He stops her short, saying he already knows, which finally lets her breathe. But then he drops the cold act and admits he was just too careless to protect her. Our girl immediately jumps to reassure him that it wasn't his fault at all. Suddenly, his hand reaches out, catching her off guard. Before she can blink, he pulls her into a firm, protective embrace. Her face turns a bright shade of tomato as the romantic tension skyrockets. He leans in close, whispering that putting her in danger is a mistake he'll never repeat. He makes a solemn vow right then and there, looking more determined than ever. They finally arrive back at the palace, the sunset casting a dramatic glow over the court. He even helps her down from the carriage, acting like the ultimate gentleman. Security Mo watches the scene play out, probably feeling like a total third wheel. Our heroine gets all flustered and quickly pulls her hand back, her heart doing backflips. Princey shoots a lethal glare at Mo for ruining the moment. Mo plays it off with a casual greeting, but the prince is already over it. He tells her to head back to the quiet court while he goes to handle official business. When she walks into her room, she's greeted by a table overflowing with mysterious gifts. Her maid explains that Security Mo delivered them on the prince's orders. She realizes these are all the little trinkets she admired back at the market. Our girl is touched, smelling the fresh roses as her heart melts just a little bit. She picks up a cute little toy, realizing he really was paying attention to her. Then she notices a stunning bracelet shimmering on her wrist. It's delicate, beautiful, and clearly cost a fortune. Even the maid is swooning over how gorgeous it looks on her. She wonders if this was another secret gift from her grumpy prince. She remembers the moment he gave it to her, his touch surprisingly soft. He had told her the name suited her perfectly, making her blush all over again. She's starting to realize that underneath that icy exterior, there's a man who's actually quite kind. The maid teases her about having a good impression of him, and our girl can't even deny it. She's totally caught in her feelings, and honestly, we're swooning with her. Back in the main hall, the mood shifts from romance to serious business. A guard begs for punishment for letting the enemies escape, but the prince is focused on the bigger picture. He orders the capital to be locked down tight with a kill-on-sight order for any trespassers. Suddenly, the doors are kicked open with a massive bang. This new guy strolls in, complaining that he missed out on all the exciting action. He starts teasing the prince, claiming everything went wrong because he wasn't there to save the day. Security Mo looks like he's about to lose his mind dealing with this chaotic energy. The newcomer demands to know why he was sent away to handle boring affairs in the first place. He mocks the prince, asking if there's some secret meaning behind his exile. Then it clicks. He realizes the prince just wanted him far away from his precious sister-in-law. Princey doesn't even bother to deny it, giving him a look of pure get out. The guy continues to whine about being oppressed, but the prince has zero patience left. It's a total sibling energy squabble while everyone else just watches in silence. Finally, the prince shuts down the comedy act to talk about the iron ore situation. They've captured the wealthy traders involved and they're currently rotting in a cell. He orders them to be guarded heavily to prevent any more convenient escapes. But the real question is, who did the dying man hand that secret letter to? Security Mo reveals they found the person, but she's currently unconscious and fighting for her life. She was being interrogated in a brutal water prison and barely made it out alive. Princey realizes this girl is the key to everything and orders her to be saved at any cost. Our little messenger's stomach is doing the most right now, growling loud enough for everyone to hear. He tries to play it off as being too busy to eat, but his blush says otherwise. The general isn't buying it, calling him a total glut. He finally admits he's starving too, and the two decide it's time to feast. They head off toward the dining hall, but Prince Yu tries to sneak off in the opposite direction. Not on her watch, she grabs him by the hair and drags him back like a naughty puppy. He's still rambling about some delicious fungus he wants to try. She's officially done with his chaos and orders the servants to show the prince the exit immediately. Meanwhile, our resident spirit friend is floating around, feeling pretty proud of himself for finding what Princey wanted. He's chatting away with the prince, reminding him that they grew up together like brothers. The general is completely lost, wondering who on earth the prince is talking to. Princey looks absolutely stone-faced, ignoring the confusion around him. The little ghost is thrilled that his big brother is actually acknowledging him. The general senses something is off and turns around to investigate. But there's absolutely nothing there, leaving him looking like a total suspicious mess. Suddenly, a literal chill runs down his spine. He's got full-blown goosebumps and knows something supernatural is definitely afoot. He tries to rationalize it, remembering the prince was looking for rare herbs. Back at the table, a sudden scream interrupts their meal, nearly making the general choke on his food. He demands to know what the fuss is about, but he's about to get the shock of his life. The ghost proudly presents a collection of mystical plants right in front of them. Our girl is absolutely stunned as these glowing herbs just materialize out of thin air. The general thinks it's totally bizarre, but before he can even process it, she reaches out for them. The ghost looks on, totally unimpressed by their slow reactions. She realizes these are legendary ancient medical herbs capable of returning a soul. But in the blink of an eye swoosh, they vanish. The ghost is not playing games, declaring these treasures aren't for mere punks like them. Our girl tries to explain the situation, mentioning there's a white thing only she can see. The general is officially spooked, while she stays focused on the bigger drama. They start discussing the massive marriage mix-up, confirming that the girl in the mansion isn't the one she's supposed to be. Princey listens intently as the truth about the switch finally comes to light. Princey explains that because she can see spirits, her father considered her bad luck and cast her out. The general is disgusted, calling the old man cruel for throwing away a girl with such an exceptional gift. He notes that our girl has a pure temperament that sets her apart from every other noble lady. Even the name Qian Yunxi sounds lovely to him now. Suddenly, the prince slams the table in a fit of realization. He's pieced it together. If she's a stand-in, she isn't the consort the emperor officially arranged. He thinks it's a huge mistake and wants to run to his father to get the right girl. But she isn't having it and trips him flat on his face. He's fuming on the floor, demanding to know why she'd do that. She warns him to think about the consequences before opening his mouth to the emperor. Deceiving the throne is a death sentence. It wouldn't just be the father, it would mean the extermination of the entire family. Princey looks conflicted, asking what's so bad about that. He specifically asks about what happens to Qian Yunxi. The harsh reality hits. As the daughter of a criminal, she would have to die too. The general stands his ground, insisting the law is the law. Princey is stuck between a rock and a hard place. He realizes her life is only safe as long as the truth stays hidden. Our girl huffs, knowing Princey isn't the type to just let this go. He drops a heavy line. She married into the mansion and she belongs there dead or alive. The general can't believe his stubbornness while the weight of the situation sinks in. As night falls and the moon rises, our poor heroine is sitting alone on her bed, lost in thought. She gazes at her bracelet, her mind clearly elsewhere. She touches the delicate jewelry, her expression filled with a mix of longing and sadness. She sighs, thinking that it's too late and he probably won't visit her tonight. She recalls his words about staying in the quiet court from now on. Still, she decides to wait just a little bit longer, her heart refusing to give up. She suddenly catches herself, blushing furiously and wondering why on earth she's even waiting for him. She tries to shake off the confusing feelings, looking completely flustered. Finally, she gives up and tucks herself in, trying to force herself to just sleep the night away. Brother Yi is suddenly very curious about a certain thumb ring. But apparently, this magical accessory only decides to show up when evil spirits are lurking about. This guy is a total skeptic, laughing it off and calling it a joke. Well, the universe has a funny way of proving people wrong, and a tiny ghost manifests just to slap the disrespect right out of him. He's left spinning, wondering who on earth just clocked him in the face. The little spirit isn't done yet, delivering a rapid-fire beatdown until the guy finally begs for mercy. Our girl finally steps in to call off her spectral bodyguard. While one guy is nursing his bruised ego, the other thinks having a ghost butler is the coolest thing ever. They start wondering what this mighty spirit actually looks like. Our heroine, being brutally honest as always, describes it as looking like a white, worn-out rag. The boys agree that's a pretty bizarre look for a guardian. Meanwhile, the poor ghost is absolutely devastated by the fashion critique. As night falls and the moon hangs high, a mysterious figure makes his way through the grounds. He quietly pushes open the door to our heroine's chambers. Princey enters the room, his long hair flowing as he approaches the bed. Our girl is fast asleep, completely unaware of her midnight visitor. He watches her with a look that's way too soft for a man of his status. He gently pulls back the curtains, and before we know it, these two are snuggled up and hugging in their sleep. It's a rare moment of pure domestic peace for our chaotic couple. In the world of dreams, they're wandering through a field of falling petals. They look like the perfect power couple from a fairy tale. The next morning arrives far too soon. Princey is already up and getting dressed, casting one last lingering look at his sleeping princess. She's still dead to the world, looking far too precious. He can't resist leaning in for a sweet morning kiss before heading out. As he exits the room, the maid Qian is there to greet him. He gives her strict orders to take care of his wife and let the staff know if she needs anything. The maid is absolutely swooning, seeing how much their relationship has leveled up. Back in bed, our girl is still trapped in a very spicy dream. In her mind, she's back in that flower field with her handsome prince. She looks at him with stars in her eyes. He pulls her into a tight embrace, whispering about how much he missed her. He promises they'll stay together forever. But just as the dream version of Princey leans in for a kiss, our girl's eyes fly open in a total panic. She sits up, her face turning a shade of red that could stop traffic. Her heart is doing Olympic sprints, and she's wondering why on earth she's dreaming about him like that. She's still reeling from the mental image when she notices the rag ghost sulking on the floor. She asks why it's down there, and the ghost dramatically turns its head away. Apparently, it's still offended about the worn-out rag comment from yesterday. Before she can apologize to the laundry-shaped spirit, the maid walks in to find her awake. Qian casually mentions that Princey just left. Our heroine is confused, asking when he even arrived. The maid drops the bombshell: he was there all night, sleeping right in her room. Our girl is absolutely stunned, her brain short-circuiting at the realization. As the maid starts tidying up, our heroine tries to process the fact that her dream hug might have been very real. She's blushing so hard she might actually combust. The maid notices her glowing face and gets worried. She asks if our girl is feeling sick. Our heroine is so flustered she's seeing stars, but she insists she's totally fine. The maid isn't buying it and wants to call a doctor immediately. Our girl has to practically jump out of bed to stop her from making a scene. Luckily, Sesame Bean is back and fully recovered, showing off some moves. The little spirit is ready to get back to work in the kitchen. But the tiny white buddy is being a total boss, making sure everyone stays in line. It's a chaotic morning, but at least the spirits are lively. They continue their little bickering match, and our heroine can't help but laugh at the adorable mayhem while wondering where Master Machai has disappeared to. She turns around to find her spirit companions waiting for her on the bed. She can't help but side-eye Master Machai, wondering how on earth he ended up in such a pathetic, bandaged state. She tells him to get up before he catches a cold, but Machai is deep in his feelings. He's absolutely depressed, wallowing in self-pity and calling himself nothing but a worn-out old rag. Our heroine has zero patience for this pity party and slams the table, demanding he listen. But Machai is too far gone, and eventually she just gives up and prepares to leave. That's when Machai drops a bombshell: he wants a brand new body. Our girl is floored, wondering if that's even possible. Meanwhile, over at the Princess Mansion, Brother Zaimo has dropped by for a little visit. He tries to act all smooth, claiming he's only there because he missed her. The princess isn't buying his charm for a second and hits him with a savage "oh, really?" She demands to know where her present is, showing off that classic greedy energy. Zaimo starts sweating bullets, clearly having forgotten to bring anything back from the mountain. He tries to play it off, but his nervous face says it all. The princess is done with his brotherly love and calls for the guards to toss him out. Desperate to stay, Zaimo claims he has a secret that's better than any gift. She tries to act like she doesn't care, but we all know she's a sucker for gossip. She finally caves and tells him to spill the tea. Zaimo beckons her closer with a mischievous look. She's genuinely starting to wonder if he's lost his mind. He whispers the juicy details into her ear, leaving her absolutely stunned. He warns her that this secret stays between them, and the princess immediately rushes off. She's determined to go verify this tea for herself and drags him along for the ride. Back with our heroine, she's still mulling over how blunt and tactless Machai can be. The rest of the spirit squad is gathered around, basically agreeing that Machai is a lost cause. Ma-chai looks like a literal ghost of his former self, questioning if they can even help him. Xiaomei explains that it took her 1,000 years of practice to achieve her beautiful human form. Our girl is impressed by that kind of dedication, while the others just try to keep their distance from the drama. Ma-chai, however, is still stuck in sad rag mode, sobbing about his unfortunate looks. Our girl tells him to dry those tears because she's got a plan. She decides to take matters into her own hands and starts working some magic at the table. She's focused and savage with the brush, determined to give Ma-chai a glow up. The spirits cheer her on as she finishes the masterpiece. Just then, the old man walks in and wonders what kind of chaos he stumbled into. Our heroine greets him cheerfully, but the poor old man nearly has a heart attack when he sees the monster on the table. Our girl tells him to hush and explains that this fabulous creature is actually Ma-chai. The old man looks closer, terrified, while our heroine warns Ma-chai not to get angry or he'll ruin his fresh makeup. Ma-chai is rocking a full face of glamour now, looking absolutely chaotic. Our girl tries to explain the situation, but the old man has a better idea. Why not just change back to his original handsome form? Everyone is shocked to hear that Ma-chai wasn't always a blah. Ma-chai loses his mind and lunges at the old man, demanding to know what he remembers about his past self. He's practically choking the life out of the poor guy. Our girl has to step in and tell him to let go before he kills the only person with answers. The old man gasps for air, confirming that Ma-chai actually used to be quite the looker. Ma-chai is suddenly full of hope, surrounded by blossoms, desperate to get his face back. The old man tells him the secret is simple. He just has to concentrate and think of his original look. He tells him to focus all his energy. Ma-chai tries his absolute hardest, face scrunched up in deep thought. But after all that effort, absolutely nothing happens. Since Ma-chai's brain is empty, our heroine suggests the old man just draw what he remembers. He agrees to give it a shot, and after a few moments of artistic flair, the portrait is finally done. Our girl tries to be nice, thinking he at least looks a little better now, even if her artistic skills are non-existent. When her master asks if she remembers her first encounter, she starts drifting back into her memories. Back in the day, Spirit Cloud Mountain was basically her playground. Little Yunzai was wandering through the enchanted forest with her spirit squad, even though she knew she shouldn't be there. She's totally confident they can sneak back before her master even realizes she's gone. Her tiny mermaid friend is just there for the vibes and to keep her safe. Our heroine even brags about learning a brand new spell, feeling like a total boss. Suddenly, a weird little creature comes skidding to a halt right in front of them. Another one comes tumbling in, crashing into the group with zero grace. It's a total chaotic mess as spirits start popping out from under the leaf. Yunzai pauses, hearing a suspicious sound coming from the thicket. This one-eyed little guy looks like he's seen a ghost. Our girl wonders if there's a massive beast spirit lurking nearby. She puts on her bravest face, warning whatever is in there that she knows magic. But then two glowing blue eyes stare back at her from the darkness. Out steps a massive rock golem looking more confused than scary. It turns out he's just a big softie who accidentally gave everyone a heart attack. Yunzai explains she's just on a mission to find a legendary purple herb. The golem is more than happy to help and tells them to follow him. He knows exactly where the good stuff is hidden in this forest. They trek through the beautiful autumn scenery until he points out the spot. In a hidden clearing, they find a literal treasure trove of magical plants. There it is, the purple herb that looks exactly like the one in her medical books. She's so excited, thinking about how proud her master's going to be. But of course, her spirit friends start fighting over who gets to hold it. This little guy tries to play hero, claiming he's just helping out. Yunzai has to step in and tell everyone to stop acting like toddlers. Finally, they manage to secure the herb without destroying it. She gives the fire unicorn a little praise, making him feel like the MVP. It's a rare moment of peace for our favorite chaotic squad. But that peace is shattered when a deep rustling echoes through the trees. Yunzai freezes, sensing that something is very wrong. Her white puffball friend spots something strange in the distance. It calls the rest of the group over to check out a mysterious light. A heroine gasps as she sees a beautiful shimmering glow. The mermaid spirit wonders if they've stumbled upon a lost soul. The particles begin to gather together, forming a strange shape. A tiny, adorable spirit appears, but it looks incredibly worried. Yunzai thinks it's cute, but then the bushes start shaking violently behind her. The little spirit screams for them to run because death is literally at their doorstep. Something massive is moving through the undergrowth. A terrifying roar rips through the air, and it definitely doesn't sound friendly. A giant demonic wolf emerges, towering over our poor heroine. She realizes they're in way over their heads and screams for everyone to bolt. The beast snarls, its eyes glowing with pure hunger. Birds scatter in terror as the group tries to make a break for it. It's a full-on sprint for survival with the monster hot on their heels. The rock golem steps up to defend his new friends, looking absolutely savage. But the beast is too fast, lunging at him with incredible power. As the monster howls, Yunzai realizes her golem friend can't hold it back forever. The predator leaps over them, cutting off their only escape route. It's a chaotic blur of claws and teeth as the spirits try to fight back. Our girl is paralyzed with fear as the monster turns its sights on her. Her mermaid friend tries to cast a spell to shield her, but the beast just swats them away like they're nothing but flies. The golem manages to catch the falling spirits just in time. Even the puffball does its best to save the tiny fairy. Yunzai tries to activate her magic, but her panic is making it impossible. Just as the beast is about to finish her, a streak of white light cuts through the forest. A mysterious, handsome swordsman descends from the sky like an absolute legend. Our heroine can only watch in total awe as her savior arrives. With one swift, savage movement, he slashes through the beast and ends the nightmare. Blood hits the grass as the situation takes a turn for the worse. Our mysterious young brother is coughing up blood, looking like he's at his limit. Our girl is absolutely shook, unable to believe what she's seeing. She rushes to his side, asking if he's even okay, but the drama is just starting. He tells her to stop worrying about him and get out of there while she still can. He reminds her that she has friends to protect and needs to lead them to safety immediately. Our heroine realizes he's right and prepares to move the squad. She gathers her chaotic group of spirit friends to make their escape. But the little spirits are confused. Isn't she coming with them? Our girl can't just leave him behind to die. Her heart is too big for that. She sends her friends ahead, standing her ground in the face of danger. She promises to catch up shortly, but we all know she's diving back into the fire. She sprints back toward the boy, refusing to let this be his end. Meanwhile, the poor guy is gasping for air as a massive beast stalks him from the shadows. The monster howls, and he realizes he's in deep trouble. He tries to grip his sword, but his strength is completely gone. The blade slips from his hand as his body finally gives out. He's totally drained, having used every last drop of his energy. As the beast roars, he starts to accept that this might be his final moment. He's too tired to fight back anymore and just closes his eyes, waiting for the end. The monster pounces for the kill. But wait, a sudden clank echoes through the forest as someone blocks the strike. The boy is stunned to see a familiar face standing in front of him. Our girl is out here chanting spells like a total boss to keep the beast at bay. A massive lightning strike hits, acting as a shield against the monster's fury. The beast is sent flying back, whimpering from the unexpected shock. But it's not giving up that easily and comes back with a savage roar. The monster's claws tear through the air, and our girl realizes she's in over her head. She knows she has to make this next move count or they're both toast. She pulls out a talisman, hoping her magic is enough to stop this pounce. With a massive swoosh, she unleashes her power. The beast gets absolutely fried by lightning, screaming in pain. The boy is left wondering just what kind of insane magic this kid is hiding. She tells him they need to move fast, but things are getting weird. When she reaches out, her hand passes right through him like he's a ghost. He reveals the tragic truth. His soul is scattering and he's basically done for. Our poor heroine is devastated by the news. He starts to fade away right before her eyes. His physical form disperses into a cloud of glowing light. Only a tiny soul orb remains, telling her to save herself and run. But she's stubborn as heck and screams that she won't leave him. She starts frantically searching her pockets for a solution. The monster is already breaking through her magic and time is running out. She pulls out a random sack, telling him to hop in so his soul doesn't float away. The soul is like, a bag, really? That's not how this works. The monster howls, closing the distance while she stays determined. The soul thinks it's a useless gesture, but she doesn't care. She stuffs the glowing orb into the bag anyway, hoping for a miracle. Surprisingly, the bag actually holds him and he's shocked it worked. He falls asleep inside the pouch just as the monster finally breaks free. The beast pounces and our girl realizes she's the only target left. She books it through the woods, praying she can outrun those fangs. But tragedy strikes when she trips over a stray rock. She hits the ground with a thud and things are looking real grim. The monster looms over her, ready to turn our heroine into a snack. It lets out a terrifying growl as she cowers on the grass. In a moment of pure desperation, she cries out for her master. Suddenly, a massive beam of light slams into the beast, knocking it into next week. She turns around, eyes wide with hope. And there he is. Her master arrives looking absolutely majestic and overpowered. She's so relieved she could cry, seeing her savior has finally shown up. He looks down at his little disciple with a calm expression. He assures her that everything is going to be all right now that he's here. The little spirits and our girl are finally safe from the forest dangers. But our poor heroine hides behind her master's robes, sensing the incoming lecture. The master stares her down, demanding to know if she even realizes what she did wrong. The air gets heavy as she realizes her master is actually serious this time. She trembles while admitting she shouldn't have snuck into the enchanted forest without permission. Even the little spirits chime in, begging the master to forgive our girl. She bursts into tears, sobbing that she only wanted the purple herb to make him happy. Seeing her cry, the master lets out a heavy sigh and softens his gaze. He sweeps her up into his arms because how can you stay mad at that face? He gently wipes away her tears as she continues sniffling in his embrace. He tells her that her safety is the only thing that actually makes him happy. She looks up at him, her heart completely melting for her savior. But he lays down the law, forbidding her from ever going back without his permission. She quickly agrees, and the master finally flashes a rare, beautiful smile. He gives her a gentle head pat, but she remembers she has a surprise for him. She pulls out a mysterious bag, explaining she saved a young brother's soul inside. The master recognizes it as the legendary Heaven and Earth bag lost long ago. But when she opens it to show him, the bag looks completely empty. She starts wailing again, terrified that the poor boy's soul has vanished and died. Master tells her to dry those eyes and stop crying. He places a comforting hand on her head to soothe her panic. He assures her that the boy didn't die, he's still right there. With a wave of his hand, he shows her what's actually inside the artifact. A tiny glowing white soul floats out into the air. The little spirit opens its eyes, looking incredibly confused and small. Our heroine is thrilled to see the little guy is awake and kicking. However, she's a bit disappointed he doesn't look like a handsome man anymore. The master explains that the bag seals memories and forces souls into this form. He promises they can change him back later, but for now, this is his new life. Our girl doesn't mind at all and gives the blob a giant squishy hug. She officially names the little guy Machai, and honestly, it fits him perfectly. Fast forward to the present, and our adult heroine is getting grilled by Machai about his past. She gives a cheeky smile and admits she totally forgot he was ever a human man. She tries to play it off by saying he looks adorable being white and fat. Machai is absolutely savage, screaming that she's turned him into a literal worn-out rag. Meanwhile, down at the market, the sun is shining on a much calmer scene. Princess Lan Xiang and General Po are out for a stroll, enjoying the day. The princess thinks it would be nice to invite another friend along for the walk. The general shuts that down immediately, calling the guy a noisy punk. Speak of the devil and he shall appear right behind them. The pair is caught off guard by the sudden chaotic intrusion. General Po glares, asking why on earth he's following them around. The guy claims he's just on patrol, totally ignoring their annoyed expressions. The general tries to play it cool, lying that they're just walking around aimlessly. But this guy isn't buying it for a second and gives them a suspicious look. He offers to go to the Yi mansion, knowing exactly where they were headed. The group realizes he's been playing them the entire time. He just laughs it off, clearly finding joy in their frustration. The princess can only sigh at his incredibly bad taste. Suddenly, she spots a familiar figure walking in the distance. The whole group stops dead in their tracks to get a better look. They call out to Sister King Wan, surprised to see her in the city. It turns out it really is her, looking as elegant as ever. They catch up and she explains she was just praying for her mother at the temple. The princess immediately invites her to join their trip to the Yi mansion. King Wan hesitates, worried about showing up without an invitation. But they insist it'll be a lot of fun and she should just come along. She finally agrees and the group sets off together. Back at the mansion, Machai is still having a full-blown identity crisis. Our girl tries to explain that she only did it to save his soul. But Machai is a total drama queen, claiming he'd rather be dead than look like this. She stares at him, stunned by his level of sheer audacity. Finally, she's had enough and tells the floating rag to just shut up already. Our girl tries to play the inner beauty card, asking this grumpy spirit if looks are really that important. She insists that no matter how much of a mess it looks like right now, it's still her most precious friend. The spirit is absolutely stunned as she starts pulling out the "we grew up together" receipts. She takes a trip down memory lane, reminding it of how they used to share every meal together. From napping side by side to failing miserably at magic practice, they were basically inseparable. She goes full savage mode, scolding it for wanting to literally dissolve its soul just because it's having a bad hair day. To her, their friendship is way more valuable than some temporary skin. The spirit is clearly touched, its little eyes welling up with tears as it considers her words. It finally caves, letting her go and deciding that maybe being a floating blob isn't the end of the world. Our girl breathes a sigh of relief, thinking she's successfully manipulated her friend. But wait, the spirit isn't that dumb. It realizes she totally dodged the question and demands its old face back immediately. She keeps up the act, claiming she's totally forgotten what it used to look like and thinks this worn-out rag look is actually super cute. She offers the most half-hearted apology ever, blaming her past mistakes on being too young. The spirit is not buying this lousy excuse for a second, and vows to hold a grudge for the rest of its eternal life. Thinking fast, our heroine remembers that the master said the Heaven and Earth bag could restore its body. That's all it took. The spirit is suddenly ready to ride at dawn, dragging her towards Spirit Cloud Mountain. She's caught off guard by the sudden enthusiasm, especially since it's currently strangling her. She awkwardly asks to be let down so she can actually use her legs to walk. It just gives her a death glare, and our girl realizes she's no longer the one in charge of this road trip. The rest of the household watches the chaotic duo fly past, wondering why on earth they're heading to such a dangerous place. The old master just watches them go, thinking it must be nice to be young and impulsive. As she tries to make a break for it, she's intercepted by MS, Sue, who wants to know exactly where the princess consort thinks she's going. It's an awkward garden confrontation, and the first question is the one our girl was dreading. Does Princey know about this? She admits she's basically ghosting him, which sends MS Sue into a total panic because she has strict orders to keep her pampered. Our heroine gives a sweet smile and tells her to just blame it all on her. Before Su can even process that, the spirit grabs our girl and launches them into the sky like a rocket. Poor Su is left in the dust, terrified that the prince is going to have her head for this. They hit the main gate, but the guards stand firm, blocking her path. They demand to see a direct order from Prince Yi before they even think about moving. She tries to play it cool with a no orders, just vibes approach, but they aren't budging. That's when the spirit steps in with a terrifying glare that could melt steel. The guards are instantly spooked and throw the doors open, letting the princess through without another word. Su manages to catch up, pleading with her to turn back before things get messy. She's literally crying, knowing that the prince's wrath is nothing to joke about. Suddenly, a new group appears on the scene, stopping our girl right in her tracks. It's the whole squad, showing up exactly when things were getting dramatic. They greet her with a casual, long time no see, acting like she isn't in the middle of a prison break. Su begs them to help her talk some sense into the princess, and they point out that Spirit Cloud Mountain is over 1,000 miles away. Instead of helping, the younger girl thinks a cross-country road trip sounds like a blast and begs to tag along. The leader of the group gets serious, asking what could be so urgent that she'd risk such a journey. She keeps it vague, insisting she has business to settle, and confirms she was planning on going solo. He shuts that down immediately, declaring it's way too dangerous for her to go unprotected, and insists on being her bodyguard. Our girl tries to be polite and decline, but he's already committed, even asking the others to join. Now the whole gang is excited, turning her secret mission into a full-blown field trip. Su is absolutely losing it. She asked them for help, and they basically joined the rebellion. He's already headed off to prep the horses and rations, leaving Su in a state of pure despair. But then a cold, familiar voice cuts through the air, asking where everyone thinks they're going. The entire group freezes, looking back like kids caught with their hands in the cookie jar. Su looks like she's just seen an angel because she knows she's finally saved. It's Prince Yi, and he looks absolutely majestic and incredibly unimpressed with his wife's escape plan. The squad tries to act natural, greeting him like they weren't just about to kidnap the princess. They realize the gig is up and decide that honesty is the best policy. They immediately snitch, telling Brother Yi that his wife is planning a 1,000-mile trek to Spirit Cloud Mountain. Prince Yi catches our girl off guard, asking if she's really planning to head to Spirit Cloud Mountain. She nervously confirms it, trying to keep her cool. When he demands to know why, she gives a vague excuse about having things to attend to. But Princey has sharp eyes and immediately discovers a hidden passenger. It's the little spirit Mache, wrapped tightly around her like a clingy scarf. Princey looks absolutely unimpressed by the little guy's appearance. He doesn't hold back at all, bluntly calling the spirit so ugly. Poor Mache is deeply offended, wondering why the prince has to be so brutally honest. The spirit goes from 0 to furious in a heartbeat, ready to throw hands. Our heroine is caught in the middle of this petty squabble. She explains that Mache is desperate to return to the mountain to find a better body than his current worn-out rag. Princey isn't having it and tells her the timing isn't right for a trip. Our girl is shocked, demanding to know what could possibly be more important. He drops a bombshell. His maternal grandmother is arriving in the city, and she must be there by his side as the princess consort to welcome her. He gives Mache a warning look, showing who's really in charge. Our heroine knows how stubborn Mache can be and worries he won't take no for an answer. Princey asks if she has any objections, his tone leaving very little room for debate. She quickly folds, saying not at all, while Mache is finally released. She can't help but think about how chaotic this whole situation is becoming. Suddenly, the younger sister bursts in, eyes sparkling with excitement about the little spirits. She starts hunting around the room, desperate to catch a glimpse of them. Princey gives them a terrifying stare, causing everyone to freeze in their tracks. He thinks to himself that someone definitely has a big mouth for letting the secret slip. Transitioning to the palace, the cherry blossoms are in full bloom. Our girl is being prepped for the big meeting, feeling the weight of the elaborate silks. She wonders if she really needs to be dressed up this much just to meet an old lady. She asks Su what kind of person the grandmother actually is. Su reassures her that the old madam is a gentle soul who treats everyone with kindness. She even hints that the grandmother will adore her because it's obvious Princey has a massive crush. Our girl turns bright red, insisting that he only ever gives her trouble. She refuses to believe he could actually like her. Su just smiles, knowing the prince is just terrible at expressing his true feelings. She thinks to herself that the prince definitely needs to work harder if he wants to win our girl's heart. Later, the family gathers in a lavishly decorated room. The sister-in-law chats with Prince Yi about her recent trip to the temple. She explains she was seeking blessings for her mother's health. Prince Yi plays the part of the dutiful relative, noting that her mother's complexion has improved. He even offers to send over supplements to help her recovery. She thanks Brother Yi just as the princess consort is officially announced. Prince Yi turns his head and his heart probably stops for a second. Our heroine makes her grand entrance, looking absolutely ethereal in her new gown. The details of her outfit are stunning, catching the light perfectly. The entire room goes silent, everyone completely dazed by her beauty. She stands there like a literal goddess, owning the moment. Prince Yi is visibly stunned, unable to look away from her. The younger sister immediately rushes over, gushing about how beautiful she looks. Our girl is humble as ever, but the sister insists she's a total vision. She even asks King Wan to back her up. King Wan agrees she's beautiful, and our heroine tries to give all the credit to the dress. The others won't hear it, insisting that she's the one who makes the clothes look good. Our girl feels a bit shy under all the sudden attention. Meanwhile, Princey is gripping his chair, his jealousy starting to simmer. He's annoyed that everyone is crowding around her. He's fuming internally, wondering when his family got so close to his girl. He tries to cough to get their attention, but he is completely and utterly ignored. He's losing his mind because he's being sidelined in his own palace. She flashes a sweet smile at the sisters that he's never even seen before. They even start making plans to travel together without him. He's incredibly salty, thinking about how she never smiles like that for him. Finally reaching his limit, he stands up and marches toward them. While she's laughing and enjoying herself, he reaches out and grabs her wrist firmly. She's startled by the sudden contact, looking up at him in confusion. He just stares at her with an intense, unreadable expression. She's left wondering what on earth has gotten into him. He stands there, totally captivated and unable to say a word because she's just too stunning. Princey is informed that the old madam is arriving shortly. He gives a short, cold okay before grabbing our girl's hand and telling her it's time to go. They head out with the entire household staff trailing behind them, looking like a complete power couple. Outside the main palace, a sea of servants is already waiting in the courtyard. A lavish golden carriage pulls up to the gates, and the legendary old madam is finally helped out. Princey steps forward to greet his maternal grandmother, who is clearly thrilled to see her favorite grandson, Yuming. He actually gives her a rare smile, but the old madam immediately starts playing the dizzy card for some extra dramatic flair. Our boy is genuinely worried for a second, but she brushes it off as just a side effect of her old age. They quickly move to help her inside so she can rest. Inside the main hall, the entire family drops to their knees in a massive show of respect. She graciously tells them all to rise. As the rest of the squad starts sucking up to her, she demands that everyone come closer so she can get a clearer look at their faces. And the whole room shifts forward. Princey isn't letting go of our girl for even a second, catching her totally off guard. He pulls her right to the front of the line. But suddenly the childhood friend, King Wan, practically tackles the old madam with a hug. The grandmother laughs, calling her cheeky for dressing like a boy, and inviting her to sit right by her side. The favoritism is already suffocating. She praises King Wan for having a sweet temper, and then drops a massive bomb, reminding everyone that Princey once said only King Wan was a match for him. King Wan acts all surprised and modest, while Grandma laments that the two didn't end up married because she wasn't around to make it happen. She's really laying the guilt on thick. Yunshang is standing there listening to this nonsense like, is she serious right now? Even when the other relatives try to be nice and praise our girl's cleverness, the old madam shuts it down with a lethal glare, claiming a wife needs a good family and loyal upbringing to be worthy. The shade is so cold that even the bystanders are catching a chill. Princey decides he's heard enough of the disrespect and officially introduces Yunshang as his princess consort. Our girl tries to be the bigger person and offers a respectful greeting, but the old madam stone cold rejects her. She goes as far as to insult Yunshang's father, the prime minister, saying she knows exactly what kind of daughter a man like him would raise. Princey tries to defend her, but he's interrupted by the arrival of the concubines. Grandma tells them to enter, and the harem squad files in. To give their thanks, Grandma immediately critiques their cheap outfits, but Lady Chu, the manipulative Jiao claims she's just being frugal with the mansion's money. The other concubines jump in to praise her hard work and sacrifice. Jiao then plays the ultimate saint, saying she's sure the new princess consort will do a much better job managing the estate. Princey confirms that his wife is taking over the mansion duties starting now. But the old madam isn't having it, decreeing that Lady Chu should keep her power since there's no need to change. Princey is absolutely fuming. He and Yunshang have a little chibai spat about who's to blame for this chaotic mess, while the concubines sit back and enjoy the drama. Finally, Grandma decides to go for the jugular, accusing our girl of being disrespectful and then asking Princey about his secret shoulder injury. Yunshang is totally blindsided. Princey freezes, realizing someone's been snitching behind his back. Lady Chu looks like she just won the lottery. Grandma admits Lady Chu was the one who reported the injury to her. King Wan puts on her best fake worried face, and the whole room starts whispering about how the prince could possibly be hurt. Princey tries to play it cool and denies everything, but Grandma isn't buying his protective act for a second. Lady Chu doubles down, claiming she saw blood on his clothes while he was alone with the princess consort, making our girl look like a total savage. The peanut gallery is appropriately terrified, wondering how such a scary thing could even happen. The maternal grandmother turns her fury on our girl, demanding to know what she did to Yuming. Our poor heroine tries to explain she had nothing to do with it, but the old woman isn't hearing a word. She immediately orders the servants to punish our girl with family law. The head servant is all too happy to comply, while the resident snake gives a villainous smile, thinking our girl is finally toast. Just as the guards close in, the prince and his sister look on in total shock. The sister-in-law begs for mercy, insisting Yunshang would never hurt her brother. Even more sisters join in the pleading, but the old woman snaps that she doesn't need anyone's advice anymore. She screams for them to apply the law, while Yunshang warns the guards they'll be sorry if they take another step. Suddenly, Princey roars for everyone to stop. The old woman is stunned as the prince marches right into the center of the chaos. He towers over Lady Chu, who is shaking like a leaf. He asks her point blank. She claims she saw his injuries with her own eyes, didn't she? Before she can spin another lie, he savagely grabs her chin. She starts blubbering about only collecting information and begs for forgiveness. The prince isn't playing. He tells her that slandering the princess consort means she has to get out of his mansion immediately. The other girls are low-key loving the drama as long as it's not them. He flings the liar aside and prepares to prove his point by showing his shoulder is perfectly fine. Everyone gasps because there isn't a single wound on him. Lady Chu is losing her mind because he literally told her he was injured last time. Even our heroine is confused, remembering him saying his wounds hadn't recovered yet. The prince doubles down, telling the snake to pack her things and leave. She begs and pleads, claiming she only cared about his safety. She even tries to bring up the Taoist priest to deflect the blame. He tells her to shut her mouth if she still wants to live. She looks to her sisters for help, but they've suddenly turned into statues. In a last-ditch effort, she kneels before the maternal grandmother. Then she turns her venom back on Yunshang, bringing up the Taoist priest again. The prince tries to intervene, but the grandmother rants about Yunshang having no shame. Our girl has had enough and tells the old woman she can't just say whatever she likes. The grandmother is appalled that a lowly woman would dare speak back to her. The prince looks like he's watching a train wreck, while the others think Yunshang is literally asking for death. Lady Chu is back to her smug self, thrilled to see the heroine in trouble. The old woman is trembling so hard she's about to pop a blood vessel. Yunshang watches calmly as the hag finally collapses in a fit. The prince and the rest of the family rush to her side. He desperately asks where she feels unwell. Our girl steps forward with zero hesitation. She tells everyone to move aside and let her have a look. Even while fading out, the old woman tells her to get lost. But Yunshang isn't asking. She whips out a spiritual talisman. With a swift swoosh, she slaps it right onto the old lady's forehead. The prince is horrified, but Yunshang starts chanting her spell. Suddenly, a massive burst of purple energy erupts from the grandmother. A literal shadow spirit is forced out of her body right in front of everyone. The onlookers are terrified as the grandmother finally gasps and goes limp. The prince orders her to be taken to a doctor immediately. We see the little purple ghost floating away, having been evicted. Yunshang lets it go for now, but Lady Chu is already back to her nonsense. She shrieks, asking what kind of sorcery Yunshang just used. Yunshang tells her to stop talking about things she doesn't understand. Lady Chu keeps screaming that our girl is a monster who tried to hurt the old madam. Finally, the prince has had enough of the screeching and tells everyone to be quiet. Lady Su is absolutely stunned by his sudden coldness. He immediately orders the guards to take our girl and her accomplice to the woodshed, forbidding anyone from letting them out. Our poor heroine can only watch in silence as the man she was trying to help turns his back on her. When someone tries to protest the harsh punishment, the prince snaps that this is his private family affair and they should mind their own business. Back in the dusty woodshed, Matchai is wondering what on earth our girl did to get herself locked up again. The little spirit is skeptical, but our girl insists she didn't do a single thing wrong. Matchai tries to defend the prince, claiming he's actually kind and wouldn't do this for no reason. Our girl is beyond annoyed, calling him anything but kind. She tells the spirit to stop trying to play peacemaker. She goes full savage, calling the prince a total pighead who can't tell right from wrong. The sheer drama of it all is giving her actual chest stress. She tells Matchai to get out and go look for that crazy prince instead of bothering her. But suddenly the door creaks open with an ominous sound. Speak of the devil, the prince is standing right there asking exactly who she's calling crazy. Matchai immediately flips the script, welcoming the prince with a huge smile. The prince steps in, saying he wants to have a proper look at her. Our heroine isn't having it and hits him with a massive, salty humph. Matchai nervously makes excuses, saying she's just in a bad mood from all the bickering. The prince dismisses the spirit, wanting some high-stakes private time with his princess consort. Matchai happily makes an exit, meeting up with other spirits outside to gossip. While the others try to peek in, Matchai tells them to keep it down so they don't get caught. Inside, the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife as they sit across from each other. The prince finally drops a bombshell. He saw the spirit that left the grandmother. Our girl is shocked that he actually witnessed the supernatural event. She immediately demands to know why he locked her up if he knew she was right the whole time. He explains that it was a calculated move to pull the wool over everyone's eyes. Since most people can't see spirits, they would have just assumed she was losing her mind. Plus, she did technically offend the grandmother, which complicates things. Our girl gets petty, assuming he's just worried about the reputation of his mansion. She compares him to her own father, lamenting that everyone views her as a bearer of misfortune. She puts on a brave face, claiming she couldn't care less what he thinks. This clearly strikes a nerve because the prince starts looking genuinely angry. He suddenly reaches out, catching her completely off guard. He grabs her arm and pulls her in close, demanding that she listen carefully. Then comes the real shocker. He reveals that he can see those spirits just like she can. He declares that she is his woman and he will never allow anyone to criticize her. Our girl is officially malfunctioning, her heart doing backflips at his sudden protectiveness. He lets go, looking a little dazed by his own outburst. She regains her cool and explains that the creature wasn't an evil spirit but an obsession. It seems the grandmother has some major unresolved matters in her heart. He's intrigued by this, and she warns him that if the matter isn't resolved, the grandmother will just keep getting sick. She asks if he knows what's bothering her, but he's clueless, so she tells him he better go ask. He agrees to look into it, but he can't seem to stop staring at her. He offers a sincere apology for making her stay in a place like this. Our girl is surprised by his sudden softness. She tries to play it off, saying she stayed in worse places before. She even jokes that at least this time she wasn't left without food. The prince moves in closer and places his hand over hers. Our heroine is blushing like a total tomato now. He promises her that he will never let something like this happen again. He explains that the grandmother's health is fragile, so he had to play along for now. He takes her hand gently, and our girl goes into full chibai panic mode. Then he goes in for the kill with a tender hand kiss that has her absolutely reeling. He thanks her for saving his grandmother from that creature. She quickly pulls her hand away, her face glowing red. The prince is left stunned by her flustered reaction. She tries to act cool, insisting it was just a small effort and no big deal. But the prince has zero intention of leaving her side tonight. Our poor heroine is shook, asking if he's seriously planning to sleep in this dump. He's totally unbothered, even when she jokes about him bunking in the woodshed. As night falls over the estate, a modest bed is prepped for the unexpected guest. They even light some incense to set the mood. The prince looks around the cramped quarters and decides that since space is limited, they'll just have to make do together. Sue's mind immediately goes to the gutter, and honestly, can we even blame her for being flustered? Meanwhile, Beauty Chu is pouting in her own room, looking absolutely miserable, when she hears a knock at the door. She lights up, desperately hoping her prince has finally come to his senses. But her heart sinks when she sees it's just her maid, Kyuju. The maid brought some buns, explaining she had to beg our heroine just to be allowed inside. She sets the food down, trying to comfort her mistress. Chu has absolutely no appetite for food, only for attention. She demands to know exactly where Princey is hiding. And the maid's hesitant face says it all. She finally spills that the prince stayed with the old madam until she fell asleep. Chu snaps at her to get to the point. And the truth is a total dagger to the heart. He went straight to the woodshed to be with the consort. He even had a proper bed moved in just so he could stay the night. Chu is absolutely losing it. He never stayed late with her, yet he's relentlessly following that woman into a literal shed. In a fit of chaotic rage, she sweeps the table clean. Food and porcelain go flying in every direction. She screams about how unfair it is that the prince never punishes that woman for her crimes. The maid tries to calm her down by reminding her that the old madam is still their greatest ally. Since the matriarch hates the consort, Chu still has a winning hand. Chu goes quiet, her savage wheels turning as she processes the plan. She picks up a sharp shard of broken plate and stares at it with a terrifying, unhinged look in her eyes. This girl is fully committed to the drama and slices her own wrist to play the ultimate victim card. Crying out to know why she'd go to such extremes, Chu just gives a chilling, villainous smile. She tells the maid to go tell the guards she committed suicide because she felt so guilty. Right on cue, the maid runs out wailing for help to make sure the entire palace hears the news. Back at the shed, the night is much more peaceful. Shoes are lined up neatly by the bed as the couple settles. They lie together in silence, and Sue can't help but feel like something is very off tonight. The prince notices she's being unusually quiet and asks why she isn't fighting him for once. She sighs, claiming she's finally seeing things clearly. She figures that repeating the same struggle over and over is just a waste of her energy. He smirks, saying she's finally gained some self-awareness. Sue is offended by the sarcasm, but he claims he's just praising her for knowing when to give up. She tries to act cool, saying a wise person knows when the odds are against them, and notes that he's been a man of honor so far. Big mistake, the prince gives her a predatory look, and suddenly lunges. He pins her down in an instant, trapping her against the pillows. Sue panics, asking what on earth he thinks he's doing. He reminds her with a low voice that he's a man after all. She trembles, desperately reminding him they had a strict agreement. He coldly whispers that he doesn't feel like keeping his side of the deal tonight. As he leans in dangerously close, Sue shuts her eyes tight, her heart pounding out of her chest. She's blushing like crazy, fully expecting a kiss. He moves in close, but then he just rolls over, telling her not to get her hopes up because he was just moving. Our poor heroine is left completely stunned and red-faced. He promises he'll keep his word, leaving her fuming at his audacity. Suddenly, a loud knocking ruins the moment. A servant reports that Beauty Chu is injured and needs a doctor immediately. The prince is instantly annoyed, asking how she managed to get hurt. The servant claims she tried to take her own life out of guilt, but the prince's face shows he's absolutely done with her nonsense. Our girl is practically begging him to send a doctor to help the injured woman. But he's being a total ice king, claiming that since it was self-inflicted, she doesn't deserve to live. He's still salty that she disobeyed his orders and caused a massive scene with his grandmother. Our heroine can't believe his lack of empathy and demands to know why he's being so savage. She admits she doesn't even like the girl, but life is precious and shouldn't be thrown away so easily. She looks him dead in the eye with total seriousness. Suddenly, the moody duke bursts out laughing, caught off guard by her lecture. He thinks her argument about the difficulty of becoming an adult is the weirdest thing he's ever heard. She doubles down, explaining that between sickness, hardship, and the sacrifice of parents, a human life is a lot of work to maintain. He actually stops to consider it, admitting her logic kind of makes sense. Finally, he gives in and orders medical attention for Lady Chu. Our girl finally relaxes and pulls up the covers, feeling like she won this round. As the incense burns, she tries to play matchmaker, suggesting that Lady Chu actually cares for him. He immediately shuts that down, saying that woman only cares about herself. Curiosity gets the better of her, and she asks if there's anyone at all that he actually holds to. She beams, saying that she definitely has people she loves. When he asks who, she proudly declares it's her master. He looks absolutely disappointed, clearly not the answer he was hoping for. She keeps listing names like she's reading a grocery list, mentioning matcha and sesame bean. She gets all misty-eyed thinking about her old friends back at Spirit Cloud Mountain. She flips the question back on him, but he just gives a grumpy humph and turns away. Our poor heroine is left totally confused by his sudden mood swing. While he's calling her a stupid woman in his head, she's actually pitying him for being a lonely guy with no friends. She insists he must have someone, even if he won't admit it. He challenges her to guess, and she confidently shouts out Nanking Wan. The Duke is completely stunned by her boldness. She reminds him how he used to think King Wan was his perfect match. She even starts apologizing, feeling like she's the villain who broke up a good marriage. She tells him she totally understands why he was so furious at her back then. He's staring at her and the tension is getting dangerously high. She begs him not to hate her too much since they're both in the same boat. But she's talked herself into a corner and now he's officially annoyed. He looms over her looking more intense than ever. He asks how she plans to make up for ruining his promising marriage if she's so sorry. He gets uncomfortably close and our girl's heart is doing backflips. He pins her down, making it clear he's not letting her escape this conversation. She tells him to stop right now, but he's not listening. He gives her a wicked smile, saying he doesn't feel like stopping at all. He demands she open her eyes and look at him. She needs to move fast, her bare feet hitting the cold floor as she prepares to bolt. She doesn't look back for a second, leaving the Duke staring at her retreating figure in a complete daze. Our heroine vanishes through the curtains, her only goal being to put as much distance between them as possible. Back in the room, the Duke is left in the wreckage of his own choices, wondering what on earth he's done. Under the cover of the moonlit sky, the drama is only just beginning. She runs until her lungs burn, finally collapsing behind a massive tree to catch her breath. She's gasping for air, the sheer panic of the night finally catching up to her. Tears of frustration sting her eyes as she curses the mess she's found herself in despite everything. She can't believe he actually did those things to her, and the anger starts to bubble. She hides her face in her hands, declaring that some things are simply unforgivable. But then a sudden realization strikes her and her eyes go wide with shock. She stares at her own hand, which is shaking uncontrollably as a very specific, very awkward memory flashes back. She's so embarrassed she wants to literally chop her own hand off right then and there. Meanwhile, the Duke is back at the palace, receiving reports that our heroine has made it back safely to her quarters. He dismisses his guard with a heavy sigh, clearly not in the mood for company. The guard lingers, asking if he'd like to return to the main hall to rest. But the Duke is staying put, his mind a million miles away. Seeing his master in such a state, the guard decides to drop some unsolicited relationship advice. He suggests that the Duke needs to man up and resolve the misunderstanding himself. He even brings up his own parents' fights, explaining that sincerity is the only way to win a woman's heart. The Duke listens, but he's skeptical. Will she actually forgive him after everything? He doubts it, but he calls for Mo Ying anyway, ready to make his next move. Mo Ying appears instantly, ready for orders, but the Duke's questions are far from professional. The next morning, the sun rises over the palace, but the atmosphere in the imperial court is anything but peaceful. The ministers are busy debating border defense and the resourcefulness of General Yin. The emperor seems impressed, praising the general's technique and courage. He turns to Yu Ming for his input, but there's a major problem. Yu Ming is completely checked out, staring blankly into space like he's seen a ghost. The entire court stops to stare, wondering why on earth the usually sharp prince is buffering. Yuming is still lost in his own world, and even the other officials think this is a rare lapse in judgment. His friends are baffled, wondering what could possibly have him this distracted. Mo Ying tries to give him a subtle nudge, but it's like talking to a brick wall. Desperate, Mo Ying leans in and blows right into his ear. Nothing, not even a flinch. Mo Ying takes a deep breath, preparing for a second, much more aggressive attempt. He lets out a massive puff of air, much to the disgust of everyone watching. Still no reaction, so Mo Ying doubles down for round 3. Yu Ming finally turns his head with a terrifying glare, but it's too late. Mo Ying blasts him right in the face, leaving the entire room in a stunned, awkward silence. The emperor is visibly unamused by the circus act happening in front of him. Yu Ming finally snaps back to reality, quickly pivoting to a military report about the Cheng Yao clan to save face. He manages to salvage the meeting, proposing a strategy that the emperor actually agrees with. But the tension in the room is still thick enough to cut with a knife. After the meeting, they head outside, but the drama is far from over. His friends immediately grill him, asking how he could possibly be that distracted in the emperor's hall. Yu Ming is fuming, blaming Mo Ying for making him look like a total fool. He's definitely not letting this one slide. Mo Ying tries to defend himself, saying he was just trying to help, but Yu Ming has a much bigger complaint. He tells Mo Ying straight up that his breath is absolutely lethal. Mo Ying is offended, screaming about being ungrateful. But even their other friend has to cover his nose, telling Mo Ying to keep his mouth shut. It turns out Mo Ying had a few too many chive dumplings for breakfast, and the smell is a literal biohazard. His friends ditch him immediately, not wanting to be anywhere near the blast zone. Mo Ying is left alone, testing his own breath and realizing just how bad it really is. He practically passes out from the sheer complexity of his own aroma. Finally, away from the chaos, 2 figures meet in a secluded corner of the gardens. One of them wonders why they had to meet in such a quiet place. But the Duke is done playing games. He has a very personal question to ask. Our poor heroine, wait, that's just a confused kid, is ready to answer anything. Little does he know, Zemo is lurking in the bushes like a total creep. He's dying to know what juicy gossip is about to drop. He starts stuttering like his life depends on it. The kid is just standing there, wondering why the vibe suddenly got so awkward. He is blushing harder than a maiden in a romance novel. Then he finally drops the bomb. Has the kid ever, made love? Everyone's souls leave their bodies at the same time. He tries to clarify, but it's just making things 10 times worse. The kid is completely short-circuited by the question. He suggests he should probably ask Zemo instead. He panics because Zemo is basically the human equivalent of a megaphone. Speak of the devil, Zemo launches himself out of the greenery. He's absolutely offended that he was left out of the spicy conversation. He is just done with the sneaking around. The whole squad is gathered for the most uncomfortable meeting in history. Zemo starts roasting Yi, pointing out he's got wives and concubines, so why is he asking the Virgin Squad for advice? He goes silent and you can practically see the gears grinding. He tries to walk away in shame, but then he stops dead in his tracks. The atmosphere turns gloomy enough to summon a rainstorm. Zemo realizes the shocking truth. Has he actually never touched a woman? Silence is the loudest answer here. Zemo is about to spill his own secrets. Zemo admits that he too is a member of the Never Been Touched Club. Now they're just 2 grown men arguing about who's more of a kid. The actual kid finds the whole thing hilarious, but he gets hit with the "you're still a child" card and pouts instantly. Zemo wonders if the bodyguard is in the same boat. They refuse to believe everyone in this palace is this pure. Suddenly, a wild emperor appears through the trees. He wants to know exactly what kind of chaos his boys are stirring up. He's ready for the tea. Zemo, being the savage he is, starts to snitch immediately. But Yi and the kid shut him down with a synchronized physical assault. The emperor and his companion are judging them so hard right now. Zemo tries to play it off as a chat, but a little snitch in the back tells the emperor there's definitely more to the story. The emperor gives the snitch the death glare of the century. Now the snitch is regretting his life choices while the trio looks smug. The emperor, being the ultimate player, guesses they're talking about the birds and the bees. Zemo is shook. How did the old man know? Then he realizes he just confirmed it and wants to disappear. The emperor flexes his status as the most knowledgeable man in the room. Zemo is suddenly all ears, ready to learn from the master. He tries to stop him, but Zemo figures the emperor is the best teacher they've got. The emperor is more than happy to share his expertise. Zemo is looking at him with pure admiration. The emperor asks if this distraction is why they've been acting like idiots all day. He is stunned into silence while the rest of the group panics. Then the emperor asks the ultimate question, have they seen the special picture books? The group is totally clueless and the emperor can't stop laughing at their innocence. He scares the snitch again just for fun. Then he whips out 3 brand new copies of Birds and Bees 101. The boys start reading and their minds are officially blown. The young prince begs the emperor for a copy, only to get a swift smack for his trouble. The emperor isn't playing around, but he still hands over the goods with a look of pure disdain. The group is absolutely losing it over the content, weeping and swooning at every single page. It's a total chaotic mess as they try to process the spicy drama they're reading. One look at the pages and they're basically transcending to another dimension from the shock. But when it's the Crown Prince's turn, he looks like he'd rather be anywhere else on the planet. He takes the book with zero enthusiasm, making the tension in the air thick enough to cut with a sword. He's got that savage, cold gaze that says he has no time for coquettish wives or family drama. His brother tries to play the helpful sibling card, but the Crown Prince isn't buying a word of it. Even the Emperor tells the nosy brother to pipe down and stay out of family affairs. The poor guy feels like he's practically adopted at this point, while the Emperor starts nagging about grandchildren. The Crown Prince hits back with a savage retort, basically telling his father to mind his own business before making a dramatic exit. He pulls away without a second thought, leaving his frustrated family in his wake. The brother is left stunned by his absolute lack of chill and his preposterous attitude. But the Emperor just smirks, finding the whole situation rather interesting. He thinks his son has finally blossomed in the most chaotic way possible. Seeing an opening, the younger prince tries to shoot his shot with a nervous request. He wants to see that newly published picture explanation book too. The Emperor gives him a look of pure judgment that would wither a garden. He demands to know why a studious prince would want such trash and screams at him to go study strategy theory. Now our boy is stuck memorizing boring war tactics while his life flashes before his eyes. As the brothers gossip about how the Crown Prince has changed since getting married, they realize he was way too into that book to be his normal cold self. The wind catches the pages of the very book that was left behind on the stone. The realization of what it actually is hits them like a freight train. It's a moment of pure petrified silence as they finally understand the situation. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of the palace grounds, he's convinced the Emperor is a total pervert for even carrying this type of book around. Miles away, the Emperor lets out a massive sneeze, knowing someone is talking smack behind his back. He wonders if he's coming down with a flu or if someone is just grumbling about him. He sniffs, clearly annoyed by the invisible haters judging him. The Crown Prince decides he needs to get rid of that scandalous book as soon as possible. But his mission is derailed when he suddenly spots our poor heroine in the garden. He's completely stunned, caught off guard by how ethereal she looks sitting there. Our girl is lost in her own world, looking like a tragic painting on a swing. But as the breeze picks up, she looks absolutely stunning and full of melancholy. Suddenly, a spicy flashback of their intimate moment hits her hard and fast. She turns into a blushing, shocked mess at her own scandalous thoughts. She's literally clutching her head, trying to shake the terrible scene out of her brain. He's left wondering what on earth is wrong with her this time. She's so distracted cursing him out that she loses her balance and starts to slip. The Crown Prince is horrified as he watches her start to fall off the swing. But he moves like lightning, reaching out with a swoosh to catch her hands. She's frozen in shock, staring up at him with wide pink eyes. The tension is electric as he holds her steady and refuses to let go. He tells her she needs to be more careful, his voice probably sending shivers down her spine. The second she regains her footing, she snatches her hands back in a total panic. The silence between them is deafeningly awkward as they just stare. She tries to walk away immediately, not wanting to deal with her racing heart. But he's not letting her escape that easily and grabs her hand, begging her not to go. He insists he has something important to say to her. Our girl is struggling, refusing to hear a single word after that embarrassing flashback. She swings her arm with everything she's got to break free of his grip. But in the chaos, the scandalous book falls out and lands open on the grass for the world to see. Princey looks like he just got caught red-handed, muttering a cursed damn under his breath. She immediately hides her face in shame while he desperately begs her to just listen to his explanation. But she's not having it, calling him disgusting and demanding he stay away from her. She flees the scene as fast as her legs can carry her, leaving the poor guy standing alone in the garden. He stands there looking completely dejected, probably wondering where it all went wrong. The man looks absolutely fretful, realizing he's messed up big time with our heroine. Flashback to a quieter night, where the princess finds the Crown Prince alone in the pavilion. She can't help but notice how incredibly handsome he looks when he's actually being serious for once. He notices her presence immediately, his sharp eyes locking onto hers as she approaches. She teases him, asking if he's being punished by the Emperor again. He's genuinely surprised she figured it out so quickly, looking a bit defensive. She gives him a savage smirk, noting that he'd never be caught dead reading a book unless he was forced to. He has to admit she's totally won this round. She asks what he did this time, and he starts venting about how biased his father is being. She's curious why he's so worked up over a simple study session. He turns into a total chibai of rage, complaining that everyone else got cool picture books while he got stuck with boring strategy theories. He is incredibly salty that he was the only one denied the good stuff. She reminds him that's the price of being the Crown Prince, a title he clearly despises. She sighs, realizing she's in for another one of his long-winded rants. When she tries to make a break for it, he catches her immediately. She insists she's a free woman who can go wherever she wants. But he's not letting go, tugging her sleeve and begging her to stay and accompany him while he studies. She blushes, unable to resist those puppy dog eyes, and finally agrees to stay. They settle in together and she sternly tells him to focus on his studies. But the prince has zero interest in the text, choosing to peek at her instead. The atmosphere shifts as he focuses on her eyes and those soft pink lips. He doesn't even look at the book, his gaze fixed entirely on her face. He leans in dangerously close, making her heart skip a beat. She's startled, realizing the vibe just got way too intense for a study session. Suddenly, he overpowers her, pinning her down right there on the couch. He admits that he still really wants to see what was in that forbidden book. And since he's been denied the reading material, he decides he'll just have to create his own educational experience. She tries to talk some sense into him, telling him to get back to his strategy theories. He doesn't listen for a second, casually tossing her hair ornament aside. He's clearly not in the mood for anything tedious or academic right now. Our girl is sweating bullets, telling him he needs to get up this instant. He just smirks, asking if his dear princess consort is feeling a little shy. That's the final straw for her, and she tries to drag him away by his hair in a fit of chaotic rage. He tells her to stop dragging it out because she talks way too much. Back in the present, Yunzai is totally lost in the memory, looking like she's seen a ghost. She suddenly snaps out of it, clutching her head and screaming about what a jerk he is while her spirits watch in concern. Just as she's having her breakdown, a loud knock echoes through the door. She panics instantly, telling her maid that under no circumstances should she open it. She hushes everyone, desperately trying to pretend that nobody is home. She creeps up to the door, listening intently to the person on the other side. Of course, it's Prince Yi, and he's demanding that she open up immediately. She is absolutely shaken, her soul practically leaving her body at the sound of his voice. She even grabs her little spirit companion, using it like a gag to keep everything quiet. He's not fooled, calling her out because he knows she's hiding in there. She stays frozen, refusing to give in to his demands. He insists he has something important to tell her, but she yells back that they have nothing to talk about and he should just go away. She shouts that she doesn't want to see his face, but he's clearly losing his patience. Gripping his fist, he asks if she really thinks a flimsy door can keep him away from her. Qian Yunxi realizes he's about to do something chaotic, and before she can even blink, he literally drops in from the roof like a total menace. She's absolutely terrified and doesn't know how to handle this sudden intensity. As he approaches, she starts backing away in a panic. She begs him to stay back, but when he reaches out, she swats his hand away and bolts. He watches her run, probably wondering why she's treating him like a monster. She's not looking back, her only goal is to put as much distance between them as possible. He's genuinely baffled by her reaction. While the little spirit blob offers to hunt her down for him, the blob zooms off after her, leaving the poor palace staff completely confused by the high-speed chase. Our girl is parkering over the rooftops, desperate to lose him. She spots a rocky garden and thinks it's the perfect place to vanish. She ducks behind a boulder, holding her breath as he enters the clearing. He scans the area with those sharp eyes. She's huddled in the shadows, praying to every god she knows that he won't look her way. He lets out a smug little smirk. Before walking right past her hiding spot, she thinks she's finally safe and breathes a massive sigh of relief. Staying low, she waits for the coast to clear. She decides it's better to creep even further into the garden just to be sure. But her peace is short-lived when she senses a presence behind her. She turns around only to find the man himself standing right there. She's frozen in shock for a split second, before trying to pull another disappearing act. But he's faster this time, cutting off her escape route in an instant. He tells her flat out that there's no running from him. Cornered against the rocks, she looks like a trapped kitten. She tries to scramble away again, but he's already one step ahead of her. He blocks her path, telling her it's time to stop this game of tag. He demands she look him in the eye and stop defying him. He forces her to face him, and the air between them gets heavy with drama. He leans in close, his voice dropping to a whisper as he tries to explain himself. Her heart is racing so loud she's sure he can hear it. He looks at her with such intensity that it completely floors her. She breaks down, cowering and begging him to just stay away. To her surprise, his tone softens and he gently reaches out. He actually apologizes, feeling bad for letting her see those spicy books earlier. She's so embarrassed she literally headbutts him to break free. She screams at him to stay away and calls him a total pervert as she runs for the hills. He's left standing there, completely offended by the label. But then he gets a wicked look in his eye. He's determined to make her read those books with him one day. Our girl is still sprinting, probably traumatized for life. The maids are busy whispering about their chores, when Princey suddenly appears to ruin their peace. He's on a mission, demanding to know where our girl has vanished to this time. A suspicious rustle in the bushes catches his eye. He dismisses the help and creeps closer to investigate the intruder. He pulls back the leaves with a flourish, only to find a pair of tiny, angry sootballs looking back at him. These little guys are not happy to be found and let out a savage growl. Our prince isn't intimidated though, giving the lead puffball a little poke to calm it down. He asks the tiny creatures if they've seen his runaway princess consort. He's genuinely curious, and the sootballs shake their heads before pointing him toward the sky. He follows their gaze upward, and there she is, our poor heroine, caught red-handed hiding in a tree. Realizing the gig is up, she panics. She gives the tree a frustrated kick and curses those traitorous furry balls. Before making a chaotic break for it, she sprints toward the farm area looking for any means of escape. She ducks behind a pillar, holding her breath as the prince's shadow looms. He slowly walks past her hiding spot. She thinks she is finally safe. But then his voice rings out, proving he knew she was there the whole time. Our girl freezes in absolute horror. The prince starts playing a game of hide-and-seek, acting like he's lost her. She dives behind some haystacks, praying he doesn't hear her heart pounding. But of course, luck isn't on her side, and a sudden snap gives her away. Yunzai doesn't wait for a chat, she takes off running across the field. She's fuming that he's being so incredibly annoying. Suddenly, she spots a black horse grazing nearby, its little grape. The horse looks at her with big, soulful eyes. She begs the horse to help her escape from the bad man chasing her. The horse neighs, seemingly ready for a rescue mission. She leaps onto its back, shouting for them to go. They start galloping away, and for a second, it looks like she might actually make it. But Princey just watches her go with a smug expression before letting out a sharp whistle. Instantly, Little Grape slams on the brakes. The prince asks her where she thinks she's going. She desperately yells at the horse to keep moving. But the traitorous animal starts walking right back to the prince. The horse delivers her right to her husband's feet. He gives her a savage, victorious smile while she just stares in disbelief. She gives the horse a frustrated kick, screaming for it to move, but the horse is totally loyal to the man with the whistle. Princey tells her she's not allowed to leave. She's losing her mind, screaming at the horse to ignore him. He just pats the horse, calling it a good girl. He commands the horse by its real name, Mei Sha. Our girl is fuming with rage. He asks the horse who its true master is, and the horse immediately obeys his command to stay put. She's left screaming into the void. After a moment of awkward silence, she realizes she's lost this round and slowly tries to steer the horse away. A sudden swoosh of air and our guy is on the move. But our poor heroine is caught completely off guard as she's swept right up onto the saddle. He leans in close, telling her that since she wants to ride so badly, he's coming along for the journey. The horse lets out a startled neigh as they kick off into a full sprint. They're riding together now, looking like a total power couple despite the chaotic energy. She isn't having any of it though, screaming at him to let her down this instant. He just gives her that smoldering look and tells her she better sit still if she doesn't want to fall. He leans even closer, whispering for her to be good, and honestly, the tension is through the roof. Our girl can only think one thing, damn, he's actually doing this. They gallop through the lush green fields under the clear blue sky, passing under the beautiful, blooming cherry blossoms that frame them perfectly. The scenery is breathtaking, but our girl is still trapped in this forced romantic getaway. He finally slows down, noticing she looks exhausted from the ride. He dismounts first, his feet hitting the grass with a soft thud. Then he reaches out a hand with that classic noble grace, inviting her down. She stares at him, completely stunned by the sudden change in his demeanor. She tries to play it cool and says she can get down herself, but he isn't letting her go that easily. Under the shade of the cherry blossoms, the atmosphere gets way too intimate. In a single swoosh, he catches her in his arms as she descends. He looks at her with eyes so soft it's almost criminal. Our girl panics, flailing her arms and demanding to be set on the ground. He goes full chibai mode, refusing to let her go unless she promises not to run away again. Seeing she's trapped, she pouts and finally agrees to his terms. She takes a peek at him, her face turning a bright shade of strawberry pink. He notices her hesitation and tells her to just say whatever is on her mind. She's frozen in place, unable to believe her ears. An awkward silence falls between them as she processes the fact that this man just admitted he was wrong. She tries to make a break for it, saying she wants to go back, but he shouts for her to wait. He grabs her sleeve, desperate to keep the conversation going. He reminds her that despite their bickering, they are still husband and wife. She stays silent, the cherry blossoms falling around them like snow. But then he brings up that book, and the vibe immediately shifts from romance to pure comedy. Our girl has a literal terrible flashback to whatever spicy contents were in those pages. He tries to explain the purpose of the book with a straight face. She is absolutely mortified, shaking him off as her face burns with shame. She asks if that scandalous book actually belongs to him. The prince is left speechless, his brain probably short-circuiting. Wait, is he actually embarrassed? Our girl can't believe her eyes. She quickly shakes the thought away, thinking there's no way this man knows the meaning of the word. Even though he's still holding the evidence, he tries to play it off. She's had enough and calls him exactly what he is, shameless. He's offended she'd use such a word, but she screams it even louder. It turns into a full-blown chibai argument as she refuses to back down. Suddenly, the playfulness vanishes as he grabs her arm. He pulls her close, his expression turning serious and dark. She tries to push him away, but his grip is like iron. He leans in, his voice low and dangerous, asking how she dares call him crude. She doubles down, telling him he's the bad one here. She demands to be let go, but the Duke's eyes show zero mercy now. With a sudden thud, he pins her against the trunk of the tree. He tells her that if she's going to call him crude, he might as well live up to the reputation. He looms over her, promising to show her exactly what a crude prince is capable of doing. He goes in for an aggressive kiss, trapping her against the wall in a moment of pure toxic tension. Our poor heroine struggles, desperately trying to push his heavy frame away and hitting his chest. But he's not budging an inch, pressing her down even harder as the petals fall around them. Our girl doesn't back down though. She sinks her teeth into his lip, drawing blood while he winces in pain. He pulls back, stunned, rubbing the wound while she stares at him with pure, unadulterated resentment. He looks at her with a pained, searching expression, but the damage to his ego is already done. Tears well up in her eyes as she screams that she absolutely hates him with every fiber of her being. He's left completely dumbstruck as she pushes past him and makes a frantic run for it. He stands there like a statue, watching her disappear through the cherry blossoms, his heart likely in pieces. His fist clenches in frustration, the weight of her rejection hitting him harder than any physical blow. He covers his face, looking more annoyed with his own lack of control than anything else. "Hate me?" he whispers to the wind, the reality of her words finally sinking in. A servant suddenly interrupts his wallowing to announce that the old madam has finally woken up and wants to see him. He composes his face and begins the long, lonely walk back across the field. Suddenly, he stops in his tracks and calls out for his loyal guard, Mo Ying. Mo Ying appears instantly, but he's greeted by a very depressed and tiny-looking prince. He looks at his guard and asks the most insecure question ever, "Do you think I'm hateful?" Mo Ying is caught totally off guard by the prince's sudden existential crisis. He immediately starts showering him with desperate flattery, calling him a wise and brave god among men. Our prince isn't in the mood for brown-nosing and demands he actually speak the truth for once. Mo Ying swears he's being honest, leaving the prince to wonder if there's just a fundamental difference between men and women. He sighs, telling his guard to just keep moving and drop the subject. Mo Ying can't help but notice that his master has become a total chaotic mess lately. They finally reach the inner chambers, and the prince offers his respectful greetings to his grandmother. Grandma is thrilled to see him and insists he sit right by her side immediately. He asks how she's feeling, trying his best to play the part of the dutiful grandson. She's feeling like a brand new person, credit going to the doctor's incredible skills. Grandma thinks the doctor deserves a massive reward for basically bringing her back to life. But our boy is completely zoned out, his mind clearly still stuck back in that garden with our girl. Grandma has to call his name several times just to snap him back to reality. She's a sharp one and immediately realizes something is weighing heavily on his mind. She leans in close to inspect him, and he feels a massive wave of guilt wash over his face. He tries to play it cool, claiming he just accidentally bit his own lip. Chibai Grandma is not buying this terrible lie for a second, pointing out that the wound is suspiciously on the outside of his mouth. He starts sweating bullets as she gets even more suspicious of his so-called accident. He keeps anxiously denying it, which only makes him look 100 times more guilty. Desperate to escape the interrogation, he tells her they have something important to discuss. But Grandma beats him to the punch, announcing she wants Qing Wan to be his new concubine. He is absolutely floored by the suggestion, while Grandma thinks she's giving him a gift. He immediately shuts it down, shouting that he absolutely cannot marry her. He argues that his mansion is already full of wives, and he can't possibly do that to her. Grandma insists that the girl won't object to the status, but he's not having any of it. She calls him out savagely, noting that he doesn't actually care about any of the women he currently has. He's left speechless as she continues to peel back his layers one by one. She reminds him that he only married those other women to keep her happy and provide heirs. She explains that she originally wanted him to marry Qing Wan properly, but the Prime Minister's daughter stole the title. In her eyes, true love is the only thing that matters, and a title is just a label. He's left in a stunned pained silence, unable to even look her in the eye. She tells him to go think it over, and he gives a hollow, defeated response. Meanwhile, back in the garden, the sun is shining, but our girl's mood is still incredibly dark. She wanders through the greenery, looking pensive and shaken after their encounter. She decides to go check on a friend to try and clear her head. But she stops dead in her tracks when she spots a familiar figure through the gate. It's Prince Yi, and the sight of him sends a shock through her entire system. Prince Yi is deep in thought, worried about King Wan being wronged if she stays. Suddenly, King Wan herself appears, calling out to her brother Yi with a sweet smile. He looks at her, clearly surprised by her sudden arrival. He asks her exactly when she showed up. She explains that the old madam invited her to stay for a few days, and she's just arrived. She's on her way to pay her respects to the grandmother right now. Yi realizes he needs to have a serious talk with his grandmother about the situation. He puts on a mask, telling King Wan she should stay as long as possible to keep the old lady company. King Wan is all smiles, but she doesn't realize our girl Yan Zai is lurking nearby, watching the whole exchange. Our poor heroine is literally peeking from behind the architecture, feeling like a total third wheel. Yi continues the small talk, reminiscing about how she was always the grandmother's favorite. King Wan giggles, teasing him about how naughty he used to be back in the day. He gives a rare smile, but in the background, Yunzai is absolutely fuming. Our girl turns her back, unable to watch this cozy little reunion any longer. She rolls her eyes, thinking he's such a top-tier actor for playing the part so well. King Wan finally head off to see the old madam, but as she leaves, he senses something is off. He tries to keep the conversation going by offering to send her more supplements. King Wan politely declines, mentioning that she's feeling much better thanks to the princess consort's advice. Hearing his wife mentioned catches him off guard, while Yunzai decides she's seen enough and looks for an escape route. To deal with the stress, our girl starts daydreaming about a massive feast waiting for her. The garden remains quiet as the groups separate. He turns around, his instincts telling him he's being watched. He stares down the empty path, searching for a sign of life. He wonders if his eyes are playing tricks on him, but then he freezes. They're clear as day, are fresh footprints pressed into the grass. He clenches his fist, wondering if Yunzai truly hates him so much that she'd hide from him. Meanwhile, a group of palace maids is gathered nearby, whispering about a juicy secret. One maid is practically floating, bragging that Princey actually spoke to her today to ask if he was hateful. The second maid gasps, revealing he asked her the exact same thing. Even the chubby maid joins in, saying she got the same question and tells them not to look down on her. The first maid is instantly deflated, realizing she wasn't special after all. She'd been working there for 7 years, and this was the first time he'd ever acknowledged her existence. The others agree that usually he's nothing but cold orders and silence. They decide his sudden insecurity is actually kind of cute. They all start swooning, obsessing over how dashing and outstanding their prince is. High above them, Yunzai is literally hiding in a tree, listening to every bit of this savage gossip. She's about to find a new spot to rest when she hears the ultimate bombshell. Her heart drops as the maids whisper that the prince might be taking a concubine. They speculate if the lucky lady is going to be Nan King Wan. They even go as far as to say it's a pity King Wan isn't the actual princess consort. Yunzai looks totally devastated, the words cutting deep. She flashes back to seeing them together earlier, looking like the perfect couple. She has to admit to herself that they really do look compatible. She tries to convince herself she's stable and fine, but her trembling hand grips her clothes so hard her knuckles turn white. Unable to take it, she leaps from the branch with a sudden whoosh. The maids look up, wondering if it was just a strange gust of wind. Yunzai swishes through the air like a ninja, desperate to get away. She lands on the path and tries to force a cheerful la la la. She shouts at the top of her lungs that the weather is beautiful, trying to drown out the pain in her heart. She spots a little blue flower and tries to focus on that instead. She picks it up, telling the flower how pretty it is as a distraction. Our poor girl takes a deep sniff, trying to find some peace in the chaos. The little flower spirit is just trying to practice, but our girl's harsh words send the poor thing into a sobbing mess. It's a total emotional breakdown in the garden. Yunzai finally makes her grand entrance back home, but the resident ghost spirit immediately starts nagging her about why she isn't protecting Prince Yi. Fed up with the lecture, our girl delivers a savage smackdown that sends the ghost flying. She doesn't stop there, showing zero mercy as she prepares to stomp him into the dirt. She literally squashes the life out of him, warning him never to mention that jerk prince again. With one final kick, the spirit is sent into orbit. Peace is finally restored to the courtyard, at least for a second. Meanwhile, inside the mansion, Princey is trying to focus on his reading. He's obsessing over every word, wondering if the servants were right about him not being hateful. He's haunted by the memory of our heroine screaming how much she hates him. The way she pushed him away in the garden still stings. He's absolutely losing his mind, trying to figure out how to make her actually like him. It's honestly hilarious seeing this powerful man so unsettled. He can't even handle how much he's started to care about her. Outside, the cherry blossoms are in full bloom. Our girl is dying of boredom, poking at her tiny spirit companions. The ghost spirit tries to be snarky, telling her she deserves to be bored for avoiding the prince. One look from Yunzai is enough to make him regret his entire existence. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupts the chaos. Yunzai tries to make a quick escape, but the door creaks open before she can vanish. She freezes like a deer in headlights, while the spirit just watches the drama unfold. The visitors are looking for their favorite sister-in-law. They spot her immediately and rush over with enough energy to power a city. Yunzai recognizes those chaotic voices instantly. It's the whole gang showing up to crash her peaceful afternoon. They decide to set up a fancy tea party under the falling petals. It looks like a scene straight out of a fairy tale. Everyone is swooning over how beautiful the mansion grounds are. They're enjoying the high-quality tea and the vibes. They ask if Spirit Cloud Mountain was just as beautiful. Yunzai's eyes light up as she remembers her home. She tells them all about her master and the spirits she used to dance with by the fire. Thinking about those happy memories brings a rare, genuine smile to her face. The girls are dying to know what a spirit actually looks like. Our heroine casually drops the bomb that they're actually standing right here. Everyone starts looking around like crazy, but they can't see a thing. A new servant girl arrives to pay her respects. She's joined by another maid who explains they've brought a young lady to visit. They are here to see the princess consort. Of course, the poor servant has no idea she's standing next to invisible ghosts. One of the girls admits she's totally jealous of Yunzai's life. Just then, the elegant King Wan finally makes her appearance. The ghost spirit watches from the tree as the group welcomes her. She joins the circle, completing the gathering. The girls ask where she's been hiding all this time. She explains she just took a different route while the guys check in on her health. Our girl is busy playing doctor and her patient is feeling way better thanks to her expert help. She checks the pulse with total confidence, proving she's not just a pretty face. Turns out that nasty evil spirit energy is officially gone for good. Yunxi recommends some supplements to balance things out, and the patient is beyond grateful. Our heroine stays humble, saying it barely took any effort at all. But when she looks up, she realizes everyone is staring at her like she's a miracle worker. They're obsessed with her medical skills, but she just credits her master back at Spirit Cloud Mountain. Our girl is in a great mood, finally soaking up a rare moment of peace. Meanwhile, someone is lurking in the shadows while delicious snacks are being served. Kwe made these personally, and the whole crew is ready to dig in. Even the little spirits are having a feast, and everyone agrees the taste is out of this world. Kwe is blushing from all the praise, happy that her hard work finally paid off. But the vibe shifts instantly when Princey watches the group from a distance. He's looking moody as ever, clearly not invited to the picnic. He clenches his fist in frustration, wondering why she can smile for everyone except him. As the sun sets, Yunxi and Kwe head back, still buzzing from the fun day. They finished every last bite, and Yunxi plans to bring even more next time. Kwe runs off to clean the kitchen, leaving our heroine to head back to her room alone. But she stops dead in her tracks when she finds the prince sitting right there in the dark. He looks absolutely exhausted and gloomy, just waiting for her to arrive. Yunxi is completely rattled, wondering what on earth he's doing there. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a knife. She immediately tries to pull a nope and turn around to leave. But he's too fast, grabbing her arm and pinning her against the wall with a loud bang. He's got her trapped, and his gaze is way too intense for comfort. Our poor girl winces in pain, and that finally snaps him out of his trance. He looks stunned by his own aggression, realizing he's actually scaring her. She begs him to let go, her face full of distress. He finally backs off, whispering a soft apology that feels way too little too late. He slowly releases his grip, the awkwardness reaching peak levels. He repeats his apology, looking like a total kicked puppy. Yunxi is left speechless, her heart probably doing backflips for all the wrong reasons. She can't even look him in the eye, turning her head away in silence. She coldly asks if there's anything else he wants. The silence stretches on, and you can practically hear her internal screaming. He admits he just wanted to see her, but she tells him to get lost now that he's had his look. He's looking more depressed by the second, but our girl isn't backing down. They stand there in a cold standoff, neither one willing to move first. He finally asks why she's always trying to get rid of him and avoid his gaze. He's genuinely hurt, asking if she really dislikes seeing him that much. He pushes further, asking the one question he's terrified of: does she actually hate him? Memories of the rumors about him taking a concubine flash through her mind, fueling her anger. She gives him a savage yes and tells him to never come near her again. You can literally see his heart shattering into a million pieces. She tries to walk past him like he's invisible, but he stops her again, desperate to know exactly what it is about him that she hates. She tries to brush it off as unimportant, but her face says otherwise. He insists it's important to him, but she just shouts that she hates seeing him. He grabs her arm again, refusing to let this conversation end like this. He finally loses his cool, shouting her name and asking why she can smile for everyone but him. He demands to know what she has against him, leaving our girl completely shocked. He even offers to learn how to be gentle and respect her if that's what it takes. Yunxi is stunned by his sudden vulnerability, and the atmosphere shifts again. He looks her in the eye and asks one last time if she still hates him. Our girl finally admits she doesn't know, but seeing him makes her chest feel tight and anxious. Yunzai is drowning in her feelings, trying to avoid the inevitable because it's just too scary. But our guy isn't letting her off that easy, catching her hand before she can make a break for it. She's completely stunned as he forces her to listen to the frantic rhythm of his heart. He presses her hand against his chest, demanding to know if she can feel the chaos inside. It's a total swoon-worthy moment as he admits his heart is literally about to burst out of his chest. He confesses that he feels the exact same way whenever he looks at her. It's honestly wild because this powerful man becomes a total mess when she's around. Our girl realizes this is a first for her too, and the tension is absolutely peak. She's left speechless by his raw honesty. He leans in close, declaring that he has zero intention of running away from these feelings. He begs her to stay by his side and stop playing hide and seek with his heart. Caught in his gaze, she can only whisper a soft yes. And then it finally happens, the moment we've all been waiting for as they share a deep, passionate kiss. The world literally stops as they lose themselves in each other. It's a cinematic masterpiece of a lip lock. But wait, things get chaotic real fast when our girl forgets the basic human function of breathing. He has to snap her back to reality, telling her to take a big breath before she passes out. He's genuinely worried, asking if she's actually okay. Then he gets savage, asking if she plans on holding her breath every single time they kiss. Poor Yunzai is dying of embarrassment, feeling like a total amateur. Her face is glowing brighter than a neon sign. He finds it adorable and pulls her right back into his arms. He tells her she never needs to apologize for being this silly. He promises to teach her everything she needs to know, and honestly, the riz is off the charts. She tries to hide her blushing face, but it's no use. You can see him physically restraining himself from going too far. But then he decides that practice starts right now and goes back in for more. They share another intense moment that leaves her completely breathless. She's looking totally dazed after that session. He leans in with those puppy dog eyes, asking if he can stay the night. Our girl goes into full chibai panic mode because she is not ready for that jump in logic. Seeing her hesitation, he turns into a total drama king, acting like she hates him. He's pouting like a literal child because he didn't get his way. Yunzai's brain is a total fried circuit board at this point, but then he flashes a smile that could melt glaciers. She's annoyed, asking what on earth he's so happy about. He just stares at her with that look that says he knows exactly what he's doing. She tries to play it cool and walk away, but he's too fast, pulling her back into a massive hug. He tells her she's just way too adorable and he's willing to wait until she's ready. It's so wholesome it hurts. He leaves her with a gentle forehead kiss that lingers long after he's gone. Later that night, she's back in her room, but her face is still a permanent shade of crimson. Her maid Kwe-er is immediately suspicious, wondering why her mistress looks like a steamed bun. Kwe-er checks her temperature, but it's not a fever, it's just pure unadulterated thirst. Yunzai just wants to hide under the covers and process the madness. Lights out, but the overthinking is just beginning. She's lying there staring at the ceiling, replaying every second of that encounter. She wonders if this is how it felt for the others or if what she has is special. The realization of her feelings is finally hitting her like a freight train. She hides under the blankets, screaming internally at how annoying her own heart is. She keeps coming back to how gentle he was compared to how they started. And despite the chaos and the confusion, she can't help but feel a little bit happy. Princey sits alone, replaying our heroine's confession in his head like a broken record. He realizes that the anxiety and racing heart she described are the exact same feelings he's been struggling with. A soft smile finally breaks across his face because honestly, knowing she's just as flustered as he is, that's the best news he's heard all day. He looks like a man who just won the lottery, and he can't help but feel like things are finally going his way. But as he wanders the garden, reality hits. He's terrified that if he pushes too hard, she'll go back to hiding from him like she did before. Our prince is caught in a classic overthinker's trap, sweating bullets over how to move forward without scaring her off. He regrets promising to give her space until she's ready, because waiting is basically torture for his heart. He needs a way to keep her close without looking like he's breaking his word. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off, and it's easily the most absurd idea he's ever had. He stares into the distance, wondering if he's actually lost his mind for even considering this. But desperation breeds genius, and he decides to call in a favor from his little spirit guardian. He can't even remember the little guy's name, but hey, details aren't important when you're in love and plotting. Machai is more than happy to help his master with a little bit of high-stakes deception. He leans in and whispers the devious plan, and honestly, he should get an award for this level of manipulation. Machai agrees it's a simple task and gets ready to put on the performance of a lifetime. Step 1, Machai tracks down our girl and tries to act natural. He tells her a little white lie about Princey going out early to plant the seed of worry. Then it's time for the main event as Machai gets into character. The little spirit starts screaming bloody murder, acting like the world is ending right outside the gates. Our heroine is immediately on high alert, demanding to know what on earth is going on. Machai cries out that Princey is being brutally attacked by a swarm of spirits and he can't hold them off. Our girl doesn't even hesitate. She zooms toward the study like a pink blur of pure panic. Machai watches her go, shocked that his bait works so fast. Princey is leaning back, looking completely unbothered while 3 tiny spirits dance around him. The little demons are already losing steam, whining that they can't keep this act up forever. They're terrified of getting caught by the big persons, but they're committed to the bit for now. For the sake of the plan, they decide to power through and keep the energy high. They hold hands to amplify their spirit energy, trying to make it look like a high-level boss fight is happening. They start putting in 110% effort as they sense our heroine approaching the door. From the outside, the room is glowing with intense, chaotic energy that looks legitimately dangerous. Even Machai is impressed that these little guys are actually pulling off such a convincing show. Suddenly, bam, our girl kicks the door open with zero chill, shouting Yu Ming's name at the top of her lungs. She's ready for war, but she finds the prince just sitting there looking as handsome as ever. The spirits see their cue and immediately dive back into the attack to sell the lie. They swarm around him, pretending to be a major threat to his life. Our heroine is horrified, seeing her man surrounded by these dangerous entities. They're literally climbing all over him, and he is playing the victim like a total pro. Our girl stares at the scene, her brain trying to process the sheer ridiculousness of these tiny attackers. She walks closer, her eyes narrowing as she sizes up the monsters. The spirits try to act tough, threatening to bite her head off if she interferes. Big mistake, our savage heroine starts throwing hands, and it is a total one-sided massacre. In seconds, the spirits are on the floor, bruised, battered, and regretting every life choice they've made today. Our girl towers over them, demanding to know why they dared to attack her prince. Machai joins in the interrogation, telling them to spill the beans if they know what's good for them. Terrified of another beating, they invent a lie about wanting to steal the prince's thumb ring. Our heroine is absolutely fuming that they'd risk their lives for something so incredibly dangerous. She gives them a legendary lecture, warning them that the ring's power could have wiped them out of existence. She tells them to never do something so reckless again if they value their lives. The poor spirits just nod along, totally defeated by her intensity. Finally, she lets them go with a stern warning to stay out of trouble. Princey is currently in his feelings, complaining that he was the one attacked while she only cared about the spirit's safety. He's putting on his best sad boy act, looking absolutely pathetic to get some sympathy. Yunzai tries to explain that the spirits are actually harmless sweethearts, but he's not having it, accusing her of not caring about him at all while he pouts like a giant child. He's officially entered non-stop nagging mode, listing every single way she's neglected him since she walked in. Yunzai can hardly believe her eyes, wondering if this man is actually being affectionate. He starts coughing for dramatic effect, asking what'll happen if a large spirit attacks him next time. Before she can even respond, her little spirit friend chimes in, reminding her that she promised to stay by the prince's side forever. The little ghost is totally selling her out, insisting she's famous for always keeping her word. Princey plays along, sighing that he guesses he'll just have to rely on his thumb ring for protection. But the spirit warns that his body is way too weak to handle the ring's power right now. He looks downcast, acting like there's absolutely no other solution to his safety problem. Yunzai watches him, her heart starting to waver at his vulnerable state. Finally, she takes the bait and asks if he wants her to just move in with him. She quickly tries to backtrack, blushing as she suggests sleeping in the waiting area instead. But it's too late, he immediately summons his guard Mo Ying. He orders her belongings moved to Virtue Hall this very second, not giving her a single chance to change her mind. When she tells him there's no rush, he simply claims he's a man of action. He stares her down, declaring that from this day forward, his life is officially in her hands. Our poor heroine can only blush and agree to her new fate. Night falls over Virtue Hall, marking her very first night in the prince's private quarters. She's a total nervous wreck, her face practically glowing from the anxiety. Her maid choir can't help but tease her, laughing that even the brave Yunzai has things that make her tremble. But deep down, the maid is just happy to see the two of them finally getting closer. Yunzai tries to act tough, insisting she's only here as a bodyguard. But Kwe knows a major romantic upgrade when she sees one. Inside the hall, Princey is trying to look busy, but his mind is racing. He finally works up the courage to get up, deciding it's now or never. He stops outside the bedroom door, taking a deep breath before heading in. Kwe excitedly announces his arrival, leaving Yunzai to face the music. She tells her mistress to just relax and stay calm, giving her hand a reassuring pat. The prince walks in, looking as cool as ever while the tension in the room hits an all-time high. He dismisses the maid, and Kwe gives Yunzai one last "you got this" look before disappearing. Yunzai's heart is beating so loud she's sure he can hear it. She's panicking internally, looking for any possible way to hide. She starts frantically lifting the table cover, making the prince ask what on earth she's doing. She stammers out a terrible lie about looking for something she lost. He just stares at her in silence, clearly not buying the act for a second. The silence becomes painfully awkward as they sit across from each other. She sneaks a peek at him, but he's already staring right back. Fearing for her sanity, she suddenly announces she's going to sleep in the waiting room after all. But before she can bolt, he grabs her wrist with a firm grip. He pulls his ultimate trump card, claiming he's too scared of the spirits and insists they go to bed together. She's completely speechless as he leads her away. Once they're tucked in, the room is quiet until he softly calls out her name. She responds with a tiny, nervous "yeah." Then he drops the ultimate bombshell, asking if he can hold her while they sleep. She goes completely still as he slowly reaches out. He pulls her into a warm embrace, whispering that he just wants to sleep quietly by her side. As the night sky glows outside, our couple finally finds peace in each other's arms. But our girl wakes up feeling a bit dazed, only to find the handsome lead already watching over her with a soft gaze. He gently suggests they head over to pay respects to his maternal grandmother. But our poor heroine is sweating, knowing the old lady isn't exactly her biggest fan. He reassures her that he'll be right by her side, which finally earns him a sweet smile. Meanwhile, the resident green tea rival is already plotting, even after being told she should rest. But she insists on going because how else can she play the victim if she doesn't show up looking weak? She checks with her maid to make sure she looks sufficiently pathetic and fragile. She spots MS Wen heading the same way and calls out to her with a fake sweet voice. Learning they have the same destination, she hitches a ride on the conversation. They stroll through the gardens, looking like a pair of noble beauties. The rival starts pouring on the honeyed poison, praising Wan for being wise and clever. She sighs, saying it's a tragedy that Wan isn't the princess consort of the mansion. She even pretends to feel heartbroken for her, claiming she's the only one worthy of the title. But Wan isn't a total fool and shuts that talk down immediately, reminding her that destiny is fixed and speaking ill of the consort is punishable. The rival quickly backtracks with a fake apology, pretending she's just worried. But inside, she's absolutely fuming that her manipulation didn't work on the girl. Inside the main hall, the gossip is already flowing. The old madam is scandalized to hear the couple wasn't even living together until recently. The servant explains our girl was tucked away in the quiet court. And get this, apparently that place is haunted, but our heroine lived there just fine while others fled. The grandmother immediately jumps to sorcery, convinced our girl is using magic spells. She's convinced that nothing good ever comes from anyone associated with the Prime Minister's house. Just then, the arrival of the prince and princess is announced. They step inside to face the music and the judgmental stares. Our girl puts on her best manners and greets the old lady. The air in the room turns ice cold as the silence stretches on. The grandmother just stares her down with a look that could wither a stone. The grandmother finally lets them stand up, though she's still acting grumpy. But when our girl tries to be polite, she gets a sharp "I don't need it" right to the face. Our girl nervously asks how she's feeling. The old lady snaps back that she's only alive despite our girl's best efforts. The couple shares a "here we go again" look while the grandmother rants about their relationship. Our heroine tries to explain that she used acupuncture, not black magic. The grandmother is beyond skeptical that she actually cured anything. She finds it completely absurd that a pampered daughter would have medical skills. But our girl stands her ground, asking why she would even bother lying about it. She quickly pivots to ask about the root of the illness. The grandmother thinks she's being incredibly shameless for even speaking. But our girl drops a truth bomb, saying the illness is actually a knot in her heart caused by her own stubbornness. Everyone is stunned by her savage honesty. Even the grandmother is secretly impressed by how straightforward she is, finding it hard to hate her. She tries to keep up her mean act, but the facade is definitely cracking. Outside, the rival is making a scene because she wasn't invited to the walk. The other sisters arrive and completely ignore her, leaving her fuming at their lack of respect. One sister tries to play peacemaker and keep things civil, but the rival just huffs and stomps toward the hall. They all enter to pay their respects to the old madam. The prince spots the rival and his face immediately turns into a thundercloud. He demands to know who let her come here. The rival is shaking in her boots as he tells her to get out of his sight. The grandmother has to step in to defend her little pet, claiming she's just here to apologize. But the drama is interrupted by a sudden report from a servant. The Empress Dowager has arrived, and by the look on the grandmother's face, this is definitely not a social call. The Empress Dowager makes a grand entrance at the Yi mansion, and everyone is on their best behavior. She's brought the princess along for the ride, keeping the family drama strictly high class. As they all pay their respects, the old lady tells them to drop the formalities and rise. She's actually here on a wellness check because she heard someone was feeling under the weather. But things take a sharp turn toward the "when are you giving me grandbabies" talk. The Empress Dowager starts hinting at bringing in a concubine if there's no progress, and Ming knows he has to shut that down immediately to protect Qing Wan. He drops a total bombshell, claiming he's not in a rush because he just wants to spend more quality time alone with his wife. Our girl is absolutely floored by his sudden romantic streak. The rest of the room is just as stunned by the display of affection. Ming leans in with a smirk, asking his dear wife to back him up while she's busy turning into a tomato. The Empress Dowager can barely process this. Even the princess is swooning, saying she's never heard brother Yi say anything so romantic. She turns to Qing Wan to confirm if their relationship is really that spicy. Our poor heroine is struggling to find her words while the spotlight burns her alive. The Empress Dowager isn't letting them off the hook that easily, though. She demands a concrete timeline for these great-grandchildren. Ming doesn't miss a beat and promises they'll have a kid in exactly 1 year. Qing Wan's soul practically leaves her body, but Ming just gives her a cheeky wink to just play along. She is 100% not amused by his chaotic energy. The Empress Dowager looks him dead in the eye, asking if he's actually for real. He doubles down, insisting he'd never bluff his own grandmother. The old lady is so thrilled she decides she's staying in town until the baby arrives. While the family celebrates the good news, someone in the back is literally shaking with rage. The rival is fuming, swearing that a baby will only happen over her dead body. Once they're finally alone, Qing Wan corners Ming in the garden. He plays it cool, acting like he has no idea why she's looking at him like she wants to commit a crime. She demands to know what he was thinking with that 1-year deadline. He just stares back, asking if there's actually a problem with his math. When she asks when she ever agreed to this, he reminds her that as his princess consort, it's kind of in the job description. Qingwen snarkily suggests he should just let one of his many concubines handle the labor. Ming stops her right there, asking if she's really hoping he'd go have children with another woman. Princey holds our girl close, whispering that he won't force her into motherhood just yet. But our poor heroine is stressed, worrying about what the high-end mighty elders will think of their empty nursery. He casually shrugs it off, saying they can just lie and say they've got big plans in the works. Yunzai points out that the grandmother is basically breathing down their necks, watching their every move. She pouts, blaming him for the whole awkward mess, and seeing him smile through it all just makes her blood boil even more. He pulls her back into a hug, promising to revisit the baby talk in a year's time. Our girl is a blushing mess, completely losing her cool under his gaze. He checks if a 1-year grace period is enough to satisfy her. She finally caves and agrees, while the sun sets on another day of royal drama. Later, Yunzai is chilling in her room, trying to figure out how to be a useful wife. She's racking her brain for a hobby that doesn't involve causing total chaos. Her friend suggests making a lucky pouch for the prince. It's the perfect gift since he can take it everywhere he goes. But Yunzai knows her embroidery skills are absolute trash and he'll look ridiculous carrying her work. Suddenly, her little spirit friend pops up with a much better idea. Her head is spinning from the stress, but she notices the little guy is actually being helpful for once. He shows her a cute cloth puppet that even she might be able to handle. She's sold and immediately starts picking out the fabric. But the piece is broken when a servant announces a visitor is at the door. Enter by Jingye, who's here to play nice and pay her respects to the princess consort. She claims she was too sick to visit earlier, acting all fragile and sweet. Yunzai tells her to take a seat, and Jingye immediately notices the craft project on the table. Our girl admits her work isn't very good, so Jingye offers to teach her a thing or two. It's a rare bonding moment over buttons and thread. Meanwhile, the guards outside are wondering where the prince has vanished to after the meeting. They figure he's on some top-secret imperial mission for the emperor. Little do they know, he's just being a total simp for his wife. The spirit snitches to Prince He that Yunzai is busy making him a surprise. He warns the prince that her handiwork is, let's just say, questionable. Prince He doesn't care at all, he's already swooning at the thought of a handmade gift. Suddenly, the prince crashes the party, arriving way earlier than expected. He walks in with a smug look, asking if that present is specifically for him. Yunzai gives the spirit the deadliest side-eye for ruining the surprise. He spots the guest and immediately goes into cold-blooded mode, asking who she is. Jingye tries to introduce herself politely, but he just tells her to get lost. She scampers off while Yunzai watches her only hope for a decent puppet walk out the door. Our girl is fuming, asking why he's scaring away the only person who can teach her. Seeing her anger, he quickly changes his tune and calls the lady back to stay. They all sit down to work, though the tension is thick enough to cut with scissors. Yunzai tries to kick him out for some privacy, but the prince isn't budging. She tells him this is women's work and he shouldn't look, but he insists on joining in. She's shocked that a man like him would want to sew, but he doesn't give a damn. They finally start picking their colors for the project. Yunzai reaches for a roll of fabric, but the prince snatches it right out of her hand. He's being a total brat about the colors. She snaps at him, saying she was going to use that specific one for his puppet. But he flips the script, saying he wants to make a puppet of her instead. He wants to carry her around so he can see her face every single day. Our girl is absolutely flustered by the sudden romantic attack. She gets to work, struggling to even thread the needle. She's trying her best to focus, but the struggle is real. It doesn't take long before she's ready to scream and throw the whole project out the window. Seeing her fail, the prince offers to step in and help with the impossible task. She's absolutely floored by the sudden offer. He effortlessly takes the needle from her shaking hands while she watches in total awe. She can't help but shout in surprise at his sudden competence. He threads that thing on the very first try like it's absolutely nothing. He hands it back with a smug "here you go," leaving our heroine blushing like a total tomato. She gets back to work but immediately pricks her poor finger. Ouch, that definitely stung. The prince looks over, his eyes narrowing as she nurses her wound. Then in a move that makes us all swoon, he pulls her hand close and sucks the blood away. Our girl is completely frozen, wondering what on earth is happening. She tries to play it cool, insisting it's just one tiny prick. But then she does it again and again and again. The prince is clearly feeling her pain more than she is. She's practically on the verge of tears from the constant stabs. Another prick and she's finally hit her limit. That's it, he snatches the needle away before she can hurt herself any further. With a savage display of strength, he snaps the needle in half. He tosses the broken pieces aside, leaving our girl staring in disbelief. She demands to know why he'd ruin her hard work like that. She's ready to throw hands, telling him to take his anger out on her instead. Little does she know, a jealous witness is catching the whole dramatic scene. He explains that it's not about her being clumsy, he just hates that damn needle. He tells her to stop since she's clearly not cut out for this. But then the witness drops a truth bomb. He broke it because his heart literally ached seeing her in pain. Our heroine is stunned into silence by the romantic confession. She promises to be more careful, her face heating up. But the prince is stubborn and refuses to let her risk another injury. He gets all poetic, claiming her fingers are connected to his heart and he can't take it. She's not backing down though, insisting she has to finish what she started. Finally, they agree to try one more time. She's thrilled and promises to stay focused this time. They both get down to business, looking more serious than ever. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the palace, the mood is much colder. The side characters are gossiping about medicine and secret visits. The villainess is fuming, convinced that everyone is plotting against her. She sees right through their little visit, knowing they just want to get close to the prince. She orders her servant to find out exactly what they're up to. The servant bows, ready to do her dirty work. Back to the main couple, where our girl is working on a tiny masterpiece. But the final result looks a little cursed. He asks her what's wrong, sensing her internal panic. She immediately tries to hide her creation, telling him it's off limits. Don't look, as she screams, clutching it to her chest. It turns into a chaotic little wrestling match as he demands to see it. He finally dismisses the help so they can have some privacy for their bickering. As soon as she's distracted, he makes his move. He snatches the puppet right out of her hands. He takes one look at the lumpy little thing, and he starts laughing. He's actually laughing at her hard work. She's beyond embarrassed, pouting and demanding he give it back. He dodges her easily, teasing her about the weird hair on the doll. He holds it up, critiquing her sewing skills with a smirk. But then he starts fixing the messy hair himself. He hands it back, looking quite proud of his handiwork. "You were right," she whispers, still a bit salty. But then he pulls out a surprise, a perfect little puppet of himself. Our girl is totally blown away by the detail. It turns out he made it while she was busy struggling with hers. Look at Prince Yi. He's looking all exhausted and shy while holding a tiny, perfect chibai version of her. But the second she questions his masculinity, he snaps right back into his cold, suspicious duke mode. She quickly backpedals, showering him with praises because she definitely doesn't want to deal with his petty side today. He admits it's the first time he's ever made something like this, and our heroine is internally swooning at how adorable his expression is. He tells her he's never doing this again in his entire life, so she better treasure it with her soul. Our girl happily agrees, hugging her new tiny treasure and promising to cherish it forever. And look at that, a rare soft smile from the man who usually looks like he's ready to start a war. Suddenly, she realizes she's the one in debt now and offers to give him whatever he wants in return. He claims the puppet is enough for him, but his eyes are definitely telling a different story. When she insists on paying him back, he gets that dangerous glint in his eye and asks if he can really have absolutely anything. She starts listing off medical herbs and fun toys like a total dork, completely missing the romantic tension. He shuts down the herb idea real quick, and she tries to pivot to making him a handmade pouch instead. Then he drops the ultimate bombshell. He doesn't want a pouch, he wants her to come and kiss him willingly. Our heroine is frozen solid, and he pulls the classic guilt trip card by asking if she's really going to refuse him. She's over here buffering like a bad internet connection while he watches her struggle. He pretends to be a total gentleman, saying he won't force her if she's truly not willing to do it. But our girl's conscience is attacking her because she did promise him a gift of his choice, and she can't go back on her word. Princey plays the man of his word card to perfection, acting like he's just going to walk away empty-handed. She can't take the guilt anymore and finally steps forward, deciding to take the plunge. She goes for a quick, shy peck on the cheek, thinking she's fulfilled her duty as a person of her word. Blushing like a tomato, she declares that she's also a person who keeps her promises. She looks at him, expecting him to be satisfied. But Princey isn't satisfied with a participation trophy. He pulls her in and shows her what a real kiss looks like, leaving her completely breathless. He pulls back with a smug smirk, basically telling her that asterisk was the only way to do it properly. Our heroine is left standing there, brain completely fried and her soul basically leaving her body. Meanwhile, in the trees, this creepy shadow spirit is mouthing because it lost its favorite resting place. It spies on the maids talking nearby, looking for its next victim to cause some chaos. They can't believe the cold-blooded Princey would actually sit down and make a puppet. Apparently, he pricked his fingers a bunch of times just to get it right. Talk about savage dedication. They're convinced it was a romantic gesture for the princess consort, and they're totally right. But the maid knows her mistress doesn't usually care for worldly things, making the prince's effort even more special. That petty shadow spirit decides it's going to target a stinky girl to get its revenge for being evicted. It's looming in the background, plotting some major trouble for our leads. Back at the palace, Princey is back to business, ordering his man to investigate someone named MS. Zhu. He's being extra protective, demanding that this person's safety be guaranteed no matter what. Once he's alone, he goes right back to being a total simp for our heroine. He's deep in thought, clearly worried about the things weighing on her mind. He remembers her worrying about her mother's sickness and how much she needs to see MS. Zhu. Our girl was so desperate and he can't stand seeing her so stressed out and anxious. He realizes just how much she cares for this lady, and he's determined to handle everything behind the scenes for her. But then he pulls out his secret weapon, a tiny chibai puppet of his favorite girl. He's literally playing with it, tugging on it and watching it poof out like a little cloud. He squishes it down just to watch it bounce back up again. He is officially obsessed. He's actually giggling to himself like a schoolboy while playing with his mini heroine. He imagines what she'd do if she caught him being this much of a dork in private. She'd definitely go full savage mode and demand he give it back immediately. He gets serious for a second, focusing on tying the little strings perfectly to keep her close. And then he gives the tiny puppet a little kiss. I'm swooning, this man is far gone. He gazes at it with so much love, it's honestly illegal for a duke to be this soft. Cut to our heroine, who is sitting alone under the cherry blossoms, looking a bit lonely. She's playing with her own tiny princey puppet, probably thinking about that kiss. She's lost in her feelings, looking all soft and contemplative as the petals fall around her. But the piece is shattered when an arrow with a secret message suddenly swooshes past her head. She grabs the note and her expression immediately turns serious. The drama is just getting started. Our girl is sitting across from Prince Yi, wondering exactly how they can get that mysterious thumb ring to finally show its face. Prince Yi is just as clueless as we are, giving her a look that says, "Don't ask me, I just work here." She suggests a little mental gymnastics, telling him to just focus his mind and manifest that jewelry. But the prince is skeptical, asking why they even need this ring in the first place, and our heroine explains that it's all about leveling up his power so he can slap down any evil spirits that try to catch these hands. Princey drops a total heart-stopper, saying he doesn't need a ring when he has her by his side. Our girl isn't giving up that easily though, turning on the charm and begging him to just give it one tiny try. She goes full chibai mode with the puppy dog eyes, and honestly, who could say no to that face? He finally caves, and she's absolutely hyped that he's actually going through with it. He starts concentrating like his life depends on it. He stares down his own hand, trying to force the universe to cooperate. Our girl is watching him like a hawk, holding her breath for the big reveals. He grips his fist so tight you can practically hear his knuckles cracking. But big shocker, absolutely nothing happens. She's not convinced he's doing it right and decides she needs to perform a manual inspection, grabbing his hands and making the poor man freeze up instantly. She starts poking and nudging his fingers, trying to find the on switch for this magical ring. After a moment of deep thought, she realizes they need a bit more motivation. She calls out for her little spirit buddies, Sesame Bean and the crew, to come help out. The little guys are totally vibing, but they aren't exactly sure they should be getting involved in this mess. She explains that this is strictly for research purposes to practice the ring's power. They reluctantly agree and start letting off some spirit energy. Unfortunately, Princey is completely unimpressed, claiming the whole exercise is useless. Our heroine thinks maybe he's just too comfortable with them, so she decides to kick things up a notch. She tells him to stay put and that she'll be back with reinforcements in a flash. She heads back inside and returns with an entire squad of spirits lined up like they're ready for military drill. Princey can only stare in silence, probably wondering where she keeps finding these things. She commands the new recruits to show off their powers and give the prince a real challenge. Suddenly, a massive white spirit floats in, sensing the chaotic energy in the room. The other spirits start acting all tough and growling at the prince. Our girl sighs, thinking the vibes are still off and it's not working. But the big white spirit is actually protective, asking if these tiny guys are trying to hurt the prince. It starts vacuuming up the other spirits to protect him. Our girl tries to intervene, telling the big guy to let them go because she's the one who ordered the attack. The spirit isn't having it, sensing evil intent and deciding that our heroine is now target number 1. It gets super salty and declares it's time for her punishment. Our girl isn't about to be bullied by a marshmallow and gets ready to square up. But as the spirit lunges at her, a bright blue glow suddenly erupts from Princey's hand. In a total hero move, he pulls her into his chest, shielding her from the blast. He looks down with those dreamy eyes, checking if she's okay while her heart is probably doing backflips. He turns a savage glare toward the spirit, warning it to never lay a finger on her again. The spirit is absolutely shook by the sudden power surge. Our girl is swooning, but then she spots it. The thumb ring has finally appeared. She's so excited she practically tackles him in a hug, celebrating the win. But the second she gets too comfortable, the ring pulls a vanishing act again. She gets a little grumpy and demands they try a few more times. Princey can only sigh and go along with her chaotic plan. They dive back into the spirit energy training, but when it won't show up again, she blames the poor white spirit for fooling around. She starts stretching the spirit out like it's made of taffy, demanding it use its full power. The spirit threatens to whack her, but she just keeps pulling. Suddenly, the prince's eyes sharpen as he senses something. Sure enough, the ring flickers back into existence right as she's busy terrorizing the poor ghost. The poor little blob gets squished while trying to explain, just as a mysterious glowing ring appears on our girl's finger. They both stare at the artifact, realizing they've finally found a real lead. Princey gives her that soft look that makes us all swoon, promising to support whatever makes her happy. But our girl realizes the magic is fading fast and they need to act now. She suggests they try a few more times to stabilize the power. Unfortunately, the connection seems to have fizzled out completely. Desperate for a spark, she demands the spirit attack her directly. The spirit floats there awkwardly while Princey shoots him a look that says, "Try me and you're dead." Our girl promises the little guy he'll be safe from the prince's wrath. For the sake of the mission, the spirit reluctantly agrees to risk his life. He charges forward with a dramatic swish. Boom, the impact actually works, and the ring reacts with a powerful burst of energy. Our girl is hyped and demands they do it one more time. But Princey stops everything to ask the most important question: is this spirit a boy or a girl? Under intense pressure, the spirit panics and screams that he's a female. Princey is absolutely not buying this suspicious lie. He remembers the time the spirit was playing with makeup, and his doubt only grows. With tears in his eyes, the spirit prepares for another round of scientific testing. Thankfully, the plan is still working and the ring continues to glow. Now it's Princey's turn to step up and channel his own power. He concentrates and a blinding blue light fills the entire room. Deep within the magic, a snippet of the past begins to play out. A memory of a legendary sage refusing to back down to save a spirit fairy appears. The vision is chaotic and emotional, showing a past they never knew existed. Our girl has to literally pinch his tail to snap him back to the present. Machai realizes he just saw a younger Princey in that vision. He looks up wondering who that spirit fairy could possibly be. He remembers the line about saving the fairy and feels a strange connection. Machai recalls the old man's advice: if he can remember his true face, he can transform back. He closes his eyes and focuses all his energy on that blurry memory. A mysterious figure suddenly sprints through the palace halls. Our girl is stunned when a tall, white-haired stranger suddenly appears in her chamber. She's completely taken aback by the presence of this intruder. She demands to know who he is and how he got inside. Then it hits her, could this gorgeous man actually be her little spirit companion? The man trembles as he slowly picks up a mirror to see his own face. He's absolutely shocked to see his original, insanely handsome self staring back. Our girl is speechless. The little blob was a total hottie all along. Machai is overjoyed that she recognizes him in his true form. She's dying to know how he managed to pull off such a glow-up. He explains that the ring's power triggered a flashback to his forgotten past. Even though it's just fragments, his identity is finally starting to return. Our girl is just relieved to see him looking like a functional human again. His tiny companion spirit is having a total meltdown over the change. The little guy can't believe this is actually the same Master Machai. Once the shock wears off, even the little spirit has to admit he looks incredibly handsome. Machai is now officially obsessed with his own reflection. He stares into the mirror, completely swooning over his own nice facial features. He starts flexing, admiring his strong body and perfect hair. The vanity is real. He literally says he could stare at himself forever. Our girl finally snaps, screaming at him to stop being so full of himself and get a grip. She tries to walk away from the noise, but this little blob just won't quit. Poor Woya is sobbing his non-existent eyes out. Apparently, some old man promised him a return to his original form, but he's still stuck looking like a depressed steamed bun. They head outside to confront the culprit, and Woya starts howling at a tree like a tiny, angry marshmallow. Finally, the Jinko old man manifests, and Woya immediately goes for the throat. He's absolutely livid about being stuck in this terrible, blobby state. Yunzai has to play mediator and tells the little guy to chill out and let go of the poor spirit. She explains the whole messy situation to the old man. But the spirit is taking way too long to process, and the blob is losing patience fast. Woya literally pulls out a stinky bullet to speed up the conversation. The old man finally spills that the heaven and earth bag is restricting them, and they need to find its owner immediately. Woya suggests heading back, but our girl looks like she's about to break. Suddenly, a massive headache hits her like a freight train. The blob realizes things are going south fast as Yunzai trembles in pain. Her eyes go wide as the agony becomes unbearable. She collapses right there in the grass, leaving the spirits in a total panic. She's gasping for air, clutching her head while her vision fades. Every spirit in the vicinity is screaming her name in terror. But it's no use, our poor heroine is completely out cold. Back at the mansion, the doors are slammed open with savage force. Princey comes rushing in like a man possessed. He scans the room, frantic to find his girl. He spots the spirits and demands to know what they've done. Seeing Yunzai unconscious on the bed absolutely breaks him. He demands to know exactly what happened to her. He gently touches her face, his cold exterior totally melting into pure worry. Princey's eyes turn murderous at the mention of dark magic. He immediately orders Mo Ying to tear the Yi mansion apart to find the culprit. Mo Ying doesn't waste a second and heads out to hunt. Meanwhile, the prince stays by her side, refusing to leave her for a moment. He looks at her with such pity, his rage simmering just below the surface. Whoever did this is going to pay in blood. Yunzai is still trapped in a feverish nightmare, panting and sweating through the sheets. The prince personally gets a bowl of water to tend to her. He wrings out a cloth, his movements surprisingly tender for a warrior. He wipes her brow, his face a mask of pure distress. Elsewhere, a sinister hand picks up a set of needles. It's the maid Qiu Zhu, and she's gleefully stabbing a voodoo doll to finish the job. But her fun is cut short when the doors are kicked in with a bang. Mo Ying and the guards storm the room, and she barely has time to hide the evidence. She tries to act like a confused little lamb, asking what the matter is. But Mo Ying isn't buying the act and orders a full-scale search of the premises. The guards start tossing the room while she watches nervously. She thinks she's safe, but then karma strikes. She accidentally pricks herself with the hidden needle. She lets out a sharp yelp of pain. Mo Ying's sharp eyes catch the slip-up immediately. He orders her to be seized and searched on the spot. The maid's face goes pale as she realizes she's absolutely toasted. Word reaches the real mastermind, who is shocked the plan hit a snag. The villainess is disgusted that her servant was incompetent enough to get caught. The other servant trembles, asking for the next move. But the mistress is already planning to sacrifice her pawn, threatening the maid's family to keep her mouth shut forever. Lady Beauty Chu thinks to herself that this shouldn't be a problem at all. Meanwhile, back in the room, Princey sits by the bed, watching over our poor heroine. He reaches out a trembling hand, gently stroking her face as he waits for any sign of life. It's honestly scaring him how quiet she's being, and he silently begs her to wake up. Suddenly, her finger twitches. Princey's eyes widen in shock. He gasps out her name, Qian Yunxi, hoping she can hear him. Our girl finally opens her eyes, looking completely dazed and confused. He immediately leans in, desperately asking if she's feeling okay or if anything hurts. She groans and tries to sit up, but the prince isn't having it. He demands she stay down and rest, his voice thick with worry. He explains that someone put a nasty spell on her and drained her life force, so she's still incredibly weak. Our girl is stunned to hear about a magic spell, but being the savage she is, she just brushes it off, saying she's not that weak and a little spell won't kill her. Princey is absolutely floored by her lack of concern. She wonders if she said something wrong, but before she can finish the thought, he grabs her shoulder. In one swift motion, he pulls her into a massive, crushing embrace. He tells her to never say something like that again, his heart clearly breaking. He admits he was terrified and wishes he was the one who suffered the spell instead. Our heroine is left blushing and speechless by this sudden show of affection. She finally agrees to be more careful while he holds her tight. But the romantic moment is cut short by a knock on the door. He calls for them to enter, and a guard arrives with news that they've found the culprit. The prince's expression turns cold as he demands to know who it is. The guard reveals it was Lady Beauty Chu's servant, and they found a cursed puppet in her room. His face is a mask of pure fury as he stares at the little doll. Our girl, curious as ever, asks to have a look at the thing that almost took her out. She stares at it in a daze, examining the crude craftsmanship. The prince looks at her, worried this is her first time seeing something so terrifying. He tells her not to be scared and promises to punish the person responsible. But Yunxi just makes a face, saying the puppet is actually really ugly. He's completely baffled that her only concern is the doll's looks. He snaps out of it and orders the guards to bring Lady Chu and her servant in immediately. The two women are dragged in, trembling and crying. The prince demands to know who ordered the spell. Lady Chu puts on her best innocent act, begging the servant not to lie. The prince tells her to shut her mouth because he wasn't talking to her. He gives the servant one last chance to confess. The girl tries to take the fall herself, begging for mercy. But the prince isn't playing games and threatens to make her entire family pay with their lives. The threat works and the servant's face pales in horror. She immediately points the finger, screaming that it was Lady Beauty Chu who gave the orders. Lady Chu panics, calling it all nonsense and begging the prince to see clearly. Fed up with the drama, the prince orders his men to take them both out and beat them to death. They fall to the floor, wailing for mercy and claiming they were framed. Just then, an announcement rings out that the old madam has arrived. Lady Chu sees her savior and rushes over, crying for help. She screams that the prince is trying to kill her. The old madam demands to know what on earth is going on. The prince explains the situation and shows her the evidence. The old madam takes one look at the cursed puppet and is visibly shaken. She recoils in horror, demanding they take the cursed thing away immediately. The servant desperately claims she was blackmailed, while her mistress looks like she's about to explode from the betrayal. Lady Beauty Chu actually has the nerve to slap her servant right in front of everyone, but the old madam quickly shuts down the chaotic scandal. Our girl watches as Lady Beauty Chu tries to play the innocent victim, but the evidence is stacked against her. The old madam declares that using voodoo puppets inside the mansion is an unforgivable crime, leaving the villains trembling in fear. Princey doesn't do half measures and immediately orders a death sentence for both of them. They collapse to the floor, sobbing and begging for their lives in a pathetic display. Our heroine finally breathes a sigh of relief, but then she does the unthinkable and tells the prince to wait. He's completely baffled by why she'd want to stop the execution. She calmly suggests that they've learned their lesson and should just be let go. Everyone is stunned when she dismisses the whole thing as just a puppet. Even the old madam is suspicious, wondering what our girl is actually plotting. She demands the bodyguard bring the puppet over to her bed. She pulls a pin out of the doll, warning the prince that it's way too scary to look at. With a dramatic flourish, she pricks the doll right in the eye. She fakes a scream of agony, making the prince jump out of his skin in worry. But she immediately reveals she was just bluffing, leaving the prince totally speechless at her savage sense of humor. She starts aggressively stabbing the doll over and over to prove it's just a harmless toy. The prince has seen enough and grabs her wrist to stop the chaos. He tells her to quit it, but she insists she's just showing everyone that the curse is total nonsense. Even so, he refuses to let her keep pricking herself, even for a demonstration. She finally agrees to stop, begging him to drop the charges since she's clearly fine. Princey argues that he can't have people with such murderous intentions living under his roof. Our girl agrees that ill intentions are bad, but Lady Beauty Chu is left wondering if she's actually being helped or just mocked. The prince is still leaning toward the death penalty, but our heroine stands her ground, lecturing him that a human life is worth more than a useless trick. Princey is visibly stunned by her sudden display of compassion. Even the old madam starts to realize that this girl is nothing like the rest of her toxic family. Finally, the prince sighs and agrees to spare their lives. Lady Beauty Chu is overwhelmed with relief, but the mercy comes with a catch. They are officially banished and stripped of their status, never to return to the mansion again. As the villains are kicked out, the atmosphere finally begins to clear. Later, the old madam walks through the gardens, reflecting on the day's events. Her attendant points out that the rumors about the princess consort were clearly way off base. It's rare to see someone show such kindness to a person who tried to destroy them. She's proving to be a total exception to the rules of her family. The old madam decides they need to keep a close eye on her to see what she does next. Back in the bedroom, the drama isn't over because it's time for medicine. Our girl tries to wiggle out of it, claiming she's perfectly healthy. But the prince insists this special brew is needed to replenish her life force. She takes one look at the bowl and starts throwing a tantrum because it looks way too bitter. She sassily asks how he can be so sure it's fine if he hasn't even tasted it himself. Taking the bait, the prince decides to be a gentleman and tries a spoonful. Our girl watches with a mischievous glint in her eyes. The bitterness hits him like a freight train, and his face instantly contorts in disgust. He literally spits it out, cursing the old man who brewed such a nasty concoction. Our girl is absolutely cackling at his misery. She gives him a smug lecture about not forcing others to do what he won't do himself. Princey takes a deep breath, looking like he's reached a decision. He takes another sip, but this time he doesn't swallow. Before she can react, he reaches out and grabs her. In a move that's both savage and swoon-worthy, he pulls her into a medicine transfer kiss. Our girl is completely paralyzed by the sudden skinship. He forces her to take the medicine while they're locked in the embrace. Once it's all over, he tells her they should share both delights and hardships together. Talk about a dramatic way to make sure she takes her vitamins. The maid pleads with her mistress to just leave, grateful that Princey spared their miserable lives. A heavy bag of coins is tossed onto the cold pavement with a dismissive thud. A voice from the shadows tells them to take the money and vanish before he changes his mind. Desperate and shaking, they scramble to collect the charity like common beggars. The maid doesn't need to be told twice, sprinting away from the palace as fast as her legs can carry her. But Qian Yunshang isn't going anywhere. She grips her dress until her knuckles turn white, her heart boiling with pure, unadulterated hatred. As long as there is breath in her body, she swears to make them pay. This isn't the end, it's just the beginning of her bloody revenge. Meanwhile, deep within the silent halls of the palace, our girl Bai Jingye is sound asleep, totally unaware of the danger lurking under her own pillow. A tiny, creepy doll-like spirit crawls out from the shadows. It erupts into a sinister cloud of purple energy, looking absolutely devious. The spirit curses an old man for being a busybody and ruining its fun. It's clear this little demon is already plotting a new way to cause absolute chaos. Fast forward a few days, and our heroine is finally feeling like herself again, stretching out in the fresh air. She insists she's perfectly fine and doesn't need any more bed rest. But her loyal maid reminds her that Princey gave strict orders for her to stay tucked away inside. Our girl can't help but remember her overprotective man's stubbornness. He had flatly refused to let her out, claiming the wind was just too strong for her delicate health. To make sure she behaved, he had sealed the deal with a heart-stopping kiss. He whispered for her to be a good girl and wait for his return. And if she dared to sneak out, well, let's just say he promised a punishment she wouldn't soon forget. Back in the present, just the memory of his words has her face turning a bright shade of tomato red. She tries to play it cool, acting like she's totally fine while her maid looks on skeptically. But the cherry blossoms are in full bloom and the weather is just too gorgeous to waste. She decides she shouldn't disappoint herself by staying cooped up. She convinces her maid, Kwe to come for a walk while the prince is busy with official business. Our girl just giggles, teasing her poor maid before dragging her into the garden for some much-needed fun. They sneak through the palace grounds, enjoying the beautiful scenery and the falling petals. The garden is peaceful and serene, a perfect escape from the palace drama. Down by the water, a mysterious boy is checking himself out in his reflection. He's totally feeling himself, posing and thinking he looks absolutely top tier. But his ego trip is cut short when a cold, familiar voice asks who the heck he is. It's Prince Yi, and he's finished his meeting way earlier than expected. The boy starts sweating bullets, remembering he once lied to the prince and told him he was a girl. He freezes as the duke's heavy footsteps get closer and closer. Suddenly, the boy hears a familiar voice nearby. It's Bai Jingye calling out to her maid to hurry up. Prince Yi turns his attention toward the sound, looking incredibly sharp. When he sees who it is, his eyes widen in total shock. Our girl stops dead in her tracks, realizing she's been caught red-handed. The prince marches toward her with a dark expression, and she instinctively retracts. She tries to stammer out an excuse, but she knows she's in deep trouble. She tries to explain that she just needed a little fresh air because staying indoors is bad for her. She nervously tells him not to mess around since they are in a public area. But the prince doesn't care about the rules. He pulls her into a crushing, protective hug that leaves her breathless. He scolds her for being out in the cold with such thin clothes. He reminds her that he told her to wait for him so they could go out together. Our girl can only blush, feeling completely overwhelmed by his intense gaze. Poor Kwe covers her eyes, pretending she's invisible so she doesn't get in the middle of this chaotic romance. Suddenly, the prince starts reaching for his own belt. Our heroine panics, wondering what on earth he's doing in the middle of the garden. But he's just being a savage gentleman, whipping off his outer robe to keep her warm. He warns her to bundle up so she doesn't catch a cold, giving us all the butterflies. Our girl asks if he's okay, but he's focused entirely on her. He asks where she wants to head next, offering to go anywhere her heart desires. She tries to get him to release her hands so she can walk, but he's not having it. He's carrying her everywhere. She suggests the horse farm, but he shuts that down real quick because the wind is too strong for her. Instead, he takes her to a breathtaking hidden pavilion tucked away from the world. It's like something out of a dream with the cherry blossoms in full bloom. Our heroine is absolutely floored by the stunning lotus pond surrounding them. It's a literal masterpiece of a view that leaves her breathless. She's confused why she's never seen this spot before, and he admits it's a secluded place where no one will notice them. They share a quiet moment taking in the scenery together. She's finally relaxing, enjoying the gentle breeze that feels so comfortable. But suddenly he pulls her toward him with zero warning. The world spins as he turns her around. Before she knows it, she's tucked right into his lap in the most chaotic back hug ever. He tells her they're just waiting for the wind to die down. Our girl is blushing a literal forest fire as she realizes the wind has already stopped and he's just making excuses. He scoops her up again like she weighs nothing. She's wondering where on earth they're going now. He claims it's still too windy, but she's calling him out for totally overreacting. He insists he just has a personal grudge against the wind today and won't risk her health. They settle down together on the edge of the pavilion. She tries to get some personal space to sit by herself, but he wants to hold her like a precious treasure. She's left speechless by his sudden boldness. Then he drops a bombshell. She's only the second woman he's ever brought here. He mentions the first woman loved this place and held him just like he's holding her now. Immediately, the mood shifts and our girl looks like she just swallowed a lemon. She decides she's had enough of this romantic walk and moves to leave. He's genuinely confused and asks where she's going, but she's already halfway out the door. He grabs her arm, trying to hold her back. He asks if she's feeling sick, but she snaps that it's none of his business. He's completely stunned by her sudden icy attitude. She demands he let her go this instant. But instead of letting go, he pulls her right back into his orbit. He catches her in his arms, refusing to let her walk away while they're like this. He demands to know why she's so angry all of a sudden. She pulls the classic "I'm not angry" move while looking like she's about to explode. He puts two and two together and asks if it's because of the other woman he mentioned. Then he finally clears it up. He was talking about his mother. Our girl is hit with a massive wave of shock. He explains that his mother used to bring him here all the time before she passed away. It's his first time coming back since she died, and she feels like a total monster for being jealous. He looks so vulnerable in this moment, looking out at the pond. But then he leans in, realizing he's got her right where he wants her. He asks if she was actually jealous just now, enjoying her flustered reaction. He finally promises to stop teasing her, though we know he's loving every second of it. They sit together in the beautiful, quiet garden, the tension finally melting away. She complains that he's holding her way too tight. He uses the wind as an excuse again, claiming he has to protect her if it gets gusty. She insists she isn't that weak, but he tells her he simply doesn't care. She can't help but laugh at how stubborn and protective this man is being. She tells him that besides her master, he's the only one who's ever treated her so meticulously. His expression immediately shifts at the mention of another person. She goes on about how much her master cares for her, and he immediately asks the only question that matters. Is this master a man or a woman? But he's not having it, scoffing that if a man is that pretty, he must be a total sissy. She doesn't back down, insisting that just talking about how dashing he is makes her miss him. On top of his looks, his martial arts are apparently on another level. He asks just how good this guy could possibly be, and she fires back that his skills are literally unimaginable. He laughs it off, calling her a frog in a well who hasn't seen the real world. Our poor heroine is absolutely stunned by his sheer audacity. As they walk through the palace, she suddenly stops in her tracks. She coldly announces she's moving back to the quiet court for a few days. He's completely blindsided, reminding her he promised to protect her. But she goes full savage, calling herself a loser who isn't worthy of his protection. He tries to explain, but she snaps that she simply doesn't want to see his face right now. He's left standing there looking like a kicked puppy. She gives him one last glare and starts to walk away. Seeing she's serious, he offers to be the one to leave so she can stay put. She agrees with a simple yes as he heads off to do some official work. But wait, she has one more thing to say. She chucks his coat at him with a satisfying smack. She slams the door, fuming that he hasn't even apologized for his remarks. He's left clutching his chest, wondering how a woman could be so chaotic. Meanwhile, out in the gardens, two guards are busy gossiping about finding wives. Princey suddenly looms over them, giving them the fright of their lives. He demands to know where his bodyguard Mo Ying is hiding. They point him toward the quarters, terrified they've done something wrong. But he turns back for one more word. He warns them that women are a mystery and they should be careful when approaching them. They just nod along, praying he leaves soon. He barges into the room with a bang, catching Mo Ying in the middle of a very undignified toenail clipping session. Mo Ying tries to pretend he's just scratching a random itch, internally screaming for divine intervention. It's incredibly awkward, and even Mo Ying's shoes seem to be making fun of him. The prince asks what he's doing with a bucket of water, and Mo Ying panics, saying he's just washing up. The prince decides it's best to keep his distance after that display. Mo Ying is just relieved the embarrassment is over. They finally get down to business, and the prince admits he had a massive falling out with the princess consort. He explains she's mad at him because of that man. Mo Ying nearly has a heart attack at the thought of her rival, but relaxes when he hears it's just her master. The prince complains that he called the guy a sissy and insulted his skills. He doubles down, saying she can't even beat him, so her master must be trash. Mo Ying realizes his boss is just being a petty hater and tells him he's clearly acting out of spite. The prince is momentarily stunned by the call-out. He finally admits he cares, even if she wants nothing to do with him. Mo Ying then drops some serious news about a woman named Zhu Ran. She's a key figure from the princess's past and is currently being held by the prime minister. The prince immediately snaps into action, ordering her rescue at all costs. Back at the palace, our girl is pouting hard while her maid tries to figure out why the prince hasn't returned yet. King Wan bluntly declares that he won't be coming back today, and honestly, she's totally fine with that. When the maid asks why, our heroine's savage side comes out. She simply doesn't want to see his face. She tries to act like she's perfectly happy being alone, but her chibai self is clearly fuming with a mix of rage and sadness. She starts ranting about how she's never met someone so incredibly excessive in her entire life. The target of her wrath, that total jerk Yuming. The maid asks if they had a spat, but King Wan is too busy listing his crimes. Apparently, the prince was disrespectful to her master and had the audacity to be sarcastic to her. The maid tries to defend him, but our girl isn't hearing it. She insists you can't judge a book by its cover. Even if it's all a misunderstanding, she's standing her ground. There will be absolutely no forgiveness until that man offers a proper apology. Meanwhile, the jerk in question is tossing and turning in his own bed. Princey is finding it impossible to catch any Z's without his favorite person nearby. He ends up pulling out a tiny, adorable doll of King Wan to keep him company. He starts playing with it, looking way more soft than he'd ever admit. Just looking at the doll's smiling face has him completely whipped. He can't help but smile back at the silly look on her face. He whispers to the doll, asking what's so great about sleeping alone when the night is so cold. Even though he's calling her look silly, he's clearly the one acting like a love-struck fool. He gives the tiny doll a sweet kiss and promises to go and accompany the real deal soon. As night falls over the silent estate, our girl is also struggling to stay asleep. She rolls over, her mind clearly occupied by the very man she claims to hate. Her hand instinctively reaches out to caress the empty space beside her, seeking a warmth that isn't there. Realizing what she's doing, she snaps out of it, looking absolutely mortified. She calls herself a total idiot for missing him. But wait, she's not the only one with a secret hobby. She pulls out her own tiny doll of the prince and hugs it close to her chest, hoping he comes to apologize soon. The next morning, the drama shifts to a hidden room in the palace. A servant named Zhu Ran is lying in a coma, looking like she's been through hell. Princey arrives to check on her condition, his face full of concern. The guard reports that while her face is fine, her body is covered in severe injuries. The prince knows that if King Wan sees her loyal servant like this, she'll be completely devastated. He orders the best medical care possible to ensure a full recovery. But there's a catch: no one can know about this, especially not the princess consort. Oblivious to the secret medical drama, our heroine is dressed and ready for some action. She's heading to the horse farm to blow off some steam with her horse, Little Grape. Her maid is worried the prince will lose his mind if he finds out she's riding so soon after recovering. King Wan just scoffs, remembering that the jerk still hasn't apologized for his behavior. She figures he's the one who's a bit cuckoo, not her. She insists she's almost fully recovered and doesn't want to hear any more buts. Just then she's greeted by Miss King Wan, who's looking as elegant as ever. Our girl asks where she's headed, and it turns out they're both going to the horse farm. They decide to make a day of it and head out together. Once they arrive, King Wan doesn't waste a second and kicks her horse into a full gallop. She heads straight for a massive fence, clearly planning to jump it. Her maid is absolutely losing it with fear. But our girl just tells her not to worry. She urges Little Grape to go faster, and with a powerful neigh, the horse launches into the air. They clear the fence with a perfect jump, leaving everyone watching in complete shock. Princey demands to know where the princess consort is, only to find out she's headed straight for the horse farm. He's absolutely shook, knowing her body is still in the early stages of recovery. He curses himself for not arriving sooner to stop her from doing something reckless. He's racing against time, praying he isn't too late to prevent a disaster. Meanwhile, our girl is having the time of her life, showing off some serious equestrian skills on her horse, Little Grape. She's giving the good boy all the head pats for being such a champ. She turns to the princess with a smug grin, asking if her riding looks as cool as it feels. The servants are nearly having a heart attack, begging her to be careful because this is way too dangerous. The princess is genuinely impressed, noting that Little Grape usually doesn't let anyone but Princey ride him. She looks on with a hint of sadness, admitting she's a bit envious of the bond they share. Our heroine pauses, seeing the melancholy in the other woman's eyes. She asks if the princess has ever tried riding before. The princess recalls how her father used to take her when she was young, but ever since her health failed, she hasn't been able to get back in the saddle. Realizing the princess doesn't actually harbor any hate toward her, our heroine softens. On a chaotic whim, she decides to invite her to ride together right then and there. The princess is stunned, her eyes going wide at the sudden offer. But our girl flashes a dazzling smile, promising that she'll keep her safe. They prepare to mount up, ready for a little bonding time under the cherry blossoms. Our heroine reassures her again, promising to handle all the steering so the princess can just relax. The maids are practically vibrating with anxiety, sure that this is a disaster waiting to happen. The princess tries to calm her own servant, saying it'll only be for a short while. Our girl chimes in too, telling everyone to just chill out because she's got this. They finally set off, looking like a pair of graceful beauties. But lurking in the cherry blossoms, a literal shadow of evil sees its chance. This dark spirit is ready to cause some major carnage just for the fun of it. Unaware of the danger, our girl asks the princess if she's still feeling scared. Our heroine is already planning their next outing, telling her to come back anytime she feels like riding. She even offers to grab a second horse so they can ride side by side next time. The princess happily agrees, feeling a rare moment of peace. They continue their leisurely stroll, with our heroine acting as the perfect protector. The princess thanks her for the trouble, but the vibe shifts instantly. Suddenly, Little Grape's eyes glow with a sinister purple light as he lets out a terrifying neigh. Our girl's heart drops as she realizes something is very wrong. The servants scream in terror as the horse begins to bolt uncontrollably. She yells for the princess to grip the reins with everything she's got. But the poor princess is paralyzed with fear as the animal loses its mind. Our heroine realizes she has to act fast before someone gets trampled. The maids can only watch and scream as the horse goes full savage. The beast kicks out violently, desperate to throw its riders. The princess cries out that she can't hold on any longer. Our girl pushes her own horse to the limit, screaming for Little Grape to stop. One look at those glowing eyes confirms her worst fear. The horse is being magically controlled. She realizes there's a puppet master behind this chaos. She pushes for an overtake, trying to get ahead of the runaway horse. She manages to pull alongside, shouting for it to halt. She desperately calls out to the horse she thought was her friend, but the spirit forces the horse to make a sharp, dangerous turn. The princess screams for help as she loses her balance completely. High in the trees, the dark spirit cackles, savoring the upcoming crash. It commands the horse to throw her down as hard as possible. The horse rears up in a final, violent motion. Our girl screams in horror as she sees the inevitable about to happen. As the princess is launched into the air, our heroine leaps from her own saddle to catch her. She reaches out with everything she has, determined not to let her hit the ground. They both go crashing down in a heap of silk and total chaos. The girls rush over as our poor heroine collapses on the grass. She desperately tries to check on the damage while the pain sets in. One look at that nasty bruise and it's clear things are way worse than they look. Our girl can barely hold back the tears as the throbbing pain takes over. But the nightmare isn't over because that horse has a literal demonic glow in its eyes. The maids can only scream in terror as the situation goes from bad to chaotic. The beast rears up, ready to trample them into the dirt. In a split second, our girl moves to shield her friend. She's prepared to take the hit just to keep the others safe. The maids are losing their minds, but she refuses to budge. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind cuts through the air. The horse tries to land a lethal kick, but someone has other plans. Our heroine looks up in total shock, wondering who her mysterious savior is. It's the prince, standing there like a total boss while the world slows down. He looks absolutely cold and unimpressed by the carnage around him. Our girl realizes her icy husband actually showed up to save her skin. He grabs her and let's just say his face says he is not in the mood for games. He immediately starts scolding her for being a reckless magnet for trouble. She tries to deflect, pointing out that poor King Wen is the one actually hurt. The poor girl is out cold and the panic finally starts to set in. Back at the palace, the atmosphere is heavy as everyone waits for the verdict. The doctor explains she's fainted from the shock, but there's a massive but coming. The prince's expression turns even more savage as he waits for the bad news. The prince looks like he's about to lose it and honestly, we're scared too. He loses his cool completely, threatening to chop off the doctor's legs if he can't fix her. The poor doctor is literally begging for his life while the prince orders his execution. Our girl has to jump in and tell him to chill before he does something he'll regret. She quickly dismisses the terrified doctor before any heads actually roll. Guilt starts eating her alive, blaming herself for the whole writing disaster. The prince remains silent, his anger simmering just beneath the surface. But our heroine isn't giving up. She vows to find a cure no matter what. The mood shifts when the prince suddenly demands his horsewhip. She's horrified, but he tells her to stay in her lane and mind her business. She suggests heading to Spirit Cloud Mountain for help, but he isn't listening. Instead, he orders his guard to keep her under total house arrest. She tries to argue her way out, but the guard is like a brick wall. He begs her to stay put, knowing the prince will have his head if she escapes. She tries to push past him, but he's not moving an inch. He explains that his life is literally on the line if she leaves. That's when our girl decides to use her secret weapon, pure, unadulterated chaos. She offers the guard a hug, short-circuiting his entire brain. While he's buffering, she makes a break for it and leaves him in the dust. Outside, the sounds of a whip cracking and a horse screaming fill the air. She finds the prince absolutely laying into the poor animal. He turns to her with a gaze that could freeze the sun. Little Grape looks absolutely heartbroken and battered. Our girl rushes over to comfort the poor beast, feeling its pain. The prince tells her to get lost, claiming she has no business being here. He insists the animal deserves the punishment for what happened to her. But our savage queen isn't having it, snapping back that if mistakes deserve whipping, then he's next on the list. Our girl confronts him, asking why on earth he's being such a jerk when the horse was clearly under the influence of an evil spirit. But he isn't buying it, looking at her like she's totally lost her mind. He's never even heard of such a thing and thinks she's just making up wild excuses. She's absolutely livid that he didn't even stop to listen before he started swinging that whip around. She demands he stop blaming poor Little Grape right this second. He's completely baffled, wondering who in the world Little Grape even is. Our girl is at her limit, turning into a literal ball of chibai rage. The horse neighs in pain, and he just stares at her with zero emotion. She gives him the deadliest glare in history, and honestly, he deserves it. He doubles down, insisting the horse is the one who hurt King Wan. But our heroine claps back, asking if whipping a horse is going to magically fix someone's broken leg. She tells him if he's so desperate to take his anger out on someone, he should just whip her instead. He freezes, clearly not expecting our poor heroine to offer herself up as a sacrifice. He grips his whip tight, but ultimately decides to just walk away in a huff. He leaves her standing there in the dust, totally ignoring her. Our girl rushes over to comfort the poor horse, feeling like it's all her fault. She's heartbroken seeing the horse in pain. She promises the poor thing that she'll find a way to get medicine from the ginkgo tree old man. She finds the old sage and begs him for a cure. He tells her there's a herb, but it's definitely not going to be an easy stroll in the park. He explains that the netherbone grass is guarded by wild beasts and is incredibly rare to find. But our girl doesn't care about the danger. She's determined to save that leg no matter what it takes. Meanwhile, back at the palace, the drama is heating up as the grandmother starts her ultimate guilt trip. She's already blaming our girl's family for every single problem under the sun. But wait, the prince actually stands up for her, saying she had nothing to do with this mess. He tells his grandmother that our girl actually risked her life to save the other girl. But the old lady isn't finished, bringing up the death of General Nan to twist the knife. Our heroine is wandering through the halls, still focused on getting that herb. She stops when she hears voices coming from inside. The grandmother is wailing about how a limp will ruin King Wan's entire life. Then comes the bombshell. She demands the prince take the girl as his concubine immediately. He looks absolutely stunned by the suggestion. The old lady isn't taking no for an answer and demands a decision right now. He starts to hesitate, clearly feeling the weight of his family's expectations. Grandma keeps pushing, asking if he's really going to turn his back on family. Outside the door, our poor girl is listening to everything, and you can see her heart breaking in real time. Grandma reminds him that he owes a debt to the general that must be repaid. Our girl can't take any more and turns away. She walks off into the distance, looking completely defeated. Back in her room, she's packing her bags for a solo mission to Spirit Cloud Mountain. Her maid is confused and asks if the prince is coming along. Our girl stops, her heart heavy, and tells her to have Machai protect the prince instead. The maid is terrified, saying it's way too dangerous to go alone. But our girl is in savage mode, telling her she'd just be a burden since she has no martial arts skills. Time is running out and she's not going to let anything stop her. The maid can only watch as her mistress heads off into the unknown. Meanwhile, the prince is feeling the guilt, thinking he needs to fix this mess for everyone. He starts wondering if our girl is still mad and decides he needs to go apologize. But of course, duty calls and a guard interrupts him with a military emergency. He tells the guard to bring the messenger in right away. The news is bad, the enemy Bei Tanglai might have already entered the city. It turns out the guy is a master of deception and tricked their spies with decoys. The prince goes into full commander mode, ordering his men to kill them all on sight. Suddenly, Princey is hit with a wave of pure anxiety. His gut is screaming that something is wrong as he grips his fist in frustration. He can't just sit there, so he decides to go check on our girl himself. He knows how unreliable things have been lately and his worry is peaking. He breaks into a full sprint, his heart racing. He reaches her quarters, petals flying everywhere in his wake. Gasping for air, he bangs on the door with zero chill. The maid inside is sweating bullets, knowing she's in deep trouble. She tries to play it cool and greets him at the entrance. But the prince isn't here for small talk and demands to know exactly where his wife is. He tries to push his way in for a look. The maid panics, lying through her teeth that the princess consort is just resting and doesn't want to see him. He pauses, thinking she's still just holding a grudge over the whole Mei Sha drama. Fine, he'll be a gentleman and wait right outside her door. He settles down under the cherry blossoms, looking like a rejected male lead. He's drowning in guilt, wishing he could just apologize the moment she wakes up. His mind drifts to a flashback of King Wan's injury. He vows to find the legendary ginkgo tree old man to fix her leg, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, our savage heroine is already miles away, realizing Spirit Cloud Mountain is way too far to reach on foot. Luckily, she stumbles upon a horse merchant shouting about a legendary 1,000-mile horse. Our girl is instantly sold and decides this is exactly what she needs. She tells the man she wants that horse right now. She asks for the price, ready to drop some serious coin. The merchant gives her a special discount because she's so decisive. She rides off into the sunset, but the merchant's shady look suggests she might have been played. Still, she's determined to bond with her new companion for the journey ahead. Back at the palace, evening falls and the prince is still waiting like a loyal puppy. A stray petal lands right on his nose. He wakes up with a start, realizing way too much time has passed. He looks around, his internal alarm bells finally going off. He stands up, his patience officially at zero. He confronts the maid again, his eyes narrowing. He demands to know if she's finally awake. The maid stammers and he realizes she's been bluffing this whole time. He storms past her, done with the games. He reaches for the bed curtains and yanks them aside. The bed is completely empty and his soul basically leaves his body. He turns back to the maid, absolutely livid. He grabs her arm, his grip like iron. She lets out a terrified yelp as the prince loses his mind. He screams at her for daring to trick him. "Where is she?" he roars, loud enough to shake the room. The maid breaks down, begging for punishment because she honestly has no idea. He's gripping her so hard his knuckles are white. She begs him to let go, trembling in fear. The reality hits him, this is all his fault for fighting with her. The maid watches as the powerful prince is reduced to a state of pure regret. He actually pleads with her, desperate for any clue of where his wife went. He doesn't waste another second and rushes out of the building. He orders his guard, Mo Ying, to get the horses ready and shut down every city exit immediately. Mo Ying is stunned, pointing out that such a move will alert all their enemies. The prince doesn't give a damn about politics right now, he just needs his wife back. Mo Ying has no choice but to follow the chaotic orders. A whole cavalry unit storms out of the palace gates in a frenzy. But little do they know, our girl is already being tracked by someone else. A mysterious hooded figure watches her from the shadows, and things are about to get even more dangerous. Masked creeps are lurking in the shadows, plotting to snatch our girl before she can even leave the city. These guys are definitely up to no good, planning to use her as a hostage for their tribe. Our poor heroine doesn't even know she's being watched as she nervously eyes her escape route. The security at the gate is tighter than a corset at a bull, with guards demanding permits from every traveler. They're even rummaging through vegetable carts like they're looking for buried treasure. Yunzai is sweating bullets because she doesn't have a single piece of paper to her name. She tries to play it cool and asks a local if a permit is really necessary to get out. Turns out the icy princey himself issued a direct order to lock the place down. Our girl starts panicking as her turn in line approaches. Luckily, she spots a familiar face. It's the man who sold her a horse. He's a total lifesaver and flashes a secret permit to help her sneak through. He tells her to keep her mouth shut and follow his lead if she wants to live. Suddenly, chaos erupts as soldiers start screaming for everyone to make way. The crowd is totally confused, wondering what kind of royal drama is going down now. A massive cavalry charge heads straight for the gates at full speed. Leading the pack is Prince Yi, looking absolutely savage and ready to tear the city apart to find his wife. He barks an order to shut the gates immediately. The guards scramble to close the heavy doors, trapping everyone left in the line. The prince arrives like a storm, demanding to know if his target escaped. The head guard bows in fear, praying he doesn't get executed on the spot. Princey asks if anyone without a permit managed to slip past the checkpoint, but the guard insists his security was airtight and no one suspicious got out. His advisor suggests that if she didn't leave, she must still be hiding somewhere in the city streets. Little do they know, she's already managed to cross the threshold. Outside the walls, Yunzai is thanking the horse seller for his timely help. He's being suspiciously nice, claiming his sister didn't need the permit anyway. They hear rumors that the prince himself was personally guarding the exit. Yunzai's heart skips a beat, wondering if he's actually looking for her or just tending to his other concubine. She tries to make a quick exit, but the vibe suddenly shifts into something much darker. They are in a secluded area now, and things are getting creepy fast. She realizes something is off when the man starts acting way too formal. She tries to ditch him, claiming she has urgent errands to attend to, but he blocks her path with a cold, unwavering stare. Suddenly, a masked figure drops from the trees like a ghost. It's the villainous Bei Lai Tang, and he's back to claim his future princess consort. Yunzai recognizes that smug, annoying voice instantly. He looks at her like a predator who finally cornered its favorite prey. Terrified, she screams for Princey at the top of her lungs. But Bei Lai Tang isn't playing games and knocks her out with a swift, brutal blow to the neck. The kidnappers are just annoyed she didn't fall unconscious sooner. Meanwhile, Princey is hunting her down, sensing something is wrong from the rooftops. He realizes he's too late when he finds her trail has gone cold. He stands tall against the wind, his eyes scanning for any sign of his missing girl. He finally spots a familiar, cloaked figure in the distance. It's the man he hates most. Bei Lai Tang just smirks, enjoying every second of the prince's desperation. Princey demands to know where his princess consort is being hidden. The villain just plays dumb, acting like he has no idea what the prince is talking about. He makes it crystal clear he has no intention of letting her go. Furious, Princey orders his men to show absolutely no mercy. The two rivals clash in an explosion of steel and hatred. It's a high-stakes duel as they trade lethal blows. Neither one is backing down in this chaotic, high-speed fight. Under the cover of night, a carriage speeds away from the city gates. Inside, our poor heroine is out cold and completely defenseless. As she slowly blinks her eyes open in the dim light, she finds the villainous Bei Lai Tang smiling down at her with a terrifying gaze. She bolts upright, but her escape is cut short when she slams right into her captor. Disoriented and fuming, she demands to know where on earth he's taking her. He coolly informs her they are in a carriage, and our heroine is scanning the room for any way out. The audacity of this man is off the charts, as he claims he's taking her back to his tribe to be his princess consort. She's not having any of it and tries to make a break for it, leaving him pleading for her to stay put. Suddenly, the carriage hits a massive rock, sending our girl flying. He lunges to catch her before she hits the floor, but she just huffs in annoyance at the forced skinship. As they speed through the dark forest, another bump sends her tumbling right back into his arms. He tells her to be careful while sneaking in a hug, but she's totally repulsed and jumps away immediately. The drama spikes when he suddenly starts coughing up a literal pool of blood. He tries to play the martyr, claiming it's worth dying in her hands. But our heroine sees right through the act and calls out his lies. She stares him down, wondering why he's glaring so intensely. He finally breaks into a smirk, impressed that she saw through his little performance. She tells him to stop the nonsense because she has a life to get back to, even threatening to punch his wounds if he tries to stop her. He asks if she's curious about how he got hurt, revealing it was someone she knows very well. He scoffs at how heartless she and her husband are, which immediately catches her attention. She realizes they must have had a massive showdown while she was unconscious, and that her man was the one who dealt the blow. He tries to guilt-trip her into staying and taking responsibility, but she just mocks him for being weak enough to vomit blood. She brags about how savage her husband Yu Ming is and warns him to back off. But the mood shifts instantly when he reveals he wasn't the only one who got thrashed. He claims her husband suffered serious injuries from their fight as well. Our girl is completely stunned, and her heart sinks when he tells her the husband's injuries are fatal and he won't live long. She's frozen in pure terror at the thought of losing him. He repeats the grim news, relishing the look of despair on her face. Driven by panic, she lunges forward, grabbing him by the collar and demanding he speak clearly. He notes with a smirk just how much she truly cares for her man. She's desperate for answers, screaming to know what he did. A single teardrop falls, and the sight of her crying actually manages to shock him. He looks at her, perhaps finally realizing the depth of her love. Meanwhile, out in the woods, Princey is galloping like a madman. His subordinates beg him not to go alone, but he's in a total frenzy and tells them to get lost. He's clearly pushing his body past its limits despite being poisoned. He refuses any help, insisting on handling this mission solo. It's a direct order and he's not taking no for an answer. He screams at them to go, before disappearing into the night on horseback. Back in the carriage, the captor starts laughing, which only fuels her rage. She screams that he should die, throwing a punch and declaring she'll have her revenge. He tells her to hold on, but she's seeing red and wants him dead. He catches her fist at the last second and drops a bombshell: he won't die. She freezes, the hope returning to her eyes in an instant. She demands to know the catch. He teases her, asking if she's really that desperate to know. He leans back, enjoying the power he holds over her. She is losing her mind with impatience, but he tells her if she wants the truth, she has to make him a promise first. The mysterious man is momentarily stunned by her audacity. Our girl just bursts into savage laughter, revealing that her personality is actually a perfect match for his tribe. He narrows his eyes, questioning why a princess consort like her is wandering around dressed as a man. He demands to know what she's up to, but she isn't giving an inch. She snaps back that her business is none of his concern. Finally, she caves slightly, explaining she's searching for netherbone grass to save her injured friend. He warns her that the area is crawling with wild beasts and she'll never make it alone. Then comes the plot twist: his tribe just happens to have exactly what she needs. Our heroine's eyes light up. Could this actually be the break she needs? He invites her to follow him back, but she isn't a total fool. She suspects a trap, but he describes the rare herb with such precision she knows he's the real deal. It matches everything the old man told her, so he's definitely not bluffing. He pushes for an answer, reminding her that her friend doesn't have much time. She agrees, but only on 3 strict conditions, which honestly offends him since he's giving it away for free. She lays down the law, she sits alone, she leaves immediately after, and she pays him back every cent. He gives a smug smile and agrees to the deal. Little does he know, she's already planning to knock him out the second they arrive. Both of them are grinning like villains, hiding their chaotic ulterior motives. Meanwhile, deep in the woods, a creepy purple creature is hunting for the bad woman. It senses a presence nearby and prepares to strike. But it's just the ancient beast god, looking as handsome and dangerous as ever. The creature is absolutely feral, declaring it wants to eat him right then and there. He calmly warns the beast that it hasn't recovered its strength, but the creature is out for blood. The beast launches a massive attack, turning the forest into a chaotic battlefield. It jeers at him, refusing to let him escape its wrath. The air crackles with power as the two clash in a whirlwind of energy. The creature screams that he's going to die today. He simply tells the beast it'll regret killing him, but his words fall on deaf ears. Until he drops the ultimate bait: doesn't it want to know where she is? The creature pauses and he suggests they finally talk terms. Back with our main duo, they arrive at the tribe where the locals are losing their minds over the king's return. The village girls are swooning, convinced he's the most handsome man alive. They start freaking out when they think he's looking their way. They even start fighting over who he's actually targeting with that gaze. But plot twist, he's actually looking at an adorable little girl, leaving our heroine totally confused. He leans down to whisper a secret to the child, pointing right at our poor girl. The little girl's eyes go wide with wonder as she stares her down. Our heroine just gives her best "I'm so done" face while the kids swarm their king. They walk through the village looking like a total power couple despite the tension. The kids are obsessed with him, and he actually shows a softer side by asking if they've been good. Our girl is genuinely surprised to see this side of him. She admits that he's surprisingly well loved by his people. He takes the compliment with a smug of course, because his ego is massive. He teases her, asking if she's dying to know what he whispered to that little girl. She gives him the coldest nope in history. He looks genuinely disappointed and reveals he told the kid she was his future princess consort. He expects a savage retort or a blush, but she just stares at him with zero emotion. She tells him his mouth is his own and he can say whatever nonsense he wants. She just wants the grass so she can get the heck out of there. He watches her walk away, realizing she's way more interesting than he thought, and he's not letting her go. They head into the grand palace to finally get the medicine. He shows her a small bottle and she asks if this is the legendary netherbone grass. He explains it's a special process supplement designed to heal bones instantly. She reaches for it, but he pulls it away at the last second like a total tease. She's instantly fuming, knowing this man is about to change the deal. He asks what she's willing to give him in return for such a precious gift. He demands that she stays at the palace for 1 whole week. She agrees so fast it actually catches him off guard. But this man is playing hard to get, telling her she has to wait a whole week for the netherbone grass. Our heroine isn't having any of his games and threatens to bounce immediately. She hits him with the ultimate friendship guilt trip, claiming there's no point in staying if there's no trust. It totally works because he absolutely hates the idea of her keeping him at arm's length. He folds like a lawn chair and hands over a bottle, hoping to win some major brownie points. Our girl plays along with the best friends forever act, and he is absolutely eating it up. Deep down, she's sweating bullets because this guy is way too intense. He suggests she take a nice hot bath and get changed while he prepares everything. As they part ways, he's convinced they're starting a beautiful friendship. Meanwhile, our girl is just relieved she didn't have to throw hands yet. She finally gets some alone time in the tub to soak away the carriage ride stress. But don't let the bubbles fool you, she's already plotting her grand escape for tonight. The king is busy giving orders to treat her like royalty, secretly dreaming of making her fall head over heels for him. He sends in a squad of servants with high-end tribal threads. Word travels fast in the palace, and the maids are already whispering about the stunning woman the king brought home. But the gossip mill catches the wrong ear. Mistress Hua is on the scene, and she looks ready to choose violence. She's the resident jealous beauty, and she's not about to let some newcomer steal her spotlight. Hearing that the king brought a woman back has her seeing red. She storms the guest quarters without an invitation, just as our girl is struggling to put on all this heavy jewelry. But Hua recognizes her instantly. This isn't just any woman, it's the princess consort. She kicks everyone else out to have a private chat. Hua demands to know what her motive is for infiltrating their tribe. Our girl, being a total savage, jokes that she's just there to assassinate the king. That's the final straw, and Hua pulls out the steel. She brands our girl a witch and vows to end her right. Our heroine just smirks. If it's a fight she wants, it's a fight she's gonna get. Hua lunges with incredible speed, but our girl manages to dodge the first strike. She's actually surprised by how much power is behind those swings. This isn't just a cat fight, Hua is genuinely trying to take her head off. A stray swing nearly cleaves a pillar in half. Our heroine quickly grabs a nearby staff to defend herself. The weapons clash with a violent spark as they trade blows across the room. It's an intense stalemate as they lock eyes through the steel. Hua is convinced that Princey sent her as a spy. Just then the king arrives outside, wondering if his new friend is ready for their date. He's confused why the maids are all shivering in the hallway. When he hears Hua is inside, his face drops. Suddenly a massive crash echoes from the room. He doesn't wait for an answer and kicks the door down with zero chill. He stops dead in his tracks, seeing the chaos. But instead of being mad, he's completely mesmerized by how gorgeous she looks in the clothes he picked out. His brain basically short-circuits as he swoons over her beauty, completely ignoring the fact that she's currently holding a weapon. The king looks genuinely confused, wondering what the heck is going on. Even our heroine tells him to back off, which only makes the consort feel more justified. The king is stunned to see a sword pointed right at his favorite guest. The consort isn't playing around, demanding to know why the spy was trying to flee. The king's face darkens as he commands her to put the weapon down immediately. But the consort refuses to obey, insisting that she's only protecting the tribe from a traitor. The king's patience has officially left the building as he repeats his order with a terrifying glare. She tries to show him evidence of a secret message, desperate to prove her point. It doesn't matter though, because the king makes it an absolute royal order. Shaking with pure resentment, the consort realizes she has no choice. She finally tosses the sword aside, fuming in silence. Our girl just wants everyone to leave her alone, but the consort keeps barking about spies and secret enemies. She warns the king that this woman is here to destroy their entire tribe. Our savage heroine challenges him, saying if he's so scared of a nest of enemies, he should just let her go. Instead, the king goes full obsessive, claiming he'll gladly walk into a beauty trap if it means she stays by his side. Our girl is visibly repulsed by his twisted logic. While he acts all bubbly and sweet, she's mentally preparing to whack him over the head. The consort is absolutely floored that the king is choosing a prisoner over his own people. Our girl tells them both to get lost, but the drama is only getting started. The consort brings up the netherbone grass, unable to believe he gave away such a treasure. When she reminds him that many of their people died to obtain that medicine, he coldly tells her it has nothing to do with her. The rejection hits her like a physical blow. She can barely contain her tears as her world falls apart. The consort runs off in a fit of heartbreak, but the king doesn't even blink. He heartlessly declares that he only has room in his heart for our heroine. He shifts back into his happy puppy mode, suggesting they grab a bite to eat. Our girl decides to play along, planning to eat as much as possible to fuel her next escape attempt. Soon, a massive hot pot feast is laid out before them. He asks if she's ever tried such a dish before. She casually mentions eating it all the time with her master, which kills his vibe a little. He's disappointed he didn't get to impress her with something new, but she doesn't care and starts digging in. It's actually delicious, and he watches her eat with a soft expression. As the meal continues, he pours some wine to celebrate the occasion. He offers her a cup, but she's not falling for it. She immediately calls him out, asking if he's trying to get her drunk and take advantage. The king acts totally scandalized, claiming he would never have such filthy intentions. She stands her ground, and he mentally cries because his plan A was a total failure. Suddenly, she offers a genuine thanks for the grass, catching him off guard. She admits she knows how precious it is to his tribe. This actually makes him burst out laughing. She gets super annoyed, wondering why he's laughing at her sincere gratitude. She sighs, thinking about how miserable her life has become. He suggests that if she's so thankful, she should just devote her life to him, but she says she'll just find more grass to pay him back. Claiming she's full and tired, she tries to make a quick exit. But he's not letting her go that easily and grabs her hand. He insists that he has something incredibly important to tell her. She's impatient and tells him to spit it out because she's exhausted. When she threatens to leave, he panics and begs her to stay. He pins her down, trapping her in his space. He tells her to listen very carefully to what he has to say. She's worried he's going to ask for the grass back, but instead he drops the ultimate confession: he likes her. He pours his heart out, admitting he's never said this to anyone else in his life. Our girl is left completely speechless, staring at him in pure shock. They sit together, but the air is still heavy with unspoken words. He looks unsettled, clearly still bothered by her recklessness. Then he suddenly tells her to take off her clothes, sending her into a total panic. He clarifies that he just hates the outfit she's wearing. Our girl realizes she totally overthought it and tells him to be more specific next time. He smirks and pins her back down anyway. He asks if she was actually expecting him to do something more scandalous. She denies it, but her face is a literal tomato. She tries to bluff her way out of the embarrassment. He tells her not to lie, seeing right through her act. He lifts her chin, making her look him in the eye. He promises to stop teasing, but only until they get back to the mansion. He gets dangerously close, whispering about what he'll give her later. She tells him to turn around so she can finally change. But this savage man offers to help her instead, ignoring her screams of protest. Yunzai mutters that it was all Princey's fault they stayed so late. The prince, being his usual cheeky self, asks if she wants to repeat that or maybe just have another round. Our girl immediately panics, insisting he heard her totally wrong. But as she looks at him, the mood suddenly shifts. Her heart starts doing backflips as she realizes this guy is actually getting more handsome by the second. He reaches out, grabbing her hand with a grip that says he's never letting go. They try to make their grand exit, but a wild antagonist appears. It's the king of the Yao tribe, and he's definitely not here to offer them tea. Princey isn't in the mood for games, warning the king to get out of the way if he values his life. The king scoffs, asking if they really think his territory is some kind of playground. Our chaotic duo starts bickering about tactics right in front of the enemy, which is honestly so on brand for them. Fed up with the disrespect, the king orders his men to take them down immediately. A whole army of soldiers swarms the courtyard looking for a payday. The sound of clashing steel fills the night air as the battle kicks off in earnest. Princey becomes a literal whirlwind of destruction, cutting through the guards like they're made of paper. The king screams that he's taking the prince's head today, but Princey just gives him that savage look, basically telling him to come and try it. He lunges forward, his blade a blur of silver in the moonlight. The two leaders clash, sparks flying as their swords meet with bone-rattling force. Seeing his king struggle, the tribe's wizard decides it's time to cheat and steps into the fray. He summons a massive orb of lightning, and our girl realizes they're dealing with some serious sorcery. But Yunzai isn't just a damsel in distress. She braces herself and starts her own chant. The wizard is stunned that this little girl can actually match his power. The air explodes with raw energy, and the sheer pressure sends everyone reeling. Amidst the lightning strikes, the prince moves with blinding speed. He dives in to shield Yunzai, taking the brunt of a shock just to keep her safe. He checks on her immediately, his eyes full of worry even in the middle of a war zone. Our girl tells him to stop worrying about her and just focus on not getting killed. The wizard, acting like a total buzzkill, declares that anyone who hurts his king must die. He unleashes a final, desperate blast of magic that lights up the entire sky. Yunzai doesn't miss a beat, focusing every ounce of her power into a counterspell. Princey's sword begins to hum with electric energy, absorbing the chaos around them. He charges through the storm, looking like a literal god of war. The wizard tries to throw up one last barrier, but he's clearly running on fumes. A massive magic circle forms, but it's not enough to stop the inevitable. Princey tells him straight up that he's flirting with death by standing in his way. The collision of their powers creates a shockwave that threatens to tear the courtyard apart. The wizard lets out a pathetic yelp as his defenses crumble like a house of cards. He tries to warn his men to run, but it's far too late for that. The smoke clears, revealing the prince standing tall while the enemy is left in shambles. The wizard is down for the count, coughing up blood and regretting every life choice he's ever made. Princey levels his blade at the old man's throat, ready to end this once and for all. He lunges for the finishing blow, declaring that the wizard's fate has finally arrived. But just as he's about to strike, a new blade intercedes, blocking his attack with a deafening metallic ring. It's a female warrior from the tribe, and she's not letting her king go down without a fight. She manages to push the prince back, proving she's a much bigger threat than the soldiers. She glares at the scene, her eyes burning with pure hatred for our couple. But Yunzai steps forward with a smirk, telling the newcomer that she's her opponent now. The girl blames Yunzai for all this chaos and vows to take her life right here. Their swords clash in a flurry of pink and red, and the speed is absolutely insane. It's a high-stakes duel, and neither one is willing to give an inch. Yunzai mocks her, asking if she's really good enough to back up those big threats. The guys try to step in, but our girl isn't having any of it. She screams at them to stay back because this is strictly a women's fight. Princey knows better than to argue with her when she's this fired up, so he just watches from the sidelines. The two girls continue their dance of death, blades clashing again and again. Yunzai spots a tiny opening in the warrior's defense and knows it's her time to shine. She lands a brutal blow that sends the girl stumbling back in shock. The enemy warrior is absolutely livid, unable to believe she's being outclassed. But our savage heroine just gives her a "so what" look, completely unbothered by her temper tantrum. Our heroine barely manages to parry the blow, their blades clashing in a shower of sparks. With a swift flick of the wrist, the attacker switches hands, catching our girl completely off guard. Before she can react, the enemy moves forward with terrifying speed. In a heartbeat, her precious pendant is sliced clean off her neck. She gasps in horror, realizing her lifeline is gone. The attacker smugly holds the prize, but her victory is short-lived. Our girl screams in fury, but then a familiar, commanding presence appears. It's Yi Yuming, and he looks absolutely lethal right now. He's not playing games, holding a blade right to the king's throat as a hostage. He demands everyone stand down unless they want to see their leader's head roll. Our poor heroine is trembling, worried sick because the netherbone grass is lost. But he reassures her with a look, telling her they're getting out of this mess together. As they prepare to ride off, the atmosphere is thick with tension. Yi Yuming decides to show a rare moment of mercy, sparing his rival for now. He casually insults the man, claiming his life is barely worth the effort. The rival can only seethe in silence, watching his plans crumble. But Yi Yuming isn't done marking his territory yet. He pulls our heroine close, showing her off like the ultimate prize. He stares the other man down, making it crystal clear who she belongs to. "She is my woman," he declares, and honestly, we are swooning. The rival scoffs, but Yi Yuming has a much more direct way of proving his point. He tilts her chin up with a savage grace, and right there in front of everyone, he claims her with a deep, passionate kiss. Our girl is so flustered she tries to push him away, her face turning a bright shade of crimson. She's absolutely speechless, caught between embarrassment and desire. In her head, she's screaming at him for being so bold in public. But he just gives her a cheeky grin, promising to save the more private stuff for later. She can only huff in frustration at how overbearing this man is. They ride off into the night, leaving the chaos behind them. Meanwhile, the rival is left in the dust, his ego completely bruised. In a fit of pure rage, he stabs his blade into the earth. He starts ripping up the grass, gritting his teeth as he swears he'll get her back. Suddenly, a mysterious woman with blue hair emerges from the shadows. She's been watching the whole drama and finds his desperation quite amusing. He tells her to get lost, but she's got a tempting offer he can't refuse. She claims she can help him crush Yi Yuming and take what's his. He's skeptical of her dark magic, but she knows exactly which buttons to push. She promises to help him steal back the thumb ring and the girl. With power and the woman on the line, she knows he won't say no. The rival pauses, the gears in his head turning as he considers the dark path. Finally, he gives in, demanding to know her plan. Back at their campsite, the night is quiet and still. The fire crackles, but our heroine's heart is heavy with guilt. She's beating herself up for losing the medicine they worked so hard for. Yi Yuming sits by her side, his voice soft as he tries to soothe her worries. He's already arranged for the patient's care, proving he's actually a total sweetheart underneath it all. She looks at him with pure gratitude, her heart skipping a beat. But then his gaze shifts, becoming intense and heavy. He leans in close, whispering that he just can't help himself when she looks this cute. Our girl is a stuttering mess, her heart racing a mile a minute. He gives her that signature smirk that makes every girl weak in the knees. She tries to hide her blushing face, but the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. It's getting incredibly awkward, and her face is practically on fire. Without another word, he pulls her into a lingering, moonlit kiss. She tries to resist for a second, but his touch is just too much to handle. Her strength fades as she finally melts into his embrace. Under the stars, they share a moment of pure, chaotic romance that leaves us breathless. Suddenly, a hand reaches out and grabs our heroine in a way that is definitely not professional. Our girl is absolutely shook, demanding to know exactly where he thinks he's touching. Instead of apologizing, this man just gives her a smug little smile. He's acting so casual while she's over here having a total meltdown. But then he gives her that look, "You know the one," and she's suddenly reminded that he is way too handsome for her own good. Her heart is doing Olympic gymnastics in her chest. He has the audacity to comment on how soft she is, making her blush like a tomato. When he shamelessly asks for a second round of touching, our heroine has had enough. She starts whacking him with everything she's got, but his pained expression makes her stop mid-swing. She immediately switches to worry mode, asking him what's wrong. He tries to play it cool, but she's not buying it for a second. She pulls open his shirt and finds a terrifying, glowing red mark burning into his skin. He tries to gaslight her into thinking it's just a birthmark from his childhood. But our girl wasn't born yesterday, and she looks at him with pure skepticism. It turns out this painful-looking curse is actually tied to that mysterious thumb ring. Seeing him in pain like this makes her heart ache with a sadness she can't explain. He tells her to stop looking so miserable and goes right back to being a flirtatious menace. Suddenly, the mood shifts to chaotic chibai energy as he decides it's his turn to be the toucher. He goes in for the kill. And even though he grabs her, she doesn't even try to pull away. A single tear falls as the weight of the moment finally hits her. He's completely stunned to see her actually crying. The shock on his face says it all. He didn't expect her to be this affected. Our poor heroine starts sobbing loudly, and now he's the one panicking because he broke her. She can't even stop the waterworks, feeling annoyed at how much she actually cares. He pulls her into a massive, protective hug, holding her like she's the most precious thing in the world. He asks if she's really this distressed because she's worried about him. Tucked against his chest, she can't hide it anymore. She whispers a soft yes, and the tension just melts away. He's genuinely curious when she actually started catching feelings like this. She honestly has no clue when it happened. He admits that seeing her cry for him makes him the happiest man alive, even if it's a bit twisted. To him, those tears are proof that she finally cares. He confesses that he cares about her just as much, and that he felt a void in his soul when he thought she was gone. He squeezes her tighter, as if he's afraid she might vanish into thin air. He was genuinely terrified that she had left him for good. She tells him there's no way that's happening, but he needs a guarantee, making her swear she'll never go out alone again. She tries to negotiate, asking what she's supposed to do if she gets bored. He doesn't hesitate, he'll drop everything to go with her. Even if he's drowning in work, she will always be his top priority. They share a moment of deep, soul-staring intensity. She makes the promise, and he seals it with a look that says he's never letting go. He reaches out to touch her face, pulling her back into that warm embrace. He never wants to be apart from her again, and for once she agrees. It's a perfectly romantic scene under the stars. But of course, the universe hates them, and something dangerous suddenly breaks the silence. A massive energy blast comes out of nowhere, causing a huge explosion that rocks the ground. He scoops her up in a flash, jumping away from the danger. Standing before them is a creepy, glowing entity. It's the black-faced fanged ghost, and it does not look like it came here to make friends. His ring starts glowing with a dark, ominous power. He prepares to fight, but our girl steps up and tells him to let her handle this. The ghost just laughs in their faces. Our heroine starts chanting a powerful spell, launching a blinding beam of light straight at the intruder. The resulting blast is absolutely massive. The ghost is shocked to see its form starting to dissipate into nothingness. She tells the spirit to get lost before she turns it into literal smoke. But the ghost just snaps its fingers, making it clear it isn't going down that easily. Yunzai and Yi Yuming find themselves staring down a nightmare. A pack of glowing, spectral wolves emerges from the shadows, surrounding our duo with hungry eyes. Yi Yuming quickly prepares a protective spell for her sword, warning her not to use her thumb ring yet. Even though she's the one injured, he's acting like a total shield, telling her to stay sharp. Without a second thought, he lunges into the fray, moving like a deadly blur. Our girl doesn't just sit back, she begins chanting a powerful spell to back him up. With one massive, coordinated slash, their combined energy tears through the beasts. The wolves shriek in agony as they're forced to retreat from the overwhelming light. They begin to disperse into thin air, but the victory is short-lived. A seemingly endless wave of reinforcements keeps pouring out of the darkness. Yunzai unleashes beams of light to keep the monsters at bay. But Yi Yuming spots a fatal opening and his heart drops. He screams for her to watch her back. A savage beast is already mid-leap, closing in on our poor heroine. It lunges with teeth bared, ready to tear her apart. But in a flash of pure desperation, a figure intercepts the strike. Yi Yuming slashes the beast down, his eyes burning with protective rage. He demands the unseen enemy let her go, his grip tightening on his blade. He sweeps her up into his arms, but Yunzai, ever the independent soul, insists on being put down. He sets her back on her feet and she offers a breathless thanks. But before they can catch their breath, a mysterious figure walks past them. Suddenly, a hand clamps down on her wrist. She's pulled into a sudden, tight embrace. Yi Yuming glares at the intruder, demanding to know why he's following them. But they aren't alone, as a masked demonic entity emerges from the gloom, hungry for blood. The rival king scoffs, telling Yi Yuming that his failure to protect Yunzai is the only thing that matters. The tension in the air is thick enough to cut as the two powerful men face off. Yi Yuming isn't about to let anyone else dictate his woman's safety. His sword erupts in a violent purple glow. He delivers a devastating blow that sends a shockwave through the entire forest. Yunzai looks on, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and confusion. The toll of the battle finally hits, and Yi Yuming collapses to his knees. He tries to play it cool, telling her not to worry, but his pale face says otherwise. Yunzai frantically searches for his wounds, her heart hammering in her chest. Suddenly, he's racked by a violent cough, spraying blood across the grass. Our girl is frozen in absolute shock as she sees the life draining from him. He falls forward, his heavy body slumping against her shoulder. She screams his name, her voice cracking with pure terror. She begs him not to scare her like this, clutching him as if she can hold his soul in place. He weakly reaches up, his blood-stained hand trembling as he touches her cheek one last time. He whispers that he just needs to sleep for a little while. His hand loses its strength and drops to the ground limp. Yunzai's world shatters as she screams his name into the void. She sobs, begging him to stay awake when footsteps approach through the grass. It's the rival king, looking down at the tragic scene with an unreadable expression. He holds out a golden pill, his voice calm amidst the chaos. He claims it's his tribe's ultimate life-saving panacea. Yunzai hesitates, her mind racing with suspicion. He looks her in the eye, asking if she really trusts him that little. He explains that even though they are bitter rivals, he won't kick a man while he's down. He claims he simply can't bear to see her looking so heartbroken. Yunzai is stunned by this sudden display of honor. He swears on his dignity as a king that the medicine is safe. She cautiously takes the pill from his hand. Still wary, she tells him he should be the one to test it first. He looks absolutely insulted that she'd even suggest it. Before she can react, he snatches the pill back. He shoves it down Yu Ming's throat, earning himself a savage punch from a panicked Yunzai. Yu Ming begins to cough violently, spitting up even more dark blood. Yunzai is inconsolable, convinced she's just watched him be poisoned. She breaks down in tears, blaming herself for his fate. Meanwhile, the rival king watches her grief with a small, mysterious smile. Our poor heroine begs Yu Ming to wake up as blood drips from his mouth. She's a total wreck, sobbing and pleading for him to just open his eyes. She can't stop the tears from flowing, feeling absolutely helpless in the middle of the night. Suddenly, a weak hand reaches out and gently brushes her cheek. He tells her not to cry, looking more concerned for her than his own life. Our girl is overjoyed to see him conscious, even if he's a bloody mess. He tries to reassure her that he's fine, and she immediately pulls him into a desperate hug. But the romantic moment is ruined when a certain third wheel decides he's had enough of the drama. The atmosphere turns icy as Yu Ming glares at the intruder with pure hatred. His hand finds his blade, ready to end the nuisance once and for all. He demands the guy scram or face a lethal strike, but the intruder isn't intimidated, pointing out that Yu Ming can barely even stand. He practically dares the injured man to try something, looking way too smug. The strain is too much, and Yu Ming groans as his body begins to fail him. He's forced to use his sword just to keep himself from collapsing while our heroine panics. The intruder just smirks, enjoying the sight of his rival's weakness. Our girl tells Yu Ming he needs to shut up and rest before he actually dies. He tells the guy to get lost, but the intruder has other plans. He decides he's staying right there, looking like a total brat. Yu Ming tries to drag himself away, but our girl won't let him push his luck. She snaps and tells the third wheel to shut his mouth before she loses it. The poor guy starts sobbing, feeling totally bullied by our savage heroine. Later, they set up camp, and Yu Ming gets the premium treatment of resting on her lap. He asks if she's tired, but our girl is just happy he's recovering. She gives him a sweet smile that would melt anyone's heart. Meanwhile, the third wheel pouts in the corner, convinced Yu Ming is faking his pain for attention. Our girl starts blushing, while the intruder insists on following them to find the netherbone grass. Yu Ming refuses to let him tag along, but the guy isn't taking no for an answer. He argues that Yu Ming is too weak to protect anyone in his current state. Yu Ming sits up looking ready to kill, telling him to get out of his sight. But the guy points out he's the only one who actually knows where the grass is. Yu Ming is stubborn, but the logic is starting to sting. Finally, our girl decides to be the rational one and agrees they need his help. The two men continue to bicker like children while our girl stands in the middle of the mess. Yu Ming refuses to be anywhere near him, throwing a total tantrum. So our girl pulls a savage move and tells Yu Ming he can just go back alone then. She grabs the other guy and starts walking away, leaving Yu Ming stunned. The intruder takes the chance to call Yu Ming a total drag. That was the wrong thing to say, as Yu Ming's killing intent spikes. He stands up, looking absolutely terrifying despite his injuries. The intruder doesn't back down, doubling down on the insult. Yu Ming draws his sword, and things are about to get very messy. Our girl jumps between them, demanding they stop this nonsense. Yu Ming is still fuming, demanding to know why the guy is still there. She threatens to hate whoever doesn't stop fighting right this second. Yu Ming immediately turns into a puppy, promising to listen just to stay in her good graces. Our girl is satisfied, but the tension is still thick enough to cut with a knife. She knows Yu Ming is just being incredibly stubborn. He tries to act cool, mocking the other guy's arrogance. He finally sheathes his weapon, throwing it down in a huff. He approaches our girl, looking down at her with an intense gaze. She worries he's still angry with her for the ultimatum, but he surprises her by saying he will listen to whatever she says from now on. Our girl is shocked, wondering if this is really the same cold-hearted man she knew. She asks if that means he's okay with the three of them traveling together. She jokes that she just hired a high-class servant for free, and the mood finally lightens. Yu Ming actually smiles, which is a rare sight indeed. They head out into the lush green forest the next morning. The trio sets off on horseback, though the atmosphere is still a bit awkward. Our girl eventually pulls her horse to a stop. She hears water nearby and suggests they take a break for the horses. Yu Ming agrees, but the intruder can't help but complain about the delay. Our girl glares at him, telling him to shut up before she makes him. The guy grumbles about being hungry and tired, acting like a total brat. Our chaotic group continues their journey, one headache at a time. After a long ride through the woods, the guys finally help our girl down from her horse. But the tension between these two is absolutely suffocating as they glare at each other. One of them wanders off into the forest, and Yunzai wonders if he's just going to reincarnate at this point. He starts aggressively ripping up the local greenery with a vengeance. Our heroine is beyond confused, asking him what on earth he's doing while he ignores her. While the horses enjoy a snack, he's busy with his own little secret project. He finds a nice rock and starts preparing it like it's a 5-star hotel bed. He's even blowing away the dust and carefully spreading out the grass like a total perfectionist. He proudly invites Yunzai to take a seat on his handcrafted throne. But the rival guy swoops in and steals the spot before she can even blink. He has the audacity to rate the comfort level a measly 1 point, just to be petty. Our boy is fuming, screaming that this luxury seat wasn't made for his rival. He demands the thick-faced intruder get up right this second. The rival just shrugs it off, offering to make her a new one if she's that desperate. Yunzai just watches the chaos unfold, wondering why they have to be so chaotic. Suddenly, the rival jumps up in a panic. Turns out the fresh grass left a massive, bright green stain right on his backside. Our girl can't help but inspect the damage with a cheeky, savage grin. She tries to hold it in, but the snickering is starting to escape. She eventually loses it, laughing her head off at his hilarious misfortune. Furious and embarrassed, he grabs her, convinced she did this on purpose. He pushes her down onto the very same grass patch out of pure spite. She jumps up immediately, realizing she's been baited. But he presses her back down, forcing her to stay seated in the mess. She's struggling and yelling, but he's not letting her go that easily. Now they both have matching green stains, and Yunzai is officially done with their nonsense. As things settle down, she notices something is actually wrong. She sees him clutching himself and demands to see his wound. He's surprised she even noticed, but our girl is always observant. He pulls open his shirt, revealing a nasty scar that's still in the process of healing. She's relieved to see it's recovering well, giving him a sweet, genuine smile. He looks at her with such tenderness it could melt a glacier. He reaches out to hold her face, but the moment is short-lived. Meanwhile, the third wheel is literally sweating from jealousy in the background. The rival isn't having it and causes a scene, breaking the mood instantly. He ends up on the floor, shocked by the sudden rejection. He starts faking a massive injury, wailing about how much pain he's in. He claims his suffering will stop them from finding the netherbone grass. Yunzai sighs, asking where it supposedly hurts this time. He points to his chest, acting like he's on his deathbed for attention. He blames the sword stab from earlier, playing the ultimate pity card. As she reaches out to check on him, the other guy has finally seen enough. He pulls her away and covers her eyes, refusing to let her look at another man's body. He gets possessive, threatening to eat her if she keeps staring. Our girl is wide-eyed at the sudden savage outburst. She jumps away, her face turning a bright shade of tomato red. She promises not to look, telling him he can be the one to check instead. He turns his gaze back to the injured rival with zero sympathy. He asks flatly if his chest still hurts, clearly not buying the act for a second. He offers to cure him with his fists, and suddenly the rival feels much better. But the tension isn't over as he grabs the rival's collar. He warns him that if he tries anything with his princess consort, he won't let it slide. The rival just smirks, saying a beautiful woman will always be in high demand. That was the wrong answer, and he gets a solid punch right to the face. He's absolutely livid, daring the rival to say that one more time. He screams about being a king and how they're all going to be in trouble now. The two of them start bickering like toddlers, fists ready to fly again. Yunzai finally snaps, yelling at both of them to shut up and stop fighting. Their stomachs choose that exact moment to rumble in perfect, embarrassing unison. She pulls out the last bit of food they have, a single sad-looking bun. Since they're running low on supplies, she tells them to save their energy for survival. She takes charge, ordering one to catch chickens and the other to catch fish while she gets the fire going. They both agree immediately, eager to prove who's the better provider. They even turn it into a childish competition to see who can catch food first. Finally, our girl gets a moment of peace and quiet away from the chaos. Deep in the forest, the hunt is on. Our stoic male lead is locked in, focused on his prey. With a swift move, he strikes, and down goes the bird with a satisfying thump. But wait, our girl is already there, claiming the prize with a smug grin. To her, this survival game is nothing but easy peasy. She rushes back to Yunzai, excited to show off her catch. But she stops dead in her tracks when she sees the scene ahead. The boys are already gathered and the tension is high. Look at those fish, somebody's been busy while she was away. He looks at her, wondering if she's actually as fast as she claims. The excuses start flying immediately, with one side claiming they were just going slow to be fair. Oh, we've got a sore loser in the building and the shade is real. The bickering escalates instantly because these two just can't play nice for 5 minutes. Our heroine can only watch this chaotic chibai mess with a heavy sigh. Enough, she takes charge, assigning chores like the queen she is. While the sun shines through the trees, the real work begins. But wait, how do you even handle feathers when you're a pampered prince? He watches his rival, judging every single move and feeling the heat of the competition. Suddenly, a sword is drawn, and it's definitely not for a duel. He grips the hilt with expert precision. He's terrified that his rival's technique might actually be superior. Using a legendary blade to poke at fish scales, talk about savage overkill. Our girl realizes these two were definitely born with silver spoons and zero survival skills. While they struggle, she's out here gathering the actual ingredients like a pro. She wonders if the boys have managed to burn the forest down yet. Little does she know something is lurking in the shadows, watching her every move with glowing eyes. Back at camp, the guys are still failing at the simplest tasks, looking absolutely pathetic. The creature prepares to strike, thinking it's found an easy meal in our heroine. A sudden burst of energy erupts from the bushes. Our heroine returns to find them both acting incredibly suspicious. They stare at each other in awkward silence, caught in their own incompetence. They both turn away with a huff, acting like total children. But something small and fluffy is trying to make a break for it in the grass. Out of the smoke, a familiar face appears, calling out for little Zai Zai. But the guys aren't having it and move to intercept the intruder. Poor little Juan gets absolutely flattened in the chaos. He's face down in the grass, wondering what he did to deserve this treatment. He looks up, revealing his adorable fox-like features to the group. Our girl finally recognizes him, it's little Juan. He tries to launch himself at her, but a hand catches him midair. He's being pulled back like a piece of unwanted luggage. And once again, he's eating dirt while the heroine looks on in total shock. He is absolutely fuming at these two imbeciles. He demands they let go of his precious legs right this second. The boys just keep arguing, literally stepping all over the poor guy like he's a rug. Our girl steps in, telling them to back off because little Juan is her friend. Juan is a total mess, looking like he's been through a blender and back. He's ready to commit violence against both of them. But as soon as they glare back with those cold eyes, he realizes he might be in over his head. Oops, time to rethink that whole killing them plan very quickly. He shifts back into his fox form and runs straight for protection. Our heroine scoops him up, offering the comfort he desperately needs after that bullying. She gives the boys a piece of her mind for picking on the little guy. But the men aren't done yet, walking closer with a predatory glint. A hand reaches out and the fox's life flashes before his eyes. Our girl is stunned. What are they planning to do to her pet? They find the animal interesting, which is never a good sign in a drama like this. They just want to feel his fur, but Juan knows his life is in serious jeopardy. He transforms back in a panic to escape their terrifying clutches. He lands right next to the fish they were supposedly preparing. He looks down, wondering what on earth he's touching. He tosses the bird aside in pure horror as the realization hits. The reality of their cooking hits him like a freight train. Looking at the butchered mess, he realizes these two aren't just princes, they're the true devils of the forest. Our girl Zai Zai looks at the mess these two pampered guys made and realizes if she wants a decent meal, she has to do it herself. She lets out a heavy sigh, deciding to take charge since these two are clearly useless in the wild. But then little Juan steps up with a sparkle in her eye, offering to help our heroine. Zai Zai is skeptical, but Juan claims she learned the secret to gourmet cooking from watching a beggar. The guys are absolutely seething that a beast is showing them up, but Juan isn't done. She demands they handle the menial work. Zai Zai gives the green light and the guys are forced to obey, much to their internal rage. They're calling her names in their heads, but they don't dare speak up. Juan turns into a tiny drill sergeant, ordering them to dig soil and prep mud. She tells them to be efficient and stop being such slow pokes. The guys are reaching their limit, looking like they're ready to snap at any second. One of them is so fed up he practically stabs the earth with his sword just to get the job done. After throwing some mud around, the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Juan asks if they're really getting upset over just a few words. And one guy finally grabs her, telling her he's given her enough face already. The other guy is just as savage, telling his buddy to just whack her. Juan reminds them they promised Zai Zai no fighting, forcing them to swallow their pride. He claims he's just helping prepare the food while looking totally done with life. He hands over the mud-covered mess, and we hear a scream of frustration echoing through the trees. Zai Zai returns with dried leaves to find the work almost finished. Juan immediately goes into cuddle mode, rubbing against her like nothing happened. As they sit around the fire, Zai Zai notices something off. She asks Juan why she's suddenly being shy and covering her face. Juan tries to play it off, while the guys just sit there awkwardly coughing. Zai Zai isn't buying the act for a second. She pulls Juan's hand away and is absolutely shocked by what she sees. Juan's face is covered in dark patches, which she hilariously claims is a moisturizing mask. Zai Zai has to physically hold in her laughter at the ridiculous sight. She decides to just roll with it and tells everyone it's time to start the real cooking. She's feeling like a master chef as she finishes the mud molds. They set up a cooking montage in the dirt, and soon enough, the smell of BBQ fish is driving everyone crazy. Juan offers the first catch to Zai Zai, but our girl is a bit hesitant about the presentation. One of the guys decides to take over the BBQ duties for Zai Zai to show off. Our girl smiles, thinking it's sweet, while Juan is in the background wondering what their deal is. Unfortunately, he's a terrible cook, and the fish comes out looking like a literal piece of charcoal. Everyone just stares at the burnt disaster in dead silence. Zai Zai tries to defend him, saying it's just his first time and it's okay if it's a little dark. She tries to take a look, but he's too embarrassed to let her see the evidence of his failure. The others warn her that eating that thing is basically a death sentence. Zai Zai tells them to stop being mean and snatches the burnt fish away. She gives them a lecture on how these animals sacrifice themselves, so they shouldn't be wasteful. She insists that the outside is just charred and the inside might be fine. Narrator, it was not fine. She peels it open to find it's pitch black all the way through. The guys can't help but snigger at her stubbornness. Zai Zai refuses to give up and finally finds one tiny, unblackened speck. She pops it in her mouth and aggressively claims it's yummy. The others are stunned by her dedication. Huan takes a bite too and admits it's actually not that bad. Thankfully, the wild chicken is finally ready and actually looks edible. The smell is heavenly this time. Zai Zai makes sure to feed the guys herself, keeping the chaotic group happy. She tells them to hurry up and eat because they have to get back on the road. As they prepare to leave, Huan asks to follow them to find the netherbone grass. The guys give her a total killer gaze, clearly not wanting another passenger. Huan promises she can be the group's personal chef. Zai Zai is worried about her being alone and agrees to take her back to the mountain. Huan is over the moon while the guys are just annoyed at the new addition. As the group rides off together, a mysterious presence watches them from the rustling bushes, and things are about to get even more chaotic. A mysterious servant reports to their master that the fox has successfully joined the group. The master, a woman with eyes that scream main antagonist energy, commands that they focus on strengthening their spirit energy before making a move. It's a waiting game now, and she's playing for keeps. Meanwhile, back at the manor, the cherry blossoms are falling, but the mood is anything but peaceful. The old madam is on a warpath, demanding to know where the heck Princey has disappeared to. Mo Ying tries to play it cool, claiming the prince is just swamped with official work. But Grandma isn't buying it for a second. It's been 5 days, and her patience has officially evaporated. She pivots the interrogation to our girl, demanding to know why the princess consort is also missing from the mansion. When Mo Ying keeps his lips sealed, she decides she's had enough of the secrets. She calls for the guards to drag him away and lock him up until he's ready to talk. With a frustrated slam of her fist, she curses our heroine Yun Zai for being a magnet for trouble. She's convinced Yun Zai is the reason for all this chaos and demands to be taken to the palace immediately. Elsewhere, Ma Chai is frantically searching for the missing couple. He sprints through the landscape with the grace of a caffeinated squirrel until he finds a specific ancient tree. He starts physically assaulting the bark, screaming for a stinky old man to show his face. A tiny, bearded spirit pops out, telling him to watch his manners. The spirit plays dumb at first, making Ma Chai's blood pressure skyrocket. After some frantic searching through his scrolls, the old man compares Ma Chai to a very unflattering drawing. Ma Chai is absolutely offended by the comparison, but he doesn't have time for a vanity crisis. He demands a forecast on where Yun Zai and Princey are hiding. The spirit claims he doesn't do forecasting, but he spills the tea anyway. Yun Zai was looking for netherbone grass to heal some broken bones. Armed with the location of Spirit Cloud Mountain, Ma Chai blasts off like a rocket. Cut to a bustling town where the air smells like delicious street food. Our team is only a day's journey away from their destination. Our girl Yun Zai is immediately distracted by the local delicacies. She gets into a savage little spat about whether she's a spirit or just a hungry animal. Little do they know, eyes are watching them from the shadows, tracking their every move. Yun Zai tries to follow the group to stock up on supplies, but she gets caught up in some petty drama between the companions. Hands are inspected and attitudes are checked, leading to some classic Chibai-style bickering. Prince Yi, being the ultimate possessive lead, decides he wants some quality alone time with his lady. He suddenly develops a very convenient chest pain, demanding she let him lean on her shoulder. He pulls the husband card with zero shame, making sure everyone knows she belongs to him. While the others laugh at his transparent acting, he keeps the pressure on. The sheer audacity of this man leaves everyone stunned. At the food stall, Yun Zai tries to be practical, ordering biscuits that will last for the long trek. Princey insists on buying her favorite Bayazi instead. She tries to explain that they have a budget to stick to and a room to rent, but he just smirks and whips out a royal plate. Our girl is skeptical, thinking a piece of metal won't pay for lunch, but the shopkeeper's eyes nearly pop out of his head. He's so terrified by the royal status that he offers everything for free. When the boss calls him a caring big brother, the prince shuts that down fast. He's the husband, thank you very much. Yun Zai is dying of embarrassment as they walk away. She tries to focus on her Bayazi, but the prince gives her a look so mesmerizing she nearly forgets how to breathe. Meanwhile, in a much darker room, a fox-eared girl finally lets her guard down. She's being grilled about her secret orders. She claims she doesn't know the full plan, but she's quick to snap back when her status as a fox spirit is insulted. I'll just ignore you, the fox girl huffs, clearly done with the conversation. Our heroine tries to call her back, but she's already storming off in a huff. The little spirit looks absolutely stunned by the audacity of it all. She clenches her fist, barely containing her rage as she realizes she's not even qualified to talk back to him. Princey just stands by, watching the mini-drama with his usual cold indifference. Later, as they walk through the town square, our girl can't help but quiver with suppressed laughter. Princey is genuinely confused, wondering what on earth has her so happy. She flashes back to the local official, practically face-planting on the ground to greet them. The man was desperate to please, begging for orders from the prince. When the prince mentioned he needed a little cash, the official didn't just open his wallet, he sent his servants scrambling. They came back hauling a massive, heavy chest, overflowing with pure gold bars. The official was practically drooling, offering up his entire fortune just to get on the prince's good side. But our girl is savage. She just picks up one tiny piece of gold and says that's plenty. The official nearly has a heart attack, insisting they take the whole hoard. He claims it's his absolute honor to fund their trip, but they just wave him off, claiming the gold is way too heavy to carry, leaving the man in a state of total shock. He's devastated, watching his chance at a promotion walk right out the door. But then the prince turns back with a chilling question: exactly when was he appointed? The official smugly says it's been about a year. The prince does the math instantly. A year's salary is peanuts, so where did all this gold actually come from? Caught red-handed, the official starts sweating bullets as the prince orders him to return every cent to the people he stole it from. The man frantically agrees, terrified for his life. Meanwhile, our heroine is busy fangirling over how powerful the royal plate is. Apparently, being a prince means you never have to pay full price for anything in the country. Back at the estate, the official is miserably dividing up his loot, his hand trembling as he lets go of his precious wealth. His daughter and wife burst in, demanding to know why he's throwing away their inheritance. He explains that the prince wasn't just ungrateful, he was suspicious. But his daughter has a devious look in her eye. She tells her father not to panic yet. Once they know his secret, they won't have to be afraid of him anymore. Back in town, our duo comes to a sudden halt. Our girl is distracted by a shiny new storefront. She spots a tailor shop and her eyes light up. Looking at her own tattered dress, she decides it's time for a major glow-up. Prince Yi, being the ultimate sugar daddy, agrees immediately. While they shop, the fox girl is out in the woods taking her anger out on a tree. She can't stop thinking about the prince's words. She's absolutely fuming. Suddenly, she hears a rustle in the bushes. She doesn't hesitate, launching a kick at the intruder. She dives into the foliage and grabs hold of a mysterious purple mask. She's caught a weird green-skinned spirit who begs her not to pull his mask off. She demands to know what he's doing there. The creature stammers that he's just following orders to deliver some spirit medication. He promises to give it to her if she just lets him go. Apparently, this stuff will give her powers a massive boost. Back at the shop, the tailor brings out a new outfit for our heroines. She ducks behind the curtain and emerges in record time. The transformation is stunning. Prince Yi is completely speechless, his jaw practically hitting the floor. She nervously asks if it looks weird, but he manages to choke out that she's simply too beautiful. The tailor starts gushing, saying they look like a match made in heaven. But the mood shifts when our girl asks for another set of men's clothing. Prince Yi's face falls instantly. She notices his sudden gloom and asks what's wrong. He plays it cool, saying it's nothing. But then he can't help himself. He demands to know exactly who those men's clothes are for. Ooh, someone's getting jealous. Our girl has some new threads for her man, but the delivery is a total disaster. They start bickering like a married couple immediately. He literally steps on the gift to make a point, leaving her absolutely stunned. She screams that he's gone crazy, but he finally caves and grabs the bundle. Still, he can't resist being a petty king and demands she doesn't tell a soul. He reaches out with a serious vibe, catching her completely off guard. Then out of nowhere, he swoops in for a savage, heart-stopping kiss. He claims it's just a reward because he hates her worrying about other guys. Our poor heroine is left blushing and buffering, wondering why he's so jealous. As the sun sets on their chaotic romance, they head back to the group. Her friends are absolutely floored by how gorgeous she looks. She takes the compliments with a graceful smile, looking like a literal goddess. But the romantic mood is short-lived when he decides to return the favor by chucking a gift at someone. The clothes smack his target right in the face. He blocks any complaints with a stoic look. To everyone's surprise, the recipient actually loves the vibrant new outfit. He's over the moon and thanks her profusely. But our male lead isn't having any of that gratitude and snaps that it's his reward to give. The disbelief is real. He demands the clothes back immediately, and a literal tug-of-war breaks out. This is straight-up robbery in broad daylight, and it's peak comedy. The girls can only watch from the sidelines, totally done with these two-man children. Thankfully, a maid arrives with some spa supplies. The girls are hyped for a relaxing soak, deciding to leave the boys to their nonsense. But the little fox spirit isn't about to be left behind. He begs to join the ladies in the hot spring. Our girl isn't having it, calling him out for being a thick-faced animal. That's when he reveals his secret weapon, transforming into a stunning lady. She insists she's a lady with certain assets. The boys are absolutely livid, telling her to stop changing forms so casually. They call her a naughty little brat, and the physical comedy ramps up as she gets knocked over. She's struggling on the floor. But the guys have a devious idea for a test to prove her gender. They wear the most suspicious smirks you've ever seen. The fox girl is genuinely terrified now. She screams for them to stay away, and her cries echo through the trees. Poor thing ends up completely defeated on the ground. Meanwhile, the night falls over the serene gardens. Our girl finds the massive hot spring and prepares for some peace and quiet. Suddenly, she hears something in the shadows. She demands to know who's peeping, looking ready to throw hands. Turns out it was just a tiny hedgehog passing through. She finally dips into the steaming water, letting the stress melt away. Back at the house, the boys are still arguing about who gets to go next. He claims he's just being a gentleman, but nobody is buying that load of nonsense. He insists on heading to the spring himself, but he gets stopped by a literal hair-pulling moment. They threaten to whack him if he takes another step. He's worried about outsiders peeping, which is totally a cover for his own jealousy. He tries to pull the I'm a king card to get his way, warning them not to follow him. He storms out into the night, cornering a servant to find exactly where our girl went. He rushes to the spring, calling out for her. He calls out for her again, his voice echoing in the mist. But as he reaches the edge, he sees her discarded clothes. His heart drops as he realizes she might be in trouble. Suddenly, something sharp whistles through the air. This mysterious guy catches a message midair like a total boss. It's a note about Yunzai, and he immediately knows something is horribly wrong. He doesn't waste a second, bolting out of the courtyard while his companions struggle to keep up. They're shouting after him, wondering where the heck Yunzai has disappeared to this time. But our man is already leaping across the rooftops, driven by pure instinct and a whole lot of worry. Meanwhile, the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife as the sun sets over the palace. Our poor heroine finally wakes up, only to find herself tied up like a holiday roast on the cold floor. She tries to wiggle free, but those ropes are definitely not for show. Squinting through the haze, she realizes she's in a completely unfamiliar and very creepy courtyard. Then she hears a voice that sends an immediate chill down her spine. It's none other than Chu Jiao, looking like she's ready to win the Villain of the Year's award. Our girl stares up at her former rival, who's currently gloating in her finest silk. Naturally, our heroine demands to know why she was kidnapped and brought to this dump. Chu Jiao just smirks, slowly closing the distance with a predatory look in her eyes. She grabs our girl's chin, forcing her to look at the face of her own downfall. The villainess starts ranting, blaming our heroine for every single misfortune in her life. She's completely unhinged, screaming about being chased out of the mansion and losing everything. But our heroine is a total savage and tells her straight up, this entire mess is her own damn fault. That bit of honesty earns her a raised hand, as the villainess prepares to deliver a nasty slap. But wait, our girl isn't defenseless. She raises her foot, ready to kick some sense into this lady. Chu Jiao is absolutely stunned that her prisoner still has this much fight left in her. She turns her rage on her henchwoman, screaming about why the heroine's legs weren't tied. The poor servant tries to explain the muscle-weakening drug failed, but the boss lady isn't hearing any excuses. So they double down on the security, tying our heroine firmly to a massive pillar under the moonlight. Chu Jiao leans in close, promising to bash her beyond recognition. Even bound and cornered, our girl doesn't flinch, daring the villainess to actually try it. Suddenly, a scout arrives with news that the guest of honor has finally shown up. A wicked grin spreads across the villainess's face as she prepares to go greet an old friend. Our heroine realizes with horror that she's nothing more than a pawn to lead him here. The truth finally comes out. Chu Jiao doesn't just want revenge, she wants Princey's life. Our girl can only watch in shock as the villainess prepares her deadly final move. Despite her pleas, the villainess just turns her back and walks away into the shadows. She's fully lost in her own madness, laughing as she leaves her prisoner behind. Hidden in the dark, a small blade glints, signaling that the real danger is just beginning. The atmosphere is suffocating as our heroine searches for any way out of this nightmare. The conspirators whisper in the corners, making sure every part of their trap is perfectly set. Our girl spots movement in the distance, someone is approaching. Chu Jiao decides to personally oversee the arrival, her heart full of bitter anticipation. She's greeted by the house manager, but she doesn't have time for petty pleasantries. But then she stops dead in her tracks when a familiar face appears before her. As they pass each other, the air crackles with years of unresolved resentment. Suddenly, a hand reaches out and grabs her arm, stopping her cold. She looks up, startled by the intensity of the man standing in her way. He warns her to stay away from Prince Yi, his voice filled with a desperate kind of concern. He calls her by name, clearly hoping there's still a shred of the woman he once knew left inside. But she pulls away with total disdain, refusing to listen to a single word of his advice. That's when another player enters the chat, mocking the man for wasting his breath. This new lady doesn't hold back, calling Chu Jiao an ambitious snake who will jump through fire for status. She tells him he's just being used, but he's too far gone to care. He looks her in the eye and admits that no matter how toxic she is, he's already made his choice. He walks away, leaving the other woman screaming into the void of her own jealousy. She can't believe she's being passed over for a woman who doesn't even love him back. But for him, the world has already narrowed down to just one person. She watches him leave, swearing that he will live to regret choosing her rival. Back at the pillar, our heroine is putting in some serious work trying to fray those ropes. She's struggling with everything she's got, refusing to just sit there and be bait. Suddenly, these weird little spirit creatures pop up with a dagger, looking like total agents of chaos. Our girl is genuinely confused. Are they here to help or just to mess with her head? They start scurrying away, and she realizes they might be her only ticket to freedom. But then a knife falls, and the little demons start panicking like they've been caught red-handed. She calls out to them, begging for a little supernatural assistance before the big showdown. They look at her with big dumb eyes, clearly having no idea how to be useful. The night grows deeper, and the silence of the courtyard is about to be shattered. A pair of boots steps onto the grass, moving with the grace of a hunter. Prince finally arrives, his expression unreadable as he enters the lion's den. And Chu Jiao is right there waiting, her trap finally ready to spring. Princey isn't here for a chat. He straight up accuses this woman of kidnapping his precious consort. She looks like she's seen a ghost, stumbling over her words as his cold gaze pierces right through her. Our girl is totally stunned by the sheer intensity of his freezing aura. She tries to play the victim card, asking why he only cares about the consort and not her own suffering. But Yi is a total savage. He tells her straight to her face that her life means absolutely nothing to him. Pushed to the edge, she threatens to kill the consort if he dares to say another word. That was the wrong move because Yi's eyes go full-on demonic with rage. In a literal blink, he lunges forward with terrifying speed. He's got her by the throat, looking like he's ready to end her right here and now. But she's just as chaotic, daring him to kill her so he'll never find his girl. He actually pauses, momentarily stunned by her sheer desperation. She screams at him to just do it, but he finally lets go, realizing he can't lose his only lead. She lets out a manic laugh, mocking the prince for finally showing a moment of fear. Meanwhile, our actual heroine is parkering across the rooftops like an absolute pro. She's frantically searching for Chu Jiao and the mysterious guy from before. Suddenly, something catches her eye in the distance. Bingo, she finally spots them in the courtyard below. She prepares to drop in and handle business. But out of nowhere, a massive hand snatches her. Her heart nearly stops in shock. A hand clamps over her mouth before she can even let out a scream. She tries to fight back, ready to bash the intruder's head in with a rock. But wait, it's just the scruffy guy who left her the dagger. He begs her to be quiet so they don't get caught by the guards. Our girl realizes he's actually an ally, though a very dusty one. Back at the pavilion, the drama is peaking as they look up at the tower. He demands to know what her true intentions are. She begs for just a tiny corner of his heart, looking pathetic. He gives her a cold, hard no without a single second of hesitation. He reveals her entire existence was only ever a tool to keep his grandmother happy. Watching from the shadows, our scruffy ally is fuming at how excessive the prince is being. Our girl asks what his relationship with Chu Jiao is anyway. He starts acting all shy and suspicious. He tries to deny it, but he's clearly sweating bullets. Finally, he admits the truth. He actually has a massive crush on her. The guy sighs, already knowing he doesn't stand a single chance. Our heroine encourages him to just tell her how he feels, but he thinks it's way too embarrassing. He knows that in her heart, there's only room for Prince Yi. He looks at his reflection, comparing his scarred skin to the prince's perfect, fair face. Our girl tells him he's being ridiculous. He can't compare to Yi even if he was scarless. He's totally dejected now, letting out a heavy sigh. But she softens the blow, telling him he has good qualities the prince will never have. Specifically, his loyalty and his true heart. He's stunned by her kindness as the moon hangs high over the palace. Back in the pavilion, the conversation has turned deadly. He is done playing games and demands she bring the consort out. The villainess rants about her suffering, but Yi reminds her that he's the one who banished her, and she's lucky to be alive at all. She looks like she's about to snap from the shock. He offers himself up for whatever vengeance she wants, as long as the consort is safe. She decides to put his love to the ultimate test. She pulls out a mysterious powder and pours it into a cup. It's a nasty poison that won't kill him, but will strip him of his martial arts and cause agonizing pain every single day. Without flinching, he picks up the glass. Our girl watches from the bushes, her eyes wide with horror. He asks if she'll keep her word if he drinks it. He actually starts to take a sip, ready to sacrifice everything. The villainess is stunned by his insane devotion. Suddenly, a blur of motion cuts through the air and the cup is shattered to pieces on the floor. Our girl has finally jumped into the fray to stop him. She's absolutely livid, demanding to know what he thinks he's doing. She screams at him for being an absolute madman. Does he not realize that drinking that would ruin his entire life? But before she can say another word, he grabs her arm. He pulls her into a crushing, desperate hug. He doesn't care about the poison or his martial arts. He's just relieved she's all right. Our girl is left blushing and speechless in his arms while the others watch the awkward reunion. The villainess is fuming, asking how she even got here. And right on cue, her scruffy admirer finally steps out of the shadows to face her. Xiaoyi is sweating bullets as he's confronted by a very heartbroken Chu Jiao-er. Our poor girl is literally in tears, asking why he'd betray her after everything. She's convinced that every man loses their mind the second they meet our heroine, and she's not having any of his excuses. In a fit of chaotic rage, she tells him she hates him and to get lost. Meanwhile, things aren't looking much better for Yu Ming and our girls. Suddenly, a pair of mysterious eyes watch them from the shadows. Before anyone can react, smoke bombs go off with a deafening bang. A thick, poisonous mist starts filling the courtyard, trapping them all. Yu Ming immediately moves to protect our heroine, covering her mouth to keep her from breathing in the toxin. Even in the middle of a literal gas attack, Jiao-er is still being savage and pushing Xiaoyi away. He begs her to stay close for safety. But then danger. A hidden weapon flies through the air, and Xiaoyi takes the hit like a total martyr to save her. He confesses his feelings with his last bit of strength, before collapsing right onto her. Jiao-er screams for him to wake up, but the poison is working fast. Another strike comes out of nowhere, and soon they are both out cold in the fog. Our heroine isn't spared either, getting hit by a dart and losing consciousness. Yu Ming roars her name in desperation, as a masked figure finally makes their entrance through the haze. He tries to stand his ground against the invaders, but the masked man is relentless. Our girl tries to warn him to cover his own face, but he's already inhaled too much of the fumes. He falls right into her arms, completely paralyzed. She pleads with him to wake up through her own coughing fits, but the darkness starts to take her too. That's when the real villainess, Ling Yao, steps out and orders her goons to bag them all up. Yu Ming struggles to keep his eyes open as they're hauled away, but eventually everything goes black. He wakes up to find his hands bound tightly to a wooden post. He's disoriented and wondering where the hell they've been taken, until he spots our heroine tied up right next to him. He desperately calls out to her, and she finally blinks her eyes open, looking totally dazed. They've been tossed into a prison room, and they definitely aren't alone. Turns out the whole squad got captured and tied to pillars like some twisted decoration. Our girl wonders if this was all Jiao-er's doing, but Xiaoyi points out she's a prisoner just like them. A sinister presence approaches the cell. It's Ling Yao, looking way too smug for someone about to get wrecked later. She claims her feelings were hurt because Xiaoyi didn't choose her. Jiao-er can barely keep her head up, feeling the lingering effects of the poison. Ling Yao starts hurling insults, calling Jiao-er a ruined woman, which prompts Xiaoyi to defend her by saying he only ever liked Ling Yao as a sister. Big mistake, Ling Yao absolutely loses it at being sister-zoned. Xiaoyi tries to bargain his own life for the others, but she's officially bored of him. He demands to know what she actually wants from them. She sashays over to Yu Ming and lifts his chin with one finger. She's decided he's the handsomest man she's ever seen, and she wants him for herself. Both our girls scream at her to get her filthy hands off him. Ling Yao just smirks, promising to show them exactly how intimate they're going to get. Yu Ming looks at her like she's a piece of trash under his boot. He calls her an ugly woman and tells her to get out of his sight, and honestly, the level of savage is off the charts. Ling Yao is fuming, threatening to make him regret those words. But suddenly she realizes she's lost control of the room. The roof literally explodes inward. Invaders start dropping from the ceiling like flies. A cat-eared boy and his companion crash through the debris to save the day. Ling Yao is screeching, demanding to know who these people are. The rescue squad is finally here, and they go straight for our heroine. They're horrified to see her hands are all red from the tight ropes. But because this is a drama, they immediately start bickering with each other instead of actually untying her. They're literally having a full-blown argument while she's still stuck to a pole. Yu Ming is just sitting there thinking, are you serious right now? As the total chaos unfolds, the group quickly tries to untie Yunzai while chaos erupts. This bitter lady isn't having it and orders her guards to seize everyone immediately. But our Spirit Fox friend steps up, offering to clear the trash. He starts charging up a massive bowl of energy that looks absolutely terrifying. The guards realize they've messed with a little monster and start screaming for their lives. He doesn't hold back, looking like a total savage as he unleashes his power. In an instant, the guards are frozen in place, unable to move a single muscle. The lady can only watch in horror as her surroundings start to crumble. And just like that, the guards find themselves tied up to pillars like festive decorations. She trembles, realizing she's dealing with a genuine monster. With the drama settled for now, the group retreats into the forest. They plan to make a move early in the mornings. Our girl looks a bit stunned by everything that's transpired. This guy tries to take all the blame for the kidnapping, telling them to seek revenge on him alone. They prepare to leave, but the vibe is still heavy. Suddenly, Jiao-er shouts for them to wait. Her man immediately grabs her hand, fearing she's leaving him. He desperately asks where she thinks she's going, He literally starts begging her not to go, looking like a total mess. The rest of the group watches this pathetic display with zero respect. He cries that he can't live without her, pouring his heart out in the most chaotic way. Our girl in the squad think he's even more shameless than the prince, which is saying a lot. Jae-er gives him the ultimate "are you serious" look. She snaps that she never said she was leaving, she just wanted to talk to our heroine. He immediately stops his drama, asking if she's for real. She tells him to dry those fake tears and get a grip. They move the conversation to a nearby pavilion for some girl talk. The two sit down and Jae-er immediately puts up her prickly front. She acts tough, asking our girl if she's not afraid of being harmed. She finally asks the big question, "Don't you hate me?" She admits she's caused so much trouble and nearly got our girl killed. But our savage heroine just shrugs it off, saying Jae-er already got the karma she deserved. Jae-er is left speechless by that blunt honesty. She admits that even after everything, she's still feeling a bit salty. She rants about how beautiful she is and can't fathom why the prince likes an unusual witch instead. Our girl is just like, okay then. She asks if the only reason Jae-er hates her is because the prince doesn't have a crush on her. Jae-er explodes, accusing our girl of snatching him away. Our girl points out that this Zaoi guy clearly likes Jae-er, but she just calls him ugly. Poor Zaoi is lurking nearby, getting his heart absolutely shredded. Our girl tries to defend him, saying his scar is just a bit scary. She claims his dark skin is actually a sign of health, not poison. Suddenly, she realizes the truth and teases Jae-er about actually liking him. Jae-er is completely stunned by the call-out. Our girl keeps teasing, knowing she hit the mark. Jae-er finally admits that even though he's ugly, he's gentle and treats her well. She realizes she wasted so much energy chasing a man who didn't want her, while a loyal guy was right there. The squad lurking in the bushes thinks this is top-tier entertainment. They finally pop out, surprising her. Jae-er asks how our girl even became friends with someone like her. Our girl just smiles and says she has a magnetic personality. Jae-er admits that she wouldn't even mind if that other lady became the princess consort. Our girl gives her a smug look, knowing she's winning. They talk about how the prince and his childhood friend grew up together. Then she asks the juicy question, what did he say on the wedding night? Apparently, he told her she wasn't even deserving to step into his mansion. The squad laughs, agreeing that sounds exactly like his cold style. But then she drops more tea about who is qualified to be his consort. Jae-er insists that the prince definitely likes our heroine. She explains that while he treats the other girl as a responsibility, he's never looked at anyone the way he looks at our girl. Our poor heroine is left totally confused. Jae-er tells her to come closer for the real secret. She whispers that on the first night of the wedding, the prince actually slept in the hall. The eavesdropping squad is dying to know what secrets are being spilled. He's ready to move out, but the tension is thick enough to cut with a sword. Our poor heroine Yunzai can only nod along as they head into the moonlit forest. The whole squad is on the move. But wait, we've got a side quest of romance as this man confronts Jae-er. He's still salty about her letting Yunzai go. He's terrified she'll leave him too, but Jae-er silences his whining with a savage move. The man is absolutely stunned. Her touch has him trembling like a leaf. They share a deep, emotional kiss under the stars. Meanwhile, the moon watches over a much more chaotic group. The gossip mill is running at full speed as they discuss Yunzai's disastrous first night. They're horrified that she was treated so poorly. One guy even claims he'd make her the happiest woman on earth if he were her husband. Yi Yuming has officially heard enough and tells the fools to zip it. But the insults keep flying. It turns into a total chibai brawl as they fight over who respects our girl more. Yi Yuming just wants some peace and quiet as he watches Yunzai walk away. He heads to her room and gives the door a firm knock. He's practically begging her to open up. But Yunzai is done with the drama for tonight and tells him to go find his other consorts. He doesn't take no for an answer and starts banging like a madman. Our girl is losing her mind. She covers her ears, but the noise is relentless. The banging is so loud it's waking up the entire neighborhood. Finally, a grumpy neighbor storms out to see what the hell is going on. Yi Yuming gives him the deadliest side-eye in history. The neighbor keeps yapping, completely unaware he's flirting with death. Yunzai finally steps out to handle the mess. The neighbor is instantly on the floor begging for mercy once he realizes who he's talking to. Yi Yuming remains cold as ice. Our girl just sighs and walks away, leaving him standing there like a rejected puppy. He looks genuinely hurt. Yunzai starts questioning her own feelings, wondering why her heart is acting up. She looks back, startled by his sudden softness. She's blushing hard, feeling the weight of their complicated history. The night continues to be a mess. Yi Yuming kicks his own door open in a fit of rage. The rest of the group is shocked to see him back so soon. His rival can't help but laugh at the rejection. Yi Yuming snaps and grabs the guy by the collar. He's ready to throw hands. Even our little fox girl is stunned by the violence. Actually, scratch that, she's placing bets and cheering for knockout. It's a complete dust cloud of chaos. They're literally tearing each other apart in chibai form. Yi Yuming is fuming, promising to make them both suffer for his bad mood. The fox girl decides it's time for a tactical intervention. She sneaks over to Yunzai's door while the duke hides in the shadows. Yunzai finally opens up looking exhausted. The fox girl makes up a lame excuse about their departure time. Then she uses a little magic trick to create a distraction. Yunzai is confused as something small darts across the floor. It turns out to be a super cute mouse. Yunzai breathes a sigh of relief, thinking it's just a harmless critter. The fox girl makes her exit, mission accomplished. Our girl closes the door, ready for bed. But her instincts scream that something is wrong. Suddenly, a pair of strong arms wrap around her in a desperate back hug. She struggles, but he's not letting go this time. He whispers into her ear, pleading for her not to be mad. She tries to deny it, but her face says it all. She claims her mood has nothing to do with him, but her voice is trembling. He gently turns her around to face him. Our heroine is glowing red from embarrassment. He looks deep into her eyes and confesses that he simply cannot exist without her. Yunzai is completely frozen as the duke finally lays his heart bare. Our girl is absolutely done with the drama, throwing some serious shade at the guy's arrogance. He's left totally speechless as she drops the heavy truth about their shared childhood. She finally brings up the one thing that's been eating at her, his plan to take a concubine. He tries to explain, but she cuts him off, praising how gentle and pretty the other girl is. He can see where this is going, and his brow furrows in pure frustration. She insists that the girl deserves better than a secondary title, and even claims she doesn't mind giving up her own status. That's the final straw for him, and he grabs her arm with a sudden, savage intensity. Our poor heroine winces as his grip tightens. He's absolutely livid, demanding to know if being his princess consort is really that unimportant to her. She stammers, caught off guard by his sudden explosion of emotion. He looks her dead in the eye, asking if he's truly that insignificant in her heart. The tension is suffocating as he presses her for an answer right now. They lock eyes in a silent, agonizing standoff. He snaps, accusing her of not caring about him at all since she's taking so long to speak. Finally, our girl has had enough of being the one pushed around. She explodes, screaming that enough is enough and he's the one forcing her into this corner. She's tired of him making it seem like everything is her fault when he's the one who caused the chaos. They stare at each other in a stunned silence for a heartbeat. She admits she's just confused and feels terrible that someone else is getting hurt because of their relationship. Her heart is in actual pain and the tears finally start to flow. She yells that he's the one who put her in this miserable situation. He grabs her hands, trying to anchor her, but she just breaks down, sobbing that she hates what she's become. Seeing her fall apart finally breaks through his anger. He pulls her into a tight, desperate hug. He whispers an apology, taking the blame for everything and begging her to stop crying. She just clings to him, calling him a jerk while he holds her close. Meanwhile, outside, the other guys are realizing they're definitely not getting any sleep tonight. A sassy fox girl appears, sensing the romantic chaos in the air. She teases the guy, asking if he's got a crush on our heroine too. He doesn't even try to hide it, admitting it's pretty obvious. He remembers how she saved him when they were kids, making his loyalty rock solid. She turns the question on him, but he's playing hard to get and refuses to say a word. He's keeping his secrets locked tight. They bicker like an old married couple, totally ruining the peaceful night. Under the bright moon, they share a rare moment of quiet reflection. Somewhere in the distance, a mysterious figure seems to be watching over the scene. Back to the main couple, he gently wipes her tears and tells her not to cry. He confesses that his jealousy is just a part of his human emotions, and he can't bear the thought of sharing her. Our girl is stunned by his raw honesty. He explains that the day she left, he actually wanted to discuss something totally different. He wasn't planning a wedding for someone else. He was looking for a way to get her leg fully treated. Her jaw drops as she realizes she completely misunderstood his intentions. He swears he will never take another woman because his heart only has room for her. He only agreed to the other marriage out of a sense of duty, but meeting her changed everything. He didn't know what real love was until she crashed into his life. He holds her like she's the most precious thing in the world. He promises to handle his grandmother and ensure everyone finds their own happiness. Our girl finally feels a sense of peace as she agrees. But he's not done yet. He makes her promise to never run away again and to face every challenge together. They share one last, lingering hug in the moonlight. As the autumn leaves fall, the group prepares to head out. The guys look absolutely exhausted from the overnight drama while our girl looks refreshed. The bickering continues as they tease each other about finding wives of their own. They set off, the tension finally replaced by a sense of purpose. They gallop away from the mansion, heading toward their next destination. High in the mountains, the scenery is breathtakingly calm. 3 mysterious men are gathered in a secluded pavilion for tea. The atmosphere is heavy with hidden agendas as the tea is poured. They move with a grace that suggests they're more than just simple scholars. One of them mentions his recent trip to the city. The others listen intently as he drops a bombshell. He reveals that he crossed paths with Yunzai. A hand pauses midair, the mention of her name sending a ripple of shock through the group. He picks up the teacup, the atmosphere heavy with the weight of ancient secrets. Little Zai Zai was always a handful, even back then in her previous life. The brown-haired man asks the immortal white-haired master how our girl is actually doing lately. He can only look away, knowing the heavy fate she's currently carrying. If you're so worried, why don't you just go visit her yourself? The news that Yunzai is having a hard time hits him like a physical blow. He mentions meeting him, and let's just say the vibes were absolutely rancid. Since they're both mortals now, they've lost every single memory of their past lives. The monk notes that everything is proceeding exactly as the heavens intended. But even without his memories, that man's jealous streak hasn't changed a single bit. In fact, he's even more savage now, threatening to destroy entire bloodlines if anyone dares to get close to her. The master can only offer a small, knowing smile at the predictable chaos. Meanwhile, our group finally reaches Spirit Cloud Mountain, a place shrouded in mist and mystery. They cross a precarious bridge, but the tension in the air is thicker than the fog. This guy is already starting an argument, clearly not trusting the directions they're following. He accuses everyone of being sneaky and cunning, because apparently projection is his favorite hobby. Our girl is totally disgusted by his lack of team spirit and constant whining. They try to stay focused on the goal, crossing the bridge to reach the mountain peak. Suddenly, the group stops dead in their tracks as the air turns cold. Our fox-eared girl senses something dangerous lurking in the shadows. He grips his sleeve, preparing for a fight as the mood shifts instantly. She realizes they definitely aren't alone in these woods. Something dark and monstrous is watching them from the trees, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Back at the temple, the master sets his cup down as the conversation turns to the inevitable tragedy. He pours more tea, wondering if the immortal knew all along that she would end up with him again. The answer is a simple, painful yeah. Why let them repeat the same cycle when they could have changed their fate? He flashes back to the nightmare of her previous life, where she was surrounded by devouring darkness. The spirits was screaming for her soul, ready to tear our poor heroine apart. In a flash of steel, he tried to cut through the nightmare to reach her. Lightning crackled as he unleashed his full power to save her from the void. He moved like a god of war, desperate to change the ending of her story. He screamed her name, but the distance between them felt like an eternity. The sky was torn apart by the sheer intensity of his grief. He finally found her lying broken and pale on the cold ground. He gathered our girl into his arms, begging her to just open her eyes. She looked up at him one last time, whispering that he finally came for her. He desperately tried to transfer his life energy to her, refusing to accept the end. But she stopped him, her hand weak as she realized her time had run out. Blood stained her lips and the light was rapidly fading from her eyes. With her final breath, she pulled out the origin of a soul, a precious and final gift. She begged him to use it to find the man she loved in the next life. Heartbroken and defeated, he gave her his solemn promise. Her body began to glow with a soft light, dissolving into the wind. She vanished into a cloud of petals, leaving nothing behind but a lingering sorrow. He let out a soul-crushing scream that echoed through the empty void. He was left completely alone in a world that felt hollow without her presence. Back in the present, he admits he only let things happen because of that ancient, painful promise. The brown-haired man's hand shakes, unable to process the depth of that sacrifice. The master claims he has absolutely no regrets about the lonely path he chose. But his friend calls him out, asking if he's trying to fool himself or just everyone else. He can only sigh, the weight of centuries pressing down on his shoulders. Even the Chibis can see through his stoic act. He's clearly exhausted from holding it all together. The monk tries to offer some spiritual wisdom about the nature of existence being an illusion. But our girl isn't having it, telling him to shut up because not everyone is as detached as him. She's so annoyed she literally closes her eyes to block out his nonsense. She calls him an unreliable jerk, and the sass levels are absolutely off the charts. She even threatens to crush the poor monk like a mosquito if he keeps talking. They end up chasing each other around while the master just watches the chaotic display. Meanwhile, our main group pushes through the dense, thorny foliage of the forest. They finally break into a clearing, looking totally exhausted and covered in leaves. Look at them, they look like they just crawled out of a hedge backwards. He's fuming because they've been walking in circles for the past half day. Our girl nervously admits that even though she grew up here, her master never actually let her leave the garden. Wait, you have a master? Everyone immediately starts grilling her. Is this master a man or a woman, and do they look like a total snack? The girls are busy gossiping about how their master is actually a total babe. But the conversation quickly turns serious as they realize they need to move fast. They decide to head out immediately, but our girl is clearly having second thoughts about the sudden departure. They barely make it a few steps before they are forced to come to a screeching halt. Yi Yuming insists they have to rush back for the netherbone grass first, promising they'll visit her master another time. Our poor heroine reluctantly agrees, even though she's clearly pouting about the change of plans, while she's busy playing 4D chess in her head about who's going to benefit from all this chaos. A sudden splash from the nearby water catches them off guard. Ye Yuming senses something is seriously wrong. Before Yun Zai can even react, a massive surge of water erupts around her. Ye Yuming watches in absolute horror as the water takes a life of its own. He desperately lunges forward, reaching out for her hand. But he's just a second too slow and their fingers barely graze each other. He screams her name, but the mysterious current is way too strong. Yunzai is completely engulfed by the magical tide and dragged under. With a massive splash, she disappears beneath the surface. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Yuming dives straight into the depths after her. Deep underwater, a mysterious man with fin-like ears scoffs at their struggle. He manipulates the water with terrifying ease, creating a swirling vortex. Yi Yuming tries to fight the current, but he's quickly losing air. He struggles against the weight of the ocean, his movements becoming more sluggish by the second. As he begins to lose consciousness, his only thought is of saving Yunzai. Meanwhile, our heroine is drifting aimlessly until a mysterious hand finally pulls her close. Someone feeds her a glowing pearl to keep her alive in the deep. While Yunzai is being rescued, poor Yi Yuming is left floating away into the dark abyss. They're taken to the Moon Creek Palace, a breathtaking underwater mansion that looks like something out of a dream. Inside the Jade Phoenix mansion, the luxury is absolutely insane. The mysterious merman, King Yu, gazes down at our sleeping beauty and can't help but touch her face. He's been waiting a long time to finally meet her like this. Elsewhere in the palace, a servant informs the mistress that a random man was found at the bottom of the river. The mistress, Sui Yao, tells them to just patch him up and kick him out. But her mood shifts instantly when she hears that King Yu brought a woman back with him. You can practically see the jealousy radiating off her as she wonders who this intruder is. Back in the guest room, King Yu is still totally captivated by Yun Zai's presence. He thinks she's the most beautiful thing he's ever seen. But the romantic moment is ruined when Sui Yao bursts in, looking like she's ready to commit a crime. The poor maid is shaking in her boots as the mistress demands to see the master. Sui Yao doesn't hold back, telling him to send the woman away before she loses her temper. But King Yu has finally found what he wants, and he's not letting her go for anyone. He warns her that this is the one time he won't obey her orders. Sui Yao is absolutely done with his attitude and summons a glowing whip to settle this the hard way. Back on the surface, our favorite fox girl is groaning in frustration. Her companion asks if she's found any trace of the missing pair. She searched every single corner and is starting to spiral into a full-blown panic. She snaps at him, reminding him that she's just as worried as he is. He realizes he was being a bit of a jerk and immediately softens. He offers a sincere apology for losing his cool during the crisis. But the fox girl is already a sobbing mess, terrified that something terrible has happened to her bestie. Suddenly, another massive splash hits the shore. They look over to find Yi Yuming washed up and completely unconscious. He eventually sputters back to life, gasping out Yun Zai's name the second he opens his eyes. Under the autumn leaves, the search continues in earnest. Down in the palace, Yun Zai wakes up from a nightmare about Yi Yuming drowning. She sits up with a scream, her heart racing. She looks around the unfamiliar room, totally confused about where she ended up. That's when she hears the sound of a heated argument coming from outside. She recognizes the voices and realizes things are about to get savage. Sui Yao is currently going full villainous, lashing out with her whip. She swings with lethal precision, determined to get her way. The battle is intense, with neither side backing down. Sui Yao drops the ultimate threat, telling him she'll make him bald if he doesn't listen. King Yu is absolutely scandalized that she would dare attack his beautiful image. But the fighting stops the moment Yun Zai steps out and reveals she's finally awake. King Yu is overjoyed to see his little guest is okay. He tries to go in for a hug, but the sibling rivalry is still going strong as Sui Yao pushes him right out of the way. Our girl Yun Zai is finally reunited with her bestie Zai Zai, and the emotions are running high. Zai Zai can't believe she's actually back after hearing she got married, but our heroine knows it's a long story. As they catch up in the palace, Zai Zai praises our girl for facing every challenge with such grace. Suddenly, we see Zai Zai has finally cultivated her human legs thanks to her master's special methods. She's glowing with happiness, but wait, who's that lurking in the shadows? It's Zai Zai's brother, and he looks like he's seen a ghost. Our girl starts panicking because she was pulled into the water by some unknown force, and she needs to find the man who tried to save her. Zai Zai calms her down, explaining her people already rescued him, but the unknown force was actually her worthless little brother. The poor guy is hiding behind a pillar, absolutely dying of embarrassment. Zai Zai realizes that because our girl is wearing these specific red clothes, her brother thinks their childhood game of groom and bride is finally coming true. The realization hits the brother like a truck, and he turns a shade of red that shouldn't be humanly possible. Our girl walks right up to him, making him jump out of his skin. She realizes this tall, handsome man is actually her old childhood playmate, little King Yu. He's so shy he can barely breathe. But our girl just gives him a classic head pat, laughing about how he's still so easily embarrassed. Flashback time, back when they were tiny, Zai Zai and our girl were inseparable. They heard a sound and found a little boy crying behind the rocks because the other kids called him slow and chubby. Our girl, being the absolute sweetheart she is, decided to comfort the poor little guy. She promised to play with him so he wouldn't be lonely anymore. They even played a wedding game where she was the bride and he was the groom. Little King Yu was so happy he even snatched the wedding ball for himself. Back in the present, our girl can't help but pinch his cheeks, teasing him for growing up so well. He's totally lost in his thoughts of her, while she just laughs at how adorable he still is. Zai Zai watches the chaos, thinking her brother has become a total mouse around our heroine. Meanwhile, back on land, the boys are getting restless waiting for her to wake up. One of them tries to wake the other, resulting in a chaotic tumble. Yi Yuming finally shows up, looking cold and regal as always. He's ready to storm the place, but then the water starts bubbling. Our girl emerges from the lake like a goddess, accompanied by her mermaid bestie. The boys are stunned to see her safe and sound. But Zai Zai isn't having any of it. She hates men and isn't about to let them get close. She prepares a powerful blast of magic, sending the boys flying backward in a total panic. The impact is massive as the two forces collide, sending shockwaves through the forest. To everyone's absolute shock, he catches the glowing whip with his bare hands. Our girl can't believe her eyes, who just grabs a magical weapon like it's a piece of rope. The energy crackles between them, lighting up the woods with a dangerous blue glow. He looks her dead in the eye and demands they give back Yunzai immediately. Shui Yao isn't backing down and threatens to get nasty if he doesn't let go. But our heroine steps in, begging her to put the whip away before someone gets seriously hurt. Shui Yao gives a sassy little hum and finally decides to play nice, making the weapon vanish into thin air. As the tension cools, our poor heroine rushes over to check on him. She demands to see his hand, her face full of worry. Shui Yao watches from the side, looking a little guilty for the mess she caused. The sight of his bloodied palm has our girl in total distress, knowing how much that must sting. He looks incredibly gloomy, but she isn't having it and demands medication right now. She starts treating the wound with the utmost care, telling him to just hang in there. He tries to act tough, claiming it's just a small scratch. Our heroine isn't buying his tough guy act for a second, pointing out how deep the cut actually is. Shui Yao just gives a jealous little humph in the background. He keeps insisting he's fine, but our girl is officially in nursing mode and won't take no for an answer. Meanwhile, the merman is still chilling in the water, probably regretting his life choices. Our girl is so mad she goes full chibai, declaring she's done caring about him if he's going to be this stubborn. She turns her back on him, leaving him looking like a kicked puppy. She finally gets to work applying the medicine, her touch much gentler than her words. He softly apologizes, his voice dripping with regret. He hates that he wasn't able to protect her and let her fall into such a dangerous spot. Our girl quickly clears the air, explaining that they weren't actually in danger and the merman was just a friend who wanted to see her. Even with the explanation, he's still deep in his feels, feeling completely useless for being helpless earlier. She walks closer, trying to comfort the big drama king. But Shui Yao just has to jump in and call him useless to his face, savage. He takes the insult in silence, looking like the weight of the world is on his shoulders. Suddenly, the merman King Yu pipes up from the water, shooting his shot and asking Yunzai to marry him instead. He makes a grand entrance, splashing out of the water with zero shame. He claims he's more than willing to protect her, unlike the useless guy standing there. Shui Yao is having none of this kid's nonsense and tells him to get lost immediately. But our prince has had enough and grabs the merman by the collar. He asks with a terrifying chill if this is the one who dared to take his princess consort. He bravely admits it was him, which was definitely the wrong move. The prince is absolutely livid, his eyes glowing with a murderous intent. He flat out tells the merman he's going to kill him right here and now. Shui Yao screams in horror, realizing the prince is literally sucking the soul right out of the poor guy. Everyone panics as the dark aura consumes the area. The prince is surrounded by a terrifying purple flame, looking like a true villain. The merman is lifted off the ground, his energy being drained away while Shui Yao is bounced back by the force. Yunzai screams at him to stop, asking what on earth he thinks he's doing. The prince just coldly replies that the brat deserves it. Our girl desperately explains that King Yu is like a little brother to her, and she'll fight him if he doesn't stop. The word little brother hits him like a truck and he pauses to process the news. She demands he let go this instant. He finally releases his grip, letting the poor merman collapse to the ground. King Yu is left weak and gasping for air. Yunzai rushes to his side, telling him to stay quiet because he's in a bad way. She turns back to the prince, demanding he return the merman's soul. He just gives her a cold, blank stare. He tries to play dumb, claiming he didn't take any soul so he has nothing to give back. Shui Yao points out that she's never seen him do that before, but she's sure it's linked to the ring on his hand. Suddenly, the merman regresses into a little child and starts crying that he wants milk. The prince is so annoyed he kicks the child away with a swift swish of his robe. The little merman gets sent flying, crying out in pain. He starts sobbing hysterically, making a total scene about wanting milk. The prince is still in a murderous mood, but Yunzai steps in to shield the kid. He actually steps on the crying child, causing our heroine to go into a full-blown rage. She demands he fix this mess and return the soul immediately. The forest goes quiet for a moment as the prince stares at his hand. He finally relents, placing his hand on the merman's head to reverse the process. But the strain is too much and he ends up coughing up blood, stumbling back. Xu Yao watches him with a complicated expression. He looks down, exhausted from the magical backlash. Suddenly, a fox-eared girl appears, looking absolutely shocked by the chaos. Someone starts running, their feet flying across the grass. A whip lashes out again, cutting through the air with a whistle. They stand in the field, faces full of tension as the magic swirls around them. Yunzai tells everyone to pipe down as the prince begins to glow with an intense purple light. He looks like he's transcending, his eyes closed in deep concentration. With a final burst of energy, he releases the magic, hoping to set everything right. Our group is deep in the woods on a mission for the legendary netherbone grass, but they've been walking in circles for what feels like forever. Our girl Yunzai is starting to get suspicious, but the mermaid explains there's an ancient enchanted seal blocking their path. Suddenly, the tribe leader remembers the wizard doing something weird when they last approached the mountain. His companion is like, "Are you for real? You've been here before and didn't mention this." Turns out, our king of the tribe has the memory of a goldfish when it comes to important magical barriers. While the wizard was busy performing a life-saving ritual, this guy was literally napping and snacking in the background. Talk about a chaotic leader, he even tries to claim he was just resting his eyes. His friend isn't buying it, calling the current generation of the tribe totally useless. To help them out, the mermaid offers Yunzai a water spirit pearl, a rare treasure that will let her bypass the seal entirely. It's a massive gift, and even though Yunzai hesitates, the mermaid insists it's the only way to keep her safe. With the pearl in hand, our heroine is officially protected and ready to move forward. Meanwhile, the blue-haired elf finally wakes up from his nap, looking totally dazed. The first thing he asks for is Yunzai, but the mermaid delivers the cold truth. She's already gone. He needs to give up, but this man is obsessed, claiming human lives are too short anyway. He's been crafting soul-protecting jade for years just so he can stay by her side forever. He's convinced he's the only one for her, but the mermaid drops a major reality check. She reveals that Yunzai's husband isn't just some random human. He's from the magical kingdom and wields a ring that can dissipate souls in an instant. That ring isn't even fully awake yet, and it already almost ended the elf's life. Back with the main squad, they finally reach the cave where the grass is hidden. Little Huan tells everyone to hang on because things are about to get dangerous. She suggests that Yunzai should wait outside while the professionals handle the beast. Our girl isn't thrilled about being left behind, but the guys agree it's for the best. She's half convinced they are planning a revolt behind her back. The tension is thick as the trio prepares to enter the dark abyss. They step into the caves, the air growing colder with every footstep. Little Juan's fox ears twitch as she senses something massive lurking in the shadows. She signals for them to stop immediately. She recognizes the scent of the beast, it's an old friend. Yunzai, being the savage she is, catches up anyway because she's not missing the action. The group stares down the cave entrance, knowing a ferocious beast is guarding their prize. The plan is simple. The guys lure the monster away while Little Juan sneaks in to grab the netherbone grass. There it is, glowing in the dark, but the beast is literally sleeping on top of it. Just as they get close, the monster's glowing eyes snap open. It's grumpy, it's hungry, and it thinks the intruders smell absolutely disgusting. It sniffs the air, detecting the scent of humans and a fox trespassing on its turf. The tribe leader steps up, trash-talking the beast and calling it a black stump of coal. The monster doesn't take kindly to the insult and lets out a roar that shakes the entire cave. It lunges forward, ready to tear them apart. Chaos erupts as the battle begins, and the guys shout for Juan to make her move. She shifts into her fox form, whizzing past the monster like a streak of light. The beast is furious, lashing out with terrifying speed. A massive claw nearly takes our guy's head off, but his companion swoops in for the save. He offers a quick thanks, but the dark-haired guy is too savage to let it go. He tells him not to bother thanking him, since he's basically acting as his reborn parent by saving his life. While they argue like an old married couple, Little Juan reaches the goal. She finally finds the netherbone grass, and it's even more beautiful than they imagined. A massive red beast lunges from the shadows, its growl echoing through the cavern. It lets out a deafening roar, showing absolutely no signs of slowing down. Our girl Yunzai isn't impressed by the guy's simple plan to just kick it, reminding them that her people have literally been sacrificed for this mission. The beast doesn't care about their chat and charges forward with terrifying speed. Yunzai quickly channels her spiritual energy, ready to put this monster on ice. A glowing blue trap snaps shut around the creature, momentarily pinning it to the ground. The team stands their ground, but the beast's howling suggests this fight is far from over. Suddenly, a white flash zips across the battlefield, moving like a chaotic blur. Yunzai yells for everyone to move out while they still have the chance. Watching from the darkness, a purple shadow figure yawns, finding their struggle way too boring. Deciding to spice things up, the shadow fires a bolt of dark energy into the fray. The beast's power surges as it violently shatters Yunzai's binding spell. The shadow commands the monster to hunt down our heroine and bring her back alive. Our poor girl realizes they're being hunted and pushes her pace to the limit. The monster's hunger is palpable as its growl vibrates through the air. It lunges forward, nearly snapping its jaws shut on our running group. The glowing red demon is relentless, blocking their only path to safety. It lets out another roar that shakes the very foundations of the cave. Yunzai starts a desperate chant, pouring every ounce of her magic into one last seal. The blue energy cage manifests again, but the beast is fighting back with insane force. It breaks through the barrier in seconds, sending Yunzai flying backward from the backlash. Before she can hit the ground, a familiar boot steps in to stabilize the situation. Princey catches her just in time, his presence instantly turning the tide of the battle. With a savage swoosh, he carries her away from the beast's lethal reach. He unleashes a torrent of purple lightning, striking the monster with divine authority. The beast whimpers in pain as the power of the thumb ring finally takes effect. Little Nuo Mai watches in awe, realizing just how much power that ring truly holds. But the purple shadow creeps up behind her, pressuring the fox girl to make a move. It uses her little brother as bait, forcing her to choose between family and her friends. Nuomai trembles, promising she won't hurt them, she just needs that ring. Stealing her heart, she closes her eyes and prepares for the ultimate betrayal. Princey senses something is off, his sharp eyes scanning the shifting shadows. Nuomai's hand glows with a sinister green light as she strikes with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the energy is snatched away from Princey's possession. The prince is left stunned, wondering what just happened to his power. A massive explosion of energy knocks the entire group off their feet. They struggle to regain their footing as the dust begins to settle. Princey pulls Yunzai close, making sure she's unharmed in the chaos. She looks at him frantically, sensing the sudden shift in his aura. He reveals the devastating truth: the thumb ring has been stolen. Yunzai's heart sinks as she realizes their friend Little Huan was behind it. Nuomai stands there holding the glowing prize, looking completely torn by her own actions. Little Huan steps forward, claiming he only took it to protect his tribe. Yunzai is absolutely livid, realizing his friendship was nothing but a calculated lie. He tries to play the victim, begging her to understand his sincerity while holding the stolen goods. Our heroine isn't buying it, her chibai rage reaching levels that could melt the cave walls. She demands he return the ring immediately or face the consequences. He refuses, claiming the Chengyao tribe has nothing to fear once they have this power. The betrayal goes deeper when she realizes the Prime Minister was involved in this setup all along. The purple shadow interrupts their drama, reminding them that they are still in a death trap. The beast roars back to life, sensing the group's internal conflict. The ground begins to crumble as the monster prepares for a final, desperate strike. It lunges through the air, but a sudden impact sends it flying back. A powerful kick connects with the beast's skull, stopping it dead in its tracks. A mysterious white-haired warrior appears, cutting through the darkness with a blade of light. The shockwave from his attack clears the area, leaving everyone in shock. He lands gracefully, looking like he just stepped out of a high-end beauty salon. He casually asks if Princey is okay, acting like they're old buddies. Princey is understandably confused, demanding to know who this pretty boy is. The stranger drops a bombshell, claiming his name is actually Nuomai. Yunzai's brain short-circuits as she tries to process this impossible claim. He insists they're friends from Spirit Cloud Mountain, acting all hurt that she forgot him. Princey is suspicious, wondering how a random stranger knows his secret title. The imposter laughs it off, saying the whole mountain knows about their marriage. But the prince catches a familiar scent, realizing this guy smells exactly like Machai. The real fox girl has seen enough of this imposter and delivers a savage kick to his head. Nuomai is absolutely fuming because this boy doesn't seem to recognize her royal status. She's literally screaming her name at him, but he's more concerned about the suspicious scent she's carrying. He demands to know why she attacked Princey and where she got that nasty, evil-smelling fox power. Our boy is not playing around, sensing that something is seriously wrong with her aura. Before she can even explain her chaotic life, a massive purple energy beam tears through the cave. The boy barely has time to blink before he realizes they aren't alone in this dark hole. Nuomai gets absolutely wrecked by the shockwaves, hitting the floor harder than a dropped tray of tea. He shields her immediately, demanding the intruder reveal themselves. Out of the shadows emerges a literal purple nightmare, mocking his speed with a creepy grin. The boy doesn't recognize this freak, but the spirit claims it'll remember him even if he turns to ash. Nuomai is just trying to get her bearings while being held like a sack of potatoes. The spirit decides it's done talking and launches a lethal attack. Our girl realizes this isn't just any ghost, it's the evil spirit from King Wan's Jade. The cave becomes a literal war zone of crackling purple lightning and dark energy. Our hero leaps into action, glowing with a divine blue aura to counter the darkness. The spirit is genuinely shocked as the boy swishes through the air with savage grace. A massive explosion rocks the entire cavern as their powers collide. But then a new challenger appears, a purple-haired man who looks way too fabulous for a cave. He doesn't care about the small fry, he's here for one thing: the thumb ring. The guy refuses to hand it over, but the villain reminds him that this power isn't meant for human hands. Everyone is stunned as the villain flexes his overwhelming magical pressure. The man demands his ring back, but he's clearly outmatched by this flamboyant threat. The villain pauses, looking at the group and noting that someone looks strangely familiar. He starts acting all seductive and mysterious, making the situation 10 times more awkward. Our girl and her companions can't help but wonder if this guy is a man, a woman, or some kind of eunuch. That insult clearly hits a nerve because the villain's hand starts glowing with murderous intent. Sensing the shift in the air, the group prepares for the fight of their lives. He launches a massive beam of light, but our girl steps up with a protective shield. He tells them they've vastly overestimated their own worth. He unleashes a blinding purple swish that threatens to swallow them whole. Yu Ming's face pales as he realizes they are in deep trouble. He grabs our girl, pulling her close to shield her from the impending blast. The villain shouts that they asked for this, going full savage mode. A vortex of purple energy begins to spiral around them, trapping them in place. Yu Ming is suddenly lifted into the air, completely paralyzed by the magic. Our poor heroine screams his name in pure terror as she watches him suffer. The villain just smirks, enjoying every second of their desperation. Lightning crackles through Yu Ming's body as he's electrocuted by the binding spell. The white-haired boy can only watch in horror, screaming for the prince. A high-pitched screech echoes through the cave as the energy reaches its peak. Niomai jumps back into the fray, declaring herself the villain's new opponent. She charges her own purple flames, determined to save her friends. The villain isn't impressed, promising to kill her where she stands. In a flash of movement, someone moves faster than the eye can follow. Our girl tries to cast a spell to break the hold, but the villain just laughs at her effort. With a flick of his wrist, all her hard-earned magic simply vanishes into thin air. Niomai dives in for a physical strike, hoping to catch him off guard. She lunges with everything she has, but the villain is still one step ahead. Our girl refuses to give up, chanting a high-level spell with everything she's got left. A massive wave of blue energy pulses from her hands, aiming straight for the heart of the darkness. The villain is finally forced onto the defensive as the blue light wraps around him. He's genuinely rattled, demanding to know how she dares to go against their deal. Niomai spits back that his deal is trash and calls him exactly what he is, a despicable villain. Suddenly, a massive spirit manifestation appears, threatening to crush them all. The little fox spirit looks up in awe, calling out for her big brother. Niomai prepares her ultimate underworld fire fox power for one final stand. The villain just tells her to go ahead and try, his confidence unshaken. To everyone's horror, her fire fox power is being sucked away like it's nothing. The group stares in absolute disbelief as their last hope is drained. He decides to end it now, shouting for them to die as he releases a final blast. The cavern is filled with a blinding, world-ending explosion of purple light. Everything goes white as the power levels hit critical mass. When the dust settles, a mysterious, god-like figure has appeared, holding our girl in a dramatic bridal carry. Our girl is absolutely stunned as a massive wave of magical power suddenly surges through the air. The energy is violent, crackling with a dangerous purple light that threatens to consume everything. She tries to steady herself, but the flash is blinding as the space itself begins to warp. Someone catches her in the middle of the chaos, their presence as overwhelming as the storm itself. With a sharp swoosh, the magical pressure begins to settle, revealing a mysterious figure. He turns around slowly, exuding an aura of absolute authority that sends chills down her spine. This man feels like a force of nature, his gaze piercing right through her. Standing before her is none other than Qi Jiu, the legendary sage of the magical kingdom. He holds our heroine effortlessly, his power radiating in a brilliant, ethereal glow. Our poor heroine can barely process what's happening, her eyes wide as she looks up at her savior. He looks down with a hint of displeasure before effortlessly shattering the enchantment surrounding them. She lets out a small gasp, finding herself safe in the arms of the most powerful man in the realm. A faint, knowing smile plays on his lips, though his intentions remain a total mystery. As the magic clamors around them, she's lowered gently back to the ground. They land softly, the vast landscape of the magical world stretching out behind them. Far away, others watch the scene unfold, sensing the shift in the world's balance. He asks if he should go check on Yanzai, but his companion seems hesitant. He decides it's better not to disrupt her life any further, stopping in his tracks with a heavy heart. But a sudden realization hits him, his expression shifting to one of pure shock. Without another word, he takes off like a shot, his robes fluttering in the wind. His friend is left shouting after him, wondering where on earth he's going in such a rush. It seems some people just can't keep their promises about not interfering. Even the Chibai versions of our cast can't help but snark about how he was the first to run back. With a huff, he tells the monk he knows the way out and storms off. Meanwhile, the onlookers realize that the sage has awakened for one reason, and one reason only. He's back, and it's all because of that one woman who changed everything. A small spirit cries out for Xiao Ling as the sage continues to hold our heroine close. He looks at her with intensity, his voice a low rumble as he asks, "Who am I?" Our girl is completely lost for words, her heart hammering against her ribs. We cut to the majestic gates of the magical realm where things are getting heated. Our girl isn't taking no for an answer, demanding the guards return her friend immediately. The guards are totally unimpressed, calling her a punk and telling her to scram. She stands her ground, insisting they release Linzu so she can leave this place. She realizes that being thrown into the dungeon might actually be the fastest way to find him. But before the guards can move, a sudden commotion stops everyone in their tracks. The sage himself arrives, looking absolutely stunning and commanding the entire court. Our heroine's jaw drops as she realizes she's standing in front of Qiu himself. His attendant is furious that she dared to say the sage's name so casually. Qiu raises a hand to silence his subordinate, his eyes fixed on our brave heroine. She quickly switches to her polite mode, apologizing for trespassing while pleading for her friend's life. The attendant confirms they did find a trespasser a few days ago while on patrol. It turns out they're using poor Linziu as a human battery to keep their magical plants alive. Our girl is horrified, calling them out for their savage and cruel treatment of a human. She realizes she can't win an argument with the hot-headed attendant, so she turns to the sage. She bows deeply, promising that Linziu will be punished if they just let him go. But the sage just stares at her coldly, asking why on earth he should bother doing that. He tells her that the magical realm has its own rules and she needs to leave immediately. As he turns to walk away, she screams for him to wait, her desperation reaching a breaking point. The attendant sneers, thinking she's overestimating herself, but her fist is clenched tight. She's not done yet, and she's about to do something incredibly chaotic. She throws herself in their path, blocking the sage from leaving with a determined look. She shouts that she has something to say, shocking everyone with her sheer audacity. She offers to use her own magical powers to make their plants thrive in exchange for her friend. She even offers a magic enchantment on herself. If she fails, he can do whatever he wants with her. That definitely gets his attention, and the sage gives her a chillingly handsome smirk. As they walk away, the attendant is baffled as to why the sage would agree to such a deal. But Qiu is curious. He wants to see exactly what the human realm is up to this time. Our girl is led to her new quarters, which look more like a high-end resort than a prison. But there's a catch. The servant informs her she's stuck here until her work is finished. Our heroine tries to negotiate a visitation pass for her friend, but the sage isn't handing out any hall passes today. Left alone with her thoughts, she realizes she's got a major gardening project ahead of her if she ever wants to see a familiar face again. She steps out into the massive garden, trying to act like she's got a green thumb. This place is the back garden of the magical demon realm, and honestly, it's giving major enchanted forest vibes. She spots a ginkgo tree that's absolutely massive, but the soil is a total mess, and our girl knows she's got to start from the ground up. She touches the dirt and can already feel the heavy lifting her magic is going to have to do. Meanwhile, tucked away in a bamboo pavilion, the sage is busy looking brooding and handsome while doing paperwork. He's putting off some serious "don't disturb me" energy. Even from a distance, our girl can sense his overwhelming magic power. The man is practically a walking nuke. As night falls, the garden begins to glow with an eerie, magical light. Our girl gets to work, channeling her energy into the plants until she's practically a human light bulb. The effort is brutal, and she eventually collapses right there on the cold ground, completely drained. The sage happens to be passing by and notices the oppressive cold of the garden has suddenly vanished. He walks closer to investigate the little boy passed out in the grass. He stares down at her, probably wondering if she's actually dead or just a very deep sleeper. He leans in to check if she's still breathing. That's when he realizes our girl's manly disguise is about as thin as a wet paper towel. She mumbles about being hungry in her sleep, and the sage, clearly not used to dealing with cute stowaways, makes a hasty retreat. But he can't stay away for long, standing over her like a silent guardian. He watches as magic swirls around her in her sleep. Glowing energy begins to gather. He's genuinely shocked to see her body is self-recuperating at a ridiculous speed. Her power is so intense it's practically blinding. Nearby, his subordinates are also sensing the pure magical energy radiating from the garden. The next morning, our heroine wakes up tucked in under a warm blanket. She lets out a massive yawn, only to be startled by a voice welcoming her back to the land of the living. It's a tiny, bearded spirit man hiding in the tree. She immediately tries to play off her disguise, but the old man isn't buying the "I'm a man" act for a second. Panicked, she begs him to keep her secret, claiming she's just here to water the plants. Then she notices the blanket and asks if he's the one who tucked her in. He denies it, saying she was already covered when he found her. Our girl is left wondering if a secret admirer servant is looking out for her. She asks the old man where the water source is, determined to get back to work. Over at the palace, reports are coming in about evil demons rising in the north. The sage stays cool as ice, ordering a full investigation. Our girl finds the water source, but it's so bitter and cold it makes her teeth chatter just looking at it. She stands there trying to brainstorm a solution to keep her plants from freezing. Suddenly, the sage and his posse roll up. Our girl turns around, looking like a total snack in the morning light. The sage actually stops in his tracks, looking a little bit stunned by her presence. Of course, his white-haired subordinate has to ruin the moment by insulting her garden skills. Our girl doesn't hold back, delivering a savage comeback that leaves the guy fuming. They start bickering like children while she prepares to make a quick exit. The subordinate begs the sage to teach her some manners, but the sage just watches her walk away with an unreadable expression. She doesn't give them a second look as she heads back to her plants. After a long day of work, she sits down with a servant to go over the garden's needs. But her stomach has other plans, letting out a loud, chaotic growl. Even though she just ate, her magic usage has her absolutely famished. The servant heads off to grab a snack while the sage watches from the shadows. He dismisses his guards, wanting some peace and quiet. Left to her own devices, our heroine relaxes by the water, looking every bit the ethereal beauty she is. Sage is completely spaced out, lost in his own world and looking like he's seen a ghost. Our girl thinks she might have accidentally broken him with a simple jump scare. She turns to face him, trying to act natural while her heart does a little dance. He finally snaps out of it just long enough to ask if the chaos in the north is finally handled. Our heroine gives him a proper, respectful greeting, hoping to smooth over the awkwardness. But this man has the audacity to just walk right past her like she's a piece of furniture. She's left standing there wondering if she's actually invisible today. The sheer rudeness of this guy is honestly reaching legendary levels. She can't believe how arrogant he's being, not even acknowledging her presence after such a polite bow. Her friend tries to calm her down, explaining that Sage is just a cold fish who treats everyone like a peasant. Apparently, the old man in the back is the only one who can handle his moody outbursts. She calls out to the elder, hoping for a little more warmth in this frozen palace. Thankfully, Mr. Lingyi is way more approachable and actually has a sense of humor. And hey, at least there's plenty of delicious food to make up for the bad vibes Sage is radiating. Meanwhile, Sage is still brooding, his eyes practically shooting daggers at nothing while he tries to process his thoughts. While our girl enjoys a peaceful meal and laughs with her friend, Sage is busy ordering his shadow guards to start a secret investigation. Night falls, but Sage isn't sleeping. He's obsessively poring over ancient scrolls in his private study. He finds a specific image that looks suspiciously like our heroine, and the resemblance is uncanny. The realization hits him like a freight train, leaving him completely stunned. He looks absolutely gloomy, wondering how on earth this could even be possible. Even back at the office, he's a total zombie, ignoring everything happening around him. His attendants are sweating bullets, noting that his vibe is totally off and he looks ready to snap. They nervously ask if he's feeling sick, but he doesn't even blink. Then, in a sudden flash of movement, Sage reaches out and grabs Zhu Lai's arm with a desperate death grip. His gaze is intense, filled with a sudden chaotic hunger for answers. He pulls Zhu Lai close, his actions becoming totally unpredictable and savage. Poor Zhu Lai is left in a state of absolute shock, wondering what the heck just happened to his master. Sage stares him down with a look that could melt lead. Zhu Lai is trembling, trying to figure out why he's being targeted by this sudden outburst. He's completely lost in the chaos of Sage's strange and dramatic behavior. Finally, Sage lets go, releasing the tension for just a second. Zhu Lai lets out a massive sigh of relief, glad to still have his arm attached to his body. The silence in the room is heavy enough to crush a person. Sage eventually tells everyone to just get out and leave him to his misery. The attendants scurry away, gossiping about the Sage's total meltdown. They agree that he's definitely not his usual cold, calculated self lately. Zhu Lai tells them to drop it and let him be, but he's clearly just as rattled. He storms off into the night, leaving the confused servants behind. The maid is left standing alone, wondering why everyone in this palace is acting so chaotic today. Back in her room, our heroine is working late into the night, her brush flying across the paper. She finally finishes her writing, looking exhausted but proud of her work. The pink-haired maid is impressed, swooning over how beautiful and elegant the handwriting is. Our girl admits she practiced like crazy to get it this perfect. The maid offers to help her with a bath and a change of clothes. But our heroine quickly declines, insisting she can handle the bathing essentials herself. She prefers her privacy, especially when her mind is this cluttered. The maid takes the hint and leaves her to enjoy some quiet time. Under the cover of night, our girl sneaks out toward the secret hot spring. She creeps through the garden, making sure no one is watching her. Finding the spring empty, she prepares to soak away all her worries. But she's not taking any chances, setting up a magical enchantment seal for total privacy. With the barrier up, she finally starts to shed her heavy outer layers. She tosses her clothes aside, ready to finally relax. Our girl practically flies into the water, letting out a happy little cheer. The warm water feels absolutely heavenly after such a long, dramatic day. Nearby, other maids are wandering around the grounds. They're busy dreaming about serving the sage, totally unaware he's currently in a full-blown existential crisis. Sage senses something off while walking through the grounds. He finds our girl sitting in the middle of a glowing blue enchantment field. She looks completely lost in her own little world. Sage reaches out, his hand brushing against the shimmering seal. A sudden realization hits him and he starts to suspect the truth. He heads toward the bathhouse with a determined stride. At first, the room seems empty and quiet. Sage scans the area, finding nothing but steam. Suddenly, bubbles break the surface and our heroine pops up for air. She starts splashing around, enjoying her secret dip. Sage is absolutely stunned by the sight. Oblivious to her audience, she combs through her hair with a relaxed smile. She lets out a satisfied sigh, leaning back into the warm water. But Sage is still standing there, watching her every move. Her eyes widen in pure horror as she finally notices him. She lets out a piercing scream, demanding to know how on earth he got past her seal. She insists that her enchantment should have kept everyone out. Sage calmly asks why she's even here in the first place. Our girl argues that she was here first, but Sage drops a truth bomb. This is his private bath. She tries to play it off, claiming there were no signs. Sage just points a finger toward the wall. Sure enough, there's a massive sign stating it's for his personal use only. He coldly tells her it's time to get out and leave. Flustered, she tells him to turn around so she can dress in peace. When he refuses to budge, she stubbornly says she won't let him use the bath either. Sage simply says fine with a look that spells trouble. He starts unraveling his robes right in front of her. Our girl is shaking, screaming that he's going way too far. He casually suggests they just bathe together, causing her to lose her mind. He steps into the water without a care in the world. He reminds her that since they're both men, there's absolutely nothing to be afraid of. She covers her eyes in a panic, wishing the floor would swallow her whole. She trembles as he gets nearer and nearer. He starts splashing water toward her with a mischievous glint in his eye. He leans in close, his presence becoming overwhelming. She frantically splashes back, begging him to stay away. He reaches out and firmly grabs her wrist. Her eyes go wide as her heart skips a beat. With one swift motion, he pulls her toward him, creating a massive splash. In the chaos, her towel starts to slide down, leaving her completely exposed. Time seems to freeze as they both stare at each other in utter shock. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife as they lock eyes. Asterisk slap, asterisk, she delivers a stinging blow right to his face. Sage is left reeling, a bright red mark blooming on his cheek. Scrambling in the water, she reaches down to grab her towel. But her hand catches on something, definitely not a towel. Her face goes completely blank as she realizes what she's holding. She panics and delivers asterisk another asterisk savage slap to his face. She wastes no time sprinting out of the bathhouse at top speed. Sage is left sitting in the water, completely dazed. The gears finally turn in his head as he realizes that was definitely a woman. Back in her room, our poor heroine is huddled under the covers in a state of crisis. She realizes she's trapped here by her own magic and can't even run away. She groans in agony, wondering what on earth just happened. She can't stop the flashback of her hand grabbing him under the water. Her face turns a shade of red that shouldn't be humanly possible. She buries her face in her hands, desperately trying to delete the memory. Outside, Sage is sitting alone, looking like his entire worldview just shattered. He can't stop thinking about the moment her towel slipped. He stares off into space, looking completely stunned by the revelation. He tries to shake the scandalous thoughts out of his brain. But it's no use. The great sage is officially flustered and covers his face in shame. While Nuo Mai is busy playing garden inspector, he realizes the girls are actually doing a decent job. The girls are stunned to see the master himself poking around the bushes. Our girl gets a little spicy, asking if he's just here to cause trouble. But Nuo Mai surprises everyone by being a total sweetheart, praising their hard work. He admits he totally underestimated her skills. She's naturally suspicious. Why is this guy suddenly acting so nice? He gives her a wholesome speech about how plant lovers can't be bad people. They decide to turn this into a study session and learn from each other. Meanwhile, the sage is taking a stroll when he spots the two getting a little too cozy. He stops dead in his tracks and the vibe turns icy. His companion is confused, but the sage's eyes are locked on the scene. He watches them like a hawk and he is definitely not happy. Nuo Mai is oblivious, just happy to be learning something new. Our girl is focused on the plan to lift the enchantment, but the air is getting chilly because the sage looks like he's about to start a war. He is absolutely not vibing with this interaction. His fist clenches, someone is definitely in trouble. The pair finally notices the terrifying presence behind them. The mood goes from 0 to awkward real fast. Nuo Mai tries to explain that he was just giving some pointers. But our girl notices the sage isn't looking at Nuo Mai, he's staring straight at her. His gaze is cold enough to freeze time. The silence is absolutely deafening. Nuo Mai is sweating bullets, wondering what he did wrong. He nudges our girl to say hello, but she's basically a statue right now. She looks like she's seen a ghost. Instead of a greeting, she chooses the run for your life strategy and bolts. Nuo Mai is offended by her sudden exit. But then the sage turns his wrath on him, asking why he's got so much free time. Nuo Mai finally senses the murderous aura. As punishment for being too free, he's ordered to clean the hall and copy laws 100 times. Nuo Mai's brain literally short-circuits. He collapses in despair. He's sobbing like a baby over the injustice of it all. His friend tells him he totally deserved it. Nuo Mai is a chaotic mess, pouting and sniffing. He clings to his friend's leg, begging for answers. What did he do to deserve this torture? His friend is just as clueless as he is. His friend admits that's the first time the sage has ever looked that unhinged. Nuo Mai demands to know what that look meant, but he gets shoved away because honestly, it's too much drama. Nuo Mai screams into the void in pure frustration. His friend wonders if the sage was actually jealous. He watches Nuo Mai walk away, still trying to process the tea. He recalls that hateful expression and shivers. Yeah, the sage was definitely seeing red. Back in the garden, our girl is a bundle of nerves. Suddenly, a voice calls out to her. She nearly jumps out of her skin. It's the other handsome devil, and he's not letting her go easily. He brings up the events of the previous night. She gets defensive immediately, there's nothing to talk about. He leans in, asking if she's really a woman. She snaps back that she never said she was a man. He tries to explain himself, but she's had enough and tries to make a break for it. She wants out of this conversation right now, but he's way faster. He traps her against a tree in a classic Cape Dawn move. Our girl is trapped and totally flustered. She demands to know what he's doing. He drops a bombshell. Since she saw his body, she needs to say something. She's absolutely horrified by the logic. He's not backing down, insisting that in his realm, this is a big deal. Then he suggests he should take responsibility for her. Her brain is currently on fire. She rejects him at max volume and bolts. Let's just call it even, she yells while running for her life. He watches her flee with a very suspicious smirk. He's clearly enjoying the chase. Later that night, our girl is supposed to be working, but she's obsessing over that responsibility comment. She realizes what he was actually implying and hides her face in shame. Her friend walks in and catches her in a total state of panic. She points out that our girl has ink stains all over her face. Our girl tries to play it cool, but she's failing miserably. Thankfully, supper is served, saving her from her own chaotic thoughts. Our girl is just trying to enjoy a late-night snack in peace. But the vibe suddenly shifts as she catches a scent that feels all too familiar. She spins around, sensing a dark presence lurking in the shadows. Was it just her imagination, or is someone watching her every move? She tries to brush it off and goes back to her food, but the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Meanwhile, the big boss himself is having a full-blown internal crisis as his heart won't stop thumping. He's clutching his head, wondering why on earth he's acting so out of character. His brain is completely hijacked by images of our heroine, and he can't seem to shake her off. Looking out at the moon, he realizes he's finally lost his mind. He's officially gone mad, and he doesn't even know how to handle these surging emotions. A mysterious figure stalks the halls, their face hidden in the gloom. While our girl is lost in a deep sleep, he stands over her, watching her every breath. She's even talking in her sleep, leaving the cold lord looking absolutely baffled. He hides the second she stirs, waiting out the night like a total creep. Once he's sure she's out cold again, he peeks back out from the curtains. He stands there stunned, unable to pull his gaze away from her peaceful face. The intensity is real, but he eventually decides to make a quiet exit. He wanders off into the night, looking like a man burdened by 1,000 secrets. Morning arrives, and our heroine is still catching some much-needed Z's. Elsewhere, a silver-haired boy is struggling with his calligraphy, looking completely stressed. A single drop of ink ruins his work, and he looks like his whole world just ended. He's having a total meltdown because he's only managed to write 7 words all morning. Suddenly, a giggle erupts from behind the screen. He snaps, demanding to know who has the audacity to laugh at his misery. It's our girl, and she thinks his frustration is the funniest thing she's ever seen. She asks what he's so serious about, and he grumbles that he's copying the laws of the demon realm. She's confused as to why he's stuck doing such boring busy work. He explains it's an order from the sage, making her even more curious. She takes one look at his handwriting and roasts him for it being ugly, earning her a quick shut up. In another part of the palace, the Lord is having a serious chat with the legendary sage. They're discussing the recent trouble with the heaven realm. The sage warns him not to let pride cloud his judgment, but the Lord isn't backing down, claiming the demon realm fears absolutely no one. The sage reminds him of the long-standing peace they've managed to keep. Suddenly, the Lord's focus shifts, and the sage asks what's caught his eye. They hear more laughter coming from the nearby pavilion. The Lord storms in, demanding to know what's going on. The young boy jumps up in shock at the sight of the sage. Our heroine looks up and the air turns freezing cold. The sage recognizes her instantly, calling out to her as Little Ling. Our girl realizes she's in deep trouble as the Lord demands to know how they're connected. The sage confirms they go way back. Panicked about her cover being blown, she grabs the sage's sleeve. She drags him away immediately, claiming they have urgent business to discuss. The Lord and the boy are left standing there, completely speechless and confused. Once they're alone, the sage demands to know why she's in this dangerous realm. She explains that her companion was captured and she's essentially working off his debt. She insists that the troublemaker is actually a good kid at heart. The sage offers to intervene so she can leave this place for good. But our girl drops a bombshell, she can't leave yet. She shows him the glowing mark on her wrist, revealing she's under a pledge curse. She's trapped here until the pledge is fulfilled. The sage is absolutely fuming, but she begs him not to be mad. She promises she'll be done with her task and gone in just 7 days. The sage finally softens and pats her head, warning her never to pull a stunt like this again. Little do they know, the Lord is watching from the distance, and he is not happy with how close they look. The silver-haired boy is also scratching his head over their intimate relationship. In a fit of petty jealousy, the Lord glares at the boy and orders him to copy the laws 100 more times. The poor kid is left sobbing as the Lord stomps away in a jealous huff. Our girl and the sage remain in the garden, unaware of the chaotic storm brewing in the Lord's heart. Holy Yu King is wasting no time, transferring his precious spiritual energy directly into our girl. Our heroine is totally shocked, asking why he'd weaken himself right before heading out to fight monsters. He's clearly worried about leaving her behind and tells her the energy will help her finish her pledge in just 3 days. But then he drops a major warning. She absolutely cannot let anyone find out she's actually a lady. Our girl plays it cool, asking if he can really keep a secret like that. She realizes she can't tell him her identity was already exposed, or he'll never leave her side. The scenery is peaceful for now, but that changes the second the Lord himself walks into the garden. Holy Yu King asks the Lord to look after his righteous brother while he's away. Yu King tries to play it down, saying our girl is a loner and doesn't need much attention. The Lord smirks, promising that he won't let a single soul disturb her. Later that night, our poor heroine is tossing and turning in bed, wondering where the sage went. Her friend explains that the sage left at dawn because an ancient demon broke through the northern enchantment. Our girl is visibly disappointed, realizing she might not see him again before she has to leave. She immediately catches herself, wondering why on earth she's acting so dramatic over him. Her friend just stares at her like she's lost her mind. Fast forward 3 days later, and a massive surge of energy erupts in the garden. She checks her hand and realizes the pledge curse is finally gone. She offers a heartfelt thank you to Mr. Yi Ling for all his help. Even the local spirits look incredibly energized and happy to see her succeed. Her friend asks the big question, since the curse is gone, is it finally time to say goodbye? Our girl gives her some final instructions, trying to keep things professional. But it's a total tearjerker as they realize how much they're going to miss each other. Suddenly, the peace is shattered by Lin Ziyu, who's outside screaming for a one-on-one duel. Our heroine steps out and calls his name, ready to shut down the chaos. She scolds him for being such a brat and making everyone worry. He's still throwing a tantrum, insisting he needs to get even with the white-haired guy. He's stubborn as a mule, demanding his revenge. Our girl just stares him down with zero patience left. She gives him an ultimatum, keep acting up and she's done with him forever. That hits him right in the feels, leaving him completely stunned. He tries to act tough, shouting that he'll just go off and do evil things on his own. She tells him not to make her angry again. But then the little brat surprises her by holding out a glowing blue flower. This special bloom only grows in the deepest parts of the magical demon realm. We see a quick flashback of them together back in the realm. He had mocked it back then, calling it ugly and useless. Now he's blushing like crazy, claiming it just snagged on his clothes by total coincidence. She knows better, pointing out he must have used his own energy to keep it alive this long. The poor guy is dying of embarrassment now that his secret is out. She thanks him with a sweet smile, and even though he's still grumbling, he's clearly happy. Suddenly, they run headfirst into a massive energy barrier. Our girl is knocked back, clutching her head in pain. She realizes with horror that it's an incredibly powerful enchanted seal. They are trapped like rats in a cage. Lin Ziyu is panicking, demanding to know what's going on. Our girl is just as confused since she already finished her pledge. Lin Ziyu tries to blast his way through the barrier, but the energy just ripples, proving it's far beyond his power level. Our girl senses a terrifying presence behind them. The sage has returned and he looks absolutely lethal right now. Lin Ziyu has no clue who he is and demands answers. In a literal blink, the Lord vanishes and reappears. Lin Ziyu can't even track his movements. Before our girl can react, the Lord is standing right over her. She's shaking, totally caught off guard by his sudden return. He looks her dead in the eye and asks if she really can't wait to leave him. Lin Ziyu tries to intervene, yelling at him to give her back. The Lord doesn't even look at him, casually blasting the spirit beast away with one hand. Our heroine begs him to stop, promising she won't let him hurt her friend. The Lord just gives her a cold, demanding stare. Lin Ziyu is left groaning on the floor, completely outmatched. The Lord reaches out and grabs her wrist in a savage grip. He pulls her close and commands her to stay. He tries to claim she still has the pledge curse and can't leave. But our girl isn't falling for it, shouting back that the curse is clearly gone. Our girl is absolutely baffled because she thought her pledge curse was finally gone. But looking at her hand, she realizes in horror that the mark hasn't budged an inch. She's spiraling because she followed every rule to complete the pledge. Before she can even process the failure, our mysterious lead decides he's done talking and sweeps her off her feet in a sudden princess carry. He takes off into the sky like it's nothing, leaving everyone else in the dust. Someone tries to call out to her, but they're already long gone. They land in a secluded, beautiful garden, but our heroine isn't in the mood for a nature walk. She demands to know why he brought her here and, more importantly, who the heck he even is. She's completely stunned by his overwhelming presence. He tries to play it cool and asks for her name, but she just wants him to leave her alone. He's not taking no for an answer, giving her that smug "are you sure?" look. She tries to act tough, claiming she doesn't owe him any answers and that she'll just go find Yu King instead. But as he starts to walk away, she panics and finally blabs that her name is Lingyu. She gives him her full fancy title as a mystic fairy, only for him to drop a massive reveal. He is Ju, the sage of the magic demon realm. Our girl is completely unimpressed, wondering if this guy is actually just sick in the head. Then he drops the ultimate bombshell, declaring that from this moment on, she belongs to him. She's absolutely baffled by his sheer audacity. She immediately rejects the idea, but this man has zero chill. He calmly explains that he isn't asking for her permission, he's just stating a fact. She tries to storm off, but he reminds her that as long as that curse remains, she isn't going anywhere. He blocks her path with total confidence. Suddenly, the realization hits her like a truck. The only reason the curse reappeared is because of him. Meanwhile, over in the Heaven Realm, news of the sage's terrifying power is spreading fast. The generals are reporting that he single-handedly crushed an ancient demon that everyone else was struggling with. They're realizing that he's been hiding his true strength this entire time. Even Holy Yu King is getting summoned by the queen to deal with the fallout. You can practically see the stress lines forming on his face. Back in the demon realm, the subordinates are gossiping about how their sage has been acting totally out of character lately. They're gloating about how the Heaven Realm's pride has been completely shattered. They know the balance of power has shifted, and the other realms are rightfully terrified. Even if his methods are chaotic, they trust that their sage always has a hidden motive. As the group disperses, one member lingers behind with a dark look in his eyes. He realizes that the sage's sudden change is all because of our heroine. He summons a shadow assassin, ordering them to deal with her to clear the path. This guy is definitely planning something savage. Back in the garden, Lingyu is still trying to stomp away from the sage. Ju watches her go, realizing he might have actually made her mad. Suddenly, a cheeky old master appears, admitting he's been eavesdropping on the whole dramatic exchange. He teases Ju, pointing out that winning a girl's heart isn't as easy as winning a war. Ju actually stops to listen. He asks the old man if he has any bright ideas to fix his love life. The old man starts whispering a secret strategy into his ear, and you just know it's going to be chaotic. Fast forward to nightfall, and our girl is wandering through the pavilions. She's suddenly stopped in her tracks by the sound of beautiful, soft music. She turns around to see Ju standing there, playing the flute under the moonlight. She's completely caught off guard by how serene and handsome he looks. The melody is so enchanting that she actually finds herself swooning a little. She closes her eyes, fully losing herself in the moment. But then the music abruptly stops. She snaps out of her trance, looking totally disappointed that it ended. Little does she know, our poor sage is sweating bullets because he's been blowing that flute for 2 straight hours just to impress her. He plays it off smoothly, telling her he learned the instrument specifically for her. She's clearly flustered, trying to make a quick escape because it's getting late. But he's not letting her run away this time. He pulls her back, insisting that he has something very important to say. She tells him to let go, but her heart clearly isn't in it. He reaches out and the tension is absolutely electric. She can't believe how direct he's being. Before she can even breathe, he leans in and seals the deal with a savage kiss. They're locked in a heated embrace on the bridge. It leaves our heroine completely wide-eyed and breathless. He pulls back just enough to look her in the eye, and things are about to get even more chaotic. He looks her dead in the eye and asks the one question she wasn't ready for: "Will you accept me?" Our girl is blushing so hard she might actually combust, but she panics and slaps his hand away before bolting. She leaves him standing there like a lost puppy while she makes a break for it. Suddenly, a wild old man appears, commenting on the spicy drama like he's watching a K-drama marathon. She's absolutely savage, screaming at him for eavesdropping. The old man tries to play it cool, but he's already giving out relationship advice. Our hero is skeptical because his grand confession was a total flop. The old man tells him he needs to try anchoring, which basically means being so helpful he becomes unavoidable. The next day, our heroine is still a chaotic mess, her heart thumping just thinking about him. She's trying to walk off the awkwardness when her stomach decides to join the conversation. Right on cue, the man of the hour appears. He doesn't just show up, he brings an entire 5-star buffet just because she looked a little hungry. Later, she tries to catch some Z's outside, but the heat is absolutely brutal. Suddenly, she feels a heavenly breeze and the scent of expensive incense. She wakes up to find her arrogant sage, acting like a human air conditioner, fanning her while sweating bullets himself. He tells her to stay still so the sun won't hit her, and she realizes he's been standing there the whole time. She's genuinely stunned that the cold-hearted legend of the demon realm is being this extra. From that point on, he's everywhere, bringing snacks while she works and even shading her from the sun while she tries to ignore him. She tells him to go do his actual job, but he just asks if she's tired instead. Our girl realizes her protests are falling on totally deaf ears. The peace is broken when a messenger from the heaven realm arrives with a summons. The queen wants a personal meeting for her birthday and it smells like a trap. Even though she's worried, our girl tells him he shouldn't delay. The hero meets with the clan chief to get the details, wondering what that woman is plotting now. Suddenly, a crack of thunder shakes the room. Without a word, he grabs an umbrella and ditches the meeting like his life depends on it. He's sprinting through the downpour, looking absolutely frantic as he searches for our heroine. He's scouring the gardens, but she's nowhere to be found. She spots him from the safety of a pavilion and wonders what on earth he's doing. When she calls out to him, he looks like he's seen a ghost. She waves him over and he's looking like a drowned rat. She's baffled that he's soaking wet, but his only concern is if she got caught in the rain. Then she notices the most ridiculous part. He's holding an umbrella but was too busy worrying about her to actually open it. He's such a fool for her that he forgot how rain works. He insists on sending her back so she doesn't get sick. She's touched, realizing he ran all that way just for her. She tells him to go take a hot bath, but he refuses to leave her side. After a loud sneeze proves he's definitely catching a cold, she finally gives. They end up sharing the umbrella, walking side by side through the storm. She starts rambling about how much she loves the rain and the smell of the soil. She even promises to take him mushroom hunting next time, and as they walk, their feelings just keep getting deeper and deeper. The sage turns to her with a look that could melt stone, asking what it is that she truly likes. Before she can even process the question, he drops a total bombshell, confessing that he likes her. Our poor heroine is absolutely shook, her brain short-circuiting as she tries to find the right words. To hide her massive blush, she pivots to the weather, nervously asking if he just happens to like the rain. He plays along with a tiny smirk, admitting that he used to be indifferent to the weather. But now, he's decided he loves the rain simply because she does, and honestly, the smooth factor is off the charts. Our girl is swooning internally, her face turning a shade of red that rivals the autumn leaves. They finally arrive back, but he blocks her path with a protective stance. She immediately goes into mom mode, telling him he needs to hurry inside and take a hot bath before he freezes. She's genuinely worried he'll catch a cold after staying out in the storm for her sake. Just then, a maid appears, announcing that the hot bath is already prepared for the master. Right on cue, our cool sage lets out a massive sneeze, shattering his dignified image in a second. He's shivering like a lost puppy, and our heroine realizes he's actually more soaked than he let on. He quickly orders his servants to bring a change of clothes so he can dry off. While the storm rages outside, the mansion is warm and quiet. Our girl waits patiently until the sage finally emerges from his bath, looking refreshed. And hello, fanservice. He steps out with his robes loosely hanging open, revealing some seriously savage abs that have our girl staring in silence. He notices her gaze and playfully suggests she should go take a bath as well. She quickly declines, insisting she didn't get nearly as wet as he did. Once they're both settled, the atmosphere turns heavy again as he mentions he has something serious to discuss. He leans in, asking her point blank what her honest opinion of him is. She's confused by the sudden interrogation, but he isn't finished yet. He looks her dead in the eye and asks if she could ever entrust her entire life to him. It's a heavy, dramatic question that leaves her completely stunned. She stammers that she's never even considered something so intense. He doesn't back down, grabbing her shoulders and telling her to start considering it right this second. In the heat of the moment, our girl blurted out a yes just to stop the tension. Now it's his turn to be shocked, as he didn't expect such a fast answer. Overjoyed, he pulls her into a tight, crushing hug, looking like the happiest man alive. She immediately panics and tries to push him away, realizing she might have overcommitted. She tries to clarify that she meant she would consider it, not that it was a done deal. But the damage is done. He's beaming with a smile so bright it's practically blinding. She can't even stay mad because, let's be real, the man is just too good looking for his own good. He finds her and asks why she's avoiding his gaze, demanding she keep looking at him. She tries to slap his hand away, but he's persistent. He cheekily mentions he's heard rumors about having a handsome face, so she should enjoy the view while she can. She's flustered by his confidence, but he's clearly enjoying every second of her reaction. Meanwhile, outside in the celestial clouds, it turns out this whole romantic rainstorm was a total setup. Two old celestial beings are watching the couple, proud that their plan to bring them together worked perfectly. They're hoping for a reward from the higher-ups for their matchmaking services. They celebrate with a drink, toasted to their successful meddling. One of them even suggests making it rain and thunder again just to push the couple even closer together. It's a total scam, but hey, we're not complaining if it gets us more progress. The next morning, the estate is peaceful. A mysterious letter arrives for the madam, and the servants are shaking as they deliver it. The news is huge. The old ginkgo tree is blooming, which is a sign that it's time to return to the magic demon realm. The stakes are rising and someone isn't happy about this development. Our girl is still thinking about how weird that rainstorm felt. Suddenly, she's told that the sage has arrived to see her. He's brought her a set of stunning new clothes, insisting she needs to look her best to meet someone important. She's hesitant, liking her own style just fine. But with a snap of his fingers, a magical transformation begins. Her old outfit is swept away in a flurry of light and magic. When the glow fades, our girl is standing there looking like an absolute goddess in a flowing, ethereal dress. The maids are completely floored by her beauty, unable to look away. She looks like royalty, and the transformation is nothing short of breathtaking. Even the maids realize that dressed like this, there's no denying she's a top-tier beauty. However, our girl is less than thrilled, demanding to know what he's up to and refusing to wear something so flashy. She glares at him, but he just stares back, mesmerized by her new look. He steps closer, telling her that she looks absolutely beautiful and it suits her perfectly. He adds a snarky comment that he doesn't want people thinking he's into men, so she has to stay in the dress. She's flustered, complaining that this is all way too sudden. He gently lifts her chin, his gaze softening as he tells her it's not sudden at all because he's always liked her this way. The maids are giggling in the background as our girl finally gives in, realized she's totally lost this round to the sage's charms. The servant insists that there's no need to apologize for the past, as everyone had their reasons. Apparently, the gossip mill was convinced Sage was into men until our girl showed up in a dress. Sage has never been the type to chase after women, so seeing him this devoted has everyone convinced he's head over heels. Our heroine tries to play it cool, but her face is already a shade of bright crimson. Then the bomb drops. The madam of the house is returning in just a few days. Our girl's soul practically leaves her body as she realizes she's about to meet the ultimate boss. Yes, Sage's mother is coming, and he didn't give her a single heads up. Panic mode is officially engaged as she begs the servant for a crash course on the woman's likes and dislikes. Sage just watches from the shadows, sporting a smile that says he knows exactly how much chaos he's caused. Desperate to impress, our heroine dives into a brutal training montage covering everything from the piano to chess. She's racking her brain over the board, trying to master skills she hasn't touched in years. Between the endless books and art studies, she's barely keeping her head above water. Next up is the delicate art of calligraphy, and she is feeling the pressure. She even tries her hand at making custom agarwood incense. It's a painstaking process of fitting the powder into a tiny, intricate mold. She presses down with all her might, only to end up with a broken mess and a shattered ego. Suddenly, a hand reaches in to take over the task. The servant is shocked to see the young master himself getting his hands dirty. Sage shushes her, wanting to handle this personally. Our girl is too focused on her gently mantra to even notice who's helping her. Sage watches her with an intensity that could melt lead as she works. Finally, she cheers that she's finished. She holds up the perfect piece of incense, glowing with pride. She turns around to brag about her success, and Sage can't help but think she's absolutely precious. Wait, the realization hits her like a freight train. She demands to know why he's here and where her helper went. Sage casually mentions he sent the servant away because she was an ice. Our girl is fuming because she still had a million things to learn. She tries to storm off in a huff, but Sage catches her by the sleeve, telling her she's learned quite enough for one day. The look in his eyes suddenly shifts, and our heroine's heart starts doing backflips. Sage pouts like a giant chibai, complaining that she hasn't let him get near her for days. She snaps back that it's because he's a massive distraction. He's actually jealous of the servant, which is both pathetic and weirdly hot. Our girl is stressed to the max, screaming that it's all his fault she's unprepared to meet his mother. Sage is stunned into silence by her outburst. She keeps ranting about how he dares to bring this up now. Before she can finish her sentence, he pulls her right onto his lap. He silences her with a finger to the lips, looking far too smug. He promises to tell her everything she needs to know about his mother. Our girl looks at him with pure suspicion. She cautiously asks what the woman actually likes. Sage expert advice, just treat him well and everything will be fine. Fed up with his nonsense, she tries to make a break for it again. But he's not letting her go that easily. He pulls her back and asks if she's thought about his question from last time. He wants to know if she can truly accept him. Our girl realizes she's been so busy with mother-in-law prep that she completely forgot to process her feelings. She tries to use her to-do list as a shield to escape. Sage asks why she's putting so much effort into meeting his mother if she doesn't care. She freezes, realizing she's been acting like a devoted bride-to-be without even knowing it. He leans in close and asks the killing question, has she finally fallen in love with him? She blushes furiously, insisting she only cares because she respects her elders. Sage gives her a look that says, nice try, sweetie. He starts laughing at her transparent lies, and she's ready to fight him for being so arrogant. But he reaches out, his hand cupping her face. Before she can protest, he seals the deal with a deep, breathless kiss. She starts by trying to push him away, but her hands quickly find a home clutching his clothes. Her brain is officially fried as she curses him internally for being so good at this. They're lost in the moment, hidden away in their private pavilion. When they finally break for air, she's completely dazed and flushed. Sage looks triumphant, knowing he's won this round. He holds her close, the atmosphere thick with romance. But while they're playing house in the gardens, a new player enters the chat. The mother has arrived, and she looks like she's ready to tear our girl to shreds. Our heroine strolls through a lush garden, noting the pure good energy radiating from every leaf. But as she walks, she's lost in her own thoughts, feeling a bit out of sorts. She suddenly recalls a moment with Ju, wondering if she was possessed when she actually accepted his confession. Her senses tingle and she spins around, certain someone is watching her. But the walkway is empty, leaving our girl more confused than ever. Just as she's about to brush it off, a presence appears right behind her. She leaps back in shock as a mysterious, elegant woman suddenly manifests in the garden. The woman is unimpressed by her speed, but our girl is more worried about who this high-tier beauty actually is. She trembles slightly, sensing the overwhelming power coming from this stranger. It turns out this is none other than Yi Tong, the literal goddess of the magic demon realm. The goddess eyes her up, wondering if this is the girl her son, Ju, has been obsessing over. She watches our heroine's every move with a sharp, calculating gaze. But the tension breaks instantly when the goddess realizes just how adorable and pure our heroine is. She's completely won over, deciding that her dorky son actually has some pretty incredible taste. The goddess is so smitten she can barely resist the urge to head pat our poor, confused girl. In a total 180, they become instant besties, surrounded by chibai sparkles and roses. Ju finally shows up, finding his mother and his girl getting along a little too well. He wastes no time getting handsy, proudly introducing her as his future daughter-in-law. Our girl is not having it and shoves him off, telling him to watch his manners in front of his mom. The goddess is living for the drama, finding it hilarious that someone can actually make her son look so pathetic. Our heroine quickly tries to save face with a respectful greeting, proving she's a class act. Impressed, the goddess invites them to have a chat in the pavilion to get to know each other better. She shyly agrees, trying to keep her cool under the goddess's gaze. Ju feels a bit left out of the girl talk, but he's just happy they aren't at each other's throats. They settle in for a cozy tea session, chatting away like they've known each other for years. The goddess thanks her for reviving the garden, admitting she was worried about the plants back home. Our girl is just happy to help, but things get technical when the goddess asks about human realm asparagus. She goes full plant mom mode, explaining exactly what kind of soil and drainage these specific veggies need. The goddess is totally fascinated and begs her to help with more gardening tips later. Ju is dying of boredom and asks if he can just go play somewhere else. He tries to drag our girl away, but she's caught between his whining and his mom's hospitality. His mom yells at him to get back there, clearly not finished with her new favorite person. Once they settle back down, the goddess gets serious, wanting to know more about our girl's family. She asks a pointed question about mystic Gong Zhu Jian, her expression turning intense. When our heroine reveals that Zhu Jian is actually her mother, the goddess nearly short-circuits. She slams the table in pure shock, unable to believe the connection. A huge smile breaks across her face as she realizes her old friend's daughter is right in front of her. It turns out they were like sisters back in the day, but haven't seen each other for over 1,000 years. Then comes the bombshell. They made a betrothal promise between their children ages ago. Both Ju and our girl are absolutely shook by the realization that they were literally destined to marry. Ju is smug, claiming fate is on his side, while our girl is blushing hard. They exchange a frantic look, with Ju begging for help while our girl calls him useless. The goddess tells her not to rush, but our girl admits she really likes her new mother-in-law already. They continue their silent eye communication battle, both of them spiraling over this sudden marriage pact. To make things worse, the goddess offers to spill all of Ju's childhood bedwetting secrets. Mortified, he grabs our heroine and bolts out of there before his reputation is destroyed forever. The goddess watches them go, laughing with the sage about her son's chaotic love life. She has total faith in her boy, even if he is a bit of a handful. Once they're alone in the bamboo grove, our heroine finally catches her breath. She scolds him for being so rude to leave like that, but he's got a cheeky comeback ready. He points out she's always rude to him, so it's only fair he shares the energy. He lets out a genuine handsome laugh that catches our girl completely off guard. He's just genuinely happy that she actually likes his mother. Our poor heroine is blushing like crazy, realizing just how attractive he is when he's actually being nice. She tells him to be more serious because an enchanting smile like that is basically a lethal weapon. But he leans in close, whispering that he only ever smiles like that for her. He grips her hand and pulls her along, jokingly saying they need to start wedding preparations right now. Suddenly, the memory fades and our girl wakes up with a gasp, seeing a familiar face. It's him, the real Ju is standing right there, looking at her with those intense eyes. Without a second thought, she throws herself into his arms, clinging to him for dear life. He hugs her back just as tight, promising he'll never leave her side again. Little Ling is just as shook, realizing the power dynamic in this cave just shifted into the stratosphere. But the villain with the facial mark isn't backing down. even as Ju holds our girl close to shield her from the tension. Suddenly, the air crackles with a lethal swish as a sneak attack is launched. Our poor heroine is caught in the crossfire, letting out a pained groan as she's knocked back. Ju is absolutely livid, his eyes promising a slow, painful end for anyone who dares to touch her. He stares down his opponent, who has the audacity to ask if he still remembers him after all this time. How could I forget? The guy sneers, clearly fueled by a centuries-old grudge. Ju warns him to stay far away from Yanzai, but the villain mocks him, claiming he's become pathetic for caring about a mere woman. He rants that a sage shouldn't be entranced by a mortal and that our girl doesn't deserve to live. Ju's expression goes ice-cold as he realizes this man is too far gone to ever let her go. Then you should die, he roars as a terrifying purple aura begins to swallow the entire cavern. The dark energy surges violently, threatening to tear the very fabric of reality apart. Just before the killing blow, the master intervenes, demanding Ju stop this chaos before it's too late. He doesn't just talk, he unleashes a wave of pure spiritual power to suppress the madness. The villain is pinned down, gasping for air under the weight of the master's absolute authority. With a flick of his wrist, the master activates a massive, glowing enchanted seal that illuminates the darkness. Ju is stunned, unable to believe his own mentor is using such a high-level binding technique on him. He gasps out a "why," feeling the sting of betrayal. Our girl is just as lost, her eyes wide as she tries to process the magical nuke that just went off. The master tells her to trust him as the seal begins to compress the battlefield. Ju manages to grab Yanzai one last time before the power takes full hold. The villain tries one last desperate blast, but the master isn't playing games today. A shimmering shield deflects the attack like it's a mere fly. The villain is left coughing up blood, but the master warns him that if anyone else gets hurt, he'll make sure the guy begs for death. The guy curses his luck, realizing he's completely outmatched. One final surge of light from the master's hand leaves the villain staring in utter shock. He finally collapses as the threat is neutralized, while Yanzai rushes to check on an unconscious Ju. The master looks down at her with a complicated expression, calling her Little Ling in a rare moment of softness. Our heroine demands to know why he had to use such a drastic seal. He explains that if Ju regained his full memories now, the resulting war would leave the entire world in ashes. Yanzai is stunned into silence by the weight of that responsibility. She realizes that to keep the peace, her own memories might have to be sacrificed too. She looks down, her heart aching with the impossible choice. The master gently touches Ju, beginning the process of locking away the dangerous parts of his past. But then he surprises her. He decides to leave her memories intact, sensing her internal strength. She lights up with joy, grateful she doesn't have to forget their bond. He warns her that while the other guy won't remember a thing, she must never use her spiritual power again or risk a chain reaction of trouble. She happily agrees, promising to stay low-key. She tries to wake the fallen guy, but her attention is snagged by the others. Little Ling and Nuo Mai are still hanging around, looking like they've seen a ghost. Little Ling tries to slink away in shame, but Yanzai calls out to him, wanting to clear the air. She tells him she knows he was just a pawn for someone else's evil intentions. Little Ling's hand trembles as he tries to maintain his tough guy facade. Nuo Mai, being the savage he is, tells her to just let the stupid fool go. Little Ling snaps, his pride taking a massive hit. Nuo Mai just keeps digging the grave, calling him a useless idiot. That's the final straw. Little Ling charges back and grabs Nuo Mai by the collar, ready to throw hands. Nuo Mai just smirks, asking if he wasn't clear enough the first time. Little Ling's eyes turn a bright, angry blue as he calls him a jerk and prepares to swing. Our girl has finally had enough of the testosterone-fueled circus and screams for them to shut up and listen. They immediately turn into total chibis, bickering about stinky whiteheads and stinky baldies like toddlers. Yanzai is losing her mind, wondering why she's surrounded by overgrown children. Suddenly, the mood shifts as Little Ling drops to his knees. Our girl is caught off guard by the sudden display of humility. He breaks down, sobbing that everything is his fault and he can't forgive himself. Yanzai's maternal instincts kick in, and she tells him he's actually kind and thoughtful even if he's a bit impulsive. He keeps crying, and she gently pats his head to comfort him. The rest of the squad watches this pity fest with the most unimpressed faces you've ever seen. She's treating him like a literal puppy. When the unconscious guy finally stirs, he wakes up completely confused, asking who these weirdos are. He sees her head patting a spirit and the master standing nearby, looking suspicious. The master tells them it's time to head back to the mountain for some much-needed rest. As they leave, the guy stares at the master, wondering if this powerful man is the real secret behind Yanzai's survival. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a massive mansion where a maid is on her daily rounds. She notes that someone has been sending mysterious items every single day at this exact time, and the mystery is only deepening. The spirits are hovering around, practically vibrating with anxiety over how our poor heroine is doing. They're worried sick while she's away, but the old master promises everything will be fine once the Netherbone is back. He assures them that King Wan is in good hands. Speak of the devil, Prince Zai-mo arrives right on schedule, proving he's the ultimate dedicated simp. He enters her room with a soft gaze, asking our girl how she's feeling today. She gives him a sweet smile, saying she's feeling much better already. But he didn't come empty-handed and asks her to guess what surprise he brought this time. King Wan plays along, wondering what could possibly be inside the box. He tells her to stop guessing and just see for herself. Her eyes light up when she sees the most adorable, tiny black rabbit staring back at her. Zai-mo explains it's a super gentle species he specially picked out just to keep her company. She swoons over the fluffy little guy, thanking her brother Zai-mo for being so thoughtful. But wait, there's more, because this man is the king of over-delivering. He claps his hands and a servant rolls in a full-blown wheelchair. King Wan is stunned, not quite sure what to make of this contraption. He explains that since her legs are hurt, he had this built so she doesn't have to be stuck in bed all day. He tells her not to worry about a thing because he'll be right there to help her. He leans in close, ready to take her out for some fresh air. Even the maid is in the corner catching feelings from how sweet this scene is. They head out into the garden and the weather is absolutely perfect for a stroll. Zai-mo is being extra today, claiming he picked this specific day because the sunlight was just right. He doesn't care if it sounds superstitious, he just wants her to heal up fast. He looks at her with so much devotion it's almost illegal. King Wan looks genuinely peaceful, soaking in the moment. Suddenly, the romantic vibe turns chaotic as Zai-mo tells her to sit tight. He starts sprinting with the wheelchair, giving our girl a high-speed tour of the courtyard. But while she's having the time of her life, someone else is having a total meltdown. He spotted a perfectly good wheelchair and decided he needed it right then and there. He literally had his men jump Qin Fei Yang and snatch the chair while he was still using it. Qin was left on the ground fuming, calling Zai-mo an absolute monster for robbing him in broad daylight. He's losing his mind over how childish and petty the prince can be. His subordinate isn't helping, pointing out that Qin is just as chaotic when it comes to King Wan. Qin can't believe Zai-mo is out there pretending he's some hero who asked someone to build the chair. They start bickering about who actually cares more for our heroines. Qin gets all moody, claiming he just doesn't want to cause her any trouble. We see a memory of him trying to approach her in the garden. He looked like he had something incredibly important to confess. King Wan was all ears, waiting for him to finally speak his mind. But the man hesitated, letting the silence stretch on for way too long. And that's when Zai-mo swooped in like a professional third wheel. King Wan didn't even blink as she walked right past Qin to greet her brother. They walked off together, chatting about fabrics and errands like he wasn't even there. Seeing her look so happy with someone else is a total dagger to Qin's heart. He's disgusted by how easily he lost this round to that jerk. His subordinate teases him for actually having a loyal side under all that sass. But Qin isn't throwing in the towel just yet, he's got plenty of schemes left. He slams the table, determined to show her who really understands her desires. He's planning to use Zai-mo's scandalous rumors to finally get his chance. Little do they know, a mysterious lady is watching this whole drama unfold from the shadows. Deep in the woods, the rest of the crew is trying to make sense of their situation. Some are playing it cool while others are just confused. These two are back to their usual savage antics, flicking and teasing each other. One of them realizes his memory of the rescue is a total blank. They start arguing over who was more useless during the crisis. But the bickering stops when they spot the main couple looking way too intimate for comfort. They can only watch from a distance as the tension between the leads continues to simmer. He's absolutely fuming, wondering when anyone is actually going to acknowledge his existence. But the group is way too busy blocking the path to care about his feelings. Deep in the brush, a tiny pair of eyes is watching their every move. As the group marches forward, the forest floor comes alive with movement. Suddenly, the local spirits start a chaotic chorus, announcing to the world that Yunzai has finally returned. The news spreads like wildfire through the trees, with every creature joining the hype. Hearing that name, our blonde beauty freezes, her heart skipping a beat. A sudden rustle in the leaves signals that something or someone is approaching at high speed. Little Miss Purple Hair stops dead in her tracks, wondering what all the commotion is about. The spirits are practically sprinting toward the pavilion now. It finally hits her, little Zai Zai is actually back. She catches a familiar scent in the air and takes off like a rocket through the woods. With a dramatic swish, she cuts through the forest, desperate to be the first to say hello. She perches high in the trees, her eyes searching the path below for her favorite person. Yunzai hears the familiar voice and looks up in total surprise. Before she can even react, she's nearly tackled by a flying purple pounce. But someone else manages to beat her to it. The blonde beauty throws herself into a crushing embrace, nearly knocking the wind out of our girl. The purple-haired Chibai is absolutely livid that her hug was intercepted. It's a tearful, dramatic reunion as they soak in the moment after being apart for so long. The whole squad finally gathers together on the path, feeling complete again. Even the massive rock golem stomps over to join the welcome party. Our heroine is beaming, seeing that everyone she cares about is safe and sound in this hidden paradise. Peace returns to the mountains as the group settles into the pavilion. The men are trying to keep things classy while they wait. The atmosphere is lively as they relax and recover from the recent chaos. A master's touch is required as the tea is poured with perfect, silent grace. But don't let the elegance fool you. Under the table, it's a total war zone of petty kicks. They start bickering like children, wondering how a master could possibly be this young and handsome. The tea is served, but the conversation stays spicy. The white-haired master reveals that Yunzai herself handpicked these leaves during her last visit. The guys are stunned, who knew our girl was a tea-making prodigy. The master watches them with a calm, knowing gaze that sees right through their antics. Little Miss Purple Hair is in absolute heaven, savoring every drop of that aromatic brew. She's so obsessed, she's practically begging for the master's entire stash. Suddenly, the master senses a shift in the air and prepares to act. A tiny glowing flame beast pops out of thin air, shocking the entire table. They recognize it immediately. It's the savage guardian from the Netherbone Cave. But for some reason, it's shrunk down into this ridiculously cute chibi form. It even tries to play waiter, pushing a saucer toward the master to win some major brownie points. The master notes that even mythical beasts know who has the real power around here. Yunzai returns to the pavilion, spotting the new fiery mascot. The beast goes into full act cute mode the moment it sees her. It works instantly because our girl is a total sucker for anything this adorable. But the fun is cut short when the medicine is finally announced as ready. This is the cure King Wan needs for her leg, and there's no time left to waste. Yunzai breaks the news that she has to leave the mountain immediately. Her friend is absolutely devastated, clinging to her with tears in her eyes. Our girl promises she'll be back the second the treatment is finished. She gives the purple-haired chibai a final task. Keep an eye on the master and don't let him get into trouble. The sun is setting and it's time for the final heavy goodbye. The little flame beast transforms back into its true massive form with a thunderous roar. It takes to the skies, a streak of purple fire against the blue horizon. The master watches them go, wondering when their paths will cross again in this chaotic world. They soar over the mountain peaks, heading toward their next dangerous destination. Back on the ground, one poor soul realizes the group is moving in a completely different direction than him. He's standing there holding his luggage, feeling like the ultimate third wheel. He looks around in a daze, realizing he's been left in the dust. The master bluntly informs him that the others already took off without a second thought. Our guy completely loses it. He only stepped away for a bathroom break and they ditched him. He's left fuming in chibai rage, realizing that Jerk planned this from the very beginning. It's so good she wants to go 10 rounds of brewing just to savor every drop. She's absolutely vibing while drinking it. But then she remembers that one despicable man and her mood shifts. After drinking her fill, she realizes she needs to hit the loo and asks her companion to guard her precious stash. But the second she's gone, curiosity kills the cat and someone tears the box open. Surprise, it's not tea, it's just a bunch of random bamboo leaves. Enraged, she pours the whole fake out onto the ground. There's even a savage note inside telling her she doesn't deserve the princess consort's actual tea. She's losing her mind over this jerk. She literally bites and tears the note in a chaotic fit, begging her master for the real stuff. That monster didn't leave her a single chance to taste the good stuff. She vows to hate Yu Ming until the literal end of time. Back in the capital city, we arrive at the Yi mansion. The ladies are gathered for a little tea time of their own. Our heroine is looking soft and sweet, clearly cherishing a special gift. Her friend spills the tea that she's even given her new pet a secret name. Everyone is dying to know what it is, but she turns into a blushing mess and refuses to say. No way is she sharing that secret. While they guess if the name is something silly like black coal, she's busy petting a tiny, adorable black bunny. It's a secret just between her and her fuzzy friend. Suddenly, the news breaks. Prince Yi and the princess consort have finally returned. Everyone scrambles to go greet them. The hype is real because this means the lady's leg might finally be cured. Our girl strokes her bunny, thinking about all the trouble they went through. She's feeling a bit glum and guilty about the chaos. Her servant tries to get her attention. As the whole squad finally enters the courtyard, she spots her little buddy Sesame Bean and can't help but swoon. But the reunion is a bit chaotic as faces are made. She's already done with some of these people, calling them a total sore to the eyes. The bickering continues as people question who these newcomers are. She notices some weird details like odd ears and thorns on their arms. Apologies are flying around for how long the journey took. But finally it's time for the main event. The medicine is here. They set the scene and bring out the vial. It's the moment of truth as she tries to move her leg. A success, she can move it perfectly. Everyone is shook because Master's special concoction worked even better than expected. Inside the hall, the men are having a serious meeting. But look at these spiritual beasts in human form just lounging around like they own the place. Our girl tells the prince to just pretend they don't exist. The prince asks about grandmother, only to find out she was so worried she went straight to the palace. He feels terrible for causing her so much distress. He decides he needs to head to the palace immediately to explain everything to the emperor. Just then the ladies walk in. Here they come looking radiant. King Wen proves she can walk now, showing off her recovery. The prince is genuinely impressed and happy for her. But then he drops the bomb. Yunzai needs to get ready to go to the palace with him. She's totally caught off guard. He explains they need to give a solid explanation to the Majesty for their disappearance. The rest of the squad offers to go along as backup. King Wan wants to join too, but she's told she needs to stay and rest. The prince reassures her that he'll handle everything, and she finally agrees to stay behind. The scene shifts to the Grand Royal Palace. Inside the hall, the atmosphere is tense as they discuss the missing royals. Grandmother is playing the worried elder role perfectly, but behind the scenes, there's some savage sibling energy as someone catches a sharp pinch. She plays it off perfectly, claiming she was just catching a mosquito. One look from her and he's already seeing his life flash before his eyes. He knows he's in for it the second that whip comes out. Meanwhile, the royal grandmother is on the warpath, demanding to know if the emperor sent Ming on a death wish. The emperor is sweating bullets, swearing he'd never dare touch the kid after the last lecture. But grandmother isn't buying it, immediately pinning the blame on that woman. She's convinced this is all the emperor's fault for arranging such a messy marriage in the first place. The emperor is genuinely baffled that he's the villain here. He tries to explain it was just a momentary lapse in judgment because the kid defied his orders. Grandmother isn't having any of his excuses and demands he begs for forgiveness right now. Our poor emperor is just wishing he was at the lake fishing instead of dealing with this chaotic family drama. He puts on his best I'm sorry face while Ming just dances in the background. But then grandmother hits him with that terrifying motherly smile that means someone is about to pay. She's practically having a heart attack over the thought of anything happening to her precious Ming. The emperor quickly promises to send out every search party available just to stop the waterworks. The order goes out across the entire palace grounds, while the palace is in a frenzy. Our leads are enjoying the view of the city hustle and bustle from their carriage. They look like the picture-perfect couple finally getting a moment of peace. Princey promises to bring her back whenever she wants. Our girl is absolutely glowing, telling him she'll go anywhere as long as he's there. She gives his sleeve a little tug and surprises him with a sweet little peck on the cheek. It's a deal and she's looking more adorable than ever. But the excitement of the day finally catches up to her. She decides Princey's lap is the perfect pillow for a quick nap. She tells him to wake her up when they arrive, looking completely at peace. He can't help but hold her close, gently caressing her face as she drifts off into dreamland. Back at the palace, the mood is way less romantic. Grandmother is dropping a bombshell. She wants Ming to divorce our girl and marry another woman instead. Everyone in the room is absolutely stunned by the audacity. But he gets a literal reality check when his hand gets pinched into oblivion. The Chibai rage is real as she demands to know what's wrong with him. The emperor tries to play it off, but grandmother reveals she knows the couple has been living separately since day one. The shock on everyone's face is priceless. The mother-in-law adds fuel to the fire, claiming the marriage was just a strategy, and our girl even broke the rules to run away. Grandmother is heartbroken, realizing her dreams of great-grandchildren are slipping away. She starts praising the other candidate as the perfect match that was cruelly broken apart. The emperor looks like his soul is leaving his body. Grandmother decides the best course of action is to demote our girl to a mere concubine. The emperor, defeated, agrees to follow the arrangement. He even calls for ink and paper to make it official right then and there. But just as the ink is drying, a guard rushes in to announce that Princey and the princess consort have returned. The room goes silent as the couple makes their grand entrance. They offer their formal greetings to the elders. The emperor is fuming, but the mother-in-law is busy shoving people aside to get to them. Grandmother is just relieved they're back in one piece. It's a tense reunion to say the least. The emperor immediately demands to know where they've been hiding. He starts lecturing them about the supremacy of the emperor and how their actions were a total insult. But he gets hit with a double glare that would melt steel. The mother-in-law is looking at our girl like she's a demon possessed. Princey steps up, claiming he acted on his own will to protect her. But mother-in-law isn't having the protective husband act and starts getting aggressive. Our girl has had enough and steps forward to handle this herself. The elders are shocked by her boldness. She gives Princey a little wink, telling him she's got this. She spins a wild tale about going on a horse ride and searching for legendary grass to heal an injury. Mother-in-law questions why a princess consort would risk her status for some grass. Our girl doubles down on the drama, claiming she just acted impulsively out of care, leaving the old lady totally bewildered. But the elder doesn't want excuses. She wants to know if the legendary grass was actually found. Our girl confidently claims they found it and it's already working miracles, but the old lady isn't buying this for a second. Fine then, she pulls out the glowing essence to shut down the haters once and for all. The room goes silent as the treasure is passed around for a closer look. Even the skeptics have to admit this luminous plant feels unlike anything they've ever seen. Still, some bitter souls think it's just a pretty weed with zero medical value, so our savage heroine offers a live demonstration. The elder scoffs, demanding to know exactly how she plans to prove its worth. Our girl just says watch and learn as she prepares to do something absolutely chaotic. She raises her arm, ready to break her own bones just to show off the healing speed. The entire room collectively loses their minds at her sheer audacity. Even the guards are shaking in their boots. Before she can snap herself like a twig, Yuming lunges forward and grabs her arm to stop her. She tries to play it off like it's no big deal, but he looks like he's about to have a heart attack. Our girl is genuinely confused why everyone is so stressed over a little self-sabotage. He tells her straight up that seeing her hurt would kill him, leaving her totally speechless. He gets super fierce, demanding she never even think about pulling a stunt like that again. Fine, fine, she promises to be a good girl, and the tension finally starts to simmer down. The emperor decides they need a different guinea pig and suggests testing it on a young master with a broken leg. They move the party to the main hall to see if this medicine is the real deal. The emperor tells the injured son to give the netherbone grass a try. Our girl is suspicious, wondering how this guy managed to hurt himself in the first place. The servants are ordered to bring the patient forward immediately. He hobbles in, looking like the picture of misery. Our heroine narrows her eyes at his leg, sensing something is definitely fishy. Yuming notices her intense stare and wonders what she's plotting now. She starts giggling to herself, clearly about to ruin this man's whole career. She points and shouts, catching everyone off guard. The poor guy is sweating bullets, realizing he might have been caught. She calls him silly and gives a cheeky smile, playing with his nerves. The atmosphere gets heavy as the patient realizes he's in deep trouble. He tries to act brave and heads inside to take his medicine. Looking at the grass, he realizes he's screwed because his leg was never actually broken. He's panicking now, knowing that if he recovers too fast, people will know he was faking. Our girl watches him like a hawk, knowing he's still putting on a pathetic show. He puts on a dramatic performance, claiming the medicine is already working wonders. The emperor is impressed, thinking they've found a miracle cure. But grandma is still a hater, pointing out that he's still limping like a wounded duck. She warns our girl that if this is a scam, her reputation is toast. Time for a little chaos. Our girl suddenly screams that there's a giant rat by his feet. Turns out this tough guy is deathly afraid of rodents. He starts hopping and stomping around like a madman to squash the invisible rat. The entire court watches in stunned silence as the crippled man performs a perfect gymnastics routine. He realizes he's been played and looks absolutely horrified. He tries to pivot, claiming he's healed by a miracle, hopping around to save face. Our girl and Yuming just give him the ultimate "are you for reals" look. He tries to explain it away, saying he was just too used to the crutches. He leaves the medicine and scurries away before he can get roasted any further. With the drama over, the emperor calls Yuming over for private chat. The second King Wan's name comes up, Yuming stops dead in his tracks. The emperor starts gushing about how great the girl is, and we all know where this is going. Our heroine watches from the side, sensing a massive arranged marriage bomb is about to drop. Sure enough, the emperor wants to hook them up, and Yuming is not having it. The old man tries to justify it, saying it's normal for powerful men to have a collection of wives. Yuming goes full savage, telling his dad that his own harem is a chaotic mess and he refuses to end up like him. The other prince jumps in, offended that Yuming would dare talk back to the emperor. Yuming snaps at him to shut his mouth, and the tension is through the roof. Suddenly, a heavy foot comes down with a satisfying crunch. The annoying prince is left clutching his foot in agony. Our heroine steps in, asking the prince exactly how many wives he thinks is enough. She shuts him down so hard he can't even find his voice. She tells the emperor to just ignore the trash and keep talking. Yuming begs his father to reconsider for the sake of their relationship. The emperor asks if that's a threat, but grandma jumps in to stir the pot even more. Yuming stares her down, refusing to back an inch. Our heroine can feel the family feud boiling over, and honestly, she's just here for the chaos. But Yunzai has a secret weapon and tells him to just sit back and watch her work. As the grandmother tries to force her way, Yunzai suddenly starts barfing her guts out in the middle of the room. The entire family is absolutely stunned as she puts on the performance of a lifetime. The grandmothers immediately start whispering about a potential pregnancy. They waste no time calling for a medical practitioner to check her pulse. The atmosphere in the hall is incredibly tense as everyone waits. Yiming is internally panicking, knowing they're in major trouble if the truth ever comes out. The younger sister is already picking out baby clothes and celebrating. But Yiming is completely zoned out, drowning in his own thoughts. One of the boys is so jealous of the attention that he practically throws a tantrum. He even starts crying about wanting a son of his own right then and there. Yunzai just stares at him, wondering how her life became this chaotic. Back in the hall, everyone is whispering about the potential crime of deceiving the family. Yiming confesses to his confidant that he only has room in his heart for Yunzai, no matter what. Finally, the doctor arrives to deliver the official verdict. He confirms that our heroine is 1 month pregnant, leaving Yiming's jaw on the floor. The grandmothers are absolutely delighted by the news. The whole house is celebrating a massive lie. Yunzai looks like she's already regretting her life choices as she rests. Later that night, the palace is quiet and still, but the vibe in the bedroom is totally off. Our girl asks why he's been looking so gloomy since the news broke. She tries to get a reaction out of him by waving her hand in his face. But he suddenly grabs her wrist with a terrifyingly cold grip. He demands to know whose child she's carrying since he knows for a fact he's never touched her. He even goes as far as to accuse her of being with another man. Our girl is absolutely savage and lunges at him in a fit of rage. She grabs his face and tells him to stop being an idiot and do the math on her kidnapping dates. She's deeply insulted that he would even question her innocence after everything. She finally reveals she used her own medical skills to manipulate her pulse and fake the symptoms. Furious that he didn't trust her for a single second, she tells him she's done and storms out, leaving our poor, confused male lead calling out her name in total despair. Our girl can't help but let out a desperate apology as the weight of the situation finally hits her. But before she can even process her regret, the Duke pulls her into a tight, protective embrace. He admits that he's a total fool when it comes to her, losing all his legendary composure the moment she's involved. Looking absolutely devastated, he wonders if he's even worthy of her forgiveness. Our heroine tries to play it cool, reminding him that she doesn't just hand out second chances like candy. He calls out her name, his voice dripping with longing. She gives him a sassy look, warning him that this is the absolute last time she's making an exception for him. Seeing her soften even a little makes his entire world light up. Later, under a starlit sky, they find a moment of peace by an ancient tree. He's momentarily stunned by how much she's changed. Our girl sighs, wishing she could have seen him grow up and known every single version of him. She tells him she wants to know his everything, and honestly, the tension is palpable. He looks at her with such intensity it could melt steel. He notes that she's acting completely different from the girl who used to avoid him at all costs. She just laughs it off, teasing him with that newfound confidence we all love. Worried she might be pushing too hard, she asks if her affection is actually causing him distress. In their heads, the Chibis are already bickering over which version of her he loves more. She gets all pouts and sass, demanding to know if he found her previous self a total burden. He's completely flustered, trying to explain that he loves every single iteration of her. She can't help but giggle at how easy he is to tease. He can only sweat drop as he realizes he's completely wrapped around her finger. Meanwhile, another couple is having a much more chaotic evening. This guy is throwing a full-blown tantrum because he feels like he's losing in every aspect of life. She tells him to get over it, but he's not having it. The girl looks absolutely done with his nonsense. She tries to bail because she's exhausted, but he's determined to keep the argument going. She reminds him that being 1 month pregnant means there's no rush, so he needs to chill. He starts doing the math on early deliveries, looking like a total madman. She gives him a savage stomp to the foot to shut him up. He realizes he stepped way over the line when she gives him the death stare. He's left sweating bullets while she calls him a monster and storms off. She leaves him in the dust and honestly deserved. The Duke is left alone with his thoughts, realizing just how much he's fallen for our girl. They sit together again, the weight of the future pressing down on them. He brings up the complicated issue of their child and how they'll handle the royal courts. She suggests just erasing everyone's memories, but he's too honorable for that, warning her that deceit is punishable. She panics, wondering if he means the death penalty, but he quickly reassures her he'd never let that happen. She thinks he's absolutely adorable when he's being this serious. While he's deep in thought trying to find a logical solution, she decides to take matters into her own hands and jumps into his lap with a brilliant idea. She whispers that if they don't have a child yet, they should just make one right now. His brain completely short-circuits at her boldness. She laughs it off as a joke, but the damage to his composure is already done. Suddenly, his gaze turns dark and hungry as he agrees to her proposal. Before she can even blink, he's taking control of the situation. He pulls her into a kiss that's definitely not just kidding. The passion is explosive as they lose themselves in each other. Meanwhile, the rest of the palace is wide awake. A princess is sprinting through the courtyard, ignoring her servants' frantic cries to slow down. She's in a rush to prep food for a date with her sister-in-law, but her speed backfires when she crashes headfirst into a mysterious man. His sharp, handsome gaze locks onto her immediately. He catches her in a smooth move, pulling her into a protective embrace. She's left speechless while her servant demands the stranger let go. He realizes he's just had a run-in with Princess Lanxiang. Introducing himself as Bei Lai Tang, he offers a polite apology for the collision. She plays it cool, admitting she wasn't watching her step either. But as she walks away, it clicks. This is the tribal leader who's been a massive thorn in her father's side. She can't dwell on it though, as she's already late for the princess consort. Bei Lai Tang watches her go, clearly finding the encounter interesting. Back with our main duo, they're taking a stroll through the gardens. They discuss how their grandmothers have finally stopped bickering over the prospect of children. Suddenly, the Duke's face goes pale. Our girl realizes this powerful warrior is still terrified of tiny bugs. He starts dancing around in total chaos, screaming about how disgusting it is. Our girl finds it absolutely hilarious that a man his size is scared of a speck. Being a total savage, she flings the bug right at him. She's literally clutching her stomach from laughing so hard. The poor guy is so grossed out he's actually gagging on the floor. She tells him he totally deserved it. He finally snaps out of it and grabs her, demanding to know how she dares tease him. He claims it's not fear, just disgust, but she's not hearing any of it. She pulls the oldest trick in the book, yelling that there's a rat at his feet. He jumps a mile high and she calls him out for being a total wimp. The fun ends when they run into another group of nobles. This guy immediately drops a bomb, claiming her pregnancy is fake news. Our girl is stunned by his boldness. She admits she isn't pregnant, but she's got receipts on him too. She points out that faking a leg injury is just as much of a deceit. He tries to play the victim, acting like his injury was real. But she explains the herbs she used would have cured him instantly, proving he's been faking for no reason. He starts sweating, realizing he's been caught red-handed. Just then, King Fei Yang arrives on the scene. The tension turns icy as the rivals stare each other down. King is still salty about a past incident with a rabbit and a wheelchair. Our hero tells him to shut up and stop being so childish. But the guy just can't stop being petty. He insists he's not angry, but his cold behavior says otherwise. They stand in a tense stalemate, waiting for someone to blink. One of them admits he just doesn't have the spirit for this anymore. He knows he needs to foster his relationship with the crown prince. Suddenly, a voice from behind questions if he even has the qualities of a true leader. The whole squad turns around to see the newcomer. He looks completely disgusted and refuses to even accept an apology. Our girl realizes that in this palace, looks are always deceiving. It turns out these guys have been rivals since they were children. She's shocked by how deep the drama goes. The crown prince pulls rank, demanding that everyone yield to his authority. But our hero drops the ultimate truth bomb. Some people have the aura of a leader even without a title. The crown prince is getting an absolute earful about his attitude. He mocks the idea of playing nice, claiming he'd much rather sit back and watch his enemies suffer until they break. His companion isn't having any of this savage talk and gives him a sharp pinch to shut him up. The Duke steps in, looking completely done with the constant bickering. One of the subordinates immediately pivots to excessive flattery, swearing his undying loyalty to the emperor's long life. He claims he's ready to sacrifice everything for the throne. But our guy realizes this loyal servant is basically saying the emperor will live forever, meaning his own turn to rule will never come. He tries to play along with a fake smile, pretending he's thrilled about his father's immortality. But inside, he's absolutely dying as he realizes he might be stuck as the crown prince for the rest of eternity. Suddenly, someone offers to give him back the position, but the response is a hard pass. Our girl decides it's time to exit this chaotic scene and reaches for her friend. She turns to the imperial consort, suggesting they leave the boys to their drama and go for a peaceful walk. The consort happily agrees to escape the tension, but before they can get far, a hand suddenly grabs her sleeve. It's the prince, looking like a lost puppy and demanding to know where she thinks she's going. When she says it's just a garden stroll, he insists on tagging along too. "Not today, buddy," the consort literally pulls her away. She tells him point blank that this is a girls' only trip and men aren't invited. Our poor guy is left standing there, totally rejected and pouting like a child. He watches her walk away without her even giving him a backward glance. The rest of the group can only offer their awkward congratulations on his authority. But the look in his eyes, pure unadulterated saltiness. In the peaceful garden, the ladies finally get a chance to bond away from the noise. They realize they actually have quite a bit in common. Just as they're getting cozy, Princess Lan Xiang comes running over to join the party. Speak of the devil, she's brought snacks. She's prepared a full feast and insists they all try her cooking. Since everyone is starting to get hungry, they head over to the pavilion. Lan Xiang is super proud of her culinary skills and can't wait to show off. Our girl is definitely ready to dig in and see what's in the box. The spread looks absolutely divine and smells even better. But as the smell of the food hits her, our heroine suddenly looks like she's seen a ghost. Lan Xiang digs into some red roasted meat with zero hesitation. She's loving every bite, describing it as perfectly tender and juicy. She's basically in food heaven right now. She practically swoons over how yummy the meat is. But our poor girl is looking greener by the second, suddenly losing her entire appetite. Lan Xiang tries to tempt her with some aromatic chicken instead, knowing it's usually her favorite. But as soon as the chicken touches the plate, the smell triggers a massive wave of nausea. The girls are shocked, wondering what could possibly be wrong with the food. A sudden, terrifying realization starts to dawn on them. They immediately call for a pulse check to see what's going on. The tension in the pavilion is thick enough to cut with a knife as they wait. And then the bombshell drops. Our girl isn't sick, she's just pregnant. The news hits like a freight train, leaving everyone in a state of pure shock. Our heroine can barely process it, her hands trembling as she grips her dress. She stares off into the distance, unable to believe this is actually happening. Meanwhile, as the sun sets over the palace gates, the king is dealing with some heavy political drama. There's an epidemic happening, and his people are desperate for resources to stay alive. His advisor is worried they're being played for fools by the other tribes. But the king is playing 4D chess, making sure everyone knows he's not to be messed with. The advisor is moved by his dedication to the people. For the king, the prosperity of the nation is the only thing that matters right now. But deep down, he's just a man who wants to hurry up so he can see Yunzai again. Back in the garden, the girls are already planning a brand new menu for the expectant. But in her daze, our girl accidentally bumps right into someone. She looks up and finds herself face to face with the king himself. He gives her a charming smirk, commenting on their fated meeting. Her maid rushes over, panicked that the pregnant princess might have been hurt in the collision. Thankfully, our girl is just fine, though a bit flustered. The king offers a rare apology for being so rude, but his smile says he's just happy to see her. The king is on the hunt for Prince Yi and is visibly annoyed to find out he's already ditched the palace. Our girl quickly steps in to smooth things over, explaining that the prince and his consort are staying for a few days to nurture her new pregnancy. The king's guard suggests it's time to retreat, but the news has clearly left him rattled. Even the maid notices our girl is acting suspiciously calm today, especially since she didn't explode after being bumped into. Our princess claims she's just trying to radiate grace, but internally she's panicking over how close that encounter was. Meanwhile, the palace men are busy gossiping about the crown prince's long-standing loneliness. He receives a secret report that everything is moving exactly according to his plan. With an epidemic looming and a truce on the table, the political stakes are sky-high, but he's betting on the emperor being as sharp as a sword. Back in the shadows, the imperial consort's strange reaction is starting to raise some serious red flags. Suddenly, a pair of strong hands snatch our heroine from the hallway. Before she can even blink, the door slams shut and she's pinned against the wood in a savage cave-on. He's clearly missed her and isn't buying her excuse about forgetting the time. He immediately silences her with a kiss that's equal parts passionate and possessive. She tries to play it cool and says she needs to think, but he's not letting her escape that easily. He demands her undivided attention, nibbling on her neck just to remind her who she belongs to. The tension hits a fever pitch as he lifts her up, ready to claim her right then and there. She's terrified someone will walk in on them, but he's already sent the entire staff packing. The ribbons come undone as the night takes a turn for the scandalous. After some serious late-night activities, our girl finally tries to get some real answers about the crown prince and the consort. He bluntly points out that no woman would actually be happy to carry the emperor's child. Then he turns the tables, asking if she'd be just as unhappy to be pregnant with his baby. Her split-second hesitation sends him into a jealous frenzy, demanding to know why she's stalling. She quickly recovers, promising him she'd be overjoyed to have his child, finally calming his possessive heart. They spend the rest of the night completely lost in each other. Much later, she asks about the imperial consort's powerful family and why she'd ever choose such a messy marriage. It turns out he specifically refused the crown prince title just to dodge that exact arrangement. She teases him about having regrets, but he just gives her a playful scratch on the nose. He swears his heart only has room for her, but she can't help but worry that the crown prince still holds a spot in the consort's heart. He tells her to stop the chatter and gets back to the important business. But across the palace, the mood is chilling as the imperial consort realizes the unthinkable has happened. Despite being diligent with her medication, she's actually pregnant and is absolutely spiraling. She orders her maid to find out how her protection failed, knowing this child could ruin everything. As she touches her stomach, she realizes her life in the palace just became a deadly game of survival. In the quiet of the palace, trouble is brewing. Our girl's maid drops a massive bombshell. Someone actually dared to tamper with her medication. Our heroine is absolutely floored, wondering who would be brave enough to pull a stunt like that. Outside, a certain prince is lurking in the shadows. He's listening in and he's not liking what he's hearing one bit. He hides behind a pillar like a total creep, catching every word of the conversation. Our girl is fuming, demanding to know who changed the herbs. She makes it crystal clear that she has zero interest in having children right now, which sends her poor maid into a panic. The prince's heart takes a direct hit and his fist clenches in pure frustration. He looks absolutely gloomy as he realizes his wife is actively avoiding starting a family with him. He stomps through the garden, a dark cloud hanging over his head. He can't believe she'd marry him and then refuse to have his kids. When a courtier tries to greet him, the prince tells him to get lost because he is in a legendary bad mood. The poor guy is left stunned as the prince storms past. Our petty king is literally yelling at the sky at this point. His dramatic display doesn't go unnoticed by the palace staff, who wonder what on earth has possessed him. He finds a quiet spot in the courtyard, but he can't stop punching the scenery in a fit of jealous rage. Suddenly, a voice from the trees tells him to give it a rest. The prince is startled and looks up to find his buddy lounging on a branch. This guy has been sitting there the whole time, watching the entire meltdown. The prince turns into a blushing chibai mess when he realizes he's been caught rambling. He calls his friend a jerk for eavesdropping. The guy just hops down, teasing him about his thorns and dramatic attitude. The prince tries to make a dignified exit, but his friend tells him to wait up. Our prince finally breaks down and asks the one question eating him alive. But as soon as he asks, he tries to run away again. He wants to know why a woman wouldn't want his children. Then he chickens out and tells his friend to pretend he never asked. His friend doesn't hold back and drops the ultimate truth bomb. He looks the prince dead in the eye and says, "It's simple, bro, she doesn't love you." The prince's hand trembles as the words sink in. He stands there looking completely broken, repeating the words like a tragic mantra. Night falls over the palace, and the prince decides to drown his sorrows in the most cliché way possible. He calls in a troupe of dancers and starts drinking like there's no tomorrow. The girls are all over him, and he's leaning into the chaos to forget his heartbreak. Meanwhile, our heroine arrives at his mansion, hoping to clear the air. Her maid notices how anxious she is. Our girl is worried he's being punished by the emperor again. But the maid has to break the news. He's actually inside having a wild party with a bunch of dancers. Our heroine is absolutely stunned. Inside, the prince is being super toxic, asking a dancer if she loves him just to feel something. Our girl isn't having it and storms the gates, telling the guards to move aside. She hears the flirting through the curtains and her blood starts to boil. She stands there in total shock at the sight of her husband acting like a bachelor. The prince looks up, his eyes cold and distant as he spots her. Our girl stands her ground while the dancers give her a mock greeting. She immediately orders the women to get out, but the prince shuts that down fast, telling everyone to stay put. He walks right up to her, looking like a total villain. To make things worse, he reaches out and pulls one of the dancers into his arms right in front of her. He tells our poor heroine that this is his house and his rules, and if she doesn't like it, she can leave. Our girl is shaking with rage, asking him to repeat that savage line. He doesn't blink and tells her again she is free to go. Then he turns his back on her and tells the dancers to continue the party. The girls are swooning, thinking they've won. Our girl warns him not to push her too far. She watches in a daze as he gets way too close to another woman. Her world turns gray as she realizes he's actually doing this. She clenches her fist, trying to hold back the tears. Finally, she turns around and walks away, her heart in pieces. As soon as she's gone, the prince's mask slips. He suddenly snaps and yells at all the dancers to get out of his sight. They scramble to leave, terrified of his sudden shift. He stands alone, his hand trembling as he realizes he saw her cry. Even though he's acting like a jerk, the thought that she doesn't love him is destroying him from the inside out. Our girl is absolutely devastated, realizing the prince only wanted kids as a distraction to keep her busy while he plays around. She demands to leave immediately, but the palace gates are already locked for the night. She tries to pull the emperor's permission card to see her parents, but her maid drops a truth bomb. That permission was only valid if she went together with the crown prince, leaving her trapped and fuming. She tells everyone to get lost, her heart completely shattered by his betrayal. Meanwhile, the snaky side consorts are already plotting how to snatch her spot while she's down. They complain that our heroine is a total tiger who hoards the prince all to herself. They claim they're only suffering because of her powerful family background, acting like total victims. The senior consort finally tells them to shut it before they get themselves executed for treason. They whine about being prisoners in the mansion, but when she offers to help them leave for good, they shut up real fast. They're just thirsty for power and stay only to be near the prince. The senior consort tells them to behave, but deep down, even she misses the days before the palace drama ruined everything. She gazes into the distance, mourning the simple life they'll never have again. Back at the prince's quarters, he's brooding over that woman and her cold reaction. He remembers the look of pure shock on her face and starts to feel the guilt creep in. He's losing his mind, calling her a bad woman while he's the one who messed up. He decides his only move is a massive apology, planning to charm her back into bed so she forgets his punishment. He thinks he's a total genius and decides to work extra hard to get back in her good graces. He sneaks out into the night looking like a total suspicious mess. He's literally swaying on his feet from the stress of it all. He's so desperate that he starts begging for forgiveness from the first person he sees. Too bad it's just a random maid and he has to awkwardly ask where his wife went. He's stunned to find out our girl actually packed her bags and went back to her parents. He knows he's dead meat if the emperor finds out she ditched him. The maid confirms the news, and the prince realizes his perfect plan just went up in flames. Before he can even process the disaster, an official order arrives from his father's study. Talk about bad timing, he's officially in the doghouse now. The next morning, the palace is looking peaceful, but the prince's life is anything but. He's forced to kneel in the courtyard as a public display of shame. He regrets everything, realizing a mad wife is a much bigger headache than a bruised ego. To make matters worse, the other princes show up just to see the show. They mock him for being out there so early, enjoying every second of his downfall. They offer to help him up, but they're clearly just there to stir the pot. The other guys are grinning like absolute villains at his misery. He calls them animals as they basically drag his pathetic self away. They demand to know what scandalous thing he did to end up on his knees. He refuses to give them the satisfaction of the tea, leaving them dying of curiosity. He tries to play it cool and pretend it was fun, but nobody is buying it. They call him an imbecile and tell him he better go get his wife back ASAP. They realize he's only in this mess because his lady run off, and they won't let him live it down. He snaps that it's none of their business, but the damage to his reputation is done. Meanwhile, over at the family estate, the blossoms are in full bloom. Our heroine's father is screaming in shock at the news. He thinks she's totally overreacting because the guy is a prince. But our girl isn't having it, arguing that if a woman has to be loyal, a man should be too. Her dad tries to say every man has a harem, but she points out that he only married her mother. He's stunned into silence, unable to argue with her logic. He tries to pivot, saying she's just as lucky as her mother was. He claims men like him are basically an extinct species now. He's busy bragging about how rare he is when the real boss walks in. The mom gives him a look that immediately shuts down his ego trip. He switches to soft mode instantly, admitting he's the lucky one before scurrying off. He heads to the kitchen to cook his daughter's favorites, leaving the ladies to talk. A girl asks her mom if loving just one person is really that hard. Mom admits they were terrified of her marrying into the palace for this exact reason. She reveals she was called a wicked woman just for wanting a loyal husband. Dad kept those nasty rumors away from her so they could live in peace. But she warns our girl that a crown prince is different. The whole country expects a harem. Our girl starts to realize she might have to lower her savage expectations to survive. Suddenly, the servants announce that the prince has actually arrived at their door. Our heroine is shocked he had the guts to show up. Mom just smiles, knowing this means the guy is actually whipped. She tells her daughter to stop being a daze and go deal with her man. The estate is quiet as the prince prepares for the talk of his life. He stops at the entrance, probably practicing his "please don't leave me" face. Our girl is completely stunned by the sudden change in attitude. She admits she was wrong too, leaving him totally speechless. They're finally being polite, but the prince is low-key terrified of this calm vibe. He even goes full chibai, begging her to just punish him like usual instead of being so nice. She can't help but laugh at how ridiculous he's being. He perks up immediately, asking if that laugh means he's finally forgiven. Since the air is cleared, he tries to pull her in for a nap together. But our heroine isn't having it and cold-bloodedly flings his hand away. He's confused, but she insists they need to have a serious talk right here and now. She knows if they get in that bed, zero talking is actually going to happen. Fine, he settles in to listen, but her expression is way too serious for comfort. Then she drops a bombshell. If he wants other women or concubines, she won't stop him anymore. The prince looks like he just got stabbed in the heart. He realizes with a sinking feeling that she might not actually care about him at all. He clenches his fist, hurt masking as anger as she looks away coldly. He snaps, telling her he'll only take others after she gives him an heir. She hits back even harder, telling him to just go and take them right now. That's the final straw. He grabs her, done with the emotional games. Our girl gasps as he looms over her, his patience completely evaporated. He forces a kiss, trying to prove she's still his, whether she likes it or not. She struggles against him, feeling trapped in this toxic cycle. She beats against his chest with all her might, but he won't let go. Slap, she delivers a stinging blow that finally breaks the tension. Without a second thought, she bolts out of the room, leaving him in the dust. The prince is left alone, looking absolutely devastated by what just happened. A girl runs through the gardens, the tears finally starting to fall. She's a total mess, heartbroken and confused by the man she loves. The imperial consort finds her, shocked to see our heroine in such a state. Night falls and the prince finds himself banished to the cold, lonely study. He's been kicked out of his own bedroom and he's not taking it well. Meanwhile, our girl vents to the consort about how burdensome the prince is. But then the conversation turns to the one secret she's been hiding. She hasn't told the prince yet, even though it's life-changing news. She knows it's good news for him, but she's just not ready to share it. Outside, the prince is wandering the palace like a ghost in the moonlight. He's miserable, realizing he literally can't sleep without her by his side. He looks pathetic and lonely, a far cry from the arrogant man he usually is. He retreats to a pavilion to drown his sorrows in wine. He sighs to himself, thinking that without her, everything else is meaningless. Suddenly, a hand slams down, scaring the absolute life out of him. It's his brother, giving him a much-needed reality check. The prince is shocked to see him, especially in the middle of the night. The brother demands to know why he's drinking instead of fixing his marriage. The prince tries to cling to him for comfort, but the brother is having none of it. He literally tells the prince to scram and stop acting like a baby. He tells him to go get his wife already because she's currently hogging his own consort's bed. The brother is mostly just annoyed that his own sleep is being ruined, but the prince stubbornly refuses to go back and face her. The brother sits him down, trying to understand what the hell is going on. The prince complains about her telling him to go find other women. The brother tells him to stop stalling and just go bring her home. But the prince admits he can't even look at other women anymore, they're all distasteful. The brother asks what he'll do if she really insists on him taking a concubine. He declares that there's only room for her in his heart forever. It's a bit corny, but the brother can tell he's being dead serious. Still, the brother can't help but judge this total disaster of a man. The prince laments that she doesn't even want to bear his children. That's when the brother drops the ultimate truth bomb: your wife is pregnant. The prince freezes, his brain completely short-circuiting at the news. He asks for confirmation, and the brother confirms it's definitely the princess consort. He's absolutely stunned, his heart racing with a mix of shock and joy. He rushes to the room and waits outside, too nervous to even knock. He stares at the door, wondering why she hasn't come out to greet him yet. The imperial consort tries to play it cool and maintain her distance in the moonlit courtyard. Our girl flatly tells him she's staying here for the night, so he better start walking. She gives him the cold shoulder, begging him to just go back and leave her in peace. But before she can blink, the duke decides he's done listening and scoops her up in a savage princess carry. She's absolutely fuming, demanding to be let down as he marches away with her like she weighs nothing. She's screaming for her freedom, but he just tells her to be a good girl and keep still. When she asks what he's playing at, he smugly claims he just told the truth to get his way. Our poor heroine is livid because he just made her break a major promise. In her head, she's calling him the pettiest man alive for throwing a tantrum over bed space. He doesn't care about her internal monologue and gets even closer. With one swift motion, he's practically tossing her around. She's chaotic and confused, wondering what on earth is going through his head. He grabs her tight, ensuring she isn't going anywhere. He looks down at her with a satisfied smirk that would make anyone swoon. Under the moonlight, the entire palace can probably hear her protests. Once they're inside, he finally sets her down, but she's already plotting her escape to the west room. She tries to bolt, but he catches her sleeve, insisting that she is absolutely not allowed to leave his side. She's reached her limit, begging for just a moment of peace from his clinginess. That's when he drops the absolute bombshell, asking why she never told him she was pregnant with his child. Our girl is completely frozen, her secret finally out in the open. He demands to know why she's been hiding the truth, but she fires back that their agreement is already fulfilled. She tries to make a grand exit right then and there, but he stops her, calling her out for taking pregnancy tonics that could harm her body in the long run. She's caught off guard, wondering how he could possibly know her medical secrets. Then it clicks, he was the one who swapped her tonics all along. He admits to it without an ounce of shame, and she tells him to go find some other woman if he's so unsatisfied. He's baffled by her rage, but she screams at him to get out of her way. Her hands are trembling as she retreats into her own shell. Tears in her eyes, she drops the ultimate D-word and demands a divorce because she can't take his imperious attitude anymore. The duke finally snaps, asking if she's quite finished with her rant. He doesn't wait for an answer and pulls her into a sudden, desperate embrace. He swears he doesn't want anyone else but her and begs her not to do anything that will harm her body. Hearing his vulnerability, our heroine finally breaks down into massive sobs. He gently tells his silly girl to stop crying while holding her close. She buries her face in his chest, letting all the frustration out. He agrees that he's a total bastard and a scoundrel just to soothe her heart. As night falls over the quiet palace, the drama moves to the bedchamber where she's still calling him a devil. She tries to hide behind the bed curtains, looking like a startled kid. He looks at her with those bedroom eyes, telling her to come closer. He promises he won't bully her anymore. Our girl is skeptical, making him swear on his life. She doesn't trust him as far as she can throw him, but he stays patient, waiting for her to lower her guard. He tells her to come here one more time, his robes conveniently hanging open. He lunges and catches her, making her yelp in surprise. He whispers that he'll never bully his princess consort again. But of course, there's a catch. He needs a promise in return. She's forced to promise she'll never kick him out to the study again and that he'll always be her #1 priority. Suddenly, the man starts acting like he's dying, claiming he feels unwell. She panics for a second, asking what's wrong. By the next morning, the palace is bathed in sunlight. Our girl is still dead to the world, exhausted from the night's activities. The duke is already awake, watching her sleep with a look of pure adoration. He can't help himself and leans in for a sweet morning kiss. And just like that, the two are back to being the most chaotic, lovey-dovey couple in the empire. Our poor heroine wakes up to a face full of her man's affection. He's not even trying to hide his thirst, immediately asking for a morning snuggle. But our girl is not having it and yeets herself across the bed with savage speed. Unfortunately, her back is paying the price for that stunt. When he tries to approach, she treats him like a walking hazard and tells him to stay back. He plays the "I'm just a helpful husband" card and offers a massage. She doesn't buy it for a second because his intentions are clearly chaotic. He complains that she's been starving him of affection for way too long. Look at this man, lounging like a lazy god and admitting he wants her every single second. She tells him to tone down the intensity. He pivots the conversation to politics, claiming it's dangerous to keep the common people silent. He gives her this look like he's actually the one who needs protecting. Our girl realizes she's losing the argument and decides it's time to escape the bed before things get too spicy. He's genuinely stunned by her sudden exit. But wait, he swoops in like a hero. If she's one of the common people, then he simply must serve her. She finally gives in, swooning just a little bit as he takes care of her. Meanwhile, over at the main palace, the princess is lost in a total daydream. She's replaying her fated meeting with a handsome stranger over and over. Her maid snaps her back to reality. She's been wearing a foolishly sweet smile for days now. The maid is totally confused by the sudden change. They decide to head out and pick some lotus seeds to clear her head. The maid is definitely judging her princess's sudden airheaded behavior. They hurry down to the water. Our heroine is also out and about, worrying about the crown prince's well-being. He tells her to relax, but she's still feeling guilty. They stroll through the gardens, while another couple nearby deals with a serious case of nagging. It's a total chibai mood of exhaustion for everyone involved. Everyone gathers by the scenic pond to enjoy the day. The boat is ready for the lotus hunt. The princess points out the biggest one she can see. She's determined to get that specific seed head. Her maid warns her that getting on the boat is super dangerous, but she ignores the red flags and hops on anyway. They reach the perfect spot. She refuses help and insists on doing the dirty work herself. She finally snags her prize and feels like a total boss. But then she spots an even better one further out and reaches for it. Nearby, the men are discussing high-stakes proposals and regional peace. The emperor isn't backing down from his territory. He's ready for war if it means protecting his reputation. But the political drama is cut short by a blood-curdling scream. The princess has fallen into the water. Poor Lan Xiang is flailing and begging for help. The emperor loses his mind and screams her name. A hero immediately kicks off his shoes and dives in. Under the waves, our poor girl is sinking fast. The rescuer swims with insane speed through the deep blue. He's not letting her go today. He finally reaches her and pulls her close. With a massive splash, he brings her back to the surface. Everyone on the shore is in a total state of panic. They scream for the royal doctor. The rescuer realizes she stopped breathing and says he has to do something improper to save her. The emperor gives him the green light to do whatever it takes. He starts the ancient version of CPR. The crowd is absolutely shook by the mouth-to-mouth action. The emperor tells everyone to shut up and let him work. He keeps pumping her chest and giving her air. The onlookers can only watch in total chaotic silence as they wait for her to wake up. The maids quickly agree, knowing better than to gossip about royal drama. Our poor heroine finally starts coughing up water, coming back to the land of the living. She looks around completely dazed, wondering how she's still breathing. Everyone lets out a sigh of relief now that Lan Xiang is finally conscious. They quickly wrap her up to stop the shivering. She's still way too weak, so the priority is getting her out of those freezing wet clothes. Bei Lai Tang sweeps her up in a classic princess carry, looking like the ultimate hero. Back at his quarters, he finally gets a moment to breathe. His man is shocked to see him absolutely drenched and demands to know what went down. He casually tosses his wet outer robes aside like it's no big deal. Giving us a little fan service, he explains that he had to dive in to save the princess. His advisor immediately sees the political gold mine here, realizing this favor is a huge leverage point. This might be the only way to get their proposal through to the emperor. They plan to use this rescue to force a deal and maybe get back those precious tea leaves while they are at it. Night falls over the palace as the tension simmers. The royal doctor reports that the princess just needs rest and some medicine to get over the shock. Everyone is thrilled that the worst is over. The emperor is so grateful he orders a warming tonic to be sent to her savior immediately. But the emperor has more on his mind and pulls Yuming aside for a private chat. Of course, the crown prince can't stand being left out and tries to sneak along. He throws him in a tantrum, claiming he needs to self-improve just to justify his eavesdropping. Under the cover of night, the real strategy talk begins. The emperor gets straight to the point. How are they going to handle the troublesome Cheng Yao tribe? The crown prince suggests a total military wipeout to end the threat once and for all. He wants to force them into submission and send officers to rule over them. But Yuming knows these people are built different. They're fierce, cold-blooded survivors who won't just bow down. He calls out the prince for having zero combat experience and not understanding the sheer grit of the grassland tribes. The prince is absolutely offended that his younger brother is schooling him like this. The emperor has had enough of the bickering and tells the prince to zip it and listen. Yuming proposes a much smarter plan involving a new dividing line. The crown prince is totally lost, having no idea what geography he's even talking about. Yuming has to break it down like he's talking to a toddler, explaining the natural water sources and farming land. They discuss the logistics of where the tribes will actually settle. The prince worries they'll be too lazy for hard work, but Yuming has a darker plan. By settling them in a specific way, they'll naturally start fighting amongst themselves, saving the empire the trouble of a war. The emperor is impressed and puts Yuming in charge of the negotiations. The sun rises on a new day at the palace. Lan Xiang is still trapped in a restless sleep, haunted by what happened. She relives the terrifying moment she felt herself slipping into the dark depths. Just as the water was claiming her, a mysterious figure dove in to pull her back. She remembers the feeling of being held tight as they broke the surface. She snaps awake, gasping for air as the nightmare ends. Her maid is right there to help her up, relieved she's finally back with us. It wasn't a dream, she really was saved by Bei Lai Tang. The maid seems a bit annoyed by the guy, though. Lan Xiang immediately worries if her savior got hurt during the rescue. The maid assures her he's a beast and is doing just fine. The imperial consort and the rest of the girls' squad arrive to check in. They're so happy to see her awake and looking much better. Right on cue, Lan Xiang's stomach lets out a massive growl, breaking the serious mood. Nothing cures a near-death experience like a hot bowl of porridge. The consort digs in too, needing the nourishment for her own pregnancy. It's a secret mountain recipe that's perfect for settling a queasy stomach. Lan Xiang can't help but smile, feeling the warmth of her friends. She's just happy she won't be lonely once all the palace babies are born. She asks where the guys are and finds out the prince is in class while the others are negotiating. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the garden is way more intense. Bei Lai Tang sees right through Yuming's plan to divide the tribes. He calls him out for being way too confident in his schemes. But Yuming reminds him that people ultimately just want a peaceful life without endless war. Bei Lai Tang finally relents but insists on 3 specific conditions. He demands respect for their customs and guaranteed food for his people. Yuming agrees to the first 2, but when it comes to returning those stolen tea leaves, absolutely not. Our girl isn't having any of it, demanding to know what time it is while this guy just stands there acting clueless. She's not letting him dodge the topic. She wants her tea back right now, and no, a nap with Yun Zai is not a valid excuse. She storms off, leaving the pavilion behind because dealing with this man is a full-time job. Our poor heroine is practically weeping, wondering why she has to suffer under such an evil man's whims. But wait, she's not giving up yet. This is her last struggle, and she's ready to fight for her rights. Meanwhile, in a much more peaceful corner of the palace, the ladies are gathered for a nice tea session, blissfully unaware of the chibai chaos happening elsewhere. Yun Zai notices that Lan Xiang seems a bit out of it, her mind clearly drifting to someone or something else. Lan Xiang tries to play it cool, insisting everything is fine even though her face says otherwise. She flexes her non-existent muscles to prove she's in great shape, but the girls aren't buying it. To shake off the mood, she suggests heading to the imperial garden to soak up some of that sweet, sweet sunlight. The other girls are a bit surprised by the sudden burst of energy, but hey, flowers and sun sound like a plan. The princess is totally on board, giving her best let's go smile. Our girl is basically a human sunflower at this point, desperate for any distraction from her inner turmoil. Just as they're about to head out, Lan Xiang catches a sleeve, hesitating for a second. She agrees to join them, but there's a definite sense of I need to look my best in the air. The squad is on the move, dragging each other along for a much-needed girls' day out. Wait, hold on, Lan Xiang realizes she can't go out looking like a mess and needs to tidy up and change first. The girls realize they've been a bit careless. After all, a lady needs her glam time before hitting the gardens. They head back to the dressing quarters to begin the ultimate makeover. It's time for some serious pampering as they help her get ready for the big walk. And wow, our girl cleans up nice. Lan Xiang is looking absolutely stunning with a bit of makeup and the right accessories. She's feeling herself now, looking like a total palace doll. The sunlight hits the garden perfectly as the trio makes their grand entrance. Lan Xiang is looking around, but the other 2 are already whispering behind her back like the chaotic friends they are. They've got a little secret, and it involves testing Lan Xiang's reaction to a certain someone. It's a full-on SHHH moment as they plot to see if she really has feelings for the guy. They casually drop the news that Prince Yi and Bei Lai Tang are just ahead in the pavilion. Lan Xiang freezes mid-step, suddenly suggesting they take the long way around to not disturb them. The girls try to steer her away, playing along with the sudden change of plans. But Lan Xiang stops them, having a total change of heart. She claims the sunlight is actually better over where the guys are, making up the most obvious excuse ever. She insists it'll be fine as long as they don't bother anyone, but we all know what she's really after. The friends are absolutely dying of laughter because they called it. She's totally hooked. But as they approach, they hear a shout. Princey is literally chasing someone down the bridge. He looks dead serious, demanding they solve their unresolved issues right now. It's a chibai brawl. Our girl is literally pulling his clothes, screaming for her tea back. She warns him he'll be sorry if he doesn't let go, but the petty levels are off the charts. She tries to shove him out of the way, but this man is not budging. Her eyes are literally glowing red with rage. How dare he treat a noble king this way? She starts cackling at his lame face, enjoying the chaos a bit too much. It's a mess of fabric and fury as they keep tugging at each other's robes. The ladies arrive and are greeted by whatever this scandalous situation is. From their perspective, it looks like a very spicy encounter as one guy demands the other take off his clothes. "That's a good boy," he says, while the girls' imaginations go into absolute overdrive. The tension is high, the proximity is dangerous, and the dialogue is making everyone blush. The ladies are completely shook, hiding their faces because this is way too much for a casual garden walk. Lan Xiang looks like her entire worldview just shattered into a million pieces. She's seen enough and decides she needs to go back immediately before her brain melts. The moment is ruined as one of them gets flung away with a very loud scram. The girls realize there's been a massive misunderstanding, but Lan Xiang is already long gone. Back at the palace, someone is catching hands, literally double slaps for the chaos caused. The girls are giving the guys a piece of their mind, asking if they have any common sense at all. Night falls and the atmosphere is thick with awkwardness as they walk back. She's still salty about the tea, insisting he didn't deserve it anyway. But she's reminded that the tea was a gift from the master and stealing it was a low blow. She stops in her tracks, sensing the mood is getting even more complicated. He asks if she thinks he's being petty and she's left fumbling for an answer. He hits her with a grumpy HMPH and demands to know what she really meant. Then comes the kicker, he asks why she cares about him so much, hinting at some hidden feelings. She's left absolutely dumbfounded, her brain short-circuiting at the accusation. Under the full moon, the palace is quiet, but the tension inside is screaming. After a long day of drama, our girl is just trying to dry her hair and relax. But there he is, sitting like a statue on the bed and making things incredibly awkward. She gives him the side eye, wondering why he's acting so moody. She finally asks if he's still angry, but this man is committed to his silent treatment. Our girl is doing her absolute best to soothe his ego, begging him not to be so salty. But this man is in a mood, pulling her in close with a look that says he's far from finished. The sudden move sends her heart into her throat. She scolds him for giving her such a shock. But he's got one question: does she really think his anger is that simple? Our poor heroine is completely lost. He's actually throwing a tantrum because she dared to care about another man's tea preferences. He goes full chibai mode, ranting about how his princess consort shouldn't be making things for other guys. She snaps back that she makes tea for everyone and it's meant to be shared. He demands she stop making it entirely. Fine, she hits him with the logic bomb that there aren't even any tea plantations nearby anyway. Suddenly, he's all smiles because if she can't make it, she can't share it. Talk about possessive. She asks if he's finally satisfied, but he admits he's still feeling anxious and unhappy. To calm the beast, she offers a little massage and starts working on his shoulders. She gets close, trying to be helpful, but she can tell something is still off. He finally drops the act and tells her the massage is useless, he needs a kiss. She's not one to argue with a request like that, and lanes in. Things get heated as they share a deep, romantic embrace. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a sword. He whispers that he's reached his limit and can't hold back anymore. But he's not letting her escape that easily, sweeping her off her feet in a princess carry. She's flustered, demanding to be let down. But he's got other plans. He's offended she even tried to bathe without him, and marches her straight toward the water. Under the moonlight, the palace is quiet, but the drama is just heating up elsewhere. Princess Lan Xiang is lingering outside, looking totally love-struck, until a familiar voice calls out to her. It's noble Bei Lai Tang, and just seeing him makes her blush. She's still super grateful to him for saving her life. He's a total gentleman, telling her not to worry about it before inviting her to grab a bite. He admits he's pretty hungry himself, and they head off together for a cozy stroll. Little do they know, our main couple is watching from the shadows, and he is not happy about this pairing. He's ready to shut this down immediately, but Yunzai thinks the guy is actually a catch. She calls he a total meddler and starts listing off all the noble's good qualities, like his handsome face and strong physique. Big mistake, he goes instantly gloomy. She keeps digging the hole, saying Lan Xiang clearly has good taste. He snaps, pulling her close and demanding to know exactly how long she's been observing this other guy's body. She tries to claim it's just a general observation, but he's not buying it. She doubles down, insisting the guy is objectively good-looking, which only makes you want to start a fight. Meanwhile, the other two are having a grand old time laughing in the pavilions. Yunzai recognizes Lan Xiang's voice and stops her bickering. Lan Xiang is being a total sweetheart, talking about how she loves helping in the kitchen. The noble is impressed, noting that she's the first princess he's met who's so down to earth. Lan Xiang is practically glowing from the praise, her face turning a bright shade of red. They sit down for a deep chat, and she starts asking all about the exciting life in the grasslands. She's clearly fascinated by his world, and he promises to take her there one day. Just as the mood gets perfect, he interrupts the party. He steps in with Yunzai, looking like a total buzzkill. The noble can't help but stare at Yunzai, which sends he into a jealous spiral because he can't even stand another man looking her way. Our girl Yunzai is just trying to be a good host by treating the noble Bei Lai Tang to a nice meal. But Yi Yaoming isn't having any of this cozy atmosphere and sends her off to the garden so the men can talk privately. Tang thinks this is just about some missing tea leaves, but the vibe shifts instantly. Yi gets dead serious, warning Tang to stay far away from Princess Lan Xiang. Tang is genuinely baffled since he's the one who saved her life in the first place. But he isn't moved by gratitude, he just wants this man out of the picture for good. He reminds Tang that Lan Xiang is the only princess of the region and can never marry into a tribe like his. Big mistake because Tang decides that if he is going to be this annoying, he might just pursue her out of spite. He gets right in Yi's personal space, testing those royal nerves to the limit. Yi is absolutely livid that this man would dare challenge his authority. Meanwhile, the girls are having a much cuter time strolling through the palace gardens. Lan Xiang is curious about the legendary grasslands she's heard so much about. She starts fishing for info on what kind of guy Tang really is. Yunzai describes him as a witty, thick-skinned guy who actually has a surprisingly good heart. Our heroine smells a crush and asks the princess if she's actually interested in him. Lan Xiang tries to act like it's all nonsense, but her blushing face tells a whole different story. She tries to shut down the topic to save face. Finally, she caves and admits that she might just have a little crush on the noble guest. Yunzai is more than happy to dish all the juicy details to her new friend. Back at the pavilion, Tang is still pushing Yi's buttons with a smug, punchable grin. Yi's legendary temper finally snaps. He delivers a savage punch straight to Tang's face, sending a clear message. He threatens to wipe out Tang's entire tribe if he ever speaks so disrespectfully again. Tang tries to play it off as a joke, but Yi is done playing games. He makes it clear that Lan Xiang is strictly off-limits unless Tang wants his people to starve. Tang is offended that his genuine gratitude is being treated like some dark conspiracy. Yi finally drops the aggression to ask a question that's actually been on his mind. Tang asks if the rumors about Yunzai being pregnant are actually true. Yi immediately gets defensive, telling him to mind his own business. He's not about to share the details of his married life with a friend like him. Tang tries to act nonchalant about the awkward tension, but then he spots a very telling mark on his neck and can't help but tease him. He walks away with the ultimate win, leaving Tang totally defeated in their battle of wits. The girls return to find the guys in a state of total chaos. Tang immediately blabs the big question right to Yunzai's face. Our poor heroine awkwardly confirms the news with a guilty conscience. Tang is so excited he declares himself the future godfather, sending Yi into another spiral of rage. The bickering continues as Tang and Yi nearly come to blows for the second time today. Lan Xiang rushes over to intervene before things get even more savage. She steps right between them, scolding Yi for being so rude to their noble guest. Tang is absolutely stunned to have a princess acting as his personal shield. She turns to Tang with the sweetest apology for Yi's typical rudeness. Then she notices the red mark on his face and begins to panic. She asks if he actually dared to punch him, and Tang immediately turns on the waterworks. He plays the victim perfectly, making Yi look like the ultimate villain of the story. Tang sticks his tongue out behind her back while he seethes in the background. Lan Xiang insists on taking him away to apply some medication immediately. He is left shouting after them as the princess drags his rival away. It's a total loss for our jealous duke. Yunzai just sighs, telling him she warned him not to get involved in this mess. He is still fuming, but Yunzai doesn't have time for his tantrum. She skips off to her date with the imperial consort, leaving Yi alone to yell her name into the void. Out in the garden, Tang suddenly stops in his tracks. He tells the princess she can finally let go of his hand. Lan Xiang turns bright red, realizing she was holding on a bit too tight for a royal. She's still worried about his injury, but Tang just plays it cool. He claims that as the king of the grasslands, a little wound like this is absolutely nothing to him. Lan Xiang is absolutely swooning over how manly he is. But before things can get too romantic, Tang says he has things to do and makes his exit. He leaves her with one parting shot. He has zero interest in little girls. Lan Xiang is left standing there, completely frozen by his words. The silence of the garden is deafening as he walks away. She repeats his words to herself, trying to process the sudden rejection. But then she has a brilliant realization. She's of marriageable age, so she's not a little girl anymore. She decides this must be a secret hint that he actually likes her and is waiting for her to grow up. Our girl is officially head over heels and completely embarrassed by her own chaotic heart. Our girl is lurking in the shadows, trying to figure out why the atmosphere feels so heavy tonight. She realizes the prince is probably fuming because he thinks she's actually catching feelings for that other guy. But hey, she's innocent in all this drama and decides it's better to just steer clear. She starts to make a quiet getaway, feeling like she definitely shouldn't be poking the bear right now. But luck is never on her side, and she runs straight into his rock-hard chest. Ouch, that's one way to get caught red-handed. He gives her that intense, smoldering look before grabbing her arm without a word. He demands she gets inside because it's freezing, but we all know that's just an excuse. He practically drags her back into the room. Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks. He turns around with a look that would make anyone tremble. Our heroine nervously asks what he's planning to do to her. He looks absolutely gloomy, and the tension is high enough to snap. When he raises his hand, she immediately flinches and begs him to stay back. But instead of a lecture, he just pulls her close and slams the door shut. She braces for the worst, but then she hears him walking away. Phew, talk about a heart attack over nothing. He tells her he has official work to finish and she should just go to sleep. As the night deepens, the prince is stuck at his desk, but he's totally distracted. He's actually annoyed that our girl is sleeping like a baby while he's suffering. She's over there turning around, tossing and turning in her sleep like she doesn't have a care in the world. Eventually, she pops her eyes open, feeling his intense gaze. He's still sitting there brooding over his tea. But when he realizes his cup is empty, he gets even more irritated. Honestly, this man is such a drama king when he's bored. He starts plotting exactly how he's going to deal with her for ignoring him. He stands up ready to cause some chaos, but then he hears her coming and quickly dives back into his book, acting like he's been studious this whole time. He's the king of acting natural when she walks in with a fresh pot of tea. She sweetly serves him, hoping to break the ice. He slowly pours a cup, trying to maintain his cool exterior. She asks if he's finally done, but he gives her a blunt nope. Our poor girl is so disappointed she just wants to leave. But as soon as she tries to walk away, he's not having it. He grabs her again, making sure she knows she's not going anywhere. He pulls her right into his lap, demanding to know if she has anything to say to him. She's totally lost and has no idea what he's fishing for. He brings up the events from earlier today, looking for an apology or an explanation. She thinks he's talking about her standing up for Lan Xiang, but he snaps that it's not that at all. She starts guessing wild things, like if he's mad about her tea time with the consort. Or maybe it's because she came back a little too late. He keeps shutting her down with a grumpy no. The silence between them is just awkward at this point. She finally loses her patience and tells him to just stay mad then. That's when he finally spills it, pinching her cheek and asking why she keeps praising that other guy's looks. She finally connects the dots. This big, scary prince is actually just jealous. She calls him a total narcissist in her head, but she can't help but find it a little cute. He forbids her from ever comparing him to that skank ever again. She just smiles, knowing she's the only one who can handle his ego. He decides he's done talking and pulls her in for a real kiss. It's passionate, intense, and definitely clears the air. They share a sweet moment afterward, the anger finally melting away. She playfully asks if he's still mad, but he just circles his arms around her for more. One deep kiss leads to another as the night takes a much steamier turn. The palace is quiet, but inside these walls, things are definitely heating up. By morning, they're finally at peace, wrapped in each other's arms. Meanwhile, across the palace, the king is on the move. He mentions going to see his godson, which catches everyone off guard. He's feeling quite proud of his new pledge. But then a princess shows up, trying to tempt him with some desserts. He's not interested at all and coldly tells her he's already had breakfast. He walks away without a second thought, leaving her standing there. She's absolutely fuming at how rude he's being. But she's persistent and decides she's going to follow him anyway. Our heroine is absolutely stunned by the sheer audacity of this man. He tells her to zip it because he already knows exactly what she's planning. She decides to get a little handsy, teasing him about being embarrassed in front of a crowd. He's left totally baffled, wondering what on earth is going on in that head of hers. He finally demands they move out, but the cold shoulder treatment is real. He orders her to stop following him, but our girl just smiles through the rejection like a pro. As he walks away, she can't help but swoon over how manly his dramatic exit was. Her maid isn't blind and asks if she's actually falling for the noble Bei Lai Tang. She turns into a blushing mess, shocked that her feelings are that obvious. Meanwhile, in a much more peaceful part of the palace, Princess Lan Xiang comes looking for her brother. She finds our heroine instead and asks where her brother Yi is hiding. Our girl explains he's busy with the emperor, so they decide to have a little tea party. Lan Xiang brings out a spread of gorgeous desserts that look way too pretty to eat. Our heroine is impressed, but it turns out these weren't for her. The princess spent all morning making these for Bei Lai Tang, but the man already ate breakfast. It's a total thank you for saving my life gift, and the effort is honestly adorable. Our girl takes a bite and realizes the princess really went all out in the kitchen. They share a laugh, bonding over the chaos of their lives. Across the bridge, the men are having their own chat, with the friend rambling about his godson. They head toward the pavilion, where Bei Lai Tang immediately recognizes a certain voice. He steps in, surprised to find our girl hanging out there. But the mood shifts instantly when he realizes Lan Xiang is there too. He takes a seat, ready to endure the snacks. Lan Xiang watches him like a hawk as he takes a bite. She's beaming, hoping he loves the fruits of her labor. He asks if she made them, and she proudly says yes. He picks up his drink to wash it down, but after one sip, he complains it's way too sweet and overwhelming. The poor princess is heartbroken because he literally said he liked this level of sugar last time. He just shrugs it off, claiming his tastes have changed. Lan Xiang isn't giving up that easily and tells him to hang on. Our heroine watches this car crash, thinking he's being a total jerk for no reason. The princess calls for a full set of utensils and a pen. She lines up a row of cups, leaving him completely confused. It's a sweetness gauntlet. He has to rinse and test every single level of sugar. Our girl is loving this, thinking he finally met someone who can handle his nonsense. Lan Xiang gives him the green light to start the challenge. He takes a sip, trying to keep his cool. He places the cup down, feeling the pressure. She asks which one is the perfect level, and he confidently guesses number 5. Joke's on him, that's the exact level of sweetness he just complained about. Caught in his own lie, he starts sweating bullets. She offers to let him try again, and he can only groan in defeat. He tries a different treat and admits it's actually good, making her day. But when she offers to make them every single day, he shuts it down immediately. Our girl can't take the cruelty anymore and gives him a savage kick to the leg. Lan Xiang tries to ask about his other interests, but a servant interrupts to bring her to the Empress Mother. Once she's gone, our girl demands to know why he's being so mean to such a sweet girl. She defends the princess as being pure and straightforward. He doesn't care and says he has zero interest in a little girl like her. Our heroine reminds him he already tainted her modesty by saving her, but he claims it was just a heroic reflex. She keeps pushing, listing all the princess's best qualities. He snaps, asking who decided he has to fall for someone just because they're cute and can cook. He turns the tables, asking why she doesn't pity him and love him instead. Our girl is stunned into silence, finally realizing the depth of the situation. She tells him he's going to regret missing out on a girl like Lan Xiang. He gives her a sarcastic sure, and she storms off in a huff. He watches her go, his eyes full of a deep, painful emotion. He whispers that his heart is already so full that there's no room left for anyone else. Meanwhile, the princess stops in her tracks. She forgot her secret list of everything he likes and wants any excuse to see him one more time. Our girl is trying to have a peaceful walk, but someone is lurking in the shadows. It's Bei Lai Tang, claiming he's just worried about his godson, while our heroine insists she's as light as a swallow. Of course, the universe immediately humbles her as she trips over her own feet. Lucky for her, he's got quick reflexes and catches her before she face splints. She tries to play it cool and tells him to beat it, but a sharp pain in her foot says otherwise. He's not buying her "I'm fine" act for a second. She winces in agony and he realizes she definitely sprained something. Even as she tries to limp away and calls him annoying, the pain is becoming unbearable. Every step is a total nightmare. Bei Lai Tang has finally had enough of her stubbornness. He gives her a savage ultimatum: either he carries her or he calls for litter right now. But before she can even process that, the jealous king himself arrives on the scene. Longyi is back and the vibes are officially rancid. As she stumbles again, Bei Lai Tang instinctively reaches out to help. Our girl lets out a cry of pain that sends the tension through the roof. Longyi is watching this play out with a look that could kill. She tries to reassure him, but her foot is screaming in protest. She's literally about to collapse. Longyi catches her, but his eyes are fixed on the competition. He demands to know what the hell is going on. And then he loses it and lands a massive punch right on Bei Lai Tang's face. He's marking his territory, asking who this guy thinks he is touching his consort. Our girl is horrified, wondering why he's being so violent. Longyi is purely fueled by salt, asking if she's actually worried about this guy. He drags her away, leaving a bleeding Bei Lai Tang behind. The man is fuming, clenching his fists in total silence. Meanwhile, poor Lan Xiang is left watching the drama unfold from the sidelines. She looks completely dejected as she clutches her scroll. She begs him to slow down, but he aggressively flings her hand away. She's done being quiet and starts screaming at him for his behavior. He demands to know what they were doing, and she snaps back that he was just helping her. Longyi is drowning in jealousy, accusing her of brooding over the man he just hit. She tries to defend herself, but he's convinced she's secretly meeting him behind his back. Our Chibai heroine tries to explain the timeline, but he's not hearing it. He lets out a roar that sends her heart into her throat. He accuses her of playing matchmaker with the wrong people. She insists it was all just a massive coincidence. He doesn't even want to hear that man's name ever again. In fact, he suggests she calls him a pig or a goat instead. The pettiness is off the charts. She's officially tired of this bickering and tries to walk away. But he pulls her back, demanding her full attention. He orders her to never look at that man again. She's left speechless by his possessiveness. She finally tells him to get lost and limps away. He asks where she thinks she's going. She tells him she's going anywhere he isn't, but he notices her limp. He sees her struggling and his heart finally softens. He demands to know how her foot is, but she tells him it's none of his business. He's done asking nicely and reaches out. He scoops her up in a massive princess carry, ignoring her protests. She tells him to put her down, but another stab of pain makes her wince. He looks at her with genuine concern, asking if it hurts that much. He tells her to just be quiet and let him take care of her. She can only pout as he carries her back to the room. Once they're settled, he tries to inspect the damage. She tries to pull away, wincing as the pain flares up again. He begs her to just sit still for 1 second. She snaps that she'd rather die of pain than have him help. He ignores the sass and pulls her foot closer anyway. She's stunned by how persistent he's being. When he sees how red and swollen it is, his face drops. He asks why she didn't just tell him it was this bad. She fires back that he was too busy nagging to even listen. That shuts him up real quick. He gently cradles her injured foot and whispers a soft "I'm sorry." Our girl is absolutely shook. The toxic king actually apologized.